Farming Life in Another World. Volume 5. By Kinesuk Neft. Translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 198. Winter, Magical Tools and Shield. Winter has come. Cold, however, inside my house is warm. Also this year, it seems like a lot of spiderlings decided to spend their time in my mansion. I think Zabuton can spend winter in my mansion too, but I don't want to force her. See you again in spring. Kuro, Yuki, you may play outside if you want. You want to wear something? How about just staying in the kotatsu? But make sure you thoroughly wash your feet first before going in the kotatsu ara, they're washing already. Keep your head out and don't crawl into the kotatsu. It's the usual winter scenery. The pups are patiently waiting for their turn. Didn't I made those kotatsu for you? Why aren't you using it? Even if I'm not using a kotatsu, you don't have to wait for me to use it before you do. I talk with Lou about magical tools. According to her, there are quite a few tools that have magic sealed unto them. And the upper class monopolize them. The commoners will never have a chance of even touching a magical tool. Is that so? That's disappointing. When I was thinking, the Dragon King and Ancestor Sama brought gifts for the baby, right? That reminds me, I had the chance of getting a dungeon Audite before. Was there something like that again? What I'm asking for is something like a stove or a refrigerator. When we were using the camping carriage, I thought some things like those will be convenient. There are magical tools that can generate fire, and there are also those that can generate water. But it will be hard to find something that can be used for cooking. Is that so? The basic of magical tool is that it can only do one thing. For example, a tool that can generate fire can produce a constant amount of firepower for a certain period of time. You can't use it for cooking since you can't adjust the firepower. Really? But the dungeon Audite that I received from Doors can do a lot of things. That one is an exception. It is a legendary item. Is that so? Yeah. And I loaned it to the Lamias. It can't be helped since you have no way of using it. She's right. After listening to her, I realized that magical tools have limited use, but it can be pretty useful in things where it is needed. Because of that, let's use the magical tools of Big Tree Village. But they are mostly for offensive and defensive magics. What now? It can only do one thing, and now you're telling me that they can't even do what I want. I can't find anything that I can use. There's no other way. Since it has come to this, why don't we ask someone who can make it? What kind of magical tool do you want? A stove. One that can be used for cooking. Didn't I just said that you can't adjust the firepower? You can't cook anything with the same temperature, right? Not really. We just need to make multiple heat source at the right amount of distance from each other. Temperature adjustment will be done by using other heat sources. Multiple. Yeah, the concept is similar to musical instruments. We only need to arrange multiple magical tools by their firepower. That's amazing. But I'm sure someone has already thought of that, right? Magical tool creation does not only needs money, but it also needs precious materials to make. No one will be able to make one with one of those two missing. And to use it for cooking, that's simply a unique way of thinking. Is that so? Yeah, in fact, cooking is something that is very common in this village, but not so common outside. That reminds me of the custom of this world. In addition, it would be much cheaper to hire a chef and give him the usual cooking tools that making a magical tool for cooking. Ah, indeed. Are you dissatisfied with the current mansion? Is this really necessary? This is kind of embarrassing to say, but let's not talk about food yet. Don't you think it would be nice if you could drink hot tea while riding a carriage? The carriage will burn. Certainly. Ma, I'll do my best cause husband wants it. Let me take my memo first. HNN. What kind of magical tool do you want? Right, it's A. Aside from being a famous mage and well-known pharmacist, Lou is also a celebrity in making magical tool. The name and number of materials needed are written on the memo she gave me. I think you can get them at Garon Company, and I will also have to disassemble some of the magical tools in the village. Got it. Thank you in advance. I'm concentrating on the wood in front of me. Currently, according to my schedule, there is something I should make. I made one of them in a dash. I'm shaping it now. I'm carving it to the supposed to be the final product. That's it. I made a wooden 1-meter shield. Good, really good. Here it is. I handed it to the mountain elf sitting beside me. She put a belt inside the shield. She also put a knob, and it is now complete. The knob is not fixed, so you can adjust the way you hold it according to your will, and that is its most basic feature. So, what are you planning to do? I asked the mountain elf. We're thinking of putting something like a transformation gimmick that will change the size of the shield. Won't that make it vulnerable? If it can deflect an enemy attack once, that is enough. But won't it be too heavy? Drilling holes will lighten it. I see. I made the second shield. This shield looks like the first one. The difference is that it is twice as thick. It is also a little heavier than the first one, but it's not like it's impossible to wield. The mountain elf installed belts and knob, and put another thinner belt on the knob. The thinner belt became the adjuster. Let's try it out. It is winter and is cold outside, but it is still manageable. There are even some people walking outside. The lizardman Daga and the beastkin Gulf. They were sparring in the hall of my mansion, but they were scolded by Anne and were thrown outside. We called the two of them to try it out. Daga holds the shield while Gulf will attack him with sword. May I seriously attack? What do you think, Daga? Of course. Then do it seriously. Daga, I want you to receive it with the shield, but don't rely on it too much. Why? There's a possibility of the shield being brittle. That's scary. This is an experiment for the shield, so it will be over as soon as the shield is broken. Don't forget that. By the way, I taught Daga about the gimmicks, but I did not teach them to Gulf. Start of the experiment. Daga evades first and deflects some of Gulf's attack using the shield. It looks like there is no problem. Gulf's attack speed is getting faster. The number of times Daga evades is reduced, and the number of times he needs to use the shield has increased. However, Daga was not unilaterally attacked. He also sometimes counter using the shield. Gulf always managed to evade them, but he finally received damage. And it's not like he was hurt that much. Gulf then attacks like a surging wave. There is no chance for Daga to counter using the shield. Because of Gulf's attack, the shield was slightly flipped. Daga moved his body out of the shield from Gulf's point of view. From there, he swung it down. The spectators, me and the dark elf, thought of it at the same time. Now, Daga might have thought so too. He activated the gimmick at the best timing. 3 crescent blades popped out of the edge of the shield at 3 points. One of the blades caught Gulf's sword. It surprised Gulf. Daga even shouted. In the shield is a mechanism. There is a gear placed at the center of the shield, and rotating it will cause the interlocking blades to extend outside the shield. It is not a complicated gimmick. Though it is only for a moment, it should have widened the defensive area of the shield. That went well. However, Daga unexpectedly did not understand the widened area that much. One of the crescent blades stabbed Daga's thigh. Sorry, are you okay? I and the mountain elf apologized to Daga. Hurry up and call Flora for healing. After Daga's treatment, it is time to hear their impression. That's surprising. That's Gulf's honest opinion. If this is an ordinary match, that is unacceptable, but it will be really effective in actual combat. Daga felt the same. I did not get what you mean about expansion, but seeing it now, it is quite interesting. Also, can you use metal instead of wooden blade? But the weight, I think it's light enough. Really? I give it to Gulf. This is totally lighter than an iron shield. I think it is still usable even if the weight is doubled. I see. Aside from those, I asked if they have any other opinion. It troubles me a bit at the start, but I want to do something with the smooth surface of the shield. It is easy to peep at your enemy using it, but it is unsuitable if your enemy decided to attack in waves. That's what I thought, that's why I attacked that way. But I can only attack like that, because I'm not worried about my sword breaking, because of being stuck somewhere. Is that so? And I thought it the smoother the shield is, the better. There are races who uses shields like that. When you attack them with your shield, your sword will slip the way they want it. But you need to have the right strength to withstand the impact first before you can do that. This has become a learning session. Then, do you want anything to be carved on the surface of the shield? Please, but you don't need to make something hard like you usually do. For example, just carve anything you find convenient to carve. I did not intend to be good at carving, but am I recognized to be such? I also want the edge of the shield to be reversed. Just like the slipping of the sword we're discussing earlier, it can be used to hook the sword. Okay. After hearing their impression, we return to the workshop. Remodeling. The proposal of making the blade made of iron is not bad, but that is something I can't do right now, so let's put it on hold. I carved the surface of the shield. According to my imagination, it can be used to intimidate opponent, so I carved an angry dragon on the surface of the shield. The mountain elf improved her gimmick. There was an opinion saying that the places where the blades appeared were so narrow. She remodeled it so that 6 crescent blades will pop out instead. Complete. A shield carved with an angry dragon with 6 crescent blades. Daga bows. What are you doing? Please bestow it to me. I will master it. This is for the ghost knight, who's defending the hot spring. Please. No, this is for the ghost knight. The crescent blades are also wooden. I decided to bestow Daga another one but with iron blades. I can request what kind of carving I want. I'll think about it. Next to the troubled Daga, Gulf was also thinking if it would be better to have a shield. As for the first shield, there's a possibility that the ghost knight will dislike the gimmick. I never thought about that. Let's be prepared to return it to normal just in case. Chapter 199. Trouble Visit. Trouble suddenly comes. Though I already know about it, I forgot it until we encountered it. That's the only time I remember to deal with the trouble. Trouble came from the sky in the southeast. It looks like a castle on a bedrock with a slim tetrahedron on top. My first impression is it a flying soft cream. Wait a minute, soft cream? I feel like I've seen one before. A castle flying in the sky overflowing with romance. I remember an anime I watched when I was a kid. I would like to go there if possible. Ma, even if it is impossible to go there, looking at it at a distance is already exciting. That is, if that thing is harmless. Its existence has already been confirmed 10 days ago. Gran Maria's group reported that it is approaching Big Tree Village little by little. It certainly looks bigger and bigger as it approaches. I think it is as high as 1,000 meters. Hakurin, Rasudi, Tyr, and Gran Maria are considering to scout. When we were assembling the group, the soft cream politely declares war on our village, and by using a 3D image. A 10-meter-tall, slightly transparent man appeared in front of my mansion. He has bat wings on his back that means he's a devil. My name is Kyuzuden, foolish humans. Unfortunately for you, we are occupying this castle. Your hopes have been destroyed. You should despair. Fuahahahaha. First of all, I consulted the people around me. Everyone recognized the soft cream as an enemy. Because it is approaching the Big Tree Village little by little, it has been judged that it will be best to shoot it down immediately. I transformed the aft into a spear and threw it. The spear flew in a straight line and hits the cone portion of the soft cream. About a third of the cone below fell. Maybe you should hit the more upper part. Understood. I agree with Gran Maria, so I'll aim a little higher. Then Kyuzuden's holographic image in dojo appeared. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Isn't it too early to surrender? Kyuzuden told us his story using his holographic image. The name of the flying soft cream is Sun Castle. A long time ago, according to written documents, the castle has been recorded to be roaming in the sky for at least 2,000 years. It is said that there was a race called Godkins who attacked demons along with humans. The devil race became something like the arrowhead against them. That happened 1,000 years ago. Afterwards, the Godkins and the devils clashed several more times with the Sun Castle as the stage, and the devils finally kicked out the Godkins after 500 years. And they are now the occupants of the Sun Castle. Though he said that they already occupied it, they only seized about a 20th of the Sun Castle. In addition, because the Godkins resisted until the very end, before they escaped, they managed to activate the autopilot so the devils were unable to control the Sun Castle. Another thing is, the Sun Castle moved high, and the devils that occupied it were not able to return. At first, they thought of various ways to escape, but after 10 years of trying, they gave up and tried to adapt to their new place. Kyuzuden seems to be a devil that was born on Sun Castle. So, why did you suddenly declare war with the village? According to the ancient rite, we must do that as soon as we saw humans. There also seems to be an announcement in the castle. Announcement in the castle. In my point of view, this castle was downgraded from overflowing with romance to a tourist attraction. In other words, it is moving towards Big Tree Village because of autopilot. Because of that, the devils have to declare war since it is like their ancient rite. Yes, that's correct. Are all the devils in the castle strong in battle? Half? No, not even a quarter. Only a quarter can fight. They are the old generation, the generation of my grandfather that occupied the castle. There are almost none of them left. Can you fight? I'm really sorry. Kyuzuden performed a very smooth doujutsu. To think that tension rose sky high during the declaration of war. And after a single attack from me, he completely surrenders. Really? That's good, but... I looked at the villagers a little far away discussing something. They are currently discussing where to drop the Sun Castle. Their battle mode is still on. It seems like they did not accept Kyuzuden's apology. They want him to apologize in person. There are some things that need to be asked. Kyuzuden, is it impossible for you to come here? Ado, we can't leave the castle. HNN, can't leave the castle. That reminds me. What about the part of the castle that you are not occupying? They have become monsters and demon beasts' territories. Duh. Apparently, Kyuzuden and the other devils are trapped inside the Sun Castle. If that is the case, why have you said something that aggressive? The proposal of making the Sun Castle fall is cancelled. Kyuzuden and the others will die, but the troublesome part is what if the monsters and demon beasts survive? I don't want to solve it on our own if that happens. According to Kyuzuden, there is a possibility of the castle being on standby once it reaches the sky above Big Tree Village. That's troublesome. Who wants something above their head when they don't know when it will fall? We decided to control it. It has become troublesome on choosing who should go. Really troublesome. In the end, it has become draw lots. I wanted to use raise your hand if you want to go method, but Alfred and Tysel are here with Lou and Tyr. With that, I had no choice but to not say anything. I'm sorry. I swear I won't go. However, why are Lou and Tyr raising their hands saying that they'll go? It is impossible for me to win against them with words. Tell me why, God of Draw Lots. Since they will also be the means of transportation to the Sun Castle, Rasudi and Hakurin will automatically join. They are full of motivation too. Lou, Tyr, Grandmaria, Kudel, Karon, and Kirbit will also have the priority to go since they can fly. What happened to the Draw Lots? That's dirty. Yoshi. Great. The Lizardman Daga and the Beastkin Gulf were nominated. They are pleased. There are also several lizardmen and high elves. Rhea seems to have been left out. The Mountain Elfia has been nominated. Several other mountain elves have announced their participation as the draw lots continues. It is rare for mountain elves to take part in something like this. We want to know how the mechanism of the floating castle works. I understand how you feel, but don't overdo it. Understood. First unit. The control force. Hakurin, Lou, Tyr, Grandmaria, Kudel, Karon, Kirbit, Daga, Gulf, and Ya. There are also 4 lizardmen, 3 high elves, and 8 mountain elves, a total of 25 people. Second unit. Suppression force. Rasudi and 100 Kuros. The first unit will invade the upper part of the castle. After meeting up with Kyuzuden and collecting information, they'll put the Sun Castle under their control. The second unit will invade the lower part of the castle. They exterminate monsters and demon beasts as soon as they meet them. However, Rasudi can only safely transport 50 Kuros in a single transport. It will be hard for Rasudi, but she'll have to transport 40 first and 30 for the second and third. The first 40 will be composed of the best. Even Uno and Kurasen are mixed in that batch. I hope everyone will come back safely. Once they get the information about the monsters and demon beasts from Kyuzuden, it will be Lou's turn to judge if it is safe for assault. But I'm still worried. Don't do anything unreasonable. Lou came to me before leaving. My knowledge might come in handy in controlling the castle, therefore I must go. She's probably right, but don't get hurt. Trust me. Next is Tyr. I must be there in order to open the key. Key? Yeah, according to what Kyuzuden says about Godkins, he's talking about angels. It might be necessary for an angel to be there in order to control the Sun Castle. What, eh? Is that so? The ancient angels are somewhat conceited because of the respect they got. I will wash away that shameful dirty past of us. Shameful dirty past. Presently, there's no one using the word Godkins, right? Ah, so that's what she means. Hearing us, I can see Grandmaria and Kirbit blushing. Protect Kyuzuden's group. I know, we have to bring them here till he could properly apologize. However, it is still unknown whether we can really do that. Grandmaria smiles. I can only nod to her. Though Kyuzuden is only a holographic projection, At least he's smart enough to apologize immediately. Let's treat him as someone understanding. Even though it is cold outdoors, the villagers gather and raise their hands in the air as they raise their voice. In response to that, Hakuren's Unit 1 and Rasudi's Unit 2 were dispatched. Chapter 200. Waiting for Sun Castle's suppression. Now that we are focusing on suppressing the Sun Castle, it doesn't mean that the monsters and demon beasts of the forest will cut us some slack. On the contrary, they might even take this as an opportunity to attack since out-vigilance weakened. Because of that, even though we're only house-sitting, we didn't let our guard down. Kuro's group are still guarding the immediate vicinity, while Suwaruryu and Suwaruku are scouting from the sky. During this time, I thought of Zabuton. No, we have to do our best so she can hibernate in peace. But there is nothing to do. For the time being, let's carry chairs and table in front of the mansion and sit there while looking at the Sun Castle and waiting for updates. The Sun Castle is still really far. I heard that it is about 3 km in diameter, but from here, it is as large as a cup. The altitude is 1,000 meters. Rasudi already carries the third group of Kuros. The next time she'll be back is when they totally suppressed everything, though that is what to be expected. I'm worried since the Sun Castle vibrating and several explosions are visible. While I was absent-minded, Ursa brought wood. She made a spear. By chance, was she inspired with the guy who had thrown a spear at the Sun Castle? I don't mind you making one, but make the head rounder. Also, don't throw it against people or animals. Ugh. Did it just fly for about 60 meters? Amazing. The Beast Boys also brought wood. Looking at it, they are making the same thing. They also flew a good distance, but not as good as Ursa's. I'll make one for myself too. I can throw the aft in its spear form well, but what about normal spear? Challenge, it falls after 10 meters. I wonder if my timing is bad. 15 meters, if I don't have the aft, I'm useless. No. I have wisdom, a javelin. To put it simply, it is similar to a spear but with long pointed head. Using this, it will definitely be further than a spear. I made it at once. Challenge. The javelin fell in front of me. It seems like I need to practice on how to throw it first. I must reflect. Ursa uses the javelin made by me, and it flies for about 100 meters. I made more because the Beast Boys want one too. Yeah, they're flying beautifully. Bleh. It would be a lie if I say that I'm not annoyed. Before I knew it, the High Elves join us too. Technical guidance is given by Ursa's group. It seems like they have shifted to hitting a target rather than flying further. I prepared a bundle of straw as target and threw it out. Because collecting javelin every now and then is troublesome, I mass-produce them. Since it has been started already, it will be safe to make the point sharper. I mean, it is uncomfortable not seeing it stabbing something. It is prohibited to use it if you're alone. If you disobey, what penalty do they dislike? Can't go out of the house, can't eat snacks, increase the things to study. Should I add Hakuren's sermon? Ma, she'll probably defend them. Ursa's group is naughty, but they understand what's good and bad and do things properly. They are also good at finding loopholes on what I said. I am worried about the future a little. Probably because I am working while thinking. Before I notice it, I already made 100 javelins. By the way, the High Elves can easily hit the bundle of straw at 50 meters distance easily. Ursa hits it too, but it doesn't penetrate. It seems like power decreases if you want to be accurate. The Beast Boys they can throw to that distance, but their accuracy is bad. I am pleased that we are doing something harmonious and happily even though it is cold. Anne brought us some hot tea. Warm. Is Anne interested in javelin too? This will be troublesome. Anne holds the javelin I made and throws it at the bundle of straw. It hits the straw but continued to fly ahead until it broke a bunch of rocks. Good spear. The mansion must have 50 of them for immediate use. If a thief enters the mansion, it will be bad. Ma, it is impossible to sneak into the mansion because of the pups and the spiderlings. Looking at it, the castle in the sky has fallen to an altitude of 500 meters. I thought that it would fall as it is, but it seems to be enduring it. Isn't that Hakuren's breath? They're doing something flashy. Gyuraru wants to go, but I didn't permit her to do so. You're still a child, so stay here. In addition, if Gyuraru goes, Ursa will surely accompany her. Is Gyuraru interested in javelin throw too? HNN. It seems like I'm hungry from all of that. There's still time before dinner. It can't be helped. Let's make a light snack. How about small pancakes? Ah, yeah, I'll also make some for you, Ursa, and the Beast Boys, so don't worry and continue the javelin throw. I return to my house and mass-produce small pancakes. I put some honey and it's ready to eat. Yup, it's popular. I notice that the castle in the sky tilted. Will it overturn? Ah, it turns back. Do your best. It is now at an altitude of 200 meters. In the evening, just before the sunset, the first unit and Rasudi returned. Kyuzudin's with them. The second unit, the Kuro's suppression force, are still working hard. The first unit, the control force, will report on the way before dinner. Ja, I thought that we will have dinner now, but there was still something that needs to be taken care of first. I'm really sorry. Outside, in this cold winter, Kyuzudin dojza in front of me in his underwear. He was about to get naked earlier, but I stopped him. I won't be happy to see a naked man. By the way, the children have returned to the mansion before he dojza. It is not something that they must see. I really wanted him to stop his dojza now, but it might be inappropriate looking at the surrounding. This is harsh. After that, Lu and Kyuzudin discuss something. Can you let him dress up first? He looks cold. You're choosing between cold and trouble. Ah, there's medicine and healing magic too. Are you sure? Then change your way of speaking. I'm wearing clothes, but I already feel cold, so let's round it up and eat. Chapter 201. Nabe and report. Dinner at the dining area of the mansion. Though we don't know when will the suppression unit come back, we are still preparing for them. You left the Kuros there without food. The Kuros are fine even if they don't eat for a few days, but I'm still anxious since I feed them twice a day when they are in the village. They can procure their own food there. Rasudi is telling me indirectly that it is pointless to worry. But what if the monsters and demon beasts there are not edible? Ja, let's hear the report while eating. The food served is nabe. The stock is seaweed base with soy sauce, cabbage, tofu, carrot, radish, shiitake, shimji, inakatake, etc. I'm a little troubled with the main ingredient, so I put some prawn procured from Michael-san. For some reason, a huge amount of human-sized shrimp has been sent. Was there a mistake in ordering? Ah, no, it is probably my fault when I gave the order that it should be big. Yeah, common sense really differs depending on where you are. I'll have to remember this. I was a little surprised at the size of the shrimp, but it doesn't taste bad, so there's no problem. We peeled off the shell first before cutting them into pieces and putting them into the pot. Though I'm a bit regretful since it doesn't look like shrimp anymore, you'll only recognize it with its taste. Since it seems lacking if there's only shrimp, I also add some white fish meat slices. I also want to put crabs, but some people are not good with crabs. Let's do that when there's another chance. You can eat it as it is, but if you don't think that it is good enough, you can try adding lemon and lime. There's also citrus fruit wine that can be considered as a substitute for ponzu. There are also other seasonings like green onions, daikon radish, sesame, and red pepper. Everyone, feel free to choose what you like. There are about 4 to 6 people surrounding one pot. Ursa is on the same table as Hakurin and Gyuraru. Were the Beast Boys sent to their own house? I don't mind them eating with us. Kyuzudin, who's done with apologizing, is also with us. He's on the same table as me and will eat on the same pot as me. I also want to hear his story. Alcohol is also served, but it is in moderation because the Sun Castle has not been completely suppressed yet. There might be a need to attack it again tomorrow. The control unit has secured the area where the devils are based, including the surrounding area. Tyr reports, is it so wide? Not really. If you think of it as a dungeon, it is kind of small. However, the monsters that are living there are troublesome. Though the degree of danger is low, there are monsters there that can absorb magic. If you accidentally touch them, they will drain your magic. Any type of magic attack is also nullified. I see. The devils can't escape the castle because of those monsters. It is impossible to fly in the sky without using magic. I'm thinking of how to root them out, but that will be quite tough. Also, is that the reason why Hakurin was forced to use her breath? As for the suppression unit, their status is still unknown because there's no report coming from them. According to Rasudi's report, they are attacking in a one-sided match, so we don't have to worry. Reliable. Also, will they continue to work hard all night? Won't the pups attack the devils there? I thought about it too when we were about to leave, so we left village chief's clothes on the place where the devils are. The mountain Elfia, does she need them as material to bring them there? My clothes, they can certainly distinguish the smell. Yes, in addition, it is also to secure that place. The Inferno wolves are wise, so they'll likely guess our intent. Indeed. Kyuzuden, I did not hear about it, but how many devils are there in that castle? Why, yes, there are 60 devils, including me. In addition, there are about 200 individuals from the Dream Demons. Dream Demons? Dream Demons are well known as either succubus or incubus. The touch of lewdness in a fantasy story. I know them even if no one explains. The female is succubus and the male is incubus. So, a total of 260 people. Yes. Were they able to prepare enough food for 260 people in a confined environment? Kyuzuden is eating a lot of nabe with pleasure. Will it be better to have them carry food before tomorrow's reassault? Am I being forceful? Let's hear more details first. There are dungeon potato growing there, so the devils have no food problem. HNN, how about the Dream Demons? They can manage somehow. They can manage, but why are you turning your face away? Cough, however, you only have dungeon potato. It will be tough during winter if you don't have extra food, so I can sell you some if you need to. As for the price, I can trade them with dungeon potato or items. Understood, I'll prepare for it. The meal continues along with chattering. Yeah, shrimp is popular. Kyuzuden seems to want more. You should eat without reserve. There is also a table enjoying udon. There's also white rice available on Hakuren's table. Looks like Ursa is about to fall asleep. Even if she's naughty, she's still a 5-year-old girl. Gyuraru looks similar, but I guess she's not a 5-year-old girl. She might even be older than me. I don't want to ask because I'm scared. There's a revelation during our chat. The dragon's followers, like the devils Stefano and Bulga, are different from the devils of the Sun Castle. To be precise, it is said that the devils who are dragon's followers are high devils or ancient devils. When I asked about the difference, I heard that it is mainly on fighting power and longevity. I see. I thought that Kyuzuden is as strong as Bulga because they are both devils, but it seems like a misunderstanding. Then, how powerful is he? Though I'm curious, let's leave it like that for now until we took over the Sun Castle. The control unit is called as such, but we really don't have the intention of controlling it. I just find it troublesome if it stays right above the village, so I want it to go somewhere. If we can't send it away, let's put it down now that we still can look at it from afar. As long as the Sun Castle is intact, I don't really care if Kyuzuden's group wants to stay in it. But since they have been locked up in the Sun Castle for a long time, some may wish to return home. Feel free to do so. However, if we really drop the Sun Castle, it is necessary to think of the 260 lives in there. Well, Kyuzuden seems to be an aggressive person, so it is okay to neglect them, but he was able to apologize, so most people living there might be milder in nature. As expected, we can't just throw them out. As of now, the village can temporarily take care of them before they migrate somewhere in the future. There are 260 of them. We have enough food for them, and they can spend winter here without a problem. After all, using the aft, it is possible to harvest crops 3 times a year. We just need to think of food that does not rot easily. The food is not a problem. The problem is military power. If I assume that their fighting prowess is in the level of the humans in Village 1, it means that the Kuros need to guard them more. It is impolite of me, but I really have to know. It is difficult to explain one's ability objectively. As the result, I'm sorry. No, don't worry, it is rude of me to say that. I confirmed it with the members, who went to the Sun Castle later. Just like the warriors of the village, they can use physical and magic prowess in battle. Oh, they are more of a fighter than I thought. Is it really necessary to escort you? However, it seems like their actual battle experience is close to 0. 0 actual combat experience. It is because we stayed indoors in the castle. Aren't you fighting against monsters and demon beasts there? We've only done it at the beginning, during the first 100 years. I see, I have to think of various things. What will happen now to the Sun Castle? Let's just decide what to do with it depending on the outcome of the control unit. I put the dessert on the table. It's only sliced fruits. But Kyuzuden is eating it full of excitement. Chapter 202. Controlling Sun Castle. Second day of the execution for controlling the Sun Castle. Kyuzuden will return with them too. The main reason he came here yesterday is to apologize to me. I don't know anything about the Sun Castle, so I can't decide anything about it. Like yesterday, I carry a table and a chair in front of my mansion and sit there to look up at the Sun Castle. The Sun Castle is closer now than yesterday, but still far away. I wonder if Hakurin and the others have already arrived there. The Sun Castle shook violently. I guess they are. Surrounding me are Ursa, Nut, Gyuraru, and the Beast Boys. Are they going to throw javelin today too? I don't mind, but you should warm up a little. Just immediately doing it is kind of reckless. The High Elves brought the javelins I made yesterday. But their number decreased a lot. Did they broke them? The Oni maids have taken them. Ah, I remember Anne saying that she wanted to make sure that these should be always available at the mansion. I didn't make more for them, so they took the used ones. Anyway, since the number dwindled, let's make new ones again. A javelin class started under the guidance of the High Elves. The dwarves, the lizard men, and even the mountain elves are participating. When did you get here? No, I mean okay. It's the same as yesterday. They can't hit the target. What will they do then? After making javelins, I started making axe. They can't throw javelins well, but the dwarves boast that they will never fail to hit the target if they are using an axe. I don't want them to throw a real axe. I can already imagine how things will escalate if I let that happen. I've completed 10 wooden swords and axes. The dwarves are checking the balance. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Holding the wooden axe with both hands, the dwarf checked the target 50 meters away. He swings it in his right and throws it with his left. It splendidly hits the target. If the target is humanoid, I feel like he would have hit either the neck or the head. Ursa looks at the wooden axe with sparkling eyes. Is this the end of the javelin boom? Ursa tries to throw the wooden axe. It didn't reach the target. It seems like she doesn't have enough physical strength. The others tried it too, but failed. One of the Beast Boys and Gyuraru managed to make a good throw, but it was entirely off course. To their regret, they returned the axe to the container. They are now using javelin again. After lunch, I'm looking at the Sun Castle while thinking of what afternoon snack should I make. Its altitude has recovered. It is now about 500 meters. By chance, does this mean that they'll come back early? When it comes to it, we'll be busy. I'm sorry. I'll make the same snack as yesterday, small pancake. Snack. Ursa's consciousness has been completely taken over by the mansion's kitchen. Her attention was not only drawn by the smell of pancakes, but also to the sweet smell of strawberry jam. There's no art yesterday since it was already late afternoon when I started cooking. I'll add whipped cream on this too, since there's nothing new compared to yesterday aside from the freshly made, warm jam. The Beast Boys are the ones making jam? Wait, isn't that the job of the Beast Girls? I'm sure they'll be surprised at how delicious a freshly made jam is. The Oni maids are helping too since they are really anxious about the taste. Everyone, let's do this. I wonder if there will be enough jam. It will be surprisingly lesser once you boil it down. The pancake was not enough. After all, they all feel hungry after exercising. I was told by the Oni maids to do my best. I'm seriously considering if we should make more jam. The Sky Castle, that had just regained altitude, was descending again. And I thought that it will continue to do so until it reaches the ground. It must be barely hanging on. Rhapsody and Hakurin suddenly swirl under the base of the Sun Castle. Ah, they attacked. They are breaking the foundation. Why are they doing that? Anyway, they must pay attention to where the rocks are dropping. They should make sure that there's no one under them. When I threw my spear at the Sun Castle, I haven't thought of that. Beazle has come. I never thought that he'll personally come after I reported what's happening via the small wyvern. You are attacking it, so I'm here for verification. It will be annoying if it sits down right above the village. Ah, by chance, does the Demon King Kingdom own that castle? As far as I know, devils are occupying it, so there is a possibility that they are part of the Demon King's kingdom's army. Although I already met one yesterday, I did not hear anything about it from him. What a blunder. No, if you want to hear our opinion about it, it is an enemy castle. But the devils have claimed that they have already taken over it. Look here, we don't have any records about it. And even if the ones occupying it are devils, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are citizens of the Demon King's kingdom. Is that so? Once we've gained control over the castle, we'll check the archive to verify it. My best regards. Beazle then packs a freshly made jam in a bottle and leaves. A little later after Beezle left, the small wyvern from the Howling Village arrives. They express their gratitude for informing them about the Sun Castle and requested to gift them rare metals from the Sun Castle if we found some. I see. Ma, I'll entrust that to Gut. I'm sure Gut is tempted too. Ah, the pancake with jam is running out of stock. I better take my share too. However, if I eat too much, I can't eat dinner. After the contacts from Beezle and the Howling Village, I thought that there will be a report from Dorame, but nothing has come. He's a dragon, so he's probably not taking the Sun Castle seriously. After eating snacks, everyone started resuming their respective activities. A ray of light lights up above the village. It came from the Sun Castle, so I thought that it was an attack from the Sun Castle. But that is definitely Hakuren's breath. Will it reach the sky directly above the village? Is the situation that terrible? No, it probably means that they don't have enough time to destroy it given the distance. In short, it is something like a signal to the village. I looked at the Sun Castle and Hakuren. Hakuren and Rhapsody are marking something at the base of the Sun Castle. Looking from the village, it has now become a big target. I felt like they looked at me. Hakuren and Rhapsody took shelter. I see. I put out the aft in its spear form and threw towards the mark that Hakuren and Rhapsody had drawn. A straight line. Ah, that's refreshing. After that, the base of the Sun Castle collapses from the place I hit it. It falls to the ground. I can't hear any sound since I'm too far, but the ground shook after a while. Now, Ursa, don't look at me with sparkling eyes. Even if I teach you, it is impossible for you to do it. Probably. The foundation of the Sun Castle, the cone of the soft cream, was lost. I'm worried about the Sun Castle, but it seems like it's fine. It only flies because it sticks to a part of the castle. Amazing. From where the foundation was broken, I can see something like a half sphere. The material is the same as the castle, so it is probably part of the castle. Perhaps its present appearance is what the Sun Castle really looks like. The Sun Castle, who has lost its base, is now stably flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters. I also feel like it has stopped moving towards here. Were they able to control it? Yeah, it looks like they were able to do so. I was able to confirm it when the control unit flew towards here. Rhapsody is also carrying the pups. The suppression unit has also withdrawn. They arrived just before dinner. Let's wait while dinner is being prepared. What's on today's menu? Tempura. I see. They remember to use the shrimp. The control unit and the suppression unit has returned, and I received the report about the complete control of the Sun Castle. Kyuzuden did not accompany them this time. It seems like the devils will be deciding their future plan with the dream demons. Also, the suppression unit that remained in the Sun Castle will not come home today. It seems like they managed to exterminate the monsters and demon beasts, but there are still some that are hiding, so they are hunting for them. I see. Then, tomorrow, I will go to the Sun Castle and verify the result. May I go? Seriously, Ursa and the others will come with me? Ah, you'll take us there. Since Hakuren will take care of them, go ahead. During dinner, we heard about what the control unit has done and the heroic adventure of Rhapsody. She's telling it like she's hunting for prey. What monster that can absorb magic power? It can't do anything against overwhelming strength. I see. Anyway, it was good that no one got injured. Chapter 203. Lord of the Castle. We're on our way to Sun Castle on Hakuren's back. The control unit, Ursa, and Gyuraru are with us. Rusty's back is loaded with food as present. Sun Castle. I thought that it will be cold since it is in a really high place, but I guess I'm wrong. I can't feel any wind blowing either. Is the whole castle surrounded by something magical? Now that I think about it, it won't be able to go to a place as high as this if not. The temperature is like spring. Is the castle always feel like this? Hakuren lands to a place that looks like a courtyard. Then I saw something like a drama. This child is safe. It will never hurt anyone. It's a monster. All monster must be killed. No, what did this child even do? Don't think of us badly, but several girls are surrounding one girl. I can guess what's happening. I somehow sympathize, but this drama. How long are you going to do it? Why does it feel that you only started as soon as we arrived here? Looking behind them are several adults, and behind those are with several pups. Why does it look like you are watching over them? Aren't you supposed to be protecting them? This sight. Girl, don't look at me with your hopeful eyes. You adults too. I know that you want to pass me the baton of deciding the fate of that monster. Let's hear what you have to say. It was exactly what I thought. The girl hid from everyone that she's keeping a monster at the Sun Castle. So far, there has been no problem. It was overlooked because the Sun Castle has enough problems to deal with when it was still confined. They probably don't feel the need of exterminating an unhostile monster. There might be even something to gain if they keep it around. However, the situation changed when the Kuros annihilated the monsters and demon beasts. Now they don't know if the monster should still be kept. She has a strong desire to protect the monster, but everyone is scared of the wolves who annihilated the monsters. She's alone and was waiting for someone of a high status to depend on. As the result, that drama earlier. No, isn't it okay to honestly speak what's on your mind? I'm sure some will sympathize. Ma, I understand how you feel though. If you really want to keep it here, I think that there will be no problem as long as the representative of this place permits it. The representative of this castle is Kyuzuden, right? We have to talk about it a little more. Let's go back to what we're here for and look for Kyuzuden. Registration. It seems like it was possible to control the Sun Castle to some degree. However, to efficiently control it, a lord must be registered first. I said that then someone just needs to be registered quickly, so I was taken to a place similar to a throne room. At the throne, there is a human-size crystal enshrined. I've waited. Who will be my liege? It was not moving, but I know that it was that crystal who spoke. Its existence is like a spirit who controls this castle. I will not recognize any devil or dream demon as my liege, so no one has been able to control the Sun Castle. Then, Kyuzuden will not be able to be the lord of this castle. That's right. Is it fine as long as he is not a devil or dream demon? No, that is. I will only serve a godkin. That's why. I see then Tyr or Kirbit. Will either of you register as the lord? In addition to the two of them, Gran Maria and the others are here too. Village chief, I'm not a godkin. Me too. The two of them turn their face away as they reject my proposal. The same is true for Gran Maria and the others. Oi, Aid, what is your name? I talk to the crystal. Introduce oneself first before asking others. Ah, my bad, I'm Hiraku. What's your name? Are you possibly referring to me? What a troublesome guy. However, if I don't compromise, the talk will not advance. My apologies. May you please teach me of your name? My name is Sun Castle, Glorious Sun Castle. Can I call you Glorious Sun Castle Sama? G Glorious is self-proclaimed. I don't mind if you omit it and call me Sun Castle. Is that so? Then, Sun Castle Sama. It seems like the angels dislike being called godkins, so it will be very helpful if you change your way of addressing their race. Godkins are godkins. What nonsense are you saying? The moment the crystal answered so, Tyr and Kirbit exploded. Godkins are extinct. We are angels, we only resemble them. A part of the crystal turned into dust after getting hit by the two of them. Will this be all right? I am sorry. I've mistaken the angels as godkins. How scatterbrain of me. It looks like it's all right. Ah, it's restoring itself. That's quite convenient. Let's get back on registering Tyr or Kirbit the lord of the castle. However, they still refused. Tyr said that she cannot push me, her husband, aside so she can't be the lord. Kirbit's reason, on the other hand, is nonsense. She said that she's indebted to the village so she can't be the lord. However, both of them said that they will accept it if they are only acting lord. In other words, they want me to be the lord of the castle. Now, this is between me and the Sun Castle. Oi, can I be the lord of the castle? As expected of the god, how impolite of me. Despite the recommendation of angels, the lord of the castle can't be an ordinary human. The crystal seems to agree at first only to shoot me down. Who, to complain about my husband, can you still say the same thing after completely turning into powder? Let's experiment if your opinion can change. Tyr and Kirbit seem to have an opinion of their own. I have no choice but to arbitrate. Sun Castle Sama, who do you think is good enough? HNNN, right. The Sun Castle checks the surrounding people. Hakurin, Lu, Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudal, Koron, Kirbit, Daga, Gulf, Ya, Rasudi, and Gyuraru. There are dozens of Kuros too. In addition, Kyuzuden, Are, Ado, my apologies. Kuzusan, what's this? What do you mean? The people gathered here, aren't they the ones who exterminated the monsters and demon beasts who are residing in the castle? Yeah, except for the village chief and the little girls. Is that so? Are they the ones who destroyed the rock clinging at the bottom of the castle? It was the village chief. It's really terrifying. Village chief, you mean the man named Hiraku who spoke with me earlier? Yeah, do. The Sun Castle thought a little and made a conclusion. The new lord is Kuzu-san. I decided that it will be Kyuzuden. Yes, registration complete. It can't be revoked anymore. Is that okay? I'm a devil. I was a fool to be concerned with something like race. It was my past crime. I'm very sorry. Hiraku-sama, my apologies for not giving you something to sit on. Kuzu-san chair. Kyuzuden became the lord and carries and arranges the chairs. Is that okay? Let's help him since he's only one man. Ursa and Gyuraru are helping too. Not bad. Everyone carried chairs. Of course, they would since even little girls are doing it. Chairs are lined similar to an audience. Kuzu-san, in front of me? No, not there, yes there. In front of me, that's good. You are the lord of the castle, you should be in front of me. Thank you very much. Kyuzuden carried the chair in that position, but I feel like it shouldn't be that way. You are the village chief, so it is normal for the arrangement to be like this. I am alone and everyone is behind me. The Kuros are standing on guard on the back of each person. To be honest, I feel lost. To me left and right are Lu, Tyr, and Hakuren lining up. Since Hakuren is there, so does Ursa, and Gyuraru too. The rest are lining up on equal distance to the left and right. The Kuros are between each chair. I'm in the middle. Why is it that I look like the lord? If the lord of the castle permits it, I would like to ask on behalf of a girl to keep the little monster she has on the castle. I requested that to Kyuzuden. Okay. Okay, solved. Because Gulf is not that useful in discussion, I had him report that to others. Then, let's discuss the future of the Sun Castle. I heard that Sun Castle-sama took the course towards the village due to an ancient rite or something. Hiraku-sama, you don't need to add sama for me. Please just call me Sun Castle. You can even call me Stone if you want to. Why did you suddenly become servile? No, I was rude earlier because I don't have a liege to serve. However, I will not inconvenient my liege now. Oh, I see. Then, Sun Castle, what is the reason for you to head to the village? An ancient contract. May I hear the content? If there is a place where there are more than 10 dragons, go there and ally with the humans. More than 10 dragons. Is it during the last martial arts tournament? Hyakairu was also born, so everyone assembled. However, why with humans? If there are dozens of dragons, there should be a human which certainly plays the key role. That's certainly true. Isn't that me? No, could it be Hyakairu? This is a top-of-the-line contract that has been established 1200 years ago. I thought that it will never happen, but when the condition was met, I started moving. To my regret, there was a wait under the castle, so I can't speed up. It took some time. I see. However, the contract was suspended because of the contact with dragons. Times are different. Now, humans even have the support of demons. Kyuzuden looks behind after hearing the Sun Castle's explanation. Oi, if you wanted to ally with me, why did you threaten to destroy us? Don't tell me you've forgotten about it. It was a really foolish action of the past me. Please forget about it. They thought that I was the one talking on that holographic message. That is the reason why I had to doja in the cold. I'm really sorry. I will give you a lot more apologies later, but can you please ask the guests to ally with us now? You are the main reason I have done that to them. I really don't know anything. It's okay now. My heart is calm because you are here. Be sure to be a firm shield. How impolite of me. Please make sure that our guests will ally with us. You just said shield. You said shield. My liege, stop. Please don't act violently in front of our guests. Gala. Ado, can we move on to the topic? Chapter 204. Sightseeing at the Sun Castle. The Sun Castle is not a complex place like its name. You can even talk to it in person using the crystal which represents its consciousness. The Sun Castle is roughly divided into 9 blocks. First, the castle in the center. The courtyard is there, and that's where we landed earlier. The castle is not your usual castle. It is a multi-layered structure. You will not be able to imagine what the inside looks like unless you take a walk inside it. It has about 5 floors. There is an opening on the ceiling that looks like a passage, but I don't know what it is for. Aside from that, there is the throne room, residential area and meeting room for the lord of the castle. a soldier standby place, guest room, kitchen, and bathroom. The interior is very luxurious, but there is a sense of incompatibility because the immediate periphery is fields. It is probably the field of the dungeon that Kyuzuden said before. The dungeon potato is on the dark room. It seems like it is some sort of potato that doesn't need sunlight. As for its taste, though it can't be considered as delicious, if you dry it and turn it into powder, it is possible to use it as a substitute for flour. Because of that, it has become the staple food of the devils who are living in the Sun Castle. As it was explained, the Sun Castle was besieged by the devils. They became trapped afterward. Although there are water sources here, food is not secured, so they don't have a choice. However, thinking that 260 people will have to divide with the harvest, it is quite harsh. Speaking of which, I only heard that it is the staple food of the devils, but what are the dream demons eating? The dream demons seem to be able to live by eating love in their dreams. What a romantic race. Let's not think of it deeply. Let's just cook the food we brought for the devils. I think they have a really harsh diet. It will be good for these thin guys. The food we have are mainly pork, garlic, and eggs. Next time I'll ask Michael-san to buy eels. Hang in there. However, the dream demons, all of them are females, and young. They are also only on their undergarments, not really undergarments but fashionable undergarments. Their gestures are also erotic. I have to walk straight, straight. I should not curl down. Ursa and Gyuraru must not notice. As for the devils, there are both males and females, and majority of them are males. There are also elderly people. However, they might even be younger than both Bulga and Stefano. It just hit me again that the races of this world have different lifespans. HNN? Just eat without worrying about anything. You should eat citrus too. Nutritional balance is important. There are 3 urban areas, the south, southeast, and southwest of the castle. It is 1 level lower than the central castle district. It was occupied by monsters and demon beasts, so it is mostly in ruins. The waterway that passed through each district stands out. The east block is also an urban area, but there seem to have been a lot of ateliers there. It is also in ruins, but there are sturdy buildings that still somewhat retain its shape. That sturdy building seems to have been the nest of demons and demon beasts. A fierce battle, or should I say slaughter? There are a lot of traces left here. The face of Akiro has an "I've done my best" expression, so I pat its head. Yeah, I'll pat all of your head. I pat them firmly. Hakurin and Rasudi, I'll also pat you later, so there's no need to line up. The north, northwest, and northeast block are forest area. It is 1 level below the urban district. The waterway in this place is fine, but most of the trees are dead. Maybe this place has been a nest of monsters and demon beasts as well. There are several trees left, but they are miserably broken. Since this place has become like this, how does the air in this flying castle circulates? Are the trees here for ornamental use only? Now that I think about it, the angels were supposed to be living here. The possibility of this place being used for ornamental purposes is higher. Even though almost everything already withers, I don't feel bad air. There's a huge hole in the northwestern block. It seems like the hole continued to foundation part of the castle, which is the earth that was attached to it before. So now, it is a hole to drop onto the ground. Frightening. I don't want to go near it. The remaining west block is a huge pond, a water reservoir. It is 1 level below the forest area. It seems to be designed to be the end of the waterways of each block. The water is purified here, but I can't find something like a pump. Is it using magic? It is said that the water is drawn up internally to the castle, where it will flow down again. The waterway function is working well, so the devils and dream demons have secured water supply. I think they're lucky. According to Hakurin's group, it was safe because there's no water-type monster here. Even I don't expect a water-type monster in a castle flying in the sky. We return to the big hole in the northwest block. Many of the monsters seem to have invaded from here. To be precise, the large foundation under the castle is a result of the devil's attack. The earth under the Sun Castle is full of monsters' egg, and it is said that the devils will take action at the same time the monsters attack. That's their plan. But the truth is, they don't know when the eggs will hatch, so they really don't know when to attack. Because of that, they add more earth at the lower part of the castle. It only made the Sun Castle's movement sluggish, but it was like a low-level harassment that only aims to annoy. Given that issue, the devils decided to change their method and invade the Sun Castle. How did you break into the Sun Castle? I asked Kyuzuden, who's accompanying me. From what I am told, they invaded by hiding in the packages sent to the castle. I see. There were times when the angels who are living here go out to make a sortie. Since the number of angels decreased, the dozens that invaded fortunately managed to sneak in it. During that time, the angels that remained don't have the authority to control the Sun Castle. In addition to that, the monster eggs laying on the foundation under the castle hatch when it was being besieged by the devils. I heard this story from my grandfather, that the dungeon potatoes were luckily included in a luggage they sent as harassment. I understand where the monsters came from, but what about the demon beasts? They were caught by the angels in the wild and were breeding them. I see. What about the dream demons? Did the dream demons invade the castle with them? Could it be? They are like angels who's a female-only race. I feel a little stupid for thinking that dream demons is a female-only race since I only see their females. The dream demons are the godk, the angels' servants. I can't believe that the dream demons were serving as servants of the godkins. Especially because their fighting power is low. They immediately surrender when the devils occupied the Sun Castle. It was said that they were forced to live with the devils since they were cornered by the monsters. Is that so? I looked around the Sun Castle, and there seems to be no place that I need to worry about. Though that might sound heartless of me, because everything is in ruins except for the castle. It is a deserted place. I thought that they were able to maintain this place, especially with the existence of the crystal, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Though I did not become the lord of the castle, I'll still help you. You've already done a lot. You're really magnanimous. Ma, if a monster invades the castle now and goes on the rampage, the crystal is done for. Now, after my sightseeing in the castle, I found no place to be worried about. Except for one. There was actually a strange place in the castle. Where? Kyuzuden, who's accompanying me, asked me back. There is a useless passage that I don't know the meaning of. I thought that its purpose is to confuse invading enemies. It leads to a dead end, that's what I thought. There is a passage that leads to a dead end, and at the dead end, there is an ornament. Could this be? If I touch this base, will there be a room behind it? After thinking a little, I knocked it off. A loud noise of a passage opening resounded and the wall opened up. What kind of trick is this? Aside from the surprised Kyuzuden, the Kuros charged. I hope there's no monster. Chapter 205. Behind the hidden door. We advance to the hidden passage. Members are me, Kyuzuden, Lu, Hakuren, Ursa, and Gyuraru. There are also pups surrounding us as guards. As for the other members, Mountain Elfia is currently getting information about the technical aspects of the castle from the devils and dream demons. Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudel, Koron, and Kirbit are exploring the interior part of the Sun Castle. I ask them to check if there are any kind of devices that only angels can use. Ma, at the present, only this passage is the most suspicious. As for Rasudi, I feel sorry for her since she's getting back to the village for additional food. I feel uneasy knowing what has been the diet of the people living here. The remaining members are checking the uses of the magical tools that Kyuzuden gave us. Many of them are weapons, so I left them to the Lizardman Daga and the Beastkin Gulf. I had them do that in the courtyard. Who knows if they'll explode? As we advance through the passage, we arrive in a place that looks like a wide study room. There are books arranged in the bookshelves, but there are also a lot of books on the floor. This place looks like it was struck by an earthquake. The books left on the bookshelves are still in good condition, but the books on the floor are already covered with a thick layer of dust. Is there an active magic on the bookshelves? As for the contents of the books, they take a lot of topics. Glory of Godkins. For Victory 3rd edition. Becoming a Lord of the Castle. Favorite Superiors. Illustrated Art Book. How to Make Paint. Perfecting Ball Games. Animals in the Forest. Popular Fashion. Love Theory. Secrets of Dragons. I want to read The Secrets of Dragons. Anyway, the arrangement is kind of messy. Can it be that the Lord of the Castle doesn't know how to properly arrange books? The books were scattered on the floor are tattered, they are already falling apart. I wonder how long have they been there? If not 100, maybe 200 years. The footprints of the pups are visible as they proceed on the dust-covered floor. After checking every nook and cranny, we proceed to a newly opened passage of the study room. There is an ornament next to the passage. Did the Kuros knock it down to open the passage? They're pretty clever. We chase after them. Ursa and Gyuraru, don't play with dust. You'll cough later. After chasing the pups in the passage, we found another door. There's no mechanism that needs to be triggered, and it can be opened up easily. Once you open it, you'll understand why. There is the same ornament mechanism behind that door. It seems to be designed to be opened by mechanism from the other side. And there's a prison. Small jails are lined up to the left and right, making the atmosphere eerie. There is also dust in the passage, making it clear that no one has been here for a long time. Fortunately, no one's locked up. Ah, there's something strange, but only in one place. The jail nearest to the door is neat and clean. There are also traces that it was only cleaned up recently. In short, that person is not confined here. As I was thinking while walking, we arrived at a familiar place. The courtyard. Daga and Gulf came to us along with the Kuros who advanced before us. A prison in a place like this. There is the usual wall. There should have been an ornament here, but it seems like it's broken. Because of that, you only need to push the door to the prison to open it up. We found the girl who was defending a monster when we arrived at the Sun Castle. It seems like she has kept the monster in that jail. By the way, that monster is a lizard type. Is it a chameleon? It seems like it is already accustomed to people and won't attack, but I think it's safe. The chameleon is standing cautiously as if defending the girl. It's wary of me. I felt some sort of admiration to it. Don't worry, do not feel despair just because the Kuros are approaching. With this, the passage exploration is over. Study room, prison, and out of the castle. Is that study room a hidden room? Is it designed as an escape route outside via the prison? Or do you flee to the prison, then to the study room when a revolt occurs? Is this something for the lord of the castle? Yeah, it's strange. What are you even going to do in a study room? We returned to the study room just in case. Daga and Gulf also came with us. There are 2 entrances to the study room. The passage from the interior of the castle where we came from initially, and the passage from the prison. However, the ornament there is already destroyed, since it has come to. I checked the device that should have triggered the mechanism to open the passageway to the prison. The way it was arranged is the same as the ornament from the should have been dead-end passage at the castle. Since it looks the same, it must work the same way too. If that is the case, then the passage that will lead to the prison is a dummy. When I examine the ornament, yeah, it is possible to turn it. The whole study room shakes as if it will fall down. It seems to be an elevator. As soon as the descent ends, a new passage emerges. This is your favorite, right? I thought that the Kuros will immediately charge, but they're not moving. They don't seem to recognize the passage. Why? I pointed at the passage and asked everyone. There is a passage there. Only Ursa answered positively to my question. What's our common point? Both humans. Then, is there a race recognition obstruction here? Anyway, even if you can't see it, there is a passage. I proceed. Ursa goes with me too. The others weren't able to. They were blocked by a sort of wall. No, it seems like only the members that can see it can enter. Hakurin tried to follow, but all she hit was a wall. Let's not act rashly. I returned to the study room. Yup, I can go back. Thinking about it, it would be better not to proceed. We are expecting that beyond that passage is the power room of the Sun Castle. It is likely that the floating device of the Sun Castle is there. If that is the case, there shouldn't be any trap, but it is also a place that I should be careful of the most. Should I really proceed with just me and Ursa? I hold hands with Ursa to make sure that she won't go. She obediently holds my hand. I thought that she would slip out and dash. HNNN, Gyuraru too, then hold my other hand. Lu and Hakurin, you're slow, so don't sulk. Now, what should we do? Okay, let's go back. Please wait. When I asked Daga to turn the mechanism, a voice resounded in the room. The voice is not from any of us here. It's an unfamiliar voice of a woman. I'll remove the barrier so the others can enter too. So that's the reason why only me and Ursa can see the passage. The Kuros and Gulf enter the passage. There seems to be no problem since the Kuros enter before us. Under Gulf's guidance, we advance to the passage. As expected, the end of the passage is really the power room of the Sun Castle. There is a machine I don't know of that is attached to a huge crystal. However, the atmosphere here is that of a temple rather than a power room. A woman dressed as a priestess emphasizes it. She's surrounded by the Kuros. Though it is 10 years earlier compared to what is written to the Book of Prophecy, I welcome you. She has a long, bundled white hair. After bowing, she moves forward to the topic. I am the assistant to the Lord of the Sun Castle. My name is Belle Faguma. Assistant to the Lord of the Sun Castle. Please think of me as the person in charge of operation and navigation of the Sun Castle. By the way, there is something I would like to pass to you immediately. I will tell you things that I should say and about the prophecy. Belle took out something like a priestess's staff from somewhere and waved it. A bright red sword appeared before me. That is the Sun Sword. Is this the thing you need to pass me? However, both my hands are full because of Ursa and Gyuraru, so it is not possible for me to hold it. Belle proceeded without minding it. Demon King Gulguld's weakness is a scale on his back. If you pierce it with this sword, you will be able to slay the Demon King. Please do your best, Hiro-sama. I'm sorry, you've mistaken me from someone else. I'm not a hero. I know. The Book of Prophecy said the hero will come. In short, the moment you came here, you have become a hero. Even if you are not a hero before, you are a hero now. Isn't that good? No, even if you say that. I am acquainted with the Demon King, so I don't have any intention of slaying him. You are free to do what you want. My job is only to pass the Sun's Sword to the one who'll come here and to convey the weakness of the Demon King. Ado. I found that really annoying since I have to do an extra role beside operating the Sun Castle. My job will be over once you receive the sword, so I thank you in advance. You don't mind if I don't slay the Demon King. I have no problem with that. There will be no strange curse as a consequence. There is none. Even if I release this sword. I won't care. Even if I throw it away. Yes. Is that so? I let go of Ursa and Gyuraru's hand and hold the Sun Sword. Heavy, thank you. I was able to fulfill my duty with this. Belle gave off a fresh smile. No matter how you look at this, everything that happened is somewhat mysterious, but I felt that what we talked about is really troublesome. Thank you for your hard work. As I said that, I pierced the Sun Sword on the floor and put out the aft in its hoe form. I plowed the Sun Sword. It turned into fertilizer. I don't need a sword that is designed to kill an acquaintance. I thought Belle will get angry, but she giggles and gives me a thumbs up. I guess she found that role of her really unpleasant. Chapter 206. Sun Castle's Fuel Problem. The assistant to the Lord of the Castle, Belle Faguma, is at her wit's end. After being given a role, she had to stay inside the Sun Castle. Therefore, she knew nothing. The Sun Castle is occupied by devils and Kyuzuden is the Lord of the Castle. The monsters and demon beasts go on a rampage, and most of the facilities in the Sun Castle have collapsed. And the fuel of the Sun Castle is almost exhausted, and most of its function is lost. A new ruler, I don't care about the Lord of the Castle. I find it irritating that I haven't been consulted about it. Belle is kind of isolated, so it is impossible for you to be consulted. Belle is complaining about the crystal of the Sun Castle. This crystal is named as Gu Faguma. Belle was the one who told us that. I guess they are considered as siblings. I heard that they are artificially made living beings made to assist the Lord of the Sun Castle. There are 16 of them made in total, including Belle and Gu, but only the 2 of them are still active and alive. It seems like the others' activity has stopped because of the fuel shortage of the Sun Castle. Gu is also in its crystal form in order to not waste fuel. Why is there even a serious fuel shortage? As far as I remember, we should have enough stock fuel that will make us able to fly for 5,000 years. Ado, you really want to hear? By all means. This castle is originally supposed to be a village castle that a human king has poured his money into. I know. We were created at that time to manage it. Afterwards, the king, who was addicted to prophesy, gave Belle a role that isolated her. I remember that disgusting thing happening. After that, about 20 years later, the king died and a war for succession broke out. The castle was handed over to a certain noble. Things really change. That noble is troubled with money and sold off the Sun Castle's stored fuel. What? But he was still unable to pay in time to the god, I mean angels. Belle, they'll be angry if you don't call them angels. Understood, please continue. The castle was eventually sold to the angels. After that, the castle was remodeled for battle by the angels. Although the fuel was replenished, the fuels were used again as armament. When the devils sent the monsters as a sort of counterattack, the last storage bunker was attacked. And it somehow reaches to our present problem. I see. For the time being, do you know what happened to that noble several hundred years ago? Is he still alive? Unfortunately, after selling the castle, he seems to have died 50 years later on a bed surrounded by his grandchildren. Tell me the noble's name and his descendants' details. I will make sure to curse them later. Don't, his descendants have nothing to do with it. The crystal soothes the raging bell. While speculating such a scene, we were enjoying the food we cooked from the ingredients that Rasuti brought. I tried making curry so that I can throw in some native product of the Sun Castle, dungeon potato, to make it taste better, and curry is really versatile. The bad taste was taken over. The texture remains solid, so it might be good to increase the amount. However, I don't want this to be the reason for them to continue raising dungeon potato. What should I do? But the devils have lived with this alone, so its nutritional value might be high. It's a potato. Can I turn it to alcohol, though the problem will still be the taste after it becomes alcohol? If I can make tasty alcohol out of this, its value won't decline. The problem is I'm only assuming that the devils will continue to produce dungeon potato here. Kyuzuden, what are your plans after this? I asked Kyuzuden, who's enjoying the curry. Yes. I consulted everyone, and if possible, we love to continue living here as it is. Some people want to see if their acquaintances are still living in their hometowns, so they would go, but they'll return after their visit. It has been 500 years. I'm only about 30 years old. And the dream demons. Them too, our symbiotic relationship is good. I see, no one will be forced to do what they don't want to do, so I guess there's no problem. Now that it is almost settled, Belle came to us and told me about her anxiety. When I calculated the remaining amount of fuel, I found that in about 3 years, the Sun Castle will no longer be able to work. Kyuzuden panicked when he heard Belle's words. Scared, they were able to live in peace because they are flying over. If you can't fly, then so be it. How about looking for a place to go down? The ground. Kyuzuden's eyes gaze at the Kuros. If we go down, we will fall into the monsters and demon beasts' hands again. The defensive capability of the Sun Castle solely relies on its flying ability. Is that so? If there's a fuel shortage, why not buy fuel? How thoughtless of me. If you run out of gas, you can just refill. Kyuzuden agrees with my proposal, but Belle shook her head. The fuel of the Sun Castle is refined from rare minerals, so it is not so easy to get. Is that so? Yes, it is a rare mineral that emits heat constantly, and it is called sunstone. It is necessary as the mountain. If it is a rare item, then it cannot be helped. No, I wonder if Demon King, Ancestor San, or Doors have them. Hey, that's not a problem. Lou nudges the thinking me. What do you mean? The sunstone is the thermal insulation stone. In the past, it was a rare item, but a large vein of ore was found, and its value collapsed. I looked at Belle. Belle's face was bright red. Ma, of course she doesn't know since she was isolated. Yup, you need to study a lot. If it is thermal insulation stone, it can be mined in the hot spring area, and if I ask Michael-san, we can secure a moderate amount of it. We showed her the heat insulation stone that we are using as a heating pad, and was confirmed that it is the right material. As of now, how much do you need? As of now, about 10 kilos. If it's only that much, we can dig it in the hot spring in no time. Can you control the operation of the Sun Castle completely? Yes. Then north, do you have a map? To my demand, Belle moves her hand and the ground was projected on the floor. Oh, high tech. That part seems to be the field. The Sun Castle moved towards the hot spring. Though I already thought of Hakuren transporting them here, I think it is better if her flight distance is short. At the same time, Kyuzuden has offered to be subjects of Big Tree Village. This is for our future. It will be hard for us to restore this place with only our power. Sun Castle Sam, Gusama also agreed to that suggestion. Rather than a rootless, wandering castle, it will be safer for us to belong somewhere. Belle agrees too. When she asked about the price of the thermal insulation stone, I have no idea what to say. Because of those issues, they proposed that all technological techniques and items in the castle can be presented to us. Though I want to decide immediately, I think I'll have to talk about it with the villagers, so I'll go home first. Please take care of us from now on. Along with Kyuzuden, Belle also lowered her head. Goo is a crystal, so it can't lower its head, but I feel like he had done so. I want to do my best to give them a good answer. Chapter 207. Sun Castle Circumstances, Kyuzuden, Goo, and Belle. My name is Kyuzuden. I am the great-grandson of the devil Kyuzupon, who occupied the Sun Castle. Nobody can hear it, so even if I boast about it, I feel empty. I am working as the commanding officer. It is in accordance with the other 60 devils and 200 dream demons. In truth, it was handed over to me because I'm the grandson of Kyuzupon-sama. Currently, we are confined in the Sun Castle without any outside information. It sounds troublesome, but I don't feel any anxiety. It is probably because I was born in this kind of environment, so I thought of it as normal. Only the elderly are uneasy. Because of that, they request dream demons to make them sleep for a long time. If you are in a dream, you won't feel any anxiety. However, the dream demons also warned them that immersing too much in a dream will make them difficult to face reality, but it's not like I can do anything about it. The person in question has to face it himself. I feel sorry for the dream demon, but I'm still thankful to them. My daily life is none changing. In the morning, I work as a watchman. Checking the situation outside the wall can't be neglected, though I would like to refrain from seeing the monsters and demon beasts cause it hurts my eyes. Noon, farm work. The advantage of Dungeon Potato is being able to grow in dark places. The yield is not bad either. The taste is not good, but it has been our staple food since I was born. Of course, I'm not dissatisfied. Night, meeting with the crystal that introduces itself as Sun Castle. To distinguish it from the Sun Castle, I call it Sun Castle Sama. Both my grandfather and father told me to not do bad things with it. After all, it was the one responsible for turning the castle into a field. It's our leader. However, it's so troublesome since it will sulk if you don't constantly praise it. That's how I spend my everyday life. I thought that it will continue as it is, but that day was different. It seems like that course of the Sun Castle suddenly changed a lot. Honestly, I don't even know our destination. It is embarrassing to say that even if we know, there's nothing we can do about it. I still wanted to know the answer, so like what my father told me, I shower it with praises. I'm sure we're moving towards a good direction. I praised it in order to know what's with the change of course, but I did not praise it openly. But I never expected the answer of Sun Castle Sama. Kuzu-san, unfortunately, the change of course is due to the ancient contract. I have nothing to do with it. Ada. The ancient contract of the ancient castle indicates that it must be friendly to humans. In other words, the possibility of coming to the ground, then your group facing tragedy immediately, will likely to happen. AFC seriously. What's the point of lying? According to the schedule, we'll arrive in 87 days. You should steel yourself till then. Do some battle training if you can. That's such a thing, there is no way I can accept it. I told the devils and the dream demons what Sun Castle Sama told me. We spent several days at a meeting. Naturally, the situation did not improve. It even got worse. Sun Castle Sama's words turned to extreme that I heard someone saying that we will be annihilated as soon as we reached our destination. No matter what, we can't do anything but to steel ourselves. We performed combat training with our remaining days. Can combat training really change anything? I mean, weapons, we don't even know how to use one. I tried bringing out the magical tools that my grandfather said to be too dangerous to take out, but I was stopped by Sun Castle Sama. The only thing we can do is to run inside the Sun Castle when the time comes. The meal has become delicious after sweating. The ticking of the clock is cruel, especially when the time of arrival became a single digit. Sun Castle Sama shows our destination. It looks like a village in the middle of a forest. The number of inhabitants is about twice the number of the devils and dream demons of the Sun Castle. Despair. However, Sun Castle Sama encourages us. Right, let's do what we can. According to the proposal of Sun Castle Sama, we should declare war. If it goes well, we might be able to avoid battle, but I have never declared war. Refer to a book? The book I read when I was still small. I'll take care of it. I rehearsed in front of Sun Castle Sama. It even revised some words, truly a public performance. The whole castle shook as it received an attack. Sun Castle Sama judges that we surrender at once. Its logic is that we might be able to prolong our life if we surrender. I agree with you. Fighting spirit completely disappeared. The next few days were turbulent. Dragons from the village of our destination came. Riding at the back of one dragon are inferno wolves. Their jet black fur and horns on their heads are enough to prove their god of death-like existence. The moment I saw them, I lost all hope. Most of our people also fainted. Of course, I fainted too. After waking up from fainting, the monsters and demon beasts in the Sun Castle have been eliminated. We devils and dream demons have finally been liberated. To be honest, I don't know the joy of freedom. It was because I was born under such circumstances. However, I'm glad that the horrible monsters and demon beasts are gone. Though there are more scary existents now, dragons and inferno wolves, there's still an ongoing negotiation. As long as we don't anger them, we'll be safe. Apologize? The declaration of war? Yes, I'll apologize. If I survive, I want to be given a course on etiquette. The representative of the village chief, is a generous person. Currently, I'm now the lord of the Sun Castle. But why? Gu's POV. My name is Gu Faguma. I am one of the assistants to the lord of the Sun Castle. Because the first-ranking assistant to the lord is taking a special duty, I'm the top guy. I'm the only one who's awake. The fuel shortage of the Sun Castle is serious, and our current state is even more serious. The ancient contract has been activated. The automatic navigation towards a place where dragons and humans existed is now online. My control over the Sun Castle is not working. With my authority, it's impossible. The first-ranking assistant might be able to do something, but contact is impossible. I'm checkmated. Goodbye. Even if the Sun Castle manages to survive, Kuzu-san's group who has been living here will all be killed. Humans have no mercy towards devils. I don't think that the way they view devils will change with the passage of time. Even with just the information I've gathered from just flying around, wars are ongoing everywhere. Though they are on a much smaller scales, probably because of people being more civilized. Sun Castle has 5 magical barriers that are always activated. Their fuel source is independent from the castle's fuel system, so they are deployed without any problem. Even if someone gets on board, the monsters and demon beasts nesting in the Sun Castle will act as a natural barrier. The ancient contract will be cancelled once we arrived at the destination. Once that happens, we can immediately escape. The expected combat period is about 20 days maximum. Though we have fuel problems, we can still run away. Now that it has come to this, what should be our next move? Should we wait for the other party to move? No, since the ancient contract has been activated, it means they have dragons. Since they are their ally, they can surely board here. To hold back the humans and dragons and earn time for negotiations, we must declare war. Once they know that the Godkins equip the Sun Castle, it will be effective enough. But to tell the truth, those are already destroyed by the monsters and demon beasts, so they're not useful. At any rate, this is the only way to help Kuzu-san's group. As the result of the declaration of war, the 5 magical barriers were pierced in an instant. Even the generator of the magical barriers malfunctioned at the same time. Though they can be considered as antique, they are not junk. It was the result of trying to mend the barrier after they were breached. Thank you for your hard work for all this time. I've regretted underestimating the other party's power. I never thought that they have the ability to fire that fast to crush our defense at once. Monsters and demon beasts, do your best. There is no way to prevent direct invasion of the castle. Kuzu-san, it's pointless. Surrender completely. If you sincerely apologize, it might have an effect. Let's move on to direct negotiations. Kuzu-san, you may be a descendant of an aggressor, but since you were born in this castle, you can be considered as my child too. In the worst case, I'll hand them the castle as long as Kuzu-san's group are spared. They were not able to become lord since being the lord of the castle is a matter of responsibility. I've negotiated with the representative of the village. A normal human, other members vampire, godkins, dragons what's this? This is bad, they won't be able to see any value on Kuzu-san's group. Kuzu-san is the new lord of the castle. It has been decided. Belle's POV. My name is Belle Faguma, a stupid woman who was restricted on doing anything because of being bounded for a specific duty for a long time. The king, he's probably dead already since he's a human. When I found his tomb, I'll definitely kick it off. No, I have too much regret. I must powder your tomb. Ah, it's useless. My dark emotion is overflowing again. This is not good. I have to calm my heart. The day I've been waiting for is coming. Right. According to the Book of Prophecy, it will be soon. It will be 10 years and 7 months in the future. I only need to wait for 10 years and 7 months to obtain my freedom. It has been so long, really, really long. HNN? Intruder in the study room? I never expected it. Yahoo, however. They went out without noticing the device. That's right, I have been betrayed, expecting again and again. I got used to it, but my mind and my heart are still aching. Is there really anyone who will be able to notice the device in the first place? The accuracy of the Book of Prophecy is indeed high. It's fair to say that it has seen the future. However, that's not a reason to let this go away. Will I really have to wait for 10 years and 7 months more? If no one comes, I'll break this sun's sword. Though I can't touch it, I'll still break it. Even if someone comes, I'll crush it thoroughly. I hated this object because it is the one that binds me. Are, those intruders have returned. No way. The device. Is this a lie? Come. Hooray, welcome, come on just a little more. Yes, straight there. No, why did you turn back? No, I understand that you are cautious. But, barrier, release. Once it is cancelled, it is impossible to deploy it again, but I can't miss this opportunity. I'll play the hypocrite. I have to meet them with my most gentle expression. If they won't receive the sun sword, then everything is for naught. The person who came before me is a normal person, but for me, he is a benefactor. Not only did he receive the sun sword that tied me up, but he also destroyed it. Wonderful, the darkness in my heart clears up. Phew. I'm also glad that the Book of Prophecy missed. An error of about 10 years margin? Phew. It's really good that it missed. Now, let's get out of here. The beautiful Sun Castle awaits me. Chapter 208. Sun Village. After coming back from the Sun Castle, we gathered the race's representatives and held a meeting. The agenda: acceptance of the Sun Castle. Originally, considering that Kyuzuden's group is relatively safe in the Sun Castle, we should be meeting about their trade with Big Tree Village. However, after reconfirming the current status of the Sun Castle with Gu and Belle, we have reached to the conclusion that it will be difficult for the Sun Castle to stand alone in its own. As for the biggest reason why they can't be independent, they don't have money. It is normal for them to have no cash at hand, but they don't have anything that can make money either. Though they can produce dungeon potato, given its not delicious taste, it has no value at all. Now that it comes to that, their only choice is to sell items and technological techniques of the Sun Castle. Items are limited, and part of them are already been exchanged for food. Selling off their technology will jeopardize their position. Of course, if they plan to shut themselves in the Sun Castle, it might be possible for them to survive with dungeon potato alone. But that will only happen if the Sun Castle can fly infinitely. The Sun Castle is running out of fuel, and if they can't obtain more, they have no choice but to land. The Sun Castle's defenses are all based on the status that it will continuously fly. In short, they don't have any defensive measure once they land on the ground. In addition, Gu and Belle will not be able to move once the fuel runs out. I don't think that Kyuzuden's group will survive without Gu's wisdom. If that happens, they can only stay indoors. In any case, with various other reasons, Kyuzuden, along with the devils and the dream demons living in the Sun Castle, with the approval of both Gu and Belle, offered to be a subject of Big Tree Village. The devils and dream demons want to avoid Gu, who has been taking care of the Sun Castle, to shut off because of fuel exhaustion. As for Gu, he wants to protect the devils and dream demons. As for Belle, she wants the Sun Castle to keep on flying. 3 factions, 3 reasons. The thing about being a subject, does that means they want to be your subordinate? Frau raises her hand to confirm it. They seem to have used some flowery words. Translating it in easier-to-understand words, they are giving us the whole Sun Castle with the request of protecting their lives. Maybe I should just treat them as new village migrants. If that is the case, should we treat them the same as the previous migrants? The dwarf Donovan said that, while staring at the dungeon potato. It seems like he wants to make alcohol from it. That's that plan, but the problem is the Sun Castle. Right, that is the reason why I did not hastily decide. The Sun Castle. Who is the rightful owner of the Sun Castle right now? According to Gu, there is a record of the Sun Castle being sold to the angels, so that means that the angels are the rightful owner. After that, it seems like Kyuzuden's great-grandfathers occupied it during the war, but being occupied by an army doesn't mean that the ownership will be transferred. If I receive the Sun Castle now, won't I have a problem later? I don't mind if it will only be my problem, but the other residents will surely share the burden with me. I told that with everyone with all honesty. Everyone became silent. Are. I thought that there will be a lively exchange of opinion. Then, someone meets my gaze and silently nods at me. Everyone's eyes gathered at Lu, and Lu stood up. Husband? No, village chief, don't complicate things. We occupied that castle. Therefore, the people residing there will be under us. In short, all is well. What if someone complains later? Who is there to complain since they already abandoned it? The angels. Isn't that castle owned by the Godkins? And presently the Godkins are extinct. Tyr continued her words. After that, not a single person talked about the Godkins anymore. I see. If someone ever complains, reply this to that person, come and get it. Lu looks like she's going to cut someone in two. It has been decided now that we're going to accept the Sun Castle. We have changed the name of the Sun Castle to Village 4. However, considering its history, we made a special exception and named it to Sun Village. I stood at the highest place in the throne room of the Sun Castle and conveyed the acceptance of Kyuzuden's group as subjects. As the proof, the name of this place changed. The first sentence was the result of the words of Lu and Tyr, but when we reported it to the leaders of the Sun Castle in advance, Bell despaired, so the result is the second sentence. Name is important especially to people who value it. In any case, I handed over a document prepared by the civil servant girls to Kyuzuden, who's kneeling in front of me. It seems to be some sort of certificate that recognizes Kyuzuden as the representative. Shouldn't I hand one each to Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3? I was told to hand them over later since it has already been prepared. Okay, I'll do that. Anyway, ceremony like this seems to be important. Before the eyes of the other village representatives, though Gu was not able to line up because he can't move. Kyuzuden responds as the representative of everyone behind him, which are Bell, the devils, and the dream demons. I have received the appointment as the village representative. From here on, we swear absolute allegiance to Hiraku-sama. No, I would like you to work for everyone, and not only for me. But the exciting atmosphere here makes me unable to say that. I think that will make everyone uneasy. Since the atmosphere is already as it is, let's start the banquet. The food is brought by us along with the Oni maids. The transport of food and staff were done by Rasudi and Hakuren. Thanks. Kyuzuden is now the representative of Village 4. Gu and Bell will be his assistants. Gu and Bell are from a race called Mercury. Bell looks like human, but Gu looks more of a crystal no matter how you look at him. They can go on even without eating because the Sun Castle supplies energy to them. If the fuel problem of the Sun Castle is solved, Gu can take a human form too. In addition, there are also 14 others similar to them. I want to do something about the fuel soon. Currently, we are heading towards the hot spring area to mine thermal insulation stone to solve the fuel problem, but it looks like we're taking time. Movement speed is slower than I expected. I thought that it is because of the fuel problem, but it doesn't seem to be the case. This place is originally built as a floating villa. Mobility is only its second function. I see. Village 4 is what I named it, so it is not easy for me to call it Sun Village. I only called it Sun Village because of Bell's sad face. Does this place even deserve to be called Sun Castle in the first place? Not at all. It has neither food nor product. There's only dungeon potato. Yeah, it might not be a bad ingredient. Let's look for a delicious recipe. According to the original promise, we trade food to them in exchange for dungeon potato and magical tools. Their meal will be rich from now on. However, the temperature of the Sun Castle is always spring-like, so it will never be winter. As expected of a villa, I think that it is a good idea to evacuate here during winter. As expected, I, the village chief of Big Tree Village, feel like a scumbag rejecting my own village. By the way, just because it's winter doesn't mean there's no work. There are several mountain elves and high elves here in the Sun Castle to acquire their technology, but majority of them have already returned to Big Tree Village. I'm still here too. I'm here for village building. First of all, houses. Devils and dream demons have been living in the castle until now. There's a field in the castle too, meaning there's not much privacy in there. Because of that, I want to build a house. The location is the city district. Because it has become a ruin, the first thing to do is to clear it rather than rebuilding. The aft can take care of that. Ma, clearing everything immediately is impossible, so I only cleared a space enough to build a house on. Next, construction materials for the house. Even if I ask Rasuti and Hakuren, it is troublesome given the quantity needed. The devils and the dream demons can fly, so how about making the castle float as low as possible to have them carry materials? Ma, it is not good to do that now since it is winter. The wind is cold, so it is hard if you leave the Sun Castle. Rather than that, would it be better to grow trees here that will be building materials? The house construction stops like that. Next is field. Belle has shown a desire to take the field out of the castle. That's a justifiable opinion. Because once you enter the castle, the first thing you'll see is a field. It was originally designed as a footpath before going to the throne. I can cooperate in field creation outside, but I think that there is nothing I can do in the field inside the castle. But if the fuel problem is solved, I heard that they can do something about it. It is also possible to close the large hole in the northwest of the forest area. Amazing. Ma, I'll decide where to place the field after consulting Kyuzuden. Since we're going to build the houses in the city area south of the castle, it will be on the left or right. I made the southwest of the city area to a field. I plowed all the ruins and scrap materials on it using the aft. Are you a god? While I'm working, Belle asked me that. I replied to her saying that I'm just a farmer. If you mistook me for a god, you'll be impolite to God. Ah, can I put a statue of the god of creation and god of farming here too? If there's no religious problem, it will be good. And there's no problem. I heard that it is possible to put them in the best room in the castle. However, that is the room of the lord of the castle. Do they not mind it? According to Kyuzuden, there's no problem. I'm glad that you're planning to take care of them. The withered forest. I left the surviving trees and plant fruit trees on the withered area. The harvest will take a while, but once they can finally harvest, their food will significantly improve. Kyuzuden liked pineapple. Though Gu and Belle don't need to eat, they can also eat if they are in their human forms. Belle was deeply moved when she ate curry. I think it's better to plant seasonings too. While I was working, I was informed by Belle that we had arrived at the hot spring. Yup, looking below, it is indeed the hot spring area. The ghost knights are even looking at us. I don't know why they are looking at us, but they have good eyes. How to go down? Hakuren and Rasuti both returned to Big Tree Village. This is troubling. How about the devils and dream demons carry me? Impossible. Is that so? I have to think how to communicate with the village. We can communicate with them, contact them immediately and tell someone to come. But who will come? It was Grandmaria. You came even though it is cold, thank you. Chapter 209. Thermal Insulation, Stone Mining. Grandmaria carries me as we go to the hot spring. She carried me a number of times already. The altitude of the Sun Castle is really high. I think it is about 2,000 meters. Isn't this similar to skydiving? HNN? Ah, how about I ask her to let me go and enjoy the sky? Wait. Safety first. That right. I'll explain to her the details later. We safely arrived at the hot spring area. 3 ghost knights greeted me. You don't need to get on your knees. You can greet me while standing. First of all, I explained to them about the Sun Castle. When I explained to them what happened and informed them that it is now under my control, I was surprised with what happened next. The 3 of them perform a victory dance. Did you practice it? Their rhythm is good. Were they influenced by the matches during the last martial arts tournament? I see. I know how you feel. However, is it really necessary to dance around me? And you usually use swords, why do you have spears? Don't tell me this is some sort of ritual and I'm going to be the sacrifice. Let's just don't mind them. They've become somewhat noisy, so I told them that we're here to mine some thermal insulation stones. I thought that there would be no problem, but the ghost knights were upset to the point that even I can clearly notice it. What's wrong? I and Gran Maria head to the site where we can mine thermal insulation stone by being led by the first ghost knight. I have been to that place a number of times. Even though we have a guide, we don't really need him since we know where it is. And the ghost knight seems to have been lost twice already. It looks like it has no sense of direction. It is really suitable for area defense. By the way, he's currently using the shield I gave him. It is quite durable and is easy to use. Because of that, the other two are jealous. I'll make the two of them too once I had some free time. Are they all right with the same gimmick? After all, a different one might be good. Even though we are chatting along the way, we are not letting our guard down. It is common for monsters and demon beasts to appear in this place. Well, ever since the ghost knights stayed in the hot spring area, it is hard to encounter one anymore. In short, we safely arrived at the mining site. I said mining site, but thermal insulation stones are exposed in the open, so we can just peel them from the ground. This place is warm even though it is winter. Though not as great as the Sun Castle, you'll forget that it's winter if you're here. In the mining site, there are parents and children of a certain species of monster. Big lion. When they stand on their 4 legs, the height is about 3 meters. They are about the size of the Kuros when they bulk up during combat. This parent must be a father since it has a mane. Then it means that the one without mane is the mother. There are 3 little lionets behind the mother. Some might mistook the mother lion as the father because it's so big. By the way, the lionets are big too. However, you can conclude that they are only lionets with the length of their hind and 4 legs. Were they just born recently? They are vigilant of me and Gran Maria, but it is strange that they are not hostile. A ghost knight approaches the lion, and it seems like it manages to calm it down. And so, the ghost knights stand between us and the lions. Don't worry, I do not object on taking them as pets. I really don't mind. I think they will be useful in guarding the hot spring area. In addition, I found the lionets to be so cute, so it would be great if I can mafu. Ah, no, it's embarrassing if you face me like you're prepared to die like that. I only want to pat. Oh, you're okay with it. Do you want to try petting them too, Gran Maria? Gran Maria played with the 2 remaining lionets. It's not like I'm jealous or anything. These lions, do you know what they are called? My apologies, I don't. But aren't they normal big lions? Looks like it. Ma, I want to know, let's ask Lou and Frau about them. If they are monsters, won't Ria and you be familiar with them? The lion family's food seems to be the things the ghost knights defeated. It's so unpleasant to see a mountain of corpses of monsters and demon beasts. Can these lions even eat them all? Or is it because they are fed like that they became so big? Probably not. Well, they look healthy, so I guess there's no problem. However, won't you obstruct mining if you stay here? Father lion and mother lion are big. Can they move to the hot spring area? But I feel like I'm driving them out. I think it will be easier for them to obtain food if they are in the hot spring area. I'll move you to the hot spring area. My apologies for the inconvenience. When the 3 lionets rode the father lion, I thought that he would run, but large bat wings suddenly grew on its back. I was astonished as I watched their family fly towards the hot spring area. Yup, they are not normal lions. After calming my heart, I checked the mining site as originally planned. The thermal insulation, stone deposit, should be around here. I really don't know where. However, I think that the exposed one should weight around 1 ton. It is more than enough to what the Sun Castle hopes to obtain. I should mine them now. And I did it using the usual method. I dig a lot using the aft while the others will remove the unnecessary parts. The usual method is really effective. Now, the problem is transporting them to the Sun Castle. It is a castle in the sky and not a moving airship. Remembering Gu's story, the owner sold the fuels because of financial difficulties. There is no choice but to have someone who can fly to carry these manually. If Rasudi is here, she can carry them all in a dash. Both Hakuren and Rasudi has been useful in various ways ever since the Sun Castle appeared. Let cook the food they want this time. Now, let's do this quickly. I already called for help to get off the Sun Castle, but this time, I asked Rasudi to go here and bring some people who can help with mining. By the way, Gran Maria, when you come here, how did you get assigned? Of course, by draw lots. It is all thanks to one's own luck. Is that so? I am indebted to Gran Maria. Next time I'll cook the food you want, I'll make dessert too. Wait for it. I mine while Gran Maria guards me. I worked hard until Rasudi brought some people to mine. Seeing the thermal insulation stone we brought, Belle comments. If this castle was built with that amount, we could have conquered the world. Belle's tension sure is high. Is it similar to the sense of satisfaction you have when you fuel up with a full tank? No, it still needs to be refined. They were carried to a designated area, and Gu will be the one responsible for refining them. Once the fuel is enough, Gu can take his human form like Belle. I'm looking forward to it. As for other things, it seems like Kyuzuden's help is needed. Belle, can you stop thinking about armaments? It is dangerous. If you have spare time, why don't you help with farming? Don't you want the field to be transferred outside the castle? It is not good to smash the field before the new field is ready. Chapter 210. Sun Castle's Technology. The dungeon potato that was being raised inside the Sun Castle were transplanted to the field outside. Suddenly replanting them all, I'll apologize now in case they all die. Also, there is a concern if it is safe to raise dungeon potatoes outside. Is it better to make something like an underground cave for the dungeon potatoes? The thickness of the ground of the Sun Castle seems to be around 300 meters, even in thin places. And it's not like I'll dig till the bottom, I'll only dig a little. However, because the basement of the castle extends down to the middle part, I shouldn't dig that deep. So, if an underground cave will not work, how about making a roof? Let's just wait for the replanted dungeon potato before doing anything for now. The Sun Castle is hovering over the sky. It is using magical power fuel from the refined thermal insulation stone. According to Lu and Tyr, it is a remnant of the age where magical technology is awesome. Even if it is a remnant, it is still overwhelmingly superior to current magical technology. If it can be analyzed and reproduce, won't it be useful in various ways? Even if you can ride a horse, it doesn't mean that you can raise one too. It's embarrassing to admit it. That is Belle's answer to my question. In other words, being a pilot doesn't make you the engineer. The pilot will drive, while the engineer will be responsible for building it. Even if a lot of people can drive cars, not everyone can maintain the car themselves. In addition, it is reckless to build an engine from parts you're unfamiliar with. Still, Lu insists on hearing the parts she knows of and receives papers about those she doesn't. However, it doesn't seem to be very helpful. The reason is that most of Belle's knowledge consists of only meeting the complete technology requirement. If you forcefully describe it, it would be similar to talking to OS and applications without them knowing anything about smartphone or PC. Therefore, Belle, who has no knowledge about smartphone or PC, is forced to talk about them. What can OS and applications say about them? According to Lu, the best course of action will be gathering the top of magical studies and have them devote all their time in studying it for about 150 years. By the way, both Lu and Flora are on the top, so I better stop that from happening. Lu also seemed to be unwilling to do a research with a fixed goal. She only desires for knowledge and study what she thinks is interesting. Making money is part of it too. As for Flora, she's busy studying fermented foods. That said, she even managed to decrease the fermentation time of natto, which is really surprising. Her first try has a finished product that looks like it was fermented for 10 days, but it was only fermented for 1 day. The first fermentation advanced too far, so it is a failure. For her second try, she checked from time to time at an interval, and 1 whole day of fermentation was proven to be enough. After that, she still made several mistakes until she noticed that using low temperature can suppress fermentation. Though it has not been mass-produced yet, the reputation of the trial product is excellent. However, people who don't like its smell will definitely not like it. I'm not very good at it either. As for the dungeon potato, let's find out the method that can make it delicious. Let's get back to the topic. The magical technology of the Sun Castle is impossible to learn verbally. As for the written documents, they are about the history and hardship of the Sun Castle. In other words, there is no document. There are various documents in different places of the castle, including the study room. Those are things that were originally put in the Sun Castle, and others were left by visitors of the Sun Castle. There are a lot of contents about a lot of subjects. There are some that are related to magical technology too, but they are as useless as Belle's knowledge. Disappointing. However, they seemed to be valuable, so they were handed over to us along with other books. I put a bookshelf in the hall of my house for them. Some of the residents read them happily, but can they understand the content? They are laughing, so they might be reading some story. I will read it to some other time. At present, a large number of thermal insulation stones have replenished the Sun Castle's fuel, so it is set to a course of going around the perimeter of the Forest of Death for a year. The direction of travel is counterclockwise. The course is Gu's suggestion. Though the Sun Castle does not emphasize mobility, it preferred to move around rather than staying at the same place. Gu's role is navigation-related, so if it doesn't move around, there's no point in his role. I thought that it's okay to give Kyuzuden the pointless roles, but it seems to be a matter of identity. I see. Because of that, I let them move. However, since they have become part of Big Tree Village, I felt that it might be troublesome for them to get out of the Forest of Death. Lou already said that there's no problem with it, since they can contact us if they encounter any problem. Even so, I had them move only on the sky of the Forest of Death. As for the course, it was proposed to move around the periphery of the Forest of Death, and it was passed. Looking from the Big Tree Village, the Sun Castle can be located in the north during winter, west during spring, south during summer, and east during fall. Isn't that similar to a large calendar? Once you get the gist of it, you might even be able to check the time using the position of the Sun Castle. The Sun Castle is moving, and the only ones who can get there are those who can fly, which is troublesome. Because of that, we thought of ways for logistics, but I checked something before anything else. Is there some kind of teleportation device? There's none. When the Sun Castle was made, teleportation magic is considered as taboo. It seems like user will immediately be arrested, and owning something that can do that is illegal too. I wonder why. It is probably for crime prevention. You can certainly do evil things if you can teleport. However, magic can only be evil depending on the person using it. Look at Beazle and Ancestor-san. Yeah, it might be all right. Teleportation magic is not a crime now, but the teleportation point must be considered, and one should not directly teleport to a city or a village, much less a house. I see, now mode of transport. According to my knowledge, there are balloons and airships. I don't know anything about airplanes. According to others, flying magic and teleportation magic. It was a long discussion. For the time being, the mountain elves adhered to my opinion and would like to try making it. To make a balloon or an airship, you need a big and durable cloth. It seems like it can be strengthened with magic, so I only need to wait for Zabuton to wake up. The mountain elves are enthusiastic and already made the hull of the ship, but I stopped them. Technology is step by step. I learned about it in Sun Castle. The first thing to make is a balloon. Not in the size that people can ride, but a small one for experiment. The result did not disappoint me. Apart from the basket part, the device that sends heat towards the balloon is very unstable. Just like you said, we'll do our best. I'm satisfied with their reply. For the time being, make something that can fly first. Considering various things, there seems to be nothing great about the technology given by the Sun Castle. However, I want them to be relieved. There is something technologically amazing there. The device is fixed to the Sun Castle, so it can't be produced elsewhere. The weakness is that the amount of production is small, but I still consider it as amazing. Canning, yes, the Sun Castle can make canned foods. The devils and dream demons were able to produce canned dungeon potatoes to preserve them. Of course, you need iron to make cans. It is really amazing to make the iron thin enough to make cans. It is also amazing that it can be sealed. How to open? Do we need can opener? It is a pity that it is not an easy open type. Even so, it's still canned food. Long preservation is now possible. It is a pity that production is low. The daily output is 10, however, that's still 110 days, 1,000 in 100 days. Considering a year, 3,000. Isn't that great? I think Michael-san will be pleased. I would like Gu and Belle to wake up their companions to use it. Chapter 211. Fresh spring. I didn't feel winter that much because of the Sun Castle. I went there a number of times. Still, I want my own mode of transport, but it is a bad idea to rush making a balloon. It might crash if we rush making it. I don't want to crash. I think it is better to prepare a parachute for human use in case of emergency. I've only tested one with the wine slime before. However, there are things that must be done first. Once Zabuton wakes up, I'll explain to her the situation about the Sun Castle. I asked Hakurin to bring me and Zabuton to the place where the Sun Castle residents reside. Did everyone just fainted like that? But she's not that scary. There's probably no problem. They are just not used to Zabuton, but as expected of Belle. No, I take that back. She fainted while standing. When she wakes up, she slowly went down and started to weep. It seems like she needs to change her clothes too, so she was carried to her private room. As for Goo, he's a crystal, so I really won't know, but based on his reaction, something happened. CR cruel. What are you saying? You even managed to speak with dragons before. How can you even compare this situation in meeting a dragon? It looks like he's bursting with anger. Are, really? During the Sun Castle's heyday, it has enough defensive countermeasure to withstand a dragon's attack, but it no longer has the ability to do so. Isn't the fuel problem already solved? Village chiefs attack before destroyed all defensive function of the castle. We are still waiting for them to be automatically restored. According to calculations, it will take 2 years before they are restored. Sorry. No, that happened because of our mistake. Let me apologize to you again. Things have already ended. Since this has become a battle of apology, I shifted it to Zabuton's introduction. I then asked about clothing-related information. I guide Zabuton to various places of the Sun Castle. However, the landscape does not differ that much from the village, since I'm the one who plowed this place too. Maybe the only difference is that one is in the forest while this one is in the sky. The construction has began little by little on the plan site. As expected, transporting building materials here is really difficult. Though I've already planted trees that can be used as building materials, it will still take time for them to grow. Should I prepare everything below and have Door's family to bring them here in one go? Or should I ask for Beazle or Ancestor-san to use teleportation magic to transfer them here? But that will be a lot of construction materials, so it will be hard for both Ancestor-san and Beazle to do so. I brought Zabuton here because I'm worried about the Sun Castle, but rather, my main objective is the dream demons who look like wearing only underwear. I don't mind being stimulated, but I don't think it is good for them to wear that every day. I want to request them to at least wear something similar to swimsuit. As I return to Big Tree Village, spring work begins. Of course, it's field work. Let's work hard. We have discussed beforehand what and how much of that should be raised. The field of Big Tree Village has expanded, and my work increased too. Though I managed to complete it a little earlier because I've put all my mind to it, it still took me a month. Another thing to do, number 1. Informing the Lamias and the Titans about the Sun Castle. Both parties are not particularly concerned. Their reaction is too dull that it's saddening. Are they not interested in things that fly in the sky because they are living in a dungeon? By the way, we have communicated the issue of the Sun Castle with the Howling Village, the Demon King's Kingdom, and Doraim during winter via the Small Wyvern. Howling Village has seen the Sun Castle before we reported it, so they only need a little detail. A congratulatory message has come. The Demon King's Kingdom approved of me having jurisdiction over the Sun Castle. I'll write a private letter to them and invite them to visit the Sun Castle if they have time. Doraim doesn't care about winter and visits us during that time, so he had already visited the Sun Castle. It seems like he wants me to build a hot spring or a bar or a similar facility there soon. I think he has a point. Let's do it. Another thing to do, number 2. Village 1, Village 2, and Village Tree has started farming too, but they requested some help. Unlike Big Tree Village, who's relying on the aft, the 3 villages are farming crops using ordinary method. I gave them the highest priority. The field in Sun Castle, or the field of Village 4, has grown fast because I planted them using the aft. They won't have a problem this time, but there will be in the future. Though they can farm without worrying the season, can they farm them with the usual method? I might have to find suitable crops for the Sun Castle. Another thing to do, number 3. Gut requested to investigate the foundation of the Sun Castle. The base of the Sun Castle fell into the forest because of my attack, and it has become a small mountain. We did not do anything to it during winter, but now that it is getting warmer, they requested to investigate. As for the reason, there might be some rare mineral there. However, from what I heard from Gu and Kyuzuden, that base is a result of the attack from the devils. Is there a mineral there? Since they have nothing better to do, a survey team was formed. I'm working on the field, so I can't participate. The survey team will be led by the Lizardman Daga and the Beastkin Gulf. They left enthusiastically. They seem to prefer walking towards the place rather than having Hakuren or Rasudi send them there. They probably aim to train their body that has dulled during winter, except for Gut, who looks sorrowful. Why do I have to accompany you? Gulf, you can recognize minerals too, right? Why, you're the one who requested to check it, so work hard. I asked the Kuros to specifically protect Gut. Another thing to do. Number 4. Ancestor-san came. When he saw the Sun Castle, he said that it was nostalgic. Thinking about it, it won't be strange if he knows about it. According to him, it was used by the angels when they are still calling themselves as godkins. There was no particularly new information. And Ancestor-san went to the hot spring just like that. He was surprised when he met the lion family there. After that, it seems like they have entered the hot spring together. The lionets are getting quite big. They are growing too fast. Another thing to do. Number 5. The mountain elves have completed a small balloon. The key is the cylindrical magical tool that uses the Sun Castle's heat insulation stone refined fuel. Lu is the one who made it. She said that it is a trial product that she made when I requested her to make some magical tools for me. Temperature adjustment is possible by adjusting the surface area in contact with air. The balloon part made by Zabuton is quite durable too. Even if it is durable, it is still strengthened by magic. The wine slime is proudly riding it. Should I praise the maneuverability that even the wine slime can control it? Ursa, who's watching it, demands to ride it too. The production of the regular size begins. The materials will be borrowed from the construction materials. It is probably fine since we are still unsure how to carry them to the Sun Castle. I don't want to rely on Hakuren, Rasudi, and the angels for that forever. If it's only the village chief, I'll be happy to carry you, but it will be hard if there are luggage too. As for the devils and dream demons, they can't even carry me. I recognize again how terrible I treat the angels who I request to carry me from time to time. There are a lot of things to do, and I managed to deal with them somehow. Planting the field is no complete, so I'm free too. Should I go and assist Daga's group, or? HNN, Kuro is waiting for me while holding a flying disc on his mouth. That reminds me, the others won't be able to do this. Yoshi. I'll spend this day with Kuro. Behind Kuro are his pups. There were some who were holding balls on their mouths. There are those who have boomerang. I understand. Let's all play together this day. By the way, the pups are taking their turns on guarding the village. Though I left them to take their turns on their own, they are especially returning these days. I played with the pups for 4 days. Don't I look like a dog trainer? Another thing. Number 1. The puppy that one of the pups picked up before. It grew up big and it turned out to be a Fenrir. It is living with the Inferno Wolves pack like it was the normal thing to do. It seems that it is already familiar with everyone. However, it is too big and it doesn't match the toys made for the Kuros. I created a big ball for it in a hurry. Another thing. Number 2. The spiderlings left this year too. They extend their web in the sky and fly with the wind. This year, there's the Sun Castle. About 10 landed in the Sun Castle. They seem to plan on living there. I was happy for the early reunion, but the residents of the Sun Castle were scared. They immediately contacted me in a panic. However, it's okay. They'll get used to them. Chapter 212. Dungeon Potato. Dungeon potato, an excellent crop that can be raised indoors. It grows fast and its yield is not bad either. The problem is the taste. Its only weakness is not being delicious, and you are planting something because you want to eat it. At least it is not an unpalatable food. For the time being, the first improvement plan for the dungeon potato is to raise it under the sun. If the environment changes, the taste may also change. That's what I'm thinking when I was planting the dungeon potato in the field of the Sun Castle. By the way, the second improvement plan is still under consideration. The dungeon potato, it's growing up explosively. After it fills a field, I started crawling in another field. I, who came to the Sun Castle after receiving a report from Belle, has deforested that field a bit. I also made a fence, but the ivy quickly entangled it and got over it. What a willful plant. However, if things go on like this, the Sun Castle will be ruled by Dungeon Potato. What should I do? Village Chief, the fast-growing Dungeon Potato has no potato. The devils that are in charge of farming said those words as if they are punished. Sorry, no way, to think that I'll have the chance of seeing this once again. The Demon King seems to know something about Dungeon Potato. It looks like the Dungeon Potato will grow violently under sunlight, and it will use all nourishment to grow, so it won't produce potato. It seems to be called a disaster plant. Even if it is called disaster, it will wither in 1 month. If you want to dispose of it soon, do it at night. It only responds to sunlight but not to torches or light magic. I see. However, the potato that it will bear, if you raise it indoors, will not be delicious. You're right, in other words, this is a useless crop. Not really. It tastes bad, but its yield is good. The old lords even plant them as both anti-monster measure and anti-famine measure. Anti-monster measure. Monsters like it. It was used as a lure for a trap or even for buying time during an attack. However, 200 years ago, a plague that affected Dungeon Potato pops up. Dungeon Potato was then believed to be extinct. The Sun Castle was isolated, so it was not affected by the plague. The monsters, who lost their food, went wild in all places. It was a dark time. The damage in human countries are especially severe and can be said to be really cruel. They even put the blame on us by saying we are manipulating the monsters. Just recalling it makes my blood boil. By the way, during that time, the Demon King was still a local noble. After the extinction of the Dungeon Potato, the Demon King country decided to raise fairy wheat. It can be grown indoors like Dungeon Potato, but it can be raised normally under the sunlight. It can even be raised on barren land, and it is really popular since it tastes good. However, the drawback is that the yield is small. This fairy wheat, it was more prevalent in human countries compared to the Demon King's kingdom. It is easy to raise, and the taste is also good. Those are mainly the reason for its popularity. Large land was needed to cover for its yield, but human countries can afford to do that. In the end, there's no place that it was not raised. It was difficult for the Demon King's kingdom to secure a large amount of land, so it was only raised on the places where the Dungeon Potatoes were previously raised. Everything would have been good, until 15 years ago, the Fire Nation attacked. A plague that affected fairy wheat pops out during that time, which made the human countries in a state of famine. The Demon King's kingdom is experiencing food shortage too, but not as great as the human countries. Therefore, a war breaks out with the humans saying, the cause is the Demon King's kingdom. And it's still ongoing. They could have just farmed more instead of waging war. Exactly. However, there are fields where other crops don't grow, so the only choice is to raise fairy wheat. In human countries, most fields are useless. They have no choice but to wage war. Then, how is it that humans still have food? In newly created fields, it is safe to raise anything. They also purchase food from the country of elves and country of dwarves. Though I can't make this in public, they are also buying food from Demon King's kingdom. They buy food from their war opponent. I have already put a ban notice, but it is really difficult to check everything. It is said that there are powers who are trying to curb the battle power of the Demon King's kingdom by trading food. If you crack them down, those power will lose their power, and in the worst case, it will develop into a battle of annihilation. One of the reasons why the Demon King's kingdom's food is not abundant. Is that so? However, all I can do is raise the production of my own village. I'm powerless in that issue. In the Demon King's kingdom, is the fairy wheat only raised indoors? No, we also raise them on normal fields. And on those fields, only fairy wheat grows. Yes, they are mostly barren land. Do you want to raise Dungeon Potato there? What do you mean? If the Dungeon Potato is exposed to sunlight, I think it will grow up fast in those fields. That might be the case, but Dungeon Potato will no bear potato if it is grown under sunlight. The purpose is not the potato, though I don't really know what the cause is. Why is it that other crops find it difficult to grow, but fairy wheat was able to? Then how about not planting fairy wheat on those fields? Though I'm not sure if it will work, do you mind experimenting? All right, it might be good to try. The continuous crop failure might be caused by the lack of a specific nutrient. Once the Dungeon Potato withers, it will become fertilizer. Even if it fails, the field is still there. It might be also good to raise them on the shade too, right? Of course. I pray for the success of the Demon King, as I hand him dungeon potatoes. Dungeon potato. It is said that monsters like it, but in the village. The Kuros don't like it. The spiders are eating it with pleasure. The slimes ignore it. As for the lion family staying in the hot spring area, they are reluctantly eating it. No, you don't have to if you don't like it. How about the ghost knights? They did not meet my eyes. They don't like it too. As for the lamias and the titans, they told me that my village's potato is better. Thank you. However, both races raise them. For the lamias, it seems like their snake pets like it. For the titans, they'll use it as bait for bloody vipers. The fuller their bellies are with potatoes, the safer the titans are. After giving them dungeon potatoes, I told them to pay attention to monsters and to make sure to not raise it under the sun. Experiment. I put a lot of dungeon potatoes in a net bag and left them in the forest. Of course, that place is quite far from the village. A few hours later, it was clustered by some sort of bug-type monsters. I thought of subjugating them, but there are too many of them. But why is it that dungeon potatoes are not flocked by monsters when raised in dungeons? Next, I put a lot of dungeon potatoes in a net bag and tried to bury it in the ground. It was safe, although I already left it for a number of days. It has not been dug up. I see. Dungeon potato will not be targeted by monsters while in the ground. In the dungeons, do they have monsters that have a duty of digging dungeon potatoes? This is a mystery. An experiment on making alcohol from dungeon potato. With the help of the aft, I managed to make it into alcohol fast, but the taste is not good enough. The dwarves are disappointed since it can't compete with the alcohol made from sweet potato. Let's distill this thing repeatedly to extract alcohol. An experiment on cooking dungeon potato. An oni maid powdered it, then steam it, turning it to konjac. The texture and taste is indistinguishable from normal konjac. It can be eaten as it is, and it is more delicious when boiled. The taste is good. It is surprisingly delicious. Is the dungeon potato a type of konyaku potato? No, konyaku potato has a bigger bulb. Let's not worry about details. I'm already satisfied to find a way to eat it deliciously. I gave the oni maid a reward medal. Chapter 213. Reward medal and mini trophy. The lizardman Daga, along with the beastkins Gulf and Gut, returned from their investigation of the fallen foundation of the Sun Castle. As for the result, they found 3 rare minerals: star augite, magical iron powder, and black dust. The base of the Sun Castle was not originally created with the castle, but a result of the Devil's offensive. The Devils threw and stick a lot of soil at the bottom of the Sun Castle. The purpose is to send monster eggs along with the soil. Though they did not intend to do it, the soil that stuck up to the lower part of the Sun Castle, forming its base. Star augite might be the reason for the stickiness of the soil. Star augite is a beautiful stone, but the size is only half of a rice grain. It is famous for being hard to gather. As for its usage, aside from decoration, it is used for making magical tools. Magical iron powder and black dust might come from the shell of the monster's egg that solidifies after some time. As their name suggests, they are powder and dust, and since they originally came from cast-off shells, they exist together to some extent. However, because they are powder and dust, collecting them is troublesome. Magical iron powder can be added during armor manufacturing that will increase its effect, and black dust can be used as a catalyst for magic. In addition, they can be both used in making magical tools. These 3 minerals. They are rare minerals that are rarely traded. And when they are traded, the price is about 101,000 times their weight in gold. And we have 10 kilos of them. That's according to Gut's report. We only gathered a moment and we collected this much. There are still more, however. If we supply the market a lot, it will lose its value. Don't sell, give them all to me. Lou is really delighted. From my point of view, star augite is indeed beautiful, but for the other 2, I don't know their value and I can only see them as dirt. However, this is really rare. I never thought that Lou will show her worldly desires. Please. Ma, it's not like anyone other than you can use them. Suddenly, a hand pops out from my side, and when I look at it, I saw Ancestor-san. I thought it was someone else. He presented me a paper that obviously came from the village, and it looks like he rushed on writing whatever's written on it. It is a list of treasures. I look at Ancestor-san. Star Augite 1 kg, Magical Iron Powder 4 kg, Black Dust 2 kg. Please. He said that with a serious expression. Is this the normal way to trade them? Are there other minerals? Only the 3 of them can be found from the fallen base of the Sun Castle. However, we found iron and copper ores on the way. Iron and coppers, you found a deposit somewhere. We cannot confirm unless it is investigated earnestly. However, I don't expect much given the topography. Is that so? If we add them together, will probably reach 2 tons. So less than 2 tons. Guts Group can get more in Howling Village. There's no need to rush in mining. If we really need iron and copper, we can always buy them. Now that it has come to this, we need to mine in the base of the Sun Castle. If you ask Lu and Ancestor-san, they'll say they are fine with the current mine minerals. But if we can mine, they want us to go for it. In short, I really need to ask Guts Group to mine again. It seems like he has no problem with it. However, he hoped that he could make an armor using magical iron powder. Permission granted. However, mining takes a long time, so I feel bad for him. Let's make a mining team and organize mining this time. But what will happen if we found another group who's there to mine? You set up a bulletin board to claim the mining ownership. I see. Well done. Since we have found precious ores, I presented reward medals to those who went with the mining team. As for the reason I gave them reward medals, it is because of the civil servant girls. This spring, like usual, we handed each village, each representative, each race representative, and each resident of Big Tree Village reward medals. There's no problem with it. I changed the new exchange list and hand them to the 4 villages, no problem with that too. The problem is my share. I reserve 100 pieces last year to give as rewards. In order for others not to take it lightly, I tightly held on them, did not give reward that much. However, it was noted that reward medals were only distributed during festivals and martial arts tournament. I seldom reward anyone. They did not get angry or call me stingy, but they pointed out that the current value of the reward medal is too high. The only time they can obtain one were during annual distribution, festivals, and martial arts tournament. And since it has become like that, they refrain from trading it. What's the point of having reward medals as currency if no one will use them? That's certainly true. Starting from this year, reward medals distributed during festivals and martial arts tournament will be secured separately. The 100 reward medals I have in hand will be distributed to those who did their best individually. It is the village chief's job to properly evaluate those people who deserve to be rewarded. That's true, I understand. However, there are times where my eyes will not reach them. Representatives of various races and representatives of each village should inform me if someone deserves to be given with reward medal. It is impossible for me to oversee everything alone. What should I do if the 100 is insufficient? Let's think about it when the time comes. Now I'm going to distribute medals with that in mind. Given all what happened till now, I'm sure that 100 is too little. I have to reflect. Village Chief. HNN. The reward medal, I think we should make it more independent. What do you mean? There is no problem when it is giving up to receive something else, however. If you receive the medal when you work too hard for it, you will value it like a decoration and not trade it with. Yeah, that's correct. A trophy is given to the winner of the martial arts tournament. Isn't it? Yeah. How about preparing a mini version of that? Mini trophy. I made one as a sample and display it in the hall of my mansion. Is that Kuro-san? I was troubled with the motif of the trophy, because it is neither a festival nor martial arts tournament. Though it might have been good making a cup or a tower, since he's in front of me, I had him model for me. There is a signboard at the foot of Kuro. The name and achievement will be written on this signboard. Even the unique racial appearance of Kuro-san was captured. It was strangely popular. By the way, the first who received the mini trophy is none other than Zabuton. Her achievement is making the flag of Big Tree Village. The flag of Big Tree Village is a big tree with gold thread at the center of the green flag. It looks important looking, and the villagers did not have any problem with it, so it was adopted. After walking through the village with the mini trophy she received, Zabuton displayed the sample mini trophy of Kuro in the hall of my mansion. It is the first, but I'm sure this place will be decorated with mini trophies in the future. Let's consider adding more shelves. Currently, Kuro is struggling to receive 1-2 instead of being only a sample. It is good to work hard, but please don't do anything dangerous. It's just a mini trophy, so don't be too troubled for it. You probably can even receive one by achieving something simple. However, looking around, the high elves are already planning on remodeling the mansion, and the eyes of the other villagers are burning. Yeah, I should make them step on brake before making things too far. For the time being, why don't I hand over mini trophies to the mountain elves who made the sample balloon, to the Oni maid who made dungeon potato konjac, and to Guts group who mined. I want them to understand that not only individuals, but groups can be rewarded too. The flag of Big Tree Village is hanging up on the wall of the hall of my mansion. The spiderlings are helping cleaning up the hall. I have to distribute one in each village too. You're done already, as expected of Zabuton, then let's distribute them. Chapter 214. Village 1's Pigs. A problem occurred in Village 1. They seem to have trouble eating pork. I will never allow you strangle Tonko. Are your eyes open? Don't you know that you need to eat? What are you doing? She's already family. Unfortunately, pigs are food. I even gave it a name. Bring it here now. Most of the men don't want to eat them, and most of the women are fine eating them. The group that doesn't want to eat are being sentimental. As for the pigs, they did not leave the side of the men who they know are protecting them. We have a lot of food. You don't have to make these pigs food too. The beastkin Mamu shyly explains the situation to me. Then, what are they good for aside from meat? But the meat from the monsters of the Forest of Death is really high quality. I see. However, if you don't eat them, the pig will only consume food. For goats and cows, you can get milk, and for chickens, you can get eggs. As for horses, they can be used as a mount and workforce too. Given the pig's reproductive power, they are unsuitable as pets. In short, pigs are not that useful. Have they read my mind? They started consulting each other to defend pigs, and they started a presentation for me. Idea number 1, pig race. It can be held to a place even if it is not wide, however, will it be exciting? Thinking about it, it will probably more exciting if we had the demon spiders ride them. Okay. Idea number 2, simple workforce. They can be a special carrier, but can't carry heavy things. Also, the soil in the Forest of Death is hard, so it needs to be plowed first. Okay. Idea number 3, pig fight. It is survival of the fittest in this world. It is inevitable for someone weak to be eaten. However, let's give them a chance. If they fought against a fanged rabbit from the forest and win, they'll be safe. Are, that rabbit is a monster. It's all right? Are you sure? You'll show it. But you hope that there will be a handicap. If they were defeated and died, they will be eaten as it is. If possible, using a delicious recipe. Is that so? Okay. This is painful to eat. Though it is possible to eat it, I already lost my appetite. I've given them to Village 1, but look at what they have done. They are no longer domestic animals but pet. They cherish them. Damn it. Let's just make that race track and cart for pigs. Fighting is dangerous, so don't ever try it again. Is that okay? Until they struggle for food. Pigs give birth many times a year. Won't it be terrible after a few years? I know. When that time comes, let's think of what to do. It should be fine. Because they are smart enough to make a presentation before me. At a later date, it was decided to extend the pig pen. Majority of the newly born children were handed over in either Village 2 or Village 3. Because food is important. You can't just live by looking cute. Village 2 and Village 3 are angry at Village 1. They seem to treat pigs as pets. They are indeed reliable. And I have to reflect because of that. Village 1 is. They publicly revere pigs like how they publicly worship the god of creation. What a splendid tough head they have. In Village 1, pigs continued to do simple work and race. It can't be helped. Yeah. The dinner that day was fried pork from Michael-san. It was delicious. Though my brain and my stomach are different. I'm drinking some tea after meal while thinking about how selfish I am. In the future, that will never happen. Fanged rabbit. There's no way I'll lose to a pig. What is that, a strange power? Pig A, if you kill me, I'll be eaten. So what? Pig B, even if you lose, I'll go next. Village Chief, as for the fanged rabbit's handicap, let's break its fangs. Fanged rabbit, how can you be so biased? Chapter 215. Balloon. Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3's livestock breeding space were enhanced. It is because the livestock of each village has grown to some degree. The problem residents of Village 1 are raising pigs and chickens. Village 2 and 3, on the other hand, are raising pigs, goats, sheep, and chickens. Though there is also a plan of raising livestock in Village 4, the Sun Castle, it was postponed since no one knows how to raise them. Currently, there are some devils that migrated in Big Tree Village in order to learn how to properly raise livestock. The number of cows and horses are small, so if we want to increase their number, we have to buy outside. In a normal village, domestic animals will move to other villages for some time to sow seed on the domestic animals of the other village. Moving them is hard. Should we really need to purchase from Michael-san again? Purchasing will only take one round trip and is less troublesome than moving the animals around each village. Let's wait for the right timing and ask Hakuren or Rasuri. Moving them using balloon, that sounds dangerous. Balloon. Thanks to Zabuton, the balloon part of the balloon was completed immediately. It is big enough to carry 4 adults. To make it fly, a magical tool will be used to supply hot air inside the balloon. The shape of the balloon is a simple sphere. There's no problem in going up or down since it can be controlled using the magical tool. The problem is direction. As it is, it will be all left to where the wind will blow it. If we didn't connect it to the ground via the rope Zabuton made, we won't even know where it will go. How can we control the direction to where the balloon will go to? We can't. We really can't. If this is an airship, we can apply a third-party power to it to steer it to a certain direction. In other words, presently, this thing is useless if we consider that we made this to go to the Sun Castle. Why didn't we notice this during the trial period? No, there must be a way. We have to make this balloon move according to our will. Yeah, it will be best to attach something to it that will make us capable to make it move to a certain direction. Are we going to use another magical tool? It will be good if we can make a propeller to make it the driving force. In order to make a prototype propeller, I consulted Lou. A device that turns like this and causes wind. I think I can make one. Will the wind it produces the one that will make the balloon move? No, it will be installed on the part where people will ride. Lou is doubtful of my explanation about the propeller. To see is to believe, so I had her make a prototype fan and do some experiments. If installed to a stationary object, it will only generate wind. But when installed to a wagon with wheels, the wagon moved. Lou was surprised. It is a basic action-reaction. Isn't this something everyone experiences in their daily lives? Lou calls Flora and Tyr to show the wagon with fan. What sorcery is this? Is this a prank of wind spirits? Flora being surprised is fine, but why is Tyr surprised too? She's flying using that principle. I mean, isn't she using her wings to fly? We're using wings for manipulating magic power. We're not using them like birds. I see, magic develops too much that they don't know science. I was surprised when they were surprised to see the fan on the wagon. Why can't I be? Didn't they know the principle of the balloon? Warm air naturally goes up. Even in magic study, that is the basic of basics. Though I never thought that warm air can lift up with something like that. It is not because they're bad at science, they're just not good at it. Attention. Everyone, put your palms together and make sure that both same fingers are together. Clasp your fingers other than your ring fingers. Put a copper coin between your ring fingers. Try moving your ring fingers away from each other to drop to copper coin. This is easy, it won't move. I see, they are also weak in that area. Relax for a moment. Magic. Magic? No hypnosis. My body is not listening to me. Don't overdo it. It is normal to not be able to control it if the middle finger is bent. By the way, Lou did something to the magical tool she made. It will still be able to make it advance even if there will be a time that it won't produce wind. After that, the only thing left is controlling the direction. Putting a rudder will be the best, but we instead prepared 2 propellers installed on the left and right of the basket of the balloon, and they are both facing the same direction. To either make it turn left or right, you just need to turn off one of them. Is it durable? No problem. Is it heavy? There will be no problem making this 4-seater be used by 2 people. Now, let's try using it. 2 mountain elves were chosen via draw lots. Let's get it on, fly. But before that, safety first. We gave the mountain elves parachutes. In addition, Gran Maria's group will fly around them. Great, Let's get it on. Looking at it, a basket is hung under the spherical balloon, which has a magical tool heating up the air under it. With the propellers on the left and right of the basket, it got its driving force. But who would have thought that there will be too much driving force that the basket made a strange angle with the balloon? The balloon itself is not advancing. Because of that strange angle, the flame from the magical tool that is heating the air hit the balloon, which is dangerous. Trial run stops. For the basket to move forward too much that it face up, the balance is indeed bad. Thinking about it, the propeller of an airship is installed on the balloon part. It is wrong for me to think that an airship is only an improved balloon. I have to properly consider the airship. To do it, the balloon part needs to be framed, but the weight must not increase, and it is necessary to make the balloon bigger. However, considering the amount of air that can be warmed by the magical tool, won't that be hard? Airship is not like a hot air balloon and is floating because of the gas. That gas is helium. I don't know how to make it. Then as an alternative hydrogen, no, it will explode. Moo. Then it should be making the frame and propeller from an ultralight material, or look for a gas that can substitute helium. With this, the balloon and airship development are interrupted. It's a shame. The mountain elves are crying. I'm sad too. The propeller was removed from the balloon, and it will now be used to enjoy the sky. If the wind cooperates, you might even be able to reach Howling Village or Doraem's Nest. This is not a waste at all. We have to rely on those who can fly to guide us to the Sun Castle. That balloon, shall I guide it here? The one who said that was Goo. Once it reaches a certain height, it can be pulled by the Sun Castle. That's good, but how do you plan on sending me home? Going home will be no problem too. I can guide you to the sky, directly above the village. Is that so? Let's do just that. The balloon arrived at Sun Castle. From the Sun Castle, the balloon made it to Big Tree Village. He really can do it. I saw the eye of the mountain elf beside me. Airship, let's absolutely complete it. Of course, I nodded mightily. However, for the time being, let's mass-produce balloons. The lowest will be 3 including spares. Ideal number is 5. Do your best. Chapter 216. Business Trip. My name is Ifris, a noble born from a minor noble house of the Demon King's kingdom. Since my elder brother will inherit our house, I have to work for my own bread. Fortunately, with my ability as a civil officer, I was hired by the Demon King's kingdom. I've continuously served for 40 years. During those times, I married and had a son too. My son will be 20 this year. My son is unlike me and can utilize powerful magical power, so he is expected to be a general of the Demon King's kingdom. I'm thankful for that. However, until a while ago, my son has been dissatisfied about the current system of the Demon King's kingdom. Though he's hiding it, he became some sort of activist. I was worried about it and wonder if I have to report about it to the Demon King, but suddenly, he turns his back from doing such things. What has happened? It might be good since he started to smile brighter than before. Perhaps his relationship with the baker's daughter, who he has been courting, has progressed. I'm happy if that is the case. At any rate, it was good that he stopped his suspicious activity. Now, back to my story. About 5 years ago, I have been appointed as the governor of Shashato City. Shashato City is under the direct control of the Demon King's kingdom and is one of the most commercialized areas of the kingdom. Recent developments are also amazing. When I was appointed as the representative of such a city, I was both half happy and half anxious about holding this important position. I don't want to fail. I want to live in a safe environment. I always wanted my life to continue like this. That is my goal. If I have trouble making a decision, I'll follow my predecessor. If possible, I don't want to have a hand in anything that has never happened before. But if something like that happens, I'll ask the castle. Though I might look deplorable, I don't want all responsibility to fall on me. I never thought of getting promoted. My job is moderately safe and, of course, my income is moderately okay too, but I'm not greedy. I fully know my ability. I know I'm not suitable for being the governor of Shashato City. This attitude of mine might have been good, because up to this very day, there was really no problem. Tell me why? Right now, Leg-sama, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, is before me. Leg-sama is in charge of finance. Why? In regards to money, I've never done anything illegal. Did one of my subordinates do something by chance? Please forgive me. I know that my management ability is lacking. But subordinates of my. What have you done? I don't think any one of them is in trouble with money. Are you all right? Why, yes. No. Rather than thinking about bad things, let's hear what happened first. I'll act accordingly after that. The next day, before me is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, General Glatz. Why, just why? Is it related to that? Will war finally spread to Shashato City? I must gather soldiers quickly. No, I must secure an evacuation route first. Shashato City has become more crowded with the recent developments. Though evacuation takes time, there are a number of ships. We'll somehow manage. Are you all right? Why yes. There are about 20 ships that can immediately leave. How much time do we have? After General Glatz, it was Randon-sama. Randon-sama is in charge of domestic affairs of the Demon King's kingdom, in short, my boss. I can count the number of words he had told me so far. Our last conversation was when the time he watched the martial arts tournament of Shashato City. Welcome. Duty, hard work. That ended in 2 seconds. I remember it. No, I'm not angry. I'm grateful that we never had some troublesome conversation. But why is Randon-sama here? No way, dismissal. There must be something else. Leg-sama, General Glatz, and Randon-sama have come. Count Chrome, the last of the 4 heavenly kings, might come too. I don't think that I have failed in dealing with the 3 previous people, but I don't think I have succeeded too. Everything happened all of a sudden. He might not come, but it is better to be prepared. It might be a vain effort, so it is hard for me to order my subordinates to do it for me. I clean the room myself. The table, maybe it is good if it is somewhere over there. There's no dust on the curtain. I'm grateful for the daily work of the maids. It was good that I have prepared. Because right now, Demon King Sama is in front of me. No, he's not really in front of me since I'm crawling down. So he's over my head. Why, just why? Up to this day, I have never seen him face to face. I may raise my head. No, let me be this way. You want to hear my answer face to face? A direct conversation. Impossible. I'm tired. I became really tired these last few days. I might have aged in a dash. But what can I do? Demon King Sama, Leg-sama, General Glatz, and Randon-sama spoke with me in different ways, but they asked the same thing. There will be guest coming to Goron Company. Don't be rude to the guest. Who is coming? A king of another country? I never heard of it before. In the first place, why would a king go here and not to the capital? Does that mean that a prince from another country will come here incognito to play? I see. If that is the case, I can somewhat understand. After all, the shadow guards will be guarding him, and I'm asked to not get in the way as much as possible. What will he do? If he's here to play, why would there be any obstacle or inconvenience? I went to Goron Company. The guest hasn't come to them yet, but they are already making a fuss. Who's that big shot? The president himself is taking charge. He promised to send me a message as soon as the guest arrives. The only thing I'll do is to greet him when he first came here. After that, I don't want to get involved in anything. Leg-sama has even prepared the shadow guards. They might look like they are under my command, but I don't have the right to order them. I'll just do things I can, like not disturbing them. I might look uncooperative, but it is still better than pulling their legs down. When I was about to reach the pot of tea, my door was knocked hard. We received a message from Goron Company. The guest has arrived. Is that so? The shadow guard that Leg-sama has prepared have already disappeared. I can't be late. The carriage was prepared and departed immediately to the Goron Company. This carriage is a gift from Goron Company and is very comfortable to ride. If I pick up the guest using this carriage, will he be pleased? No, I must not do that. Let's lend this carriage to him whenever he wants. I'm Marcos. I'm his wife Paula. The Goron Company has 2 guests, a pair of human couple. A farmer couple, no, fool, look closely at the clothes of the couple. At first glance, they look like normal clothes, but once the sunlight touches them, they began to shine. It is made of luxury fabric. Why did they use luxury fabric to make ordinary commoners' clothes? They're being playful. Only an outstandingly rich person will do that. But didn't they want to hide their identities? Then, though they introduced themselves as a married couple, they could be a lord and his attendant. However, they said that they are a married couple. Let's get along with their story. Ere, the wife is so elegant. Is it the opposite? Is the wife the lady and the husband is the attendant? No, 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 no. Remove all preconceptions. Stop thinking. The two in front of me are a couple. They are guests of Goron Company. I am Ifris, Shashado City's governor. I welcome the couple for your visit. Good, perfect greeting. That time, I used my skillful art of talking to find out the purpose of the two in order to not get in their way. Goron Company president, why are you in front of them? What are you doing? The couple will start their business in this city. Business? Is that some sort of code? Never heard of it. Though we might trouble you a number of times, we ask for your cooperation. It's useless, I don't understand. Specifically, how can I cooperate? If you don't understand something, it is better to ask. I know that the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Even so, I asked the president of the Goron Company, answer me. At one of the corners of the South Commercial District, there is a place that has become a material warehouse. Isn't that place great? Wonderful, it's clear. Leave it to me, I'll transfer everything and give that place to you. Thank you. Let's talk about the price later. He said later, but he didn't say when, so it might be in many years to come. I agree. Michael-san, if one plans to open a shop in Shashado City, is it normal for the governor to greet them? Hahote. It is rare. By the way, are you going to be okay in opening a shop? I have discussed it with the village chief. Please leave it to us. Please do your best. Now then, it will still take time until your shop opens, so you can sightsee until then. We will do some sightseeing until the day after tomorrow. We would like to prepare the store opening afterward. My apologies, but we are not familiar with this place. I already told my subordinate, please use him to the fullest. It was me who asked to open up a shop here in the first place. The residents of Village 1, Marcos and Paula, are on a business trip to Shashado City. The next day. What is this large sum of money? Payment for the land that Goron Company bought. Are. I'm surprised too. They paid more than double the market value. Goron Company has a lot of money. Chapter 217. A woman of Village 1, Paula. My name is Paula. It is the name I gave myself and I really like it. My real name? It doesn't matter, I am Paula, a woman who lived in the backstreet. Living in the backstreet of the city was hard. There are only a few fun memories. Most of the fun memories are related to Marcos. Marcos is a boy I met with age similar to mine. However, he is my senpai when it comes to life in the backstreet. He's my husband now. Just thinking of not being able to meet him makes me shiver. The turning point of my and Marco's life is meeting Fushu-sama. Because we heard rumors about her kidnapping children, we thought that we were done for that time. However, I find temporary solace with the people they gathered. One of them is Jack, a leader in the backstreet. Marcos can be relied on, but Jack is more reliable. If he didn't fall in love with Mort, I would have made him mine. Fushu-sama gathers us to talk about migrating. It is possible to obtain a house of your own. But that's too good to be true. I never thought that they'll treat us like stupid fools. However, can a great person of Koran religion lie? I'm anxious. As for everyone else, yeah, they're anxious too. Good. However, we still agreed to Fushu-sama's suggestion. We couldn't go against it since the proposal is too attractive. The most attractive thing is that we will be taught of various things first before migrating. Moreover, it's for free. We will be taught on how to read and write characters, calculate, and etiquette. Even if the migration is a lie, what we learn is already ours. If I can calculate, it will be easy for me to find a place to work in. Moreover, if I can read and write characters, I can also expect to receive wage. As for etiquette, though I don't think I need it, it is not uncommon to be cut down by a noble after committing rudeness. If I learn it, there won't be any loss. Though it was hard and busy, it was a fulfilling half-year. The story about migration is true. There was a place called Village 1, a little away from Big Tree Village, where we got our house and we were given jobs. There was enough food too, and all for it just for the hope of us being permanent residents. Though the surrounding environment is scary, we are well protected. If you compare this place to the backstreet, this is heaven. For the jobs we were given with, were completely useless. However, we were neither scolded nor kicked out. Village chief? Village chief is the village chief of Big Tree Village. There is no village chief in Village 1, only a person who is called caretaker. Village chief told us that he wants us to find the job suitable for us, so there's no hurry. Thank you, village chief. Everyone else has the same reaction as me. We nodded with all our might. We will do our best for village chief. And we gradually got used to living in the village. Farming, paper making, oil squeezing, sugar squeezing, salt making. Little by little, we increased the things we can do. When we were entrusted with pigs, I was a little worried if we can raise them properly, but everyone did their best. Ma, the men were a little too emotional. Right, the men. When we first came to Village 1, we can't enter the forest, but now we can. Jack even defeated a fanged rabbit alone. He's really amazing. Marcos is working hard, but it's still impossible for him. Don't overdo it. Don't imitate something dangerous. Look, even Cricky says you must be careful. Cricky is one of the dogs called Inferno Wolf who protects the village. It is not a wolf, I named it. I was scared at first, but I know that it's defending the village and even bringing the prey it hunted from the forest here. I wanted to thank it, but I realized I don't know its name. When I asked Village Chief, he pointed at a group of Inferno wolves. Yup, it is impossible to name them all. In that case, I'll name it. Village Chief permitted me to do so, and Cricky was pleased. Cricky sometimes goes to other villages, so I can't see it, but when it comes to Village 1, it comes to say hello. We have that kind of relationship with the Inferno wolves. Marcos doesn't go against what it says, but how about listening more to your wife? A year has passed since we migrated. Winter is cold, but we prepared enough firewood so we're okay. From time to time, patrol coming from Big Tree Village and other villages come, so we're not worried about food. Of course, we're not just staying in our house to play. We made a lot of small items from bamboo. I can boast the baskets I made. It is light and strong. I also worked hard on the design. The best things we made are presented to Village Chief in Big Tree Village. After planting seeds at the beginning of the year, we continue to live our daily lives. Soon, it will be summer. Right. Have you ever seen a castle floating in the sky? It's really amazing. For such a big thing to fly. I'm surprised with what Village Chief said about the castle. He said that you will be able to know the season with the location of the castle. It will make a full rotation from Big Tree Village in a year. It was at north during winter and west during spring. It is so close to the south now, which means summer is near. At that time, Village Chief spoke to Village 1's migrants. Shashato City, is it? I have never heard of it. However, it seems to be a big commercial city in the Demon King's kingdom, and it is also a port. The fish we eat are purchased there. Hath. According to Village Chief, he was invited to open up a shop in Shashato City. Village Chief wants to take over, but everybody says he can't leave. Therefore, he wants to hear from us. It is probably because we can read and write, calculate, and knows etiquette. I never had a chance to show it, but now I have. And Fushu-sama, thank you very much. Since Village Chief is the one requesting it, I'll do it with the best of my effort. Need to leave Village 1 for a while? I do not mind. Marcos is fine with it too. Before we do, the others are already raising their hands. Everyone feels the same. I won't lose. There is no way for us to go in a large group, so it will only be a couple. Jack wanted to go too, but he was automatically removed from the candidates because he's the leader of Village 1's migrants. 9 remaining groups. I wished for the Goddess of Luck to smile at me. Thank you, Goddess of Luck. If this shop is successful, I will likely receive a reward medal and I'll use it to make a statue of you. Now, since we have to move to Shashato City, we prepared our stuff. We don't have much stuff. I told Cricky that we'll go away for a while. We said goodbye to the rest of the people in Village 1. It's okay. I and Marcos will move to Big Tree Village first. We studied there for a month in order to prepare for the opening. Village Chief teaches us directly despite his busy schedule. I'll do my best. The shop that Village Chief wants to open is a restaurant. A shop that only has one dish, nothing else complicated. Since it has come to this, then the food that will be sold is the most important point. Can I even make it? It was okay. After we migrated to Village 1, we made that dish once a week. Indeed, as expected of Village Chief. That dish will surely get popular. Then what are we going to learn now? How to hire people, customer service, hygiene, tax computation. My head is full, and I find it hard to remember it all. As for Marcos, hang in there. We went to the castle in the sky via balloon while we were studying because Village Chief recommended us to do some recreational work. No, we didn't play, but it was fun. It was my first time flying in the sky, and it feels good. Though it is slightly cold, I'll wear thick clothes next time. After a month of studying, we left for Sashato City. An important person from the Demon King's kingdom will teleport us using magic. I knew that Village Chief is amazing, but this is way too amazing. Village Chief's shop. I will absolutely make it a success. Marcos feels the same. He has a good smile, as expected of my husband. Ano Village Chief, this is the shop's capital. It is embarrassing since it's not much. You said that, but first of all, thank you for trusting us with this much money. Next of all, the bag of gold coin, Marcos can't even lift it. Are the prices in Sashato City much higher than expected? In addition, a large amount of crops are prepared on a cart. They are ingredients for the shop, but can we even cook them all? No, I shouldn't show weakness. Let's cook everything. The dish is curry. Fufufu, there's no one that can't be captivated by that dish. Chapter 218. A man of Village 1, Marcos. My name is Marcos, a man. Sometimes, others mistook my name for Marcus or Marcus, but I really don't mind. I'm someone with power. My legs are fast too. I'm also good at detailed work. Though I'm not the best in any of those aspects, for someone who's living in the backstreet, you can say I'm an all-rounder. However, ever since we live in Village 1, I realize how unskillful I am. No, I might be more useless than unskillful. Once again, I want to cry for my powerlessness. However, Village Chief, Village Chief is not the Village Chief of Village 1, but the Village Chief of Big Tree Village. There is no Village Chief in Village 1, but there is someone called Caretaker that plays the role of Village Chief. Let's go back to the topic. Even if I'm useless, Village Chief encourages me to never give up until I find the job that is suited for me. He is a good person. He has power and money too. He also has a lot of wives. The old me would have been angry with envy, but the present me admires him. He is that kind of person. I don't even mind even if he is living the best life. It is because Village Chief works harder than anyone else. He's amazing. Because of him, Big Tree Village developed tremendously. I don't want Village 1 to lose, so I will work hard. Ma, that's not gonna be easy because the population differs. Maybe someday. As I was spending my everyday life, we were gathered by Village Chief to talk. He wants to open up a store in Sashato City. He wants someone to go as the person in charge. The person in charge will eventually be changed, so it is not a permanent placement. That's what he said. I lower my head to Village Chief, since I'm not even used to living in Village 1 yet. However, I'm not sure if that is the right thing to do, since who am I to decline Village Chief's request? I have a wife too. I need to consult Paula first. When I look sideways, Paula is already raising her hand. Why didn't she consult me? Looking at her eyes, she's clearly angry at me who didn't immediately raise his hand. We were lucky. Paula and I won the draw lots in deciding the couple who should go to Sashato City. God, thank you. After that, Paula and I get ready to go to Sashato City. Because we won't leave for a long time, our house will still be our house. The New Daphne Sands will be taking care of it. I thought that we will go to Sashato City as soon as we are ready to leave, but I was wrong. We have to study in Big Tree Village first. Indeed, both Paula and I don't have knowledge in managing a shop. As expected of Village Chief. The shop is a restaurant. My and Paula's cooking skills are ordinary. Are we going to hire a chef? We'll sell only one item. I understand. A shop that only serves curry. Paula and I can make it, and we won't get bored since we can make changes with the toppings. I feel like going now. However, what are we going to study? I and Paula arrived at Sashato City with a lot of luggage. Because we were transferred using teleportation magic, we felt like we just left the vicinity of Big Tree Village. If you ask me what luxury I want, it is to travel around and taste a lot of different food. No, I'm not tasting anything else. Beazle-sama, thank you very much for using your teleportation magic. Michael-sama, my apologies for bothering you and thank you very much for receiving us. So, where can we put our luggage? Before I manage to ask that, Michael-sama's subordinates are already carrying them to a specially prepared warehouse. Amazing, it seems like it will be guarded in turns too. Thank you very much. Immediately after, a visitor arrived in the place. He is scheduled to meet us. I heard that he is the governor of Sashato City. This city is under the direct control of the Demon King's kingdom. The governor is the most important person in this city. However, I was not scolded when I didn't lower my waist that much. I somehow feel good. Though it looks like he's disturbed with the clothes Paula and I are wearing, is he someone who likes fashion? This is something Zabuton-sama personally made, so I can't give it to you. Speaking of which, Village Chief has handed us some fabric, so let's give it to him as a greeting. But there are still a lot of eyes around, so let's have Michael-sama give it to him later. I never thought that I'll meet the governor, so I wanted to get along with him. Now, as for our schedule, sightseeing at Shashato City today and tomorrow, we have to look around in various meanings. It's not a relaxation tour. We have to know the customer first. That was what Village Chief ordered. At the same time, we will conduct surveys on prices. Village Chief said that it will be a problem if we price the product wrong. We have to consider wages, the price of materials, etc. The price also shouldn't be too high or too cheap. Though it might be difficult, for the time being, we were recommended to put the price a little cheaper than the average price of lunch in the city. Because of that, I want to dine out. All the food we ate during our sightseeing were paid in advance by the guide dispatched by Michael-sama, so we don't know the price. Don't worry. Everything was ordered by the president. Moreover, all of those restaurants are high-end restaurants. The food in Big Tree Village tastes better, but there is something that I can't dare to say. It is how disappointed I am. I'm already missing the soy sauce and miso of the village. As for the harvest of our sightseeing, I'm sure that the curry will surely be popular in this city. Michael-sama guided me to the place where we will open the shop. We went to an intersection. There is a big plot of land at one corner of the intersection. It is about 200 meters on one side. Comparing it to Village Chief's field, it will be about 16 of them. So, where will we build our store? There. He pointed at the plot of land, the corner lot of an intersection. There, but that's a really good location. I'm the one who requested to build a store, so I specifically prepared this place for it. Is that so? There is enough pedestrian traffic. As for the surroundings, there are a lot of shops. However, this corner of the intersection is alone. I see. There is a plan on developing this vacant lot, and we will play the role of building the first shop here. I'll have to work hard. I'll take care of the building. It's a restaurant, so I'll make sure it can handle fire correctly. Yes, the water too. I understand. There are few wells here because it is close to the sea. Let's make a waterway for consumption. Thank you in advance. I don't understand buildings of a store, so I'll leave it all to Michael-sama. He's the one who spoke with Village Chief in the first place. For the meantime, let's prepare for the opening. First is hiring employees. Though I think me and Paula are already enough, but Village Chief said that we need to hire local people as well. I heard that it is for trouble prevention. I don't know anyone in Shashato City, so should I rely on Michael-sama again? No, relying too much on Michael-sama is not a good thing. I have to move on my own little by little. Paula, who are these children? My wife gathered 10 girls. They are employee candidates. You have my support. Though I'm not sure why we have to do this, Village Chief told us that no one can work on the store unless they are presentable and have washed their bodies. Let's buy some water. As for towels to wipe their bodies, let's buy them too. Also, new clothes. All right. Paula and I are sleeping at the inn prepared by Michael-sama. As expected, it is difficult to arrange accommodation for a dozen of people, employee candidates included, so we rented a suitable inn for all of us. Village Chief told me that we should treat employees nicely. Given the circumstances, we can only rent an inn. Did he foresee this happening? As expected of Village Chief. We brought cooking utensils and tableware, but they are not enough. I asked Paula to take care of the shortage while I'm doing a little chore. Paula's employee candidates came from the same place as us, the back street. However, according to what Michael-sama had said, there is an organization that's managing the children of this city. They are giving them jobs and food. It seems like Paula doesn't care about whatever's happening in the neighborhood. Let's get back to the topic. If you want me to summarize what was happening on the back streets, I can say that it is a violent world. That's why I never thought that my talk with them ended smoothly. This city is really different. The Demon King's kingdom. Until we came to Village 1, I thought that this is a place where cruel monsters and demons live. This is a good city. You can look at similarly to a human city with slightly more different races, but not as much as Big Tree Village. By the way, There are many things that need to be done before the building is completed. Borrowing the kitchen and the garden of the inn we are staying, I tried making curry. Village Chief gave us several tasks upon opening the store. First and foremost, we have to stabilize the taste. To do that, there is nothing we can do but repeatedly cook it. Next is to make curry that includes the things we can buy at Shashato City, like seafood curry using the seafood here. This is also one of the reasons for our sightseeing. That is probably the best we can come up with. Let's try it out first. Village Chief noted that overconfidence will be the most dangerous feeling we should have. Finally, please the residents of Shashato City. Though we are here because of Michael-sama's invitation, it doesn't mean that we can be arrogant. Don't forget humility, Village Chief said. I won't forget it. By the way, why are those people looking at me? The inn's employees, the guests too. No, they are looking at my hand. The curry I just cooked. It is not complete yet since I haven't cooked rice. Is the bread of the inn delicious? If you want to taste it, bring your own bria. I was not able to finish what I'm going to say. Taste it all you want. 10 days later, I was called by Michael-sama. The exterior of the shop has been completed, so he would like to consult me about the interior. There is one big shop on the former 200 meters square of vacant lot. Big, really big. It's surprisingly big. It is a one-story building, but the roof is high. Its height is similar to a two-story house, but there's no wall. It's open. Is it the type where customer can enter anywhere? Since there's no interior, the pillars supporting the roof are eye-catching. The corners, they are toilets. They are the only ones with walls, that's why you cannot see everything at once. The counter and the kitchen are at the center of the store. I've never seen a 30-meter long counter before. And it is also the type that surrounds all sides. This is really the first time I see something like this. It is also set to be 45 degrees against the square walls of the shop. I see. If you are inside a counter like that, you can see wider. There is also a passage for employees to enter and exit. There is also a mechanism where water flows from a pipe coming from the roof. Amazing. There is a big room in the kitchen. It seems to be the food storage. There's also a restroom, a changing room, and toilet for employees. I see. As for the smoke that will be generated when fire is used in the kitchen, it will go up and be sucked into a chimney all the way outside. It is also designed to be okay even if it rains. Will it really work like that? Part of them seems to be magical tools. Eito, let's check. Yup, confirmed. Michael-sama. Sama is unnecessary, just call me Michael. Eito, then Michael-san. What is it? All of these is this shop really for Big Tree Village? Hahaha. He laughed at me. As expected, I'm glad I didn't seem upset. We're probably going to rent a corner of this shop. Yeah, that must be it. With the cooperation of the city's Chamber of Commerce, the shop at the opposite side of the street will belong to Big Tree Village too, though we are still negotiating with the other corners. In the future, all 4 corners of this intersection will belong to Big Tree Village. And next to this shop, at the other side of the street, it's still under construction. It is not a store, but a residence for Marco-sama's group. Next to it will be the employees' dormitory. Village Chief, according to what you have inculcated me, I expected a small shop. That includes what you've trained us to. Our hair will grow long while standing still at the stall. Isn't that what you said? The customer simulation also has 10 customers at most. Why do you have to suddenly send us to war? And no, this is not the time to play the fool. Cope. Remember Village Chief's words. Don't overdo it. Don't act rashly. The shop is wide, which means customers won't be able to pack this place. Don't panic. As expected of Village Chief, I wonder if he had foreseen this. That might be the case, or he is giving us the freedom to effectively use this wide space. I see. Again, as expected of Village Chief. Mini bowling is popular among the children of Big Tree Village. Even adults are crazy about it. This place can accommodate a lot of lanes. Making 3 lanes is still too little, right? The product of this city. I now understand. Good. First, let's divide this store into 4 areas. Each area will be classified depending on which counter is facing it. Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, and Southwest. Since the Southeast is facing the intersection of main streets, it will be the dining and drinking area. Let's put the tables and chairs there. Even if we divided that area to 4, it is still really big. The northeast area will be like a playground area, and the mini bowling will be set up there. There will also be chairs and tables there, but less than compared to dining and drinking area. The mini bowling will be its main attraction. Let's start with these two areas first. I still have no idea how many customers will come. This looks like a deserted shop with only chairs and tables. Michael-sama, I must practice calling him Michael-san. I told him what the interior should look like. There's a basement. Amazing. There will be an underground passage directly connecting it to the planned house. Okay, for the time being, I'll ask Paula to increase the number of employees. Though I don't think we'll be busy, but when I recalled what happened when I made the trial curry, I became anxious. We should be careful. Cooking utensils, tableware. I want to increase what we have, but I'm scared to buy in case they won't be used. Village chief gave us money and said that we can use it as we see fit, but I don't want to waste any of it. Speaking of which, Michael-san, how much is the land and construction cost? Village chief-san already took care of it. I'll send you the deed later. My name is Marcos. I am the acting store manager of a store that will be open up soon. Why acting manager? The manager is village chief. I am but someone who substitutes for him. I must do my best. I will never stain village chief's name. Chapter 219. Sheshado Shop's map. Top view of the shop in Sheshado City. There is a dormitory for employees on the other side of the road on the west. Chapter 220. Sheshado City's Goldie. My name is Goldie. I take pride in being famous at the backstreet of Sheshado City. However, I'm not really the main man behind the scene. You can call me a subcontractor. However, even though I'm only a subcontractor, I have more than 50 subordinates. If you include my not-official subordinates, it will be 200. No, it might even be 300. Because of that, I'm thinking that it's time for me to take over a higher position. While I was thinking like that, a report came. It is about a large number of girls under my protection were employed by someone. What does that report mean? I'm glad that they are hired, but it is my job to give them jobs. If I don't know anything, how am I supposed to handle it? No one in Sheshado City breaks that rule. Since they broke the rule, it means they are outsiders who knew nothing about the rule. I see. I'll have to teach them about it. I don't care if it will end up in a fight, my prestige is on the line here. I'll need to flex my muscles. I want to meet them now, but they are staying in an expensive inn. Their guards are also skilled. I will not be able to meet them even if I go. After that, the other party wanders around the city. Why are they doing that? I sent several of my subordinates to track them. They came back immediately. They said they were threatened by a scary person. Oi, you, no matter how gentle I am, I will get angry. Is that guy who threatened them not scared of me? He's here, though he's already before me, why can't I feel his presence? I'll surely get hurt if I do anything. This guy's level is beyond scary. I see. I understand it now. Let's rest for today. It's okay, I'm not angry. I'm only here to ask about what job are you going to make them do, my bad. Okay, let's forget about this matter. The next day, one of them came to visit me. I was surprised. I totally let my guard down. I hurriedly called my subordinates. However, I remember that almost all of my subordinates were hired that morning in utmost urgency. It seems like a building needs to be built immediately. Not only my men were hired, but from all over this place too. What remains are about 5-10-year-old girls. Yeah, I know that you are trying to protect me, but stop. I still have something on me. Even if you're not here, I still have my guard dog. Taking a stroll. It can't be helped. Let's buy time for now. How long will it be out? I was not able to participate in the urgent hiring earlier this morning because I was worried about the girls hired by the man before me, so I looked for them all night long. Though I wanted to forget about that matter, I just can't. After finding them and confirming that they are not mistreated, I went back and took a nap. After that, I woke up. Okay, let's think first. What is he doing here? Did he hear about what we've done yesterday? Is he here for revenge? Then, why did he came here in a dignified manner? Does this guy know what he's doing? If he doesn't know, then I can only intimidate him. If he comes to fear me, he won't do anything strange. I checked my face using a polished iron plate as a mirror. Good, scary enough. You have come. I lowered my voice to the lowest possible. Phew. The other party looks like a normal person in all angles. He's probably shivering now. What the? He replied to my greeting like it was nothing. Am I not scary? He's here to talk about them hiring the girls from the backstreet. He politely said that. I can check the condition of the girls they hired. But before that, how about my face? Were you not scared? I won't be happy if you flatter me. He's really not scared. No way this guy, could he be strong? Let's verify it. If he is a registered adventurer, I can judge that by his rank, but I already confirmed yesterday that he is not a registered adventurer. In that case, I have no choice but to use the strength judgment method that I have been using recently before I employ someone. It is asking a specific question. That much can already determine the other party's strength. I have avoided offending strong individuals using it many times. This has been my method of defending myself until now, and I have absolute confidence in it. By the way, do you know that there's a martial arts tournament here in Shashato City? Really? He doesn't know about the martial arts tournament. In other words, he takes no pride in battle. No, I mustn't take that as the matter of fact. He just got here in the city. If you have ever fought with monsters outside the city, you can try participating. Fought a monster, is it? But I still can't fight one alone. Can't fight alone? In other words, he's weak. Great, an ordinary person. He's probably a normal person who has just risen from being a normal commoner. Just a little might and he will surely be frightened. Is that so? That's regrettable. Ha ha ha, the reason I came here in the city is purely for business. Good, confirmed, he is an ordinary person. Now then, I'll only have to beat him a little. But if the strong bodyguard is around, it will be a problem. You probably know of some guys who know how to fight, right? If they are confident in their skill, you should encourage them to participate. In fact, gathering participants for the tournament is also my job. Perfect storytelling. Now what will be his answer? No, they are in the village. I'll tell them when they come to the city. Really, that's too bad. Yes, there's absolutely no problem. There's a problem. The Goron Company has said that he is their guest and no one should lay hands on him. So he's untouchable? No, I'm not the one who started this. It's the other party that has come to me first, so there's no problem. Yesterday, isn't there a scary person who threatened us? Could it be that he's guarding the woman? Martial arts tournament. Dagasan and Gulf-san will surely be happy to participate. Gulf? HNN, you know Gulf-san. Are you talking about a beastkin? A dog beastkin? Right. Gulf-san told me that he had traveled to Shashato City before. During that time, he participated in a martial arts tournament. Gulf. It was said that the strongest and most domineering men of the city were kicked by him one by one with a single slash of his wooden sword when he participated in the martial arts tournament. The living sword god Gulf. Seriously? The details are uncertain, but it was rumored that he is the fifth person of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom. And he's this man's acquaintance. Have you ever fought Gulfs? Me? Of course, we practice from time to time, but I always get creamed. There's a mountain of people who wants to learn swordsmanship from Gulf, including nobles. He can't fight a monster alone, but he's using Gulf's standard. No, my instinct is tingling. The man before me is dangerous. He's someone who should never be an enemy. From beginning to end, I have to smile during our conversation. And I won't meet with you anymore. For hiring those girls, my best regards. Before he leaves, my demon guard dog returned from taking a stroll. Shit. This demon dog barks at strangers. In some cases, it even bites. A girl is leading the man out, so the dog surely won't do anything. Good. Nothing to worry about. Something funny happened. This demon dog who never shows its belly to anyone immediately shows its belly. Is it in heat? It has never shown its belly even to me. A cute dog. Before I came to this city, I get along with my dog. No, it's a wolf. Wolf is it? Is its face scarier than this demon dog? Let's not think about it. The name of that visitor is Marcos. That man happily wins the number 1 spot of my ranking of risky person. I must absolutely not get involved with him. That's what I decided to do, but we met again 10 days later. Yeah, they hired girls in the backstreet without going through me again. No, I don't mind even if you don't come here to inform me. Ha. The condition of the employees is the same as before. No, are you only going to hire girls? We have boys too. Just the other day, the big construction project we're working has been completed. Ah, that huge building is Marco's shop. Ha ha ha. If you have any requests, just let me know. That's only a lip service, of course. I said it's only a lip service. Why are you here again? You want to hire more? All right, males this time. Now, how many? If you hire that much, there's no need for me to control the manpower in the backstreet. Thank you very much. I'll do what I can for you. This is not a lip service. I was called. Though I said that I'll do what I can for him, he really didn't hesitate to ask for me. I went to his store obediently because I won't dare to defy him. This huge store is now the hottest topic in Shashato City. Everyone is crazy about the food called curry. Because of that, it's crowded. This place has been like a seamstress that sewed the backstreet people who are now looking clean in their uniform. I'm working hard too. I was called to organize the crowd. To put it simply, I'm here to arrange queues and stop people from fighting. Because of that, I've become a famous person in Shashato City. Well, work is work. Ah, can I also bring my demon dog here? All of us are hired, so there's no one to take care of my demon dog, and I can't leave it alone in our hideout. By the way, I'll be able to eat curry later. It really smells good. Chapter 221. Backstreet Girl Pot. My name is Pot. I'm a girl living in the backstreet. Ma, I'm only 12 years old. My body will surely grow in the future. I'm sure my chest will grow. Wish. My encounter with Polisan is purely a coincidence. I was able to complete my daily task of mashing medicinal herbs that morning and was about to go to bed, but she called me out. She asks if I could guide her around the neighborhood. Great, it's another job. However, I didn't jump in joy. It is only showing her around. If she won't pay me, I can only say sorry to myself. I thought of several things to negotiate, but Polisan immediately handed a down payment that instance. It seems like she knows the custom in the backstreet. I started to guide her around the city while gripping the coin she paid in advance. Polisan did not ask about the famous shops in the main street, but the shops in the territory of the backstreet. To put it simply, I show her around the city's backstreet. I see. She showed sympathy to the shabby me, and she already anticipated all my answers. I answer all her questions within the limit of my ability. Of course, I did not dare lie to her since I feel like it is dangerous. We go around together for around 3 hours. I receive another coin for completing the job in addition to the meat skewer she brought from a stall. She's a good person. I feel really lucky today for having an extra income. Until I went to where I sleep. I don't understand what's happening. My bed. It is in the material warehouse in the city where all the unused material of the government was dumped. Because of that, a lot of people from the backstreet like me are living there. Goldie-san, the one who manages this area, specially made that material warehouse a women-exclusive area so we can sleep there with peace of mind. It was a good place. But now there are a lot of strange workers there taking out the materials. Some of them are guards of the city too. In other words, this is neither an act of thievery or terrorism, but a legal job. Every material brought out of it equals to the number of girls that are now homeless. The sun will set soon. I should not be disheartened. I need to ask Goldie-san first. I managed to contact Goldie-san, but there's nothing he could do about it. I heard that it is ordered by the city's governor. No one can go against it. Ha! The governor knows that the material warehouse is our home. Because of that, we were provided with tents, temporary beds, and foods for breakfast and dinner. But they won't provide us with those for a long time. Food and bed will only be provided for 1 month. I have to do something by then. Goldie-san seems to be looking for a new place for us, but it is impossible to find one soon. Should I think positive that at least we were not kicked out during winter? Tomorrow, I will work hard to look for work and find a place to stay. I immediately thought of Polisan. That's because I accidentally found her looking at the shops around, so I did not dare miss this opportunity. I thought that she could give me a job. I don't care even if I'll only be her luggage carrier. I feel like she's a powerful woman. This might be destiny. I talked about her about my situation and even exaggerated it to get a job. Paula then asked me with a serious expression, "Do you want to have a job today, or do you want to permanently have a job?" Of course I want to have a permanent job. Are you? Then customer service. It is a job of serving food to the customers of the store. Can you do it? It's really hard. Hard? I don't mind how hard it is as long as I have a job. Of course, as long as you pay me for it, you're going to, right? Paula nods as if it's the matter of fact. However, I will be a probationary employee for the time being, so I won't be paid that much. That's right. The job is hard and I won't get paid much, but I'm still going to do my best. It is not because Paula-san is stingy, but this is only common sense. I will still be taught on how to do my job. It is normal to not receive much compared to someone who already knows what to do. But employees will be provided with food too. As expected, Paula-san is really a good person. Is it all right for me to monopolize this luck? Thinking about the girls who are in the same situation as me, I feel a little heavy. No, this is wrong. Only when I prove myself to be a good and hard worker can the other girls be hired. But my determination is in vain. Your friends, bring them in too. Is Paula-san a goddess-sama? I called out the girls who were also sleeping on the material warehouse. It is easy for the boys to find jobs. I'm not being unfair, but I'll prioritize girls. I called out 9, so it's 10 including me. Aren't we too many? Now's not the time to think of that. It will already be considered good if Paula-san remembers their faces. Thus, let's wash our face first. Ugh. Even seeing us all, Paula-san didn't seem annoyed and hired us all. Thank you very much. Afterwards, we greet Paula-san's husband. He seems to be a kind-hearted person, Are. Isn't that person next to him an important person from the Goron company? I'm probably mistaken. The first thing Paula-san ordered to us is to wash our body. Are we that dirty? I don't think so. We were made to wipe our body 3 times. Our hair was also washed. Next, washing the clothes we have been wearing. We wash them with only towels covering our body. Yup, we're dirty. No matter how much we wash it, dirt still comes out. When I asked Paula-san about what we should do after washing our clothes, she prepared change of clothes. Such beautiful clothes, what about them? Are, we can wear them. They are clothes for tomorrow. What's clothes for tomorrow? I was surprised. We have to change the clothes we wear every day. We did a lot that day. It is not work but ability check. Can we read characters, write characters, calculate? Greet, tend the shop? I can read about 30 characters, but I can't write or calculate. There are a lot of things we can't do, so we were worried that Paula-san will abandon us. Rather than our worry, Paula-san prepared delicious food for us. Moreover, it is at a decent shop. I haven't even entered the back door of such a shop, so I'm very nervous about entering as a customer. There is a menu, but I couldn't read, so I left it to Paula-san. I can't read characters, but I can see the terrible prices on the other side. The other girls imitated me too. It was delicious. I was surprised that there's such a delicious thing in the world. Before I noticed it, my plate is already empty. Who ate it? No, I was too absorbed in eating. I should have savored the taste slowly. After eating, Paula made us study. We learned a lot. I learned a lot about money that day. The one who taught us is Paula-san acquaintance. This person seems to be someone important for the Goron company. I never thought that I would have the chance to work with such a person. Gold coin, silver coin, copper coin. This is the first time I've seen a gold coin. It is shiny and beautiful. I've seen silver coin before at Goldie-san's place, but I have never touched one. I know copper coins very well. Unlike other coins, copper coins are divided into large copper coin, medium copper coin, and small copper coin. If one says copper coin, it is generally referred to the medium copper coin. Small copper coins are also called tax copper coins because that's what usually the government pays the people working for them. When we get 10 of them, we can exchange them for a medium copper coin. There's no fee for exchanging small copper coins for medium copper coins, but there are exchange fees for other coins. But if there's no exchange fee, 10 small copper coins equals 1 medium copper coin. 10 medium copper coins equals 1 large copper coin. 1 copper coin is enough to buy 1 large loaf of bread. As for me, that's 1 meal, no, that's worth 2 meals. That's already a large sum of money. The stalls at the streets of the city sell their products between 1 to 3 medium copper coins, 1 cup of alcohol worth 1 piece. But I have never bought one. Though I even know something like that, I didn't know that 1 silver coin equals 100 large copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. In other words, comparing the value of a gold coin to copper coin ate a lot. Paula-san, who was listening on the side, taught us that it's 100,000 pieces. As expected of Paula-san, she can calculate. Will we be able to do that too? Maybe. We experienced a lot that day. I thought that we have to go out because it's already late, but Polisan prepared the inn to receive us. If we return with our current beautiful and clean appearance, we will be in danger. That's true. Men, when we were still sleeping in our previous dwelling, they never approach, but it is different now. I don't think that there's someone that evil there, but we have to protect our body properly. That's not the case. My looks, what about it? The discussion was stopped there as we were pushed into the rooms of the inn. One room is for 2 people. Unbelievable. Even if all 10 of us were to sleep here, it's still spacious. This bed, may I use it? I got careless because I was overwhelmed by a lot of things. I contact Goldie-san. He was worried. I'm really sorry. But please don't suddenly appear. Goldie-san is a good person, but his weakness is his scary face. His face is at the level of making a crying child stop crying. Though I'm already accustomed to it, there are times that it still surprises me. Like now, I almost fell asleep. I thought I'll sleep forever. As for my roommate, she's sleeping soundly. Don't wake her up. I'm enough. I see. I explain Goldie about Polisan. Goldie is worried about us, so he sneaked into the inn. Thank you. I totally forgot about you. I'm sorry. The next day, our full-scale study session begins. Yesterday is only a glimpse of it. The things we don't know were taught one after another, and there is no time to be surprised. After a few days, even though I can't write, I was able to read easy characters. I also learned simple addition and subtraction. I did my best to not disappoint Polisan. When I thought that our study ends there, it still continued. Yeah, I'll do my best. The things we can do increase too. Our job is to bring food to the customers. Therefore, we have to do various array. We don't need to practice carrying them to the customers. From what they say, we only need to listen to what the customer wants to order, tell them how much, take the money, give the change if there's any, and we will be touching money. If there's anyone who will steal money, no matter how small it is, will be fired. Understand? No way. Although studying is hard because of Polisan, we don't have to worry about food or place to stay. The wage is enough. While we were uneasy, Polisan gave us our wages that day. It has been 10 days, and we were afraid to receive it because we thought that Polisan will abandon us. We were guided to the place where we will work. I was surprised. It is because we all know this place. It is the place where we used to sleep. There's a really big building there now, or should I say roof? I heard that the males were all hired to construct a certain place. Is it this place? It is Polisan's husband's shop. It means we're going to work here? Let's look around. Even if we are already inside it, it is not dark. But there's no window for lighting. This place is bright even without windows. Is it using light magic? At the inner part of the shop, there are already things installed. The chairs and tables are neatly arranged. There's a lot of tableware too. And what are those boards? Ah, the dishes will be carried using those boards. We haven't practiced carrying dishes yet. Are we going to be okay? The customers will carry them themselves. We will be working while wearing matching aprons. We'll line up at the counter, listen to the customer's order, tell them the price, and commence with the trade. We rehearsed. I haven't made a mistake yet. However, I was surprised. The customer will go to the counter to order and sit after getting his food. Was there a shop like this? Though I thought that it was terrible and strange, Polisan seems to be confident about it, so it can't be wrong. This is a really big shop, so it can't be compared to others. Right. I shouldn't think negatively. But I can't cope if I'm not convinced myself. Anyway, there are so many customers. It looks like people came from all over the city. Just a little while ago, there are about 20 additional new hires because we are already not enough. At that time, I thought that they hired too many, but I never thought that it was not enough. They hired more, and now we're about 200. Even Goldie-san, who was taking care of us, was called to help in. Ma, we finally understood what congestion means. All because of the food made by Polisan and her husband. Curry. I have eaten it several times before the store opened, and it was really delicious. I was struggling to take the first bite when we first eat it, but for some reason, I wanted to immediately take another bite after that. The unusual food called rice is also very delicious. This rice seems to be valuable, so it is only served for special customers. Regular customers will have to eat curry with bread. It's still delicious enough. By the way, the price of 1 cup is 5 medium copper coins. Even with that price, customers are coming non-stop. I guess I'm wrong. I'll do my best. The 200 hired people, including me, are not hired at the same time, so not everyone can do everything. Polisan said, everyone will be able to do every task after some time. But for now, we fixed on our current task. The tasks are taking orders at the counter, carrying the food from the kitchen to the counter, collecting tableware on the tables, washing the collected dishes, and managing the queue. Everyone is using matching apron in order to distinguish them from the customers, but only those who are working in the counter are wearing matching clothes. The clothes look like the cute version of maid clothes of housemaids working on a noble's mansion. Everyone wants to wear them, so everyone's working hard. As a person who works on the counter, I feel a bit sense of superiority while wearing them. But that sense of superiority disappears once every 7 days. For some reason, Polisan and her husband prohibits us for working 7 days straight. They said that it is called a rest day after working 6 long days. And even if you are on a rest day, you'll still be paid. We wonder why, and it seems to be Village Chief's order. Village Chief is Polisan and her husband's employer. A great man. No one can disobey Village Chief's order. Even though reluctant, I took my rest day and solved my reluctance. It is because I was able to spend my day at the store by looking out at the game area. There is a game area for free mini bowling game. Playing there doesn't cost money. In other words, I have a reason to come to the store. Though it was a little hard, I managed to convince Polisan and her husband to let me do it. Rather than saying me persuading them, it is us who don't want to take the rest day. We will work on the drinking and eating area for 6 days, and on the 7th day, in the game area, we will play. Let me explain to you the rules of mini bowling first. First of all, you can't throw it with power. It is a really good workplace. However, it's not like we have no complaints. It is the usual morning meeting. Good morning. First of all, I'll have to report to you about 2 fights that happened at the store yesterday. Though Goldie-san managed to take care of them immediately, you should never try resolving such matter by yourself. Please rely on the city guards dispatched by the government. Being injured because of things like that is pointless. Got it. And today, there are 2 individuals with cold, so they have to rest. The shift has been adjusted, so check them again. Got it. I'm thankful for your dedication for work, but if you are sick, don't try to report to work. Please be honest and obedient. Your answer. G, got it. All right. People in charge of the counter, move out. Got it. Welcome. 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 I line up at the counter, after hearing the husband's report and morning greeting, and I'm not dissatisfied in any way. Until he said his last line. Then, let's work hard today for Village Chief. I want to work hard for Polisan. At a later date. Village Chief came, and I finally know how amazing he is. Yup, I'm convinced in every way possible. Chapter 222. Big Tree Village's Village Chief. Excuse me, my name is Hiraku. May I meet with Michael-san? I politely bow as I ask the shopkeeper. My apologies, please wait a moment. Let me ask if he's here. The shopkeeper went inside. I then asked Gulf, who's beside me. Is this the right place? When I came here before, I was led to this place. Today, Gulf wraps his head with a cloth and hide his body using a mantle. When he came here before, Gulf won the championship of the martial arts tournament. That made him considerably famous. We're not wary of this area, so we enter the city nonchalantly, but Gulf was immediately surrounded by the local residents, so we were forced to withdraw temporarily. He's incredibly popular. But mostly those are there for him for battle challenges, business invitations, or solicitations for some people. Because of that, Gulf is now dressed like this when we enter the city. He looks really suspicious, but at least there's no commotion now. But I was surprised when I saw other people dressed like him. They seem to be adventurers, I see. Oi, sorry, he's not here. The shopkeeper seems to be unable to find him. Michael-san is doing a lot of business. Could it be that he's in another shop? It can't be helped. Let's change our schedule. I left Big Tree Village and came to Shashato City. My purpose is to carry additional cooking ingredients to the store I left for Marcos and Paula to manage. A while ago, Ancestor-san heard about the store and went to Shashato City. It seems like both Marcos and Paula are doing well. However, though I'm the one who taught them, I was perplexed to know that their situation greatly differs from my assumption. It is good that the shop is prospering, but the number of employees is totally unexpected. Opening a store is harder than I thought. Unfortunately, we can't industrialize. This is a world of magic, but not everyone can use magic. Manpower can only mean they need to hire more since everything can only be done manually. Ancestor-san, who went to Shashato City, brought back a letter from Marcos, and the content was asking us to send more ingredients. The timing is good since I thought that it is necessary for me to go see the situation firsthand. Since Ancestor-san will send me himself, it will be harder to prepare for the ingredients I'll be bringing there than travel preparation. I thought that someone coming with me is unnecessary, but I agreed eventually because Lou said that it is an absolute necessity. But why? Isn't Shashato City a normal port city? Isn't it safe there? Ah, there are monsters around that city. I see. Let's decide on who's going to be my companions. Ancestor-san will be the one sending us to the city, so of course he's included. As for luggage carriers, 6 minotaurs from Village 2. 3 cargo vessels that can be pushed or pulled. 6 lizard men as both guards and helper for loading and unloading the things we brought. I thought that it is already good as it is, but it was pointed out that I have no dedicated guard. I told them that I don't need it, but now that I think about it, I have never been to other towns or villages of this world. The only place I have visited are the Northern Dungeon and the Sun Castle. The rest are places made by me. I didn't want to go out until now either. In a certain way, I am a novice villager. Though I don't need guards, I want a guide. Given that condition, they should be those who have been to Shashato City. Frau, Rasudi, the lizard men, and 2 civil servant girls are qualified. I thought Lou and Tyr have been there too, but that's not seemed to be the case. I may have been there, but the name of that city doesn't ring a thing in my memory. Me too. Maybe I've been there once, but I'm not really sure. As for Frau, Rasudi, and the lizard men, they used to go there to sell crops to Michael-san. Though the lizard men accompanying us should have gone there already, they already have the role of guarding the minotaurs. It seems like Gulf also went there alone to register as an adventurer. As for the other civil servant girls, they have gone there for shopping several times when they were small. Among them, Gulf is the only one who could guide me around Shashato City, so it has been decided that Gulf will be my guard. I apologize for troubling you. I, Gulf, Ancestor-san, 6 minotaurs and 6 lizard men started moving. Some people say that there are too few guards, but we're only going to a city where people live. I don't want to be treated like a child. Ancestor-san's teleportation magic moved us to a place near Shashato City. Gulf and I went ahead to meet with Michael-san. The luggage-carrying group will be going directly to the shop, so Ancestor-san is with them. Arg. I never thought that I won't be able to meet Michael-san, so I didn't ask Ancestor-san. I'm like a lost child. Gulf, for the time being, can you guide me around the city? Let's depart, but before that, please pass this letter to Michael-san. He was surprised. Gulf, is it normal for someone to leave a letter? I think it's normal. Good, I thought that I failed. However, let's confirm the details first. This is Goron Company. Yup, that's true. Then, there is no doubt that I should leave these letters here. The letters were written by Lou and Tyr before we came here. I don't know the content since I'm looking forward to Marco's and Paula's shop. I passed the letter to the confused storekeeper and strolled around the city. This place is more developed than expected. That is my impression. There are stone pavements and carriages and cargo vessels frequently pass by. This is a port city, so logistics might be its backbone. There are many people, and it is full of vigor. The houses are either made of stones or bricks, and they are either 2 or 3-story tall. The highest building is about 4-story tall. When I asked Gulf, he said that rooms at the highest places are the cheapest. Thinking of reason, I concluded that it is probably because toilets are only installed on the 1st floor. I see. There's no elevator either, so moving up and down using stairs is a pain. Thank you for coming with me. Gulf's guidance is adequate. However, I feel like this is too business-devoted. Inns, cheap restaurants, high-class restaurants, weapon shops, armor shops, tool shops, training ground. Though I don't really know this area, why are you going to take me to the Adventurers Guild? Though I yearn to be an adventurer that can use sword and magic, I don't think I'm capable of being one. I've been plowing fields, and I think it suits me the best. However, I, at least, learned on how to request for adventurers. By the way, Gulf, how many times have you fought a match while I'm talking with the guild employee Oniason? You're my guide, but don't forget that you're supposed to guard me too. The other party is the one who started it. Not my fault. I continue walking around the city with Gulf. Though we're walking all over, we still can't find Marco's and Paula's shop. It seems like there are still a lot of places we haven't seen. Do you know where the market is? I want to know the prices. There are about 5 to 6 markets. The biggest one is in the south, but it is not for retailing. Then, where's the second biggest? North, you can see it from here. That huge building. That's the market. That's the arena, but we will reach the market before that. All right, let's go there. Let's finish eating this. Okay. Gulf and I found a stall and bought food there. This is market research. I think Marcos and Paula have already done this, but it is necessary to verify it myself. It is cheapy, the amount depends on which stall you buy from. I have no comment on the taste. At least I now understand why Marcos and Paula's shop is popular. When I was thinking of researching at the next stall, I was called out. No, it is not someone who will promote their product to me. It is a familiar face. It is the shopkeeper of the Goron company that I entrusted the letters with. I found you. Great. The shopkeeper suddenly blew the whistle that's hanging around his neck and bowed to me. I'm very sorry, Hiraku-sama. The president is moving towards here now. Did he already pass the letters to Michael-san? I guess he did, but why is he here? I suddenly stopped thinking after seeing a carriage running towards us with all its might. It stopped before us, and Michael-san looks like he's going to roll down with how fast he gets out. Vi Village Chief-san, great, we found you. Did something happen? Seeing how flustered he is, I became worried. No cough. Let us apologize first. When Michael-san gives the signal, the shopkeeper, the one who found us, bowed again. I didn't know it was Hiraku-sama. That was very rude of me. Michael-san also lowers his head. No, what rude? I looked at Gulf since I don't know what they mean, but it looks like Gulf doesn't know what's happening too. Actually, I'm at the shop when you came. While Michael-san is explaining, the shopkeeper continuously lowers his head. I know that this is only an excuse, but the only ones who call me, the president, Michael-san, are my relatives. I finally understand what's happening. The shopkeeper thought the Michael-san I'm referring to is an ordinary employee and not the president. Because of that, the shopkeeper only noticed that he misunderstood something when he found out that there's no employee called Michael working there. As for Michael-san, he usually pretends to be out of office. I see. So that's why they consider themselves rude. However, I'm also at fault for not informing you that I'll come to visit. I think the root of all of this is me, who did not make a proper appointment. Since that is the case, I don't mind it. The shopkeeper there shouldn't mind it too. Thank you very much. Michael-san, though he misunderstood, he managed to properly convey what happened so you don't have to get mad. I understand. With that, the matter ends there. I told Michael-san that I wanted to know where the shop is. Do you want to go there using the carriage? Is it far? No, it is not that far. Then, let's walk since I still want to see look around the city. Affirmatives. Michael-san told the coachman to return with the carriage and act as a guide for me. Though the carriage was asked to go back, there are 4 additional people accompanying us now. Michael-san introduces them to us. This is my son, Marin. I have heard about Hiraku-sama from my father. Please continue to favor Goron Company in the future. He looks like a serious man who's in the latter half of his 30s. He seems to be the next president of the Goron Company. Another one is Tito, who's in charge of accounting, and Randy, who's in charge of supply. Both of them are Michael-san's nephews. They are Marin's cousins. The last one is Milford. He seems to be the chief security officer of the company. Everyone will be attacked by monsters and demon beasts as soon as they go out, so guards are indispensable. Though it is common for a company to hire adventurers during times like those, the Goron Company seems to employ guards permanently. It seems like their line of work made them decide to permanently employ guards. These 4 walked along with me who's sightseeing the city. My apologies for causing trouble. With Milford on the lead, I followed Michael-san along with Gulf, Marin, Tito, and Randy. I'm a little ashamed for walking with other men of age in a row. Our walking in one line was finally disrupted when we arrived at our destination. Big, yeah, really big. My first impression of the building, what's this monstrous roof? The roof is at the height of a 2-story building and the inner part of the store is really wide. What's with this area? Amazing. The interior is also bright. What's with those window-like things? Is it light magic? And at the center is a mountain of people. It's crowded, a total panic. It doesn't seem that the business is ongoing. Screams can be heard too. Michael-san, is it usually like this? No, it is usually quieter. This is bad, though it might be good if our shop is not the cause. I want to grasp the situation, but I can't seem to do so. Do you want to do something? HNN. It was Ancestor-san. He came here earlier than us so he might know what's happening. What's causing all of this? They run out of stock. Run out of stock? Yeah. They can no longer cook curry. Though we are carrying ingredients, it might cause a ruckus if we declare that we're here with supplies. In short, our shop is the cause. I want to panic, but I have no time to do so. Since that is the case, it is necessary for me to do something. First of all, Ancestor-san, can you make a loud sound? Loud sound? Yeah, something like an explosion, but nothing exploding. Ahaha, it's okay. If it's only a sound like that, I can do it. Can you also make my voice louder? Of course. Then please do so. In here. Yeah, Michael-san and the others, please hide at the back and cover your ears. Gulf, I want you to make a way for me. Don't use weapons or force. The other party are our customers. With my signal, Ancestor-san made a loud explosion sound. The building even trembles. Please don't move and crouch down to where you are. If you move unnecessarily, you might get injured. Please follow my instructions. My voice is really loud because of Ancestor-san's magic. It seems like they were surprised by the sound, so they quietly crouched down. Great. Yes, continue to stay where you are. Please crouch down quietly. It will be great if you don't panic. In fact, I'm here to talk about a piece of good news for you. If you leave without hearing me, it will be counted as your loss. Though these crouching people are somewhat puzzled, I continue talking. And I asked the Minotaurs and Lizard Men make a way towards the counter. They seem to manage to make the customers on their way to move in order to go to the counter. Thank you for your cooperation. Afterwards, I found a lot of employees behind Marcos and Paula. They seemed to be safe. I sent a signal to Gulf and Ancestor-san to move to where Marco's group is. Though the crouching people are obstructive, in order to not cause any confusion, it will be better for them to continue crouching. We finally arrived. Ancestor-san stopped his magic and checked if everyone's not injured. Village Chief, I'm sorry. Let's talk about the details later. For now, stand and repeat everything that I'll say. Ancestor-san loudens Marco's voice for me. First of all, I'm Marcos, the acting manager. I told him to repeat what I'm going to say. He blew it immediately. This crowd and confusion, I apologize for it. I would like to know first if there's anyone who's injured. Please raise your hand and inform me. Fortunately, no customer was injured. Good. Earlier, we ran out of ingredients, so we can no longer cook curry. However, new ingredients have arrived a little while ago. We can cook them immediately, so please wait a moment. Also, as an apology for this disturbance, everything today will be free of charge. Hearing that it will be free, the crouching customers shout with joy. However, it is necessary for us to do something about this crowd, so I apologize, but we have to dissolve the present queue. It was dissolved at once. After an hour, the shop resumes its operation. Today, even if a person was not involved earlier, we will still serve him for free. You can invite your friends later. Thank you in advance. Today's disturbance, I'm really sorry. After making Marco's bow, all other employees bow too. We're sorry. Now, please line up slowly without rushing. Once you give them solution like this, they won't begrudge, and some will even forget what happened earlier. But there's still a thing that needs to be done. I instructed the lizard men and minotaurs to do something. Ask the customers if they are hurt in any way. If there's anyone injured, ask them to come here. I heard a while ago that there was someone who fainted and someone who fell down. They are probably treating them as a simple arm or foot pain and enduring them. Even so, we can't just abandon them. Paula, is there someone here that can use healing magic? Village Chief, I can use healing magic. Ancestor-san raises his hand. Then, I'll be troubling you. This is not the time to decline. Paula, how about our employees? Is someone injured? The employees are young girls and boys. They are both younger than I imagined. I'm not even sure if they are at the age of a junior high school student or an elementary schooler. They are not injured. Or are they enduring it? They're probably all right. By the way, this place, is our shop the only one here? Are there other shops? None, is that so? 8. And here I am thinking of apologizing to the other affected shops around. It seems there are none. Then, start cleaning, clear everything that the disturbance earlier caused. Those who are in charge of cleaning, bring the cleaning tools now. It is still early noon. A busy day has just started. Chapter 223. Emergency response. The staff are really accustomed in cleaning the store. Some of the customers are also helping them. Thank you for your support. While looking at them cleaning, I reflected on what's happening with the kitchen. I made a mistake, a big mistake. To put it simply, my mistake is deciding the compensation, free curry. I underestimated the size of our store. I thought that this is a big commercial establishment and we're only one of the tenants. I thought Marcos and Paula are only occupying a single booth. However, I never thought that this big roofed establishment is the store of Marcos and Paula. I can't take it back now. Though I'm at loss, I praise the job well done by Marcos and Paula. They even hired a lot of employees. However, aren't they too young? Ma, there might be certain circumstances in this place that leads to it. There are 4 counters at the center, but the other 3 sides are relatively small in terms of dining capacity. The store I'm imagining is a stall with a serving capacity enough for a small house, which means cooking speed will surely be not enough. It is good that they didn't serve rice and served bread instead. If they insist on serving rice, there won't be enough time for it to cook. It seems like I have to order bread from several bakeries nearby. The ingredients I bought this time is insufficient, but we will be able to buy some time using them. The insufficiency is also imbalance. Some ingredients will be little insufficient, while some will be severely lacking. Once a pot finished cooking, it will be used again to cook. And we are already using a large number of utensils, but it is still insufficient, indeed. It is now impossible to correct my make the curry-free mistake. Let's survive this day first. I look at Ancestor-san. He dealt with treating the injured earlier. Ancestor-san, the situation's bad. Can you go back to the village? What went wrong for you to suddenly request that? Please bring reinforcement. Ehate. All right, I'll take care of it. Who should I bring? No, I must come with you. You may, but who'll take care of things here if village chief goes? I'll bring them here. Eito, there is a room at the depths of the kitchen. I'll teleport them there this time. But isn't teleporting directly inside the city or building not allowed? They'll understand it. So, what are your orders? I told him the names of the reinforcements. Next, Michael-san. Have you call for me? My apologies for the commotion. No, you have taken care of it splendidly, as expected of you. Ha. Eito, I just want to confirm something. This whole building is ours. Is that correct? Yes. Can you do me a favor? Of course. Great, then can you lend me manpower? Someone who's good at negotiation. In addition, that person must be well informed about the law of this city. I want him to procure goods for me. Then leave it to my son. Michael-san recommended Marin. Is that all right? No problem. All of our schedule for today was cancelled. As for Marin, there seems to be no problem. And not only Marin, Tito, Randy, and Milford move forward too. That will save us, but is your company going to be all right? No, this is not the time to hold back. I want you to procure necessary things. First of all, tablewares are insufficient. The current situation is in need of a large amount of tableware to be used. Next, chairs and tables. This doesn't have to be elegant. Even barrels as chairs and tables are okay. Rope, wood, and big cloth are good too. For big cloth, it should be 3 meters on all sides. A lot of those, especially the big clothes. Finally, oil, wheat, and chicken. Michael-san's group tried moving out immediately after my instruction, but I stopped Michael-san and Marin. Michael-san, stay beside me. I want you to watch over what I'm doing. I want to know if what I'm doing is something that can be done in this city. I don't know much about this city after all. There's a possibility of me breaking rules. I understand. I thank Michael-san for his answer. Though I'm troubling Marin, I can only rely on you. Okay. My apologies, Marin. Village Chief, we await your instruction. It was Marcos, Paula, and all the employees who had just finished cleaning up. Good, now, let's get it on. Looking behind our employees, I saw men who don't seem to be our employees. Could they be customers? But they are not acting like customers at all. One of them even gives me this dangerous feeling. You are. To answer my doubt, one of them steps forward, and it is the one with a really scary face. Marcos introduced him. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Goldie. He's the one in charge of crowd control. I am fully responsible for this commotion that hindered our business. I'm really sorry. I heard that the reason for the commotion was a particular area being neglected, which was taken advantage of by others. Goldie's group, which is around 10 people, are the ones who should be dealing with that. And they neglected that particular area for too long, which caused dissatisfaction. That made me become more conscious about the arrangement of the store. That's all right. I look around. The store is large, and it is divided into 4 areas, which are northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. The main eating and drinking area is located in the southeast, which is the nearest to the main street intersection. There is a playing area in the northeast. A mini bowling alley is laid in there. As for the southwest and northwest area, nothing. Though there are chairs and tables near the counters in all areas, they are minimal compared to the one on the southeast. However, the queue will not bother with how it is set up. I started instructing the Minotaurs and the Lizard Men to rearrange the location of the chairs and tables. I had them arrange it to maximize the usage whether the customers are in a group or alone. There will be at least 10 tables per block, and each block will have one person to guide customers there. I left the manpower arrangement to Goldie. Next, the employees. In order to survive this crowd, today will be a special shift. What about after this is all over? One of the employees raises up her doubt politely. We will be selling curry for free. What will you think others will do once they heard the news? They will surely come. How many do you think will come? A lot. No. This crowd we have here is only the first wave. All employees, let's unite to receive them. The first thing to do is arranging the line. Currently, there are lines on each counter manned by each of the girls. With this setup, the customer will need to pass through a large number of other customers who are also waiting for their order at the counter. Given that, it was crowded. To prevent this from happening, it is necessary to prepare a path that the customer who received their orders can pass through. In addition, the initial process is fast. It is free of charge this time, so they don't need to pay money when ordering. Thus, the line is now as it is. Therefore, we should decrease the counter girls in order to make way. The counter girls acknowledge it easily. What will they do next? I did not consider that. I'll have Paula arrange what they'll do next. Village Chief, I brought them. The reinforcements arrived via Ancestor San's teleportation magic. 5 Oni maids, 2 dwarves, 4 high elves, 6 mountain elves, and 10 beastkins. This place is too busy to the point that it can be considered bad. I want you to help out to ease the situation. Hearing my request, every one of them nods. Now 3 of the Oni maids cook curry with Marcos and Paula. The other 2 Oni maids will be cooking another dish. The purpose of that is to reduce the attention to the free curry. I made the counter on the southeast area to be the one responsible for the distribution of the free curry. In addition, one side will be selling liquor with the dwarves as the manpower. There is no order limit, and it will be sold per cup. Though the dwarves might not like selling them, they surely want to spread the drinker soul. Because of that, they might attract the eye of those who also have drinker soul. The 10 beastkins will be backup manpower of the 2 Oni maids who are cooking other dishes and the 2 dwarves. And if Marcos and Paula can't take it anymore, they'll help them too. However, I don't want them to help Marcos and Paula in order to not damage the pride of the employees here. It will be better for them to fail first before having the beast girls help them for them to obediently accept their help. Though I might not be the expert in situations like this, I would rather sacrifice a little since I don't have the proper grip of this place. For others, some things are hard to accept. In addition, if they notice how much difference in war potential they have with my people, it might potentially leave a stain in their hearts. The 4 high elves are making partitions of the area. Divide them to 4, which are northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Isn't it too late to build walls? Think of it as an emergency response. The partition will be built in order to visually understand which area is which. So install them on the floor, but make sure that they are movable. You don't have to make it high either. As for the materials, I'll have Tito's group to bring them. Ah, it seems like those 20 people carrying baggage are from the company. I'll have them go to the northwest area. That will be the material depository for now. The mountain elves are bolstering up the northeast area in order to become a full-pledged gaming area. Currently, there is a mini bowling alley in the northeast area. There are 10 lanes. However, we cannot designate the northeast area for its exclusive use. Thus, new gaming equipments were made. Though I said made, they are not particularly hard to make. It's just an ordinary quoit. Circular rope will be thrown to sticks. If they can throw the rope in the right stick, they'll get a prize. I originally thought of shooting game, but there's no gun here, so I thought of using bows and arrows instead. However, bows and arrows can be dangerous, so I have them make toy arrows. If we use real ones, an amateur can easily injure someone. Thus, I had them prepare places for quoits and shooting. No need to panic. What you're doing right now is for pulling customers in the future. Also, if you thought of something new, just do it. Gulf, I have a task for you. Prize is necessary for quoits and shooting, especially for the bulls. I think that it is good that I have bought souvenirs earlier. I understand, I'll buy more. You actually don't need to buy more. I just want you to know that I've decided to make them the prices. Thus, I want you to go to the places we bought them from. Then what should I mean, we already bought them, right? We're not doing business just for money. The weapon shop you brought me to, how do you think they would feel if they knew that we made the weapon we bought there our prize? I see. I understand. I'll inform them and buy things they are fine with. I gave Gulf money. Because I only brought a few, I had to borrow some from Michael-san. I'm sorry, Michael-san. I just handed the money I haven't paid yet. Rather than that, what are you going to do with a large amount of rope and big cloths? The rope will be used to arrange the queue. We just need to arrange poles and tie ropes on top of them in a way the customer can queue up neatly. I made a sample and explain it to the others and leave the rest to them. The customers who helped with the cleaning, when I asked them why, they said that they felt guilty because of the commotion earlier. Curry is delicious. If this shop closed down, we'll regret it. Right. If there will be no more curry, I will go on a rampage. Now, it's time to deal with the big cloth. It must meet my requirements. If not, we don't need them. With our present condition, they are not yet needed. People have begun to gather outside the store. This is an open store, so anyone can enter if they want to enter. But they are still not going in since we are still giving off the busy atmosphere. For the time being, let's lay the rope on the floor as marker. The southeast is the eating and drinking area. The northeast is the gaming area. We blockaded the other two areas. The entry is prohibited. I had the Minotaurs and Lizardmen who are done moving the tables to block the customers. We are still not ready. Marcos and Paula, how's the curry? All clear. The breads are also okay, but it will be better if we buy more. I want you to promote the 2 new dishes, but our goal for today is to minimize the queue, so give in to the customers' demands first. Affirmatives. To those who are in charge of collecting tablewares, though you need to collect the tableware of those who are done eating. You don't need to be too hasty. Remember not to collect tableware immediately after they're done eating. Isn't that a waste of time? If you do that, it will upset or even anger the customer. Make sure the customer is already standing before trying to collect the tablewares. In addition, avoid leaving dirt on the table at all cost. We understand. As for water, as Village Chief said before, water is free of charge. It is common sense for me, but in this city it is not. Reflect. As of now, we have not set any price. We can only follow through. Presently, a glass of water is passed down to the customer together with the curry. How many people did you assign for that task? They should not be timid, even if they are facing adults. Paula has chosen 5 people. Though they are not tall, they don't seem to be timid, which meets my requirement. They will be going around each table while pushing a wagon full of glasses of water. Please pass them to those who would want them. You should also occasionally collect glasses when they are empty. Understood. The Oni maid's dishes and the dwarves' alcohol will begin their sales a little later. At the end of the counter of the eating and drinking area, the dwarves and the Oni maids are making their preparations. Though their purpose is to divert the customer's attention, they can also be considered as future business. A little later, about an hour later, promote them to the customers. Of course, look at the customer's appearance first before promoting. Paula is already making the queue ready. Looking at the customers, it looks like most of them are carpenters. The division of each area seems to be working, though the gaming area has still a way to go. I sent signal to the minotaurs and lizardmen who are blocking the customers. They have begun moving. In addition to the staff guiding the customers, there are flags with something written on them on the posts so the customers know where exactly to queue up. As for the customers who helped us earlier, my bad, but I'll have them help us until the end. I know I'm taking advantage of them, but we really need any available hand. I'll just bait them with some things later. Ancestor-san. Please use magic to increase the volume of my voice again. Please don't run, there is enough curry. We won't run out, please fall in line. Hearing my loud voice, they slowed down a little. This, won't we need more ingredients and reinforcements? Making things free really made such a big impact. Reflect me. Chapter 224. Demon King's Kingdom's Huleg. My name is Hu. I'm the 6th daughter of the Leg family and one of the 4 heavenly kings of the kingdom. As for my age, I already stopped counting. To my regret, I don't have a special someone yet. It is strange. I'm not lacking with regards to looks. My chest and buttocks are okay too. They are about average size, no, a little over average. My flamboyant red wings on my back are also a plus, and though this is a self-praise, I think it complements my beauty. With regards to assets, I can be considered as a rich person. I also have a separate territory which is only mine and not related to the Leg family. As for my character, I can be called slightly hard to deal with, but that's nothing to worry about. I can change for a man. As long as the feelings we have for each other is sufficient, I'll do it. The feeling it will bring will definitely be good, so I'll really do it. However, is my position as one of the 4 heavenly kings obstructive? I'm even willing to abandon that title just to get married. Even so, why? Social position, honor, riches, I have them all, but why isn't anyone approaching me? Is someone deliberately doing it? Does that mean that someone has that much grudge against me? If so, present yourself in a dignified manner. If you're a man, I'll make you my husband. I don't mind a little revenge play. I'm fine with it. I'll hang in there. Phew foo foo. Cough. Let's stop talking about this topic. My alcohol consumption increased again. By the way, in these past several years, there is really this one significant matter for the Demon King's kingdom. Big Tree Village. It is located within the Demon King's kingdom's territory, in the depths of the Forest of Death. A village was founded at the center of the Forest of Death. When I heard that the first time, I laughed hard. That time, I thought it was a joke. It is because of the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death is a place that must only be touched by eyes. How on earth can you found a village there? Given the monsters and demon beasts living there, even the elite force of the Demon King's kingdom will surely lose. It is also believed that a dragon has built its nest there. I also laughed at that because the gatekeeper dragon is nearby, so that's impossible. But reality is not a joke. In that village, it was confirmed that both highly dangerous individuals, the blood-sucking princess, Lulushi, and Angel of Annihilation, Tyr, are there. In addition, there's also the daughter of the gatekeeper dragon, Rasutisumun. She's someone no one can offend, she's a disaster. She can even be classified as a natural disaster. And there's more, according to the information, there is a herd of scourges of the Forest of Death there. A lot of evolved demon spiders and a large pack of inferno wolves. Reality sounds like a joke. Now that things have come to that, what will happen? Count Chrome took charge of that matter, so I erased it from my mind. I don't want to have anything to do with that place. That's where I failed. I should have involved myself with that place earlier. There's so much delicious alcohol in that village, and that despicable Count Chrome. He dares to give alcohol only to Demon King Sama and the other members of the 4 heavenly kings. I unintentionally considered waging war against Count Chrome's territory. According to my simulation, I can win 7 out of 10. However, we're already good. He apologized properly. Demon King Sama also backed him up. You don't have to lower your head that much. I'm not that angry. I said that while holding a bottle of alcohol. Just make sure you properly hand me my share of alcohol from now on to Sion. Wait a minute. I shouldn't have asked for alcohol. I should have asked him to introduce me to a man. I'm so stupid. I went to Big Tree Village to make a business deal with the alcohol maker directly. I don't want to remember that festival. It's like a nightmare. Strange Disune. I've only drank a few cups of alcohol, but phew. That alcohol is mine. I'm here for alcohol dessous. The alcohol here is the best dessous. Moreover, there are a lot of types too. Even though I have my own brewery in my territory, this taste can't be replicated. Frustrating. However, it really tastes good. The dwarves here are great too. Even if I didn't say anything, they served me various kinds of alcohol. My race is not dwarf, but though they don't seem to mind it, they only like ones with beards. Beard is it? Nope, it doesn't suit me at all. Regrettable. It's about time to leave. Can I have them teach me their method of brewing alcohol? They talked about it. I can't do that in my territory. Do you think I can do anything in my territory, just because I'm the Lord? Unfortunately, it is more inconvenient than you thought. The Lord must work for the people of her territory. This is not something I can neglect. I have money, I'll just buy from them. Ma, here's the money, my best regards. The village chief gave his go signal? Great. This time, I'll send my plan to the village chief. Big Tree Village seems to want to open a store in Shashato City. Good news. However, it will be bad if they encounter trouble. Let's give them a hand. The governor of Shashato City is an excellent man. There won't be a problem with him. For the time being, I'll meet up with the governor. Also, I'll dispatch a bodyguard. If someone dies, or even if someone got injured, our relationship might deteriorate. This is not only for the sake of alcohol. This is also for the whole Demon King's country dessous, and I want information too. Once they started selling alcohol at the store, contact me. I receive a report from the guard I sent to Shashato City. It seems like the store has opened with no problem. The store is only selling curry and not alcohol dessous. Disappointing. Because of the lack of rice for the curry, they bought bread from the shops nearby to supplement for it. I tasted curry back in Big Tree Village, and I can say that bread is also suitable for it. The neighboring shops seem to be happy about it too. That's good, but to start doing that, does that mean that they miscalculated with the size of their store? And how many employees do they have? The store seems to be going well. The mini bowling alley in the game corner is popular too. I also tried that game back in Big Tree Village. It's free. Are they using it to lure in customers? Looks like it. I already know how delicious the curry is, so there's no point in reporting its taste. Why the heck does the increase of lane of the mini bowling alley included in the report? And what's with this report about the 7th lane? I'm troubled about the reports I'm receiving. Is the guard doing his job properly? I'm uneasy. Trouble seems to have happened in the store. Though calling it a riot is exaggerated, it seems to have been a big commotion. It is caused by being unable to serve more curry, because of the lack of ingredients. Given its taste, people will surely yearn for it. Even I occasionally see it in my dream. Should I go there to eat? Then, I continued reading the report. A person named Village Chief came and extinguished the big commotion safely. Village Chief. Village Chief as in the Village Chief of Big Tree Village. He personally came to Shashato City. Impossible. No, escaping from reality is pointless. This is something I can't disregard or I'll lose my alcohol. Let's work hard and continue reading. Afterwards, the store offered to serve the curry for free, and it became something like a small festival. Goron Company also backed them up on all aspects. Looking at the report, it seems like the Goron Company acted like their hands and feet. The Goron Company is a large firm whose base is in Shashato City. The economic magnitude of Shashato City accounts for 3% of the economy of the whole kingdom. 3% doesn't sound impressive, but that is already enormous. The capital of the Demon King's kingdom accounts for 5% of the economy. For all other cities, each one of them is less than 1%. Enormous dessous. Considerably enormous. Moreover, given its distance from the capital, it can be said that it has considerable influence. Behind Shashato City is the Goron Company, being accompanied by the president of the company like an aide, bossing around the next president. The real president is the Big Tree Village. I'll just drink, the maid came. Excuse me, 1 cup please. No, not that small glass, fill the large one. I need courage to read more. After that, another trouble. There were complaints from the restaurants nearby. The curry is already popular, and now they are serving it for free, which took all the customers from other establishments. That's what will normally happen if you think about it. Is the village chief of Big Tree Village an amateur as a store manager? HNN. Or is he already expecting those complaints? Did he intend to ventilate the grievances of all the stores nearby? And what is he planning? I really can't think of anything. What is he up to? Will it be better if I go there and check it myself? Maybe. I continue reading. The usual nonsense report about the mini bowling alley was next. The 7th lane is still tough. What a useless report, but I have to calm down. And a bowling tournament was held and he won the championship. What the hell? Is he doing his duty as a guard properly? He was given alcohol as a prize and he's really happy about it. They started selling alcohol. I'll go to Shashato City at once. Chapter 225. Upheaval of the neighboring. Food stalls. My name is Marissa. I'm a businesswoman operating a small restaurant at Shashato City. My husband is an adventurer. There are times where he can't find a job for several months and can't do anything else besides staying home. Though he takes back some income home from time to time, it is really unstable. Ma, that is the main reason of our usual quarrel, and up to now, it is still happening frequently. Though my story about my husband is somewhat a little unpleasant, we have a son and a daughter. My son Mark will be 15 this year, and my daughter's son will be 13. Though they help me with my business, my son and daughter decided to open up a stall in the main street. They are manning and helping me alternately. I can be called as on job training. Originally, I thought it would be good to let them go to work somewhere, but they both said they wanted to help me with my shop. Though I'm happy with their intention, my son and daughter's happiness is on the line, so I have to turn them down. We quarreled because of it. If that is the case, I'll be an adventurer. Hearing that, I broke down. I consented with their request, with the condition that they'll run a stall as training. That condition is favorable for me, but I still can't help but be worried about my children. However, the complexion of the two of them turns bad these past few days. A new store opens up and that made the customers' flow change completely. That's stupid. So what if there's a new store? They can just change location. That's the advantage of a stall. It is movable. Both my son and daughter vomited a big sigh because of my suggestion. How can they reply with a sigh with their mother's advice? It seems like to move the stall, they need to decide on a new place and apply for a permit at the Merchants Guild. After receiving the permit, they'll have to pay the Merchants Guild before getting the right to move the stall at the place, and there is also a time limit. If they want to move to another place, they need to apply at the Merchants Guild again. In other words, it is similar to paying rent. After the explanation, I finally know the trouble of my son and daughter. Indeed, a stall can't just come and go whenever they want. I finally know why the other wives of the neighborhood stopped me when I said that I encouraged my children to set up a stall. I was thinking if there's a way I could help my son and daughter. However, I can't think of any. If there's no other way, let's just make them operate a bigger store. I gave out a sigh. Though I'm always asking about my son and daughter, I still haven't seen it in person, so I decided to check it out today. I want to check the state of their stall. Though I heard it from the rumor, that is a really big store. This kind of establishment will surely change the customer flow. So this is the root of the suffering of my son and daughter. They are serving food called curry. Sounds like a not-so-delicious food. I enter it because of curiosity. It is incredibly popular. If even 1/100th of the customers here come to my restaurant to my son and daughter's stall, they'll surely be saved. The smell is really good. Though I intended to eat at home this noon, I'll eat here to spy on the enemy. My name is Mark. When I was a child, I used to eat street food, and there were many stalls that served baked goods or served soups. However, in these last few years, Shashato City's food stalls evolved. No, not just the stall, even the stores changed. I don't know why. However, a senpai who runs a stall told me that it was related to the Goron company. Ma, that doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm going to open up a stall with my little sister, so I only have to go with the flow. We're selling roasted lamb with bones. It is a food that has already taken the test of time, and we devised its seasonings to make it flavorful. It gave us a good reputation, to the point that scouts from other stalls come to us. Our sales are also more than expected, and I'm really proud of it. If it continues to go like this, we might be able to make our dream of having our own store come true. But the long rainy season smashed our dream to pieces. Weather is a stall's weak point after all. Rain in particular greatly affects the number of our customers. Especially heavy rain, it is enough reason for not opening the stall. The world is not all sweet. Although it is not that cold in Shashato during winter, it rains a lot here in return. But we can't do anything about the weather. God wills it. It is not something that can be compensated with hard work. The world is cruel. The customers' flow suddenly changed. I know why. There is construction going on at one of the corners of an important intersection. It is at the former material warehouse. Though I don't know what they are building, all the carpenters downtown were employed. There are a lot of workers too. The customer flow will continue like this for a while. Thinking about it, how about changing the location of my stall? Fortunately, my permit will expire soon. I'll give up on our present location and probably move near that material warehouse. Given its size, the construction will continue for a while. There are a lot of carpenters and workers in that place after all. Charges in setting up a stall at good intersections are expensive, but given the pedestrian traffic, return of investment will be fast. My younger sister also agreed. Great, let's move there. It all went well according to plan. It was popular with the carpenters and workers. Our sales these last several days are twice as much compared to our previous location. If only that continued. The construction ended. Impossible. How can it be so early? I thought that it will continue for 1 year. Moreover, what is that building? Building without walls? Are they that stingy? It can only be described as a big roof. When I was thinking about those kinds of things, they have begun selling food. It is called curry. It was already popular from the first day. Any person will be attracted by such a big building. All the customers just passed by our stall. No, they are only curious. Everything's fine. They'll get tired of it immediately. They should be getting tired of it. Therefore, there's no need to fret. I shouldn't lose patience. My name is Sun. A lovely girl who is managing a stall with her Oniachan. My cute face is cloudy. There is a reason for it. It is because the sales of our stall have dropped to the extreme level. Changing our location was a fatal move. A big mistake. I think no one would have expected that after we moved, the construction of the building was immediately completed, and a delicious restaurant opens up on that exact place. When we applied to move at that location at the Merchants Guild, we were advised to think about it carefully. Those people know that this would happen. We should have listened to their advice. We reflected. When we were done reflecting, it is time to think of our next move. What should we do? Right now, the best thing to do is to move to another location, but the problem is the charges. We haven't earned enough money to pay for relocation yet. There are still 2.5 months before our current permit expires. These days, if our present sales continue, the next application will be troublesome. No, it will be impossible. Given Oniachan's character, he will still continue, but I know that we should give up our stall. What we need to do now is to work on a store somewhere. Like the one before us. The employee's uniform is so pretty. If I work there, will they make me wear the same uniform? There are some children who only wears the apron as uniform. Is the uniform decided according to performance? A few days later, a great event happened. A commotion occurred at the store, but that's not the great event. The great event happened after that. The store's curry will be free of charge today, that's what I heard. I must queue up now. I've been interested in it for quite some time. I always smell tasty and the customers eating there are eating deliciously. Our stall? No one will look after it. We don't have any customers anyway. Let's temporarily close it. Where should I queue? It's really delicious. We can't hold a candle to it. There's no way we can beat it. Somewhere in my heart, I want to think that our stall didn't lose, but I just can't. We're not even qualified to be its opponent. Mother was worried about me and Oniachan, so she came to check us out. She's also eating the curry here and gives me a gentle smile while looking at me. It is not a smile of encouragement. It is a smile of pity. I look at Oniachan eating beside me. Yes, eyes full of despair. Mother, she's queuing up again before I notice it. But what should we do now? That's what I'm thinking while eating my second serving of curry. This is hopeless. Even us, street vendors, can't sell our products free of charge. I've just eaten curry, but I feel like I'm already craving for more, so this is what the customers feel. I'm always thinking about the reason for their popularity, and now that I've tried it, I now understand. The amount per serving is good, but I feel like I only ate a little. I thought that this dish is cheap for 5 medium copper coins per serving, but if you eat 2 servings, it is no longer cheap. That's why people usually buy in stalls. We have no choice but to hope that we can at least earn money for the next application at our stall. If we can't, we can only close our stall. However, does this mean that our daily labor will only go to permit charges? How can this happen? Oniachin. I don't think you can do much damage to this store, no matter how many glasses of water you drink. They are even giving it away for free on normal days. Though free curry can be considered as a great event, the true great event happened immediately. The owners of all the stalls and stores nearby came together to this shop to complain. The complaint, "Ma, hearing its content makes me feel ashamed. Because of this store, the sales of our businesses have dropped. We need explanation. Not some good reason. Business is always the survival of the fittest. They complain because this store sells too much. Are you telling them to stop doing business? In addition, how can you prove that this shop has really done something that made your sales drop? Even the Merchants Guild will not take their side regarding this issue. When I was thinking about how will this store react, a big shot from the Goron Company appeared. I'm so surprised that I've fallen down from my chair. It is the next president, Marin-san. That woke me up. He is a good person. As for the people who came here to complain, they all know who he is. They remained silent. I expect no less. The Goron Company is a large firm that can even boss around the Merchants Guild. If you defy them, it will be impossible for you to do business in the Demon King's kingdom, especially this city. Marin-san guides the people who came here to complain on a table nearby. While I was thinking about how he would conciliate regarding the curry, he started talking about business. I listen intensely. I don't consider this as shamelessness. They are the ones having a business talk at the wrong place. I mean, I guess they are not going to keep it a secret. It doesn't look like they're going to cover it up. On the contrary, it looks like they want it to spread. I thought Marin-san will say something difficult, but he said something easy to understand. The space of this store is so big. How about opening your stores and stalls here? One space of a stall or store is 3 meters on all sides. There are 2 rules. 1, your stall should only have 1 front. 2, if you cause a small fire or food poisoning, you will be kicked out immediately. The rent will be 10 big copper coins per month. If you are going to use fire, you need to pay an additional 5 big copper coins. Your location will be decided via lottery every half a year. However, if a stall becomes so popular that customers will need to wait in line for some time, that shop will be asked to move to a specific location. 10 big copper coins per month? Since we need to use fire, that will be 15 big copper coins per month for our stall. That's cheap. I look at Oniachin. He's counting our money in his bag, but I don't think we have enough. We just paid our meat supplier, and thinking about our recent sales. Should we borrow from Mother? Mother bought carrot and she's now eating while moaning. When did she? I haven't tasted that yet. You have too. Give me the other one. But will setting up our stall here really increase our sales? Gathering stalls here, will people really come to this place in order to eat and drink? Certainly. Tables and chairs will be for common use. Water is free too. There's a roof, so we don't need to worry about rain. In the future, they want to include non-food related stalls here. That might be good. Right. It is truly 10 big copper coins per month, but the manager of this store said that because of the trouble he caused you this time, the first month will be free of charge. You can consider this first month as a trial period. I'll do it, please let me. Though Marin-san is still talking, I involuntarily blurted that out when I heard the free of charge part. I know that I did something impolite, but that is something I can't afford to miss. People who heard us also raised their hands one after another. Marin-san looks at me, smiles, and laughs lightly. All right then, let's continue our talk with the young lady here. He doesn't seem to be angry. Our stall outside moved into this shop a little while ago. Even if we use fire, all the smoke runs up. Amazing. As for the things we sell, it has expanded. At first, the manager of this store, the man named Village Chief, showed up, tried our product, and said that it is not good enough. He added our mutton to the curry and ate it. That was shocking. He's helping us. This mutton will taste better if you eat it with curry. Why don't you remove all the bones? Coexist with curry, then. Once you always eat curry, don't you want to try something else to eat? We already earned 15 large copper coins. I decided that it would be best for us to continue operating our stall here. Oni-chan feels the same. Chapter 226. Goron Company's next president, Marin. My name is Marin. I'm the eldest son of the president of the Goron Company. I'm also the next president. I take pride in my smooth sailing life since I was a child. My only complaint is how busy I am. The size of the Goron Company was more than doubled these past several years. Isn't father working too hard? I heard him saying that he'll retire some time ago. Just the other day, he had an audience with Demon King Sama when he went to the capital. Amazing, so influential. How many times has father met with Demon King Sama, as expected of father? Ah, he can't retire now for sure. You still have to work hard. I won't let you meet my son or daughter if you retire soon. By the way, the Big Tree Village is the one responsible for the growth of the Goron Company these past few years. I thought that it was some sort of secret code at first. I thought that the other party is something that can cause public concern to the Demon King's kingdom, so we can't have a public deal with them. Crops I've never seen before are delivered one after another. However, father insists that that village really exists. Said that it is located at the center of the Forest of Death. Said that the blood-sucking princess, the angel of annihilation, the angels of Holocaust, high elves, Anis, lizard men, elder dwarves, dragons, horde of demon spiders, and pack of inferno wolves are living in that village. What kind of fairy tale is he making? He probably wants to intimidate his rivals, but I think he should make a more believable story. Though I'm a bit sad that he's not telling me the truth, I know that he must have his reasons for not telling me. It really doesn't bother me. I trust my father and I know that he's doing his best for the company. When he knew that I was doubting him, he tied me up and brought me to the gatekeeper dragon's nest. I'm sorry for doubting you. I never thought that the gatekeeper dragon even serves tea to his guests. What a valuable experience. This tea is great. Ah, this came from Big Tree Village? Ha ha ha. After that, I am now convinced that Big Tree Village exists. Therefore, don't take me to that village. Being brought to the gatekeeper dragon's nest is enough. It is mentally challenging that I need to change my underwear given my age. This is something that my wife, my son, and my daughter must never know. One day, when I was working seriously, my father called for me. It is an immediate summon. This is unusual. My always calm father is obviously panicking. What on earth happened? Village chief of Big Tree Village has come to the city. Father is the only person in charge of things related to that place. Do your best. It was the first time in a long time that father gave me an arm lock. Joke, it was a joke. I'll help you, get off. It will be frustrating if I'm the only one involved, so I called for my cousin Tito and Randy. Milford too. He's reliable. He's someone we can count on. I'm not sure if we need the ability of this former rank 6 adventurer, but I have no choice. All right, he gave a good reply. Now, I have to tell them the situation. We need to look for a person named Village Chief. Get on your own mount and let's start searching. HNN, you don't know what Village Chief looks like? That's all right. He is being accompanied by a beastkin warrior Gulf. Right. The champion of the martial arts tournament. He is also called Sword God. Easy, right? And it's not like they're going to escape. They are not our enemies, just use him as a landmark. Gulf is famous, so he is easy to find. This morning, there was a disturbance at the East Gate, thus he is currently covering his face. Then he can't be our landmark. Don't panic. Gulf is wearing a bright red mantle. Got it? Let's go. Village Chief's destination is Big Roof Shashato in the north. Big Roof Shashato? It was that recently completed building. Father personally talked to the Merchants Guild for it. It is a store that sells curry. I went there yesterday. I don't know who gave it the name Big Roof Shashato or why it is named that way. If I'm not mistaken, it is only a temporary name in order to register it at the Merchants Guild. Is he already at the store? That might be the case. There's no signboard yet, so I guess no. Okay, so Village Chief's destination is the curry store, but he hasn't arrived yet. It is very likely that he doesn't know where this store is located. In other words, he's lost. Looking at father, He's saying something like if we can't find him soon, we will be in danger. Ah, don't exaggerate. Village chief won't even face danger here. 8. Why are you comparing him to Demon King Sama's daughter? You want me to think that the one missing is Royal Princess Sama. Surely if Royal Princess Sama got lost, we will face Demon King Sama's anger. We're in that kind of danger? Okay, that's really something serious. I'm glad that I understand now. Let's do our best in searching. We were able to join him safely. Great. Village Chief San seems to be considerably close to father. He seems to be a gentle person. But no matter how I look at him, he looks like a normal human. Is this person really the village chief of Big Tree Village? No, I shouldn't doubt it. Throw all my doubts. Gulf is right next to village chief and he perfectly obeys his command. That alone means he's no ordinary person. I was right. A riot broke out as soon as we reached Big Roof Shashato, and village chief settled it immediately. What the? How skillful is he? Moreover, he gave instructions one after another and opened the curry store in no time. Is he really a village chief of a village? Could he be a member of an old company? Tito, Randy, and Milford are already acting as his subordinates. His calculation speed is also extraordinary. He's also used to handling people. But I would like to ask, where did those people come from? Aren't those Anis? In other words, they brought them here from the village. Also, those on that side are not ordinary elves, high elves, the man-eater. Why are they acting like carpenters? And there's also these elves with different skin tone, they are even bossing around Gulf. And why is he making father stay at his side? Ah, he's not that knowledgeable with the circumstances of this city. I see, he knows what he lacks and he was able to supplement it. What an amazing person. Though I'm a little conflicted when he offers to sell the curry for free in order to settle the trouble earlier. That's too much. It's like throwing food. He also didn't just attract the customers, he also attracted the owners of the neighboring businesses. And I, as a member of the Goron Company, stepped forward to negotiate. The big cloths that village chief asked Tito's group to prepare were laid on the floor and served as markers. Seeing those laid on the floor, one can easily imagine the space for rent. A town was made in the store in no time. This is the perfect example of someone using the power of concept. Village chief, aren't you too amazing? As for what happened, the Goron Company benefited too. It is not money, it is knowledge. We were taught with a new concept of business. Gathering customers by gathering stores. When businesses of the same type gather, the result is completely different from everyone's expectations, which is sales drop. You can compare this to a festival. When similar stalls form a line, they will gather customers. It is also applicable in our daily lives. The same thing can happen anywhere, but the Goron Company only learned of this now. Even so, this is a great fortune. Even the small things they've done are great ideas. Since there are illiterate customers, make a menu with pictures. Customers don't need to calculate themselves since the clerk will do that for them. Even if you're not eating, you can sit on a table you want and you can even get free water. This will surely attract customers. There is also a gaming area. There are games with charge and games with no charge, but looking at people happily playing is satisfying enough. The money exchange office doesn't make sense, but it is probably not a bad thing because all of the sales of all the stores here will increase with this setup. Though it is already expected, the slots for stalls where you can exchange money as their main business is limited. Also, there's a stage. There will certainly be people who will use it. Therefore, a theatrical or a musical play can be performed here. I already thought of calling some famous orchestra or theatrical company, but I hold myself back. In any case, anyone who can rent it can use it. The first performance, there was a drama formed by the wives of the neighborhood. I can't give it a good compliment, but everyone excitedly watches it. It can also be used as a place for presentation. Never thought that it has a lot of uses. Great. Father, I feel like I'm still immature. That's normal, I think so too. I need to be more passionate. By the way, can I ask you one thing? What is it? That person at the last lane, could I be mistaken? Demon King Sama. That person is the chief magistrate. There is no need to mind it. Put your heart on the match, do your best. I understand. Big Roof Shashato, bowling tournament, I'll do my best to claim victory. I got third place. The first place is a regular customer of this store. He's good. I'll just have to move on. Ha! It seems like the tournament attracted more people by showing and giving them a goal. It is really a good learning experience. Chapter 227. Village Chief's Day Trip. Phew, I did it somehow. That's what I thought. No, that's dangerous. There are more people there than expected. I thought that it was going to be an easy job. The commotion earlier is caused by my carelessness. I have to reflect. And to all the employees and all the villagers that helped, thank you. I should also thank Michael-san, Goldie, and the customers who helped at the store. I was surprised that my plan of putting stalls inside the store was received positively. I'm actually trying to make it similar to a flea market, but it ended up becoming a food court. Ma, it can't be helped since all the business owners that I solicited are from the food business. They were the only ones who were affected by the free curry, so they're the only ones who angrily came to the store. But the negotiation advanced surprisingly fast. No, it might be because of Michael-san's excellent son, Marin. He's great. Marin's cousins, Tito and Randy, are also skillful. I wonder if Michael-san personally trained them. With them, their next generation is secured. That's kind of enviable. As for my sons, no, they'll surely grow up energetically. The store usually closes up the same time as the sun sets, but it will slightly stay late today. Because we sold carriage and alcohol, the customers did not leave immediately. And of course, the free curry offer has ended. Village Chief, won't it be bad if you don't return soon? Ancestor-san said that to me. When I came to this city, I promised the villagers that this will absolutely be only a day trip. If possible, I want to stay here until the shop closes, but there are things that can't be helped. Let's return tomorrow. I went to Marcos and Paula and informed them that I'll return tomorrow, and I said goodbye to Michael-san too. It's finally time to go home. The ingredients carriers and the reinforcements will return with me. Only Gulf will remain. Though it is safe here, we can never be too sure. My apologies. He takes the task and looks like he doesn't mind it at all. Great. When we returned to the village, we had a late dinner. Though the employees in the store are eating alternately, we did not join them. The atmosphere there made us lose appetite. However, we did not hold back in taste testing. Especially the carriage that the Oni maids made and sold. Since there is free curry, it was not popular at first. Because of that, we decided to give them to the customers who helped with cleaning. If someone eats it, someone else will surely be tempted. I and the employees eat them too. Michael-san tried it too. I wonder who made the best expression. 3 small carriage costs 1 medium copper coin. Though I don't know if it is cheap or expensive, it sold well. The beer that the dwarves are selling beside them is selling well too. Carriage and beer eventually became more popular than curry. I reported that after eating. I also explained the circumstances that made us unable to return on time. Because I asked Ancestor-san to explain it to them when I asked for reinforcement earlier, they accepted it. I also told them that I have to go back there again tomorrow. Good. I'm glad that everyone understands. The next day, we went to Shashato City with the same members as yesterday. I'm really indebted to Ancestor-san. Though the Minotaurs and Lizardmen have nothing to do, I still have them come. I'll just have them do something else today. Marcos, Paula, Gulf, Michael-san, and the others are already waiting for us. The store is already open, and there are already customers everywhere. The store opens earlier than I thought. Are Marcos and Paula all right? It is likely that they have to stay up all night. Gulf said that they sleep properly, so I'll trust his words. In any case, I'll have the Oni maids help in the kitchen again. The dwarves will sell alcohol like yesterday. Ma, it's early in the morning and they are already entertaining customers. Did they wait for them? So far, the store has been selling 2,000 servings of curry per day. Since we are selling 1 serving of curry for 5 medium copper coins, our everyday gross sale is 10,000 medium copper coins. For salaries of the employees, that will be 3 medium copper coins per person per day. We have we have a total of 207 employees, so the salary will be 621 medium copper coins per day. I thought that 3 medium copper coins per day of salary is too cheap, but Michael-san said that it is too much because food, clothing, and accommodation are all provided. I see. There is also the cost of 3,000 medium copper coins per day for bread and other ingredients. In addition, we hired Goldie's group for managing the queue and taking care of the garbage, and their daily cost is approximately 500 pieces of medium copper coins. In short, the net profit is 58.79 medium copper coins. That's the rough calculation. It has been 30 days since Marco's and Paula's store started operating, so the present profit is approximately 176,000 medium copper coins. As the first investment, they had to buy tablewares, employees' clothes, aprons, in addition to the cost of making the mini bowling alley. They're still in debt because we used 300,000 coins for them. Got it. And if you add the construction cost of the building, I'm sure we're on neck-high debt. No, I don't need to be alarmed. Everything's going well. Being able to sell 2,000 servings per day is already amazing. As for the business hours, about 10 hours per day. In other words, 200 servings are being sold every hour. That's 3 servings every minute. Surely we don't need this many employees. Majority of the employees are staying in a special inn for employees, I mean dormitory. They live there. The dormitory is a 3-story building with 12 rooms on each floor, 207 people for 36 rooms. A room is packed with 5 to 6 individuals, but no one complained yet. They are divided with curtains, and it seems like they are luxurious enough to be considered as private rooms. Is that so? There are restrooms in the dormitory, but there's no bath. Because of that, a bath was built next to the dormitory. Clean employees is a must. As for the employees, not all of them are active during the day. There are those who help others train at night, there are those who are taking care of the dormitory, and there are also those who are taking care of the bath. Excluding them, there are around 120 to 130 people who will man the store. I thought there were more than 120 to 130 people yesterday. Perhaps they are pushing themselves. Should we hire more? By the way, once again, everything has returned to normal. Except for the southwest area, it has become lively. The stall owners are setting up their stalls. There are only a few of them who can run their business now, but they are all lively. Naturally, there are troubles too. Though Goldie's group responds fast, they don't have enough manpower. Because of that, I asked the lizard men and the minotaurs to patrol. Intimidate them with weapons. Armed yourselves with blades and sticks. Michael-san's son, Marin, is also running around the southwest area. Thank you very much. The mountain elves continued what they were doing yesterday. As for the high elves, they are done making partitions for each area, so should I have them help the mountain elves? No, that's not their area of expertise. I look at the place where the mini bowling alley is located. Yeah, this is about the same size as the mini bowling alley in the village. Given the current circumstances, I wouldn't mind making this alley in a normal-size bowling alley. Though I'm not sure how long a bowling lane should be, I can use the memory I have when I played bowling when I was young. Even if I got it wrong, no one will criticize me. I thought of dismantling it to change it a little, but I felt the fiery gaze of the regular customers. There's not enough gaming equipments. The high elves that are adding lanes are the ones who said that. I'll make more pins and balls. The high elves built it in a day. The length is 20 meters and each lane is 1 meter wide. There are 10 lanes. We can add more, but this will be enough for now. The reason is manpower. There is someone who returns the thrown ball, and there's someone who is setting up the fallen pins. Presently, the lanes have a height of 10 centimeters, and each side has a gutter zone. The ditches on each side are deep at the start and shallow near the end. The reason for that is for the one who got the ball at the end to be able to easily send the ball back to the baller's rack. That will make things easier for them. There is also a frame that can be used for the pin. It's a thick board with holes in it. It will determine the standard placement of the pins by putting each pin in a hole. The speed of setting up the pins will also speed up by using this. Now, test throw of the bowling. The regular customers are already impatient for waiting too long, so I ask them to do it. Though there's already an employee in charge of setting up the pins, the customers set up the pins themselves when it is not their turn. Thank you, you don't have to. We are already enjoying it for free. Won't it be better if you charge? Good customers. However, I don't want to take money for our current bowling setup. As for the reason, it's because the bowling I know of is fully mechanized. Despite all the hands, the time needed for the ball to return and the pin to be set up is still too long. Very loose. Though I don't care how many throws you'll do, patience is needed for one game. It's too long. No, the people who are playing it are having nice chats in between, but for me, I want to play steadily. The only ones who can sympathize with me are children. As for the adults, they are enjoying the mini bowling in a relaxed manner. It looks like I lack elegance. Cough. Ma, I want maintenance costs to return, so I have to think about income. Will you buy my ball or my pin if I sell them? If bowling can balance income and expenditure, I'll even hire exclusive employees for it. The longer the distance, the harder it is to stabilize. The ball gets heavier too. How to properly use this perforated ball. You'll find it hard if you don't have a regular stance in throwing the ball. Since you are enjoying it, why don't we have a bowling tournament? This will be a good publicity too. Quoits and the shooting game that I asked the mountain elves to make can now be tested. As for this, let's have Michael-san's group try. Let's have them play quoits first. You'll get 5 quoit rings with 1 medium copper coin. You can get a prize if you're able to make it land over a stick. A simple game. Looks simple, but it doesn't go where you are aiming, yes. Michael-san scored 0. Tito scored 2. Randy got 1. Milford got 4, he's good. The rings are of moderate size and the judgment is loose, so as long as it lands over 1, it's an okay. However, near the sticks with designated high prizes are obstacles. Right, obstacles. In short, they can't be easily taken. According to Michael-san's group, it will be okay if it will be harder. With the current difficulty, a dexterous person can win it all. I see. I asked the mountain elves to improve the quoits. Would it be better to make the rings smaller, or should the obstacles be remodeled? Next, shooting game. You will be given with a bow and arrows and you'll shoot targets with it. This is a game where you can directly shoot the prize. When it was first tried, the prize got a hole from the arrow. Because of that, we changed the target. The targets became monsters models and they are designated with points. 3 arrows are 1 medium copper coins. You can accumulate points, but only with your 3 arrows. The points where the target can be easily hit is low, and the points where the target can't be easily hit is high. However, it's not easy to hit a target either. The mountain elves made a steering wheel contraption that makes the target moves irregularly by turning that wheel. Though a game that can make you hit something is enjoyable, it doesn't mean that it will be easy. This is the bow. Milford was a former adventurer. He eagerly checked the bow. Though the bow is a small bow that even children can use, we already assumed someone complaining, so there's a big bow too. So to increase the difficulty, you tied the string loosely. It's for the sake of security. We've done that so that it is all right for amateurs to play it too. I see, but the bow is too good. It is possible that someone might steal it away. That is a second-hand bow we purchased in the city. I don't think that it's expensive, but if someone steals it, that will be troublesome. Even if it is a toy, it is still a bow, so I suggest increasing the height of the walls around. You don't want arrows flying somewhere, do you? Indeed. Certainly, that wall can also prevent someone from running away if someone steals something. Okay, I'll do what you suggested. After increasing the height of the walls, it is Michael-san, Tito, and Randy's turn. Oh, it flew straight. So, even I can shoot Bao-ha. I did it. I hit the one in the middle, 10 points. Unexpected tension. I feel like this is more appealing compared to quoits. On the side, Milford bought another batch of arrows from a mountain elf. The first arrow, it looks like it can hit anything. Those who are used in using bows will be difficult to deal with. Let's change the premium according to rank. The ranks will be beginner, intermediate, and expert. I tried it too, but I only hit air. This is unexpectedly annoying. Well now. HNN, Marin is looking at us. It looks like he doesn't plan on playing. Looking at him, he's on business mode. Is there a problem? When I was thinking, Michael-san told me. The person standing next to Marin is someone from the Merchants Guild. Chapter 228. Tax and Trouble. There are 3 kinds of taxes in Shashato City. Capitation tax, land tax, and port tax. Capitation tax is a fixed tax for everyone regardless of their age. The eligibility for paying this tax is that that person should be living in a house in Shashato City. Travelers are not taxed. For the homeless, they don't have to pay, or you could say that it is inapplicable to them. The capitation tax last year for each person is 6 large copper coins. Upon paying this, they can enjoy the services offered by Shashato City. Since everyone needs services from the government, there are a few people who don't want to pay for it. Land tax is the tax that one has to pay when buying or selling lands. The buyer will shoulder this tax. The tax rate changes from time to time, but it ranges from 10–20% of the land price. It is a requirement to be up to date when it comes to land ownership. The last one is port tax. It is the tax that ships pay to Shashado City Port. The amount to be paid depends on the size of the ship. After explaining the things above, did you notice it? As long as you don't buy and sell land and don't have a ship, the only tax you need to pay at Shashado City is the capitation tax. In other words, business profit doesn't have tax. Isn't this too ridiculous to be true? It is. The root of the problem, the low literacy rate of this world. Only people with a higher position on society need to read and write, which means everyone else doesn't have to. Merchants seem to be literate, but only a number of them. Only those who are working in big companies are literate, but those who are working in small shops, especially the stall owners, are illiterate. Right, it is not unusual. If they can't read or write, how do you expect them to make an account book for sales? I can't even answer my own question. If you can't make an account book, how do you know if your business is profiting or flopping? Given that situation, how will the government tax them? The budget of this city mainly comes from land tax and port tax, so they are not eager to tax businesses. Then, does this mean that big shops' earnings are all for themselves? That might seem so, but that is not the case. Though it doesn't have the word tax in their names, there are things that can be considered as taxes. Water service fee, disaster prevention fee, garbage processing fee, and sewer use fee. Water service fee. This city only has a few wells, and they all have the same water source from the upper part of the city. The water service fee is for administrative and maintenance expenses of the water service. Disaster prevention fee. When a fire breaks out in the city, it naturally needs to be put out. The fee is for the medical bills of the people who helped out putting out the fire. Garbage processing fee. As long as a person lives somewhere, there will be garbage. This fee is like the payment for those who will be employed to collect and get rid of the garbage. Sewage use fee. There's a sewage system in the city, and there is a specific place where there's a pool of slimes that purified sewage water. The fee is for administrative and maintenance expenses of the sewage. By the way, the rich houses are required to purify their water first before draining them down to the sewage. The 4 fees are collected depending on the users. I thought that those should be already included in the budget of the city, so they should be the ones shouldering it, but the words of the mayor make sense. Then, what will happen if something stopped those services due to administrative reasons? The government won't lay hand on those 4 in order to prevent service interruption due to administrative reasons. Instead of opposing, the people of the city approved it. That happened several hundred years ago. Presently, in order to be fair with everyone, to calculate the right amount of fee to be paid by each one, the Merchants Guild of Shashado City is the one handling those. The Merchants Guild will be the ones who will receive both payment and donations with regards to those 4 fees. Since my store has several more stores in it, it has become complicated. Water service fee and garbage processing fee is paid in batches, so it should be paid according to the amount used. The restrooms of this store has its own purification pool, so the sewage fee shouldn't change. The problem is the disaster prevention fee. But the amount to be charged is fixed regardless of how many things are there in the store. You didn't pay for the stalls. Are you saying that the stalls should not pay disaster prevention fee because they are set up in this store? We initially thought of charging those who are using fires in their stalls. Talking around me are the person from the Merchants Guild, Michael-san, Marin, Tito, and Randy. Let's leave this to those who understand it. No, it's not like I totally don't get what they are saying, I just don't know the customs. Michael-san told me. He said that if it's not unfairly expensive, I should properly pay it. Milford returned to target shooting. It seems like he's giving the mountain elves advice about the movement pattern of the targets. I also want to join them, but I can't leave. I'm useless here, but I'm the person in charge, it can't be helped. This is going to be a long talk, how about using a table? One last thing, contribution. When the talk is at its end, the man from the Merchants Guild seriously looked at me and said that. Contribution, it is basically support money for the Merchants Guild. It is paid per unit, and 1 unit is 1 silver coin. When a store reaches a certain size, it will pay for it. I already heard about it even before we open our store in Shashato, so I'm not surprised at all. Michael-san intercepts him. Hold on. According to the custom, a store less than 1 year old is exempted from the contribution. That's right, however, they've seen to have gained a lot of profit already. That might be the case, but it is still out of the question to exempt them from the custom. In any case, what is your demand? I think so too, but I'm sorry. I'm just following the higher up. I'm here to ask for 1,000 units if possible. 1,000 units, in short, 1,000 silver coins. Isn't that 1 million medium copper coins? So you're here, because of an order from a higher up. Yes, a higher up. I see. It seems like Michael-san and the man from the Merchants Guild came to an understanding, but I don't get what they're talking about at all. I seek help from Marin. Ito, the present Merchants Guild will not clash with the Goron Company. The higher-ups of the Merchants Guild are subordinates that Father dispatched. Though the old Goron Company can be considered a powerful entity of Shashato City, the Goron Company of today can even represent the whole city. Since this store is connected with the Goron Company, it means that the higher up that guy is mentioning is someone other than the Merchants Guild. The governor of this city, Governor Ifris. He's the one behind this. No, Governor Ifris is an honorable man. He wouldn't do something like this. In this case, it might be one of those nobles. And noble. That reminds me, there are nobles in this society. In other words, a certain noble is trying to extort our store with 1 million medium copper coins. No matter how I think about it, that person is definitely not friendly. So is this person from the Merchants Guild a collaborator? Hey, hold on. Maybe he is being threatened. Marin said that he wanted to see what cards the man from the Merchants Guild has. The person from the Merchants Guild pulled his left sleeve with his right hand. Many times, it seems like a signal for calling for help. Milford is already gathering our men. Milford is at the shooting ran. He's gone before I noticed it. I see, he's standing up is like a signal to demand for backup. I wonder if I call for the High Elves and the Mountain Elves. That reminds me, where is Gulf? Gulf arrested someone in our store. Marin, that guy Gulf arrested, do you know who he is? That. I really don't know, but judging from his clothes, he looks like a noble. Right, I think so too. The man from the Merchants Guild noticed him too. Yano, that person. Is that man an enemy? I waved to Gulf and signaled him to bring the noble he arrested to us. I had the noble be tied with a rope and sit on the floor. Outrageous. Do you think you can get away for treating me like this? Michael-san, given this situation, can I attack him? You can't. How about demanding for compensation? Though he has malicious intent, so far he only demanded for contribution and has not harmed you yet. Does this mean that he can get away with it? Unfortunately, it seems like I won't be able to counterattack. Don't ignore me. The noble is a young man. He looks like he is in his early 20s. He's wearing black clothes and has horns on his left and right parts of his head. The horns on his head are like fashion accessories since I can remove them. You, return my horn. I can't permit to be rudely imitated. A petty person. No matter how you look at him, he's a petty person. Now I'm starting to doubt if this guy is really a noble. However, according to the man from the Merchants Guild, this guy is a noble from a venerable lineage. He's someone from Viscount Albatross House. He is a real noble that is registered in the Demon King's kingdom. And noble. To be honest, I'm troubled with how to respond. Though I don't really care how angry he gets, I'll be troubled if Michael-san's group will be implicated because of me. I just opened the store too. In addition, I'm troubled if there will be any effect in Big Tree Village. How about let's forget about this matter? I proposed a very Japanese-like suggestion, but it was turned down. Don't joke around. Your end is near. This is what you get from defying me. No, I don't remember defying you in particular. The reason Gulf arrested him is because he harassed a customer who's enjoying his food. Shut up, I'm a noble. Someone higher than you. I can only sigh to what he's saying. Even Michael-san's group are sighing in an obvious manner. For the time being, let's look for someone who has an idea of what to do. Ancestor-san raises his hand. How about bringing him here? What are you up to? No, who are you going to bring? The man from the Merchants Guild, who doesn't know who Ancestor-san is, speaks. He might have thought that we have a backer. The best person who can deal with this situation. The best person who can deal with this situation. Ah, Governor Sama. Someone more powerful than that. He can decide what will happen. Who is it? Could it be a person from Big Tree Village? Oh then, apologies for the trouble and take care. In fact, I already brought him. Yes, he's behind you. The Demon King is standing behind the man from the Merchants Guild. I was working. This is not a negotiation. This is purely rule by authority. The man from the Albatross family fully surrendered. As for his purpose, money, he threatened the man from the Merchants Guild to force us to give contribution to pocket it in the end. Their plan is to make trouble in the store that suddenly pops out of nowhere to force them to give contribution. This is the first time I did something like this. I'm sorry. I did it on a whim. Please forgive me. The man from the Albatross family is apologizing with every effort, but the Demon King refuses. You're really good. I personally put a no interference notice for this store, and you still tried to lay your hand on it. It looks like you're not putting me in your eyes. I didn't know that this store is being protected by the Demon King. This will also be a crime of Viscount Albatross. Start thinking on how to apologize. What's that? I can't interfere. I actually tried to say something, but I was stopped by Michael-san. We are in a public place, and there are a lot of citizens of the Demon King's kingdom. It will damage the Demon King's reputation if you were to say something against his will. Right. Even though we are in my store, this is located at the Demon King's kingdom. Does that mean that if I'm to call out to him, I should call him Your Majesty? Ha, we are in the Demon King's kingdom. Demon King Sama is the rightful way to address him. So that's an honorific title. Demon King Sama is walking back and forth while thinking about the punishment for the man from the Albatross family. He is thinking about it too much. Is there something wrong? I think he has taken a lot of time already. What is the Demon King doing? No, I should patiently wait. He sometimes sends some meaningful glances at Ancestor-san. Whenever he receives those glances, Ancestor-san laughs. Ah, he noticed my glance. Please wait. Ancestor-san raises his hand and steps forward. Ah, someone from Korean religion. Haha, punishing a person who committed crime is natural, however. It will be bad for the country if one is to be severely punished and ended up dead. How about punishing him that doesn't seem to be a punishment, but will make him suffer for a long time? Certainly, do you have any idea? Yes, please leave him to the Church of the Korean religion in this city. I think it will be a punishment that will make him suffer for a long time. I see indeed, don't let him go. Ha. When Ancestor-san bows in the end, the peanut gallery claps their hands. What is this? I feel like I just watched a drama. The reason is Ancestor-san's smooth acting. Demon King is good too, he's really dignified. Ma, does this mean that this farce is settled? The biggest victim is the man from the Merchants Guild that was threatened by the man from the Albatross family. He was taken advantage of because he's vulnerable. If he is really a straight man, no matter what kind of threats he receives, he will not yield. Michael-san is strict. Despite of it being only an attempt, the man from the Merchants Guild was penalized. If the man from the Merchants Guild is not the biggest victim, maybe it is the group of guards gathered by Milford. Though it was already over, they still ran all the way here. Moreover, they were surprised to see the Demon King. Thank you for your hard work. Though it was a wasted effort, I'll still treat you with curry since you have come here with much effort. I might be in your care in the future. Ah, the Demon King too. I'm sorry for bothering you this time, though it is Ancestor-san who bothered you. By the way, Ancestor-san, what are you planning to do with him? Yeah, what should I do with him? To be honest, the Demon King was troubled too. He cannot go unpunished, but if he is severely punished, the Albatross family will bear a grudge against him. Is that house that influential? They are nobles that don't have their own territory, but they have blood relatives everywhere. That really sounds trouble. Ma, since this matter was thrown to Korean religion, let's just punish him some other time. Is that all right? It is what the present Demon King has judged. It can't be defied. Ancestor-san said that while laughing. The biggest victim might be the Church of the Korean religion in Shashato City that will keep him. Chapter 229. Big Roof Shashat. After eating curry, the Demon King was sent back by Ancestor-san. Thank you for your hard work. Even though something has happened, the store is selling curry like pancakes. I reconfirmed how hardworking Marcos, Paula, and all the employees are. There's also no problem with the bowling alley and the gaming area. However, since it is free for all, we have to make an arrangement where everyone can take their turn. Anything free is really popular. Let's consider increasing the number of lanes. As for the quoits and shooting range, they should be improved too. Especially the shooting range, safety measures should be solid. I withdraw for today while thinking about those things. Let's continue tomorrow. Big Roof Shashato, that seems to be the name of the store. I didn't know. However, since there are other various stores that moved in it, it has become a facility name. Even a meat skewer stall was named Big Roof Shashato's Meat Skewer. That means I have to think of a name for our curry store too. Marcos, Paula, any idea? I thought of entrusting the name to them, but they declined by saying that only the village chief has such an honor. It can't be helped. Why don't we just name it with a simple curry store? That won't work. It is not a name of an individual store and more of a kind of store like ramen store, roast meat store, etc. For now, it might work, but not in the future, especially when another store starts selling curry. I must think of a proper name. How about Marcos and Paula? HNN, it's hard to tell what kind of store it is, or is that even a name of a store or some sort of missing people? In addition, according to our plan, both Marcos and Paula are only here temporarily. When it was taken over by another couple, it might cause some confusion. Then, Marla sounds better. I combined the name of Marcos and Paula. Curry Store Marla. Yup, it doesn't sound bad. For the time being, let's get permission from the two of them since I partially used their names. It will be the official name once they agreed. They have cried. Do they hate it that much? Or is it the opposite? It seems like they cried when I told them that because they are very happy. Let's notify the employees. They accepted it favorably. A signboard is necessary. With the remaining material, we made 2 large signboards. They are installed in 2 places, one outside the store and one inside the store. I wanted to put it on the roof, but I'm scared thinking about what will happen if it were to fall. Still, it looks great. You want us to make a signboard for Big Roof Shashato too? Got it. However, since it is the name of this facility, it should be much larger than the signboard of our store. I'm still scared of something falling, so it was installed on the ground too. I also took this chance to assign names to the areas of the store. Both the southeast and northeast areas adopted what the name they have been called with, eating and drinking area and gaming area respectively. The southwest area was named stall area. A lot of stalls are there, and we begin seeing stalls other than food stalls. Sooner or later, it will expand to the northwest area. The charm of a place with a roof can be felt now that most stalls nearby are gathered here. The customers are steadily coming too, and they look energetic. But it is hard for them to find the stall they want to go to. They are struggling to find their target stalls. In order to help them out, a map of the stall area should be produced. There are a lot of people who are illiterate, so stalls should be represented by illustrations. We tried making one, and it took a lot of work, but the result is. Also, we have to do something about it, since there are rearrangements of stalls every 6 months. Let's hire professionals. Is there someone who can draw those illustrations? Most painters are employed by nobles, so there aren't any. Hearing the whole situation in detail, it seems like pictures are only a form of entertainment and paints are expensive. Because of that, painters who can draw pictures are employed by nobles, and only nobles can draw pictures as a hobby. Though we can find people who can draw pictures, making a precise picture like this is precise picture. You call this precise picture? I can't even tell if that thing over there is a meat skewer or some sort of seafood. Of course, I didn't say that. Does it mean that I have to continue drawing this myself? But that is. Maybe I should just write characters instead. Ano, can I try drawing? Who is it? One of the employees. I want to draw those pictures. It's good that she is motivated. However, that won't mean that it will be enough to meet our needs. Show your ability first. I hand over a pen and paper. Yup, an exceptional person. Way better than me. I like drawing pictures. Before I started working, I drew them on the ground as much as I can. I asked Paula to adjust her shift. I asked her to draw the map. At the same time, we begin producing store signs for each stall. It is indeed impossible to leave it to a single person, so those who are interested among the employees were added. A map is for all, and a basic business need, so let's charge all the stalls for this. Signboards of each store will have their names and a picture of their main commodity drawn on it. Of course, I won't force them to put one if they don't want to. A signboard will cost them 10 large copper coins, and that already includes all the materials. At first, none of the stall owners asked us to make a signboard for them, until a certain roasted mutton shop steps forward. That stall, when we first introduced the Southwest area, they were the first one to raise their voice. Marin also evaluated them positively. I'm grateful. After the first signboard was hung up, the flow of the customers changed. That signboard became a landmark. In addition, stalls are prohibited to hire barkers. The rest of the stall owners are now aware of the effect of signboards. However, since the cost of making a signboard is not cheap, they did not rush. Could it be that they are making one themselves? That's possible. If that's the case, let's make our signboard a flashy flag. No, that might turn out to be a fire hazard. If the flag catches fire, that will be troublesome. However, it is necessary to have at least a minimum amount of decorations. There are also watchmen, so any kind of trouble will be prevented. The minotaurs and lizardmen who came here with me are doing their best, but I can't let them stay here forever. I consulted Michael-san about organizing a security force. If the members of our security force will continue to be our current employees, they probably won't be able to have some free time even if there's no trouble. After consulting Michael-san, it was recommended that Goldie should be the one to organize a security force. He's the one who has been arranging the queue at Marla. Though his face is scary, he doesn't hurt anyone. Most of our employees were also his subordinates before, so I asked him to find others that can be employed as our security force. However, Goldie apologizes since he can't undertake that job. He said that he has a main job. However, if it's only about founding a security force, he has someone to recommend. And because of Goldie's recommendation, a young man became the captain. I won't let you down. My best regards. The salary of the security forces will be coming from the rent we collected. The will do Goldie's previous job at our curry store Marla. He managed to recruit workers for the security force. Does Goldie have that many subordinates? How reliable? As for the management of Big Roof Shashato, let's leave it to Marin for now. However, he'll be the next president of the Goron Company. As expected, it will be bad if I keep on borrowing him all the time. However, who should I entrust this facility to? Talent is not that common. Because of that, I left the management of Big Roof Shashato to Goron Company. Are you really okay with it? I can only entrust it to someone capable. That true, I understand. Please leave the management to Goron Company. A fraction of the rent will be paid to the Goron Company as a consignment fee. The remaining amount of money will be the administrative fee. Also, I made sure that Curry Store Marla pays rent too. Though this whole facility is mine, I want to get rid of this little feeling of unfairness. Moreover, we entrusted an outside party to manage it. Let's just think that the money paid for third-party management is an operational fee. For the time being, I paid 10 stalls worth of rent, which already includes the gaming area. Isn't that too little? If it's insufficient, I'll pay more. I checked our income and expenditure some more. A stage was built right in the middle of the stall area and eating and drinking area. It is a semicircular stage with a radius of about 7 or 8 meters. It is 1 meter higher than the floor. I thought it would be nice if there is a place where some could play music or perform a theatrical play. That's a lie. When the High Elves completed their work, it was them who wanted to build one. I let them be since they have nothing to do anyway. When the stage was built, I had Gulf try his sword arts there as an experiment. Afterward, Gulf and Milford had a mock battle. The stage was damaged. Reflect. The spectators were pleased, so I guess it's okay. I consulted Michael-san's group first and decided to make the stage rentable. That would increase our income a little. In the gaming area, there were lines in the quoits and shooting range. Because of excessive popularity, expansion is necessary. Bowling is popular too. The regulars are even teaching the beginners. That helps us a lot. This time, when I announced that there will be a bowling competition, they were considerably pleased. Let's inspire others by using prizes. At the corners of the curry store Marla, we began formally selling alcohol and carriage. At first, We only used them as diversionary tactics to avert the attention of the customers from the free curry, but according to what I heard, there were customers who became a fan of them. When they heard that we won't be selling them during our normal business days, they were dissatisfied. It is good that there's a demand for it. However, securing chicken for Karaj is really hard. That issue has been taken care of by the Goron Company. But why are we talking about building a large-scale poultry farm at the suburb of the city now? Why? Just why? The alcohol can only be supplied by Big Tree Village. However, we can't suddenly increase the production volume, so this will definitely affect those people who we're supplying alcohol with. I'll expect the volume of alcohol to normalize next year. Michael-san already accepted the decrease of volume of alcohol. I worked him hard with various issues, so I can only nod to him. I'm really sorry. I'll personally add the newly developed miso, soy sauce, mayonnaise, and ketchup for you. Please enjoy them. I'll add more pepper and honey too, though they are things you are already used to seeing. I'll have to teach the employees details about the sales of Karaj. They should only put this much on the plate, and there should be a border to make sure that it won't roll. Lemon, mayonnaise, ketchup, and a small amount of salt will be the dip as well as act as border. This is for a change of taste. Curry is already using peppers, so we won't use it in Karaj for now. I apologize for that. After selling it, there was already someone who claimed to be a regular from now on. That person looks like a noble, but he seems to be open-hearted. It looks like he's Gulf's acquaintance. Yeah, it's not like all the nobles are like that man from the Albatross family. He's a special case. I apologize on his behalf. I remember when the Demon King apologized to me when no one was looking. My store is the one selling the alcohol, and the one who will sell them to the customer is my employees. I don't really think this is a good idea thinking about their age. All our employees are children after all. According to my calculations, they are younger than middle schoolers. I'm hesitant to have them sell alcohol. Therefore, I'll just hire someone else. The neighborhood housewives would be the best choice. Though a considerable number of them applied, they won't work all at the same time. They'll be working in turns. I thought that they would complain because it will significantly decrease the money they'll receive, but that never happened. On the contrary, they accepted it favorably because they can leave in case something happened, like they have to take care of their children. It has been 10 days since I have been going to Shashato City. I am very thankful for Ancestor-san for sending and picking me up every day using teleportation magic. It was really good that I personally saw the store. I've become aware of things that are insufficient. I have to work harder. The latest issue is the curry's seasonings. With the current sales pace, consumption is beyond production volume. I can't leave it like that. Maybe I should raise a large amount of seasoning at Village 4, which is also known as Sun Castle, since there is a temperature control feature there. Village Chief, are you fine with this? Michael-san handed me a big piece of paper. What's this? That's the plan of the store on the opposite side of the road. Hooray! Demolishing of all the buildings, there will start tomorrow. Are you okay with making it similar to this building? Wait a minute. Store at the opposite side of the road. Yes. Opposite side, you mean the one just across the main street? Yes. I listened to the details. It seems like an establishment as Big Roof Shashato will be built just south of this place. What's with that new store? Obviously your store. Buying a large plot of land is impossible in this city, so I apologize, but the land you requested me to purchase have to be divided. According to the plan, the East Block and the Southeast Block are included. As for the progress report, the land is already bought, and they are only waiting for the former occupants to leave. It is already impossible to stop it. This is strange. Could it be he misunderstood? But I only purchased the land and prepared the construction cost in accordance with the budget you gave me. The price of the land, the construction cost of the building. He decided the budget based on what I said. As for me, I remember that time when he asked me, given all of these, have your shop already fully paid us? They no longer have enough gold to pay us, so the land and construction cost is like their payment for us. Don't hold back on using it on purchasing lands or building materials. As for the balance, I'll leave it to you. Though he can only pay our village with gold, in Shashato City, Goron Company has enough credibility to buy things with credits. Do you receive something else with this task? I receive 10% commission. 10%, that's fair. I'll leave everything regarding this to Michael-san. Ugh. Is the land is cheaper than I imagined? Or is it the construction cost? I've miscalculated. Soon, the village will have another festival, so let's finish all the issues here. Chapter 230. Observer. My name is Michael. I'm the president of the Goron Company. Though some would say that I'm sitting in one of the highest positions, recently, I feel like I'm still too immature. I can't bring myself to act like someone important. For the sake of my subordinates, I'll act as someone superior to some degree. By the way, on all the businesses here, Big Roof Shashato is the one doing the best. As a result, things have been difficult for me. Most of the establishments around it are owned by the Merchants Guild, so I thought the buyout will be as simple as snapping a finger, but some of the landowners strongly resisted. Especially that one who's also a merchant in the city. He sensed that I am going to buy all the plot of land surrounding the main intersection, so he bought some himself. I don't know if his goal is to obstruct me or to sell them at the higher price, but this poor soul didn't seem to hear the news about the warning of Demon King Sama and his 4 heavenly kings. If it was the former me, I'll use several underhanded methods. However, I may offend village chief if I do something dirty. In short, I must obtain it in a public way. I think it's still too early to use the power of gold coins. I'll just inform him of the warning. You might not be able to take the consequence if you're too greedy. My door was knocked. This is unusual. Majority of my business deals can be handled by my secretary. He usually informs me about them when I leave my office. That means there must be an issue that my secretary can't handle himself. Excuse me, President, I'm a little unsure about this, so I think it would be safer if I inform you. My secretary is 10 years older than me, and his judgment had helped me a number of times already. I'm sure it will be better to hear it. Our headquarters was visited by a certain guest, and he was looking for someone named Michael. Could that person be asking for me? That might be so, but he is looking for Michael-san. I see. Is he a noble? Not sure, though his clothes aren't very noble-like. It is made with expensive fabric in addition. He has a guard who seems to be an adventurer. No one's familiar with his face, and he did not have an appointment, so I think he's more likely not a noble. Is that so? A typical noble would usually send a message informing us that he'll be coming. Then, what's wrong? The receptionist did not find the employee named Michael, so he asked the guest to leave. I see. Are. What is this sudden bad feeling? So, what's the problem? The guest left, but entrusted the receptionist with a letter for Michael-san. The secretary took out the letter. He seems very convinced that Michael is working in our company. The receptionist noticed that the president's name is Michael, so he informed me about it thinking that it was an emergency. I do not want to see it. Something inside me is urging me not to read it. However, it might be too late if I don't act now. I breathe deeply. I'll have to steel myself. By the way, the guest introduced himself as Hiraku. Say that in the Biajanan INGGGGGGG. I snatch the letter from my secretary and read it. Opening omitted. Michael Sama of Goron Company, we are the Big Tree Village. Village chief is at Shashato City, so we thank you in advance. Latter part omitted. P.S. Look up. NNOOOOO. Village chief has come to the city. Damn it, of course he will. He opened a store, so he will surely come to check it out. Why haven't I thought of that? No, this is not the time for regret. Let's think about what happened first. He was turned away at my door. Could he be thinking that I pretended to be out? This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Even if village chief doesn't mind it, the people around him will surely do. Like Lulashi-sama, Tear-sama, Forum-sama, Hakuren-sama. I'm dead. Really dead? I can't possibly say that everything happened because I haven't seen the letter yet, and I can't even run away. No, we can still salvage the situation. If I manage to get in touch with village chief, we can probably forget about this matter. This is our only hope. The person who spoke with village chief, I mean Hiraku-sama, ask him about the clothes he's wearing. Also, call Marin and Milford at once. I order my secretary and prepare myself to move out. That reminds me there's a PS in the letter. Look up. Is it some sort of code? Should I literally look up? I tried to do so and look up at the ceiling. Lulashi-sama's there. Helua. When our eyes met, Lulashi-sama waved her hand and said hello. However, I wasn't able to say anything in return. I froze that moment, and it took me a while before I was able to move again. My name is Milford. I was a reckless adventurer when I was young. But thanks to my recklessness, I became famous to the point that nobles are hiring me to be their guards. In a certain way, you can say that I reached the best ending an adventurer can have. Being a noble's guard pays well but boring. It's because there are only a few who would go against a noble. Especially for the nobles in the Demon King's kingdom, nobles are strong themselves. I'm not sure if it is because of their physical power or by magic, but what I know is that they don't even need guards to protect them. They are not even using me as military power. They are satisfied by using me as some sort of decoration. That was something I can't endure. I stopped being a noble's guard and looked for a new thing to do. I found Goron Company. On my first mission, I thought that it will be just like any other caravan guarding mission that will earn me some travel expenses, but I was wrong. The carriage we were guarding headed straight and crossed the Iron Forest. Moreover, our destination is the Gatekeeper Dragon's Nest. This is a recklessness that I won't do even during my adventurer days. I laughed at myself. Even so, I'm happy. Working as a guard in a great company of this city is hard. There are a lot of people who have hidden objectives. It is easier to deal with an assassin. They are easier to understand. The hardest to deal with are women. They'll pretend to make advances to you. Fortunately, this company has a really great policy. Anyway, since they hired me, I'll just take care of whoever comes. By the way, there's this woman who's already standing behind me before I know it. Who is she? An acquaintance of the president? She looks like an angel, however, she gives off this unusual atmosphere that is different from the other angels I've met. I suddenly remember an angel when I was still adventuring. It is said that no matter what happens, do not go against her. The angel of annihilation. Tear, surely. Yeah, right, hahaha, we thought you see. I have an important question I want to ask. Are we on her side? Say yes, Ari. Why am I sleeping? 8. My name is, what is it? I can't recall. What's my name? How could I have forgotten it, Ado? Right, I'm okay now, I recalled my name, however, I shouldn't say it out now. Right now I am called 8, I'm a guard. Not the type that the public can see. A guard that protects someone from the shadow. Therefore, I can't reveal my name. Various information might leak out if my name is revealed. It might even influence the one I'm guarding badly. Therefore, my name is thoroughly concealed. I am that kind of guard. So, why did I sleep in such a place? I'm currently at a beam that is supporting the roof of a building called Big Roof Shashado. I usually climb this place in order to oversee this place better. But I don't remember doing so earlier. Did I sleepwalk? Me. Looking around, I see my partner sleeping too. The others too? Why, were we taken here by magic? I checked my things and nothing was stolen. In other words, I panic and check our guarding targets below. Our guarding targets is a couple called Marcos and Paula, which has been dispatched by a village somewhere. In addition, if possible, we need to guard the other employees as well as the facility. I thought that this mission was a mistake when we started, but this store has been popular since day one. Marcos and Paula are moving restlessly. There seems to be no problem. HNN. Then, what happened? Looking below, other than our guarding targets, other guards who were dispatched by someone else are there too. We know of each other's existence, so we are cooperating because our objectives are the same. There are also forces that were not inside this facility but are guarding the vicinity instead. There are also those who are disguised as customers. They are currently eating curry. There are also those who are playing mini bowling. Just the other day, we guards gathered to play mini bowling, but I only got second place. Damn it, it's because of that 7th lane guy. He's very good. Let's practice more this time. For the time being, let's wake up the guys here. He might know something. They suddenly panic as soon as they woke up. Oi oi, don't make a commotion here, you'll fall. But why did they do that? Spid spider. Spider? Ah, demon spider. What the hell are they saying? Demon spider? If something like that appears in this city is not habitable anymore. Usually, when we are talking, we're not joking around. Encountering something like a demon spider can only mean one thing: you're going to die. Surely, we should have been dead already if we've seen one, but we're not. I pinch my partner's cheeks to check if it hurts. If it hurts, it means this is reality. In other words, the death spider they are saying is something they've dreamt of. I didn't know that you are arachnophobic. No, that's not it. It really hurts. We all saw it and fainted one after another. You fainted too. HNN, no, though I certainly lost consciousness. I can't remember anything. Ado in my head. It hurts so much as if refusing something. It's like telling me not to remember. Seriously, was there really a death spider? I look around. Nothing. It's not here. Phew, it's a dream after all. Ha ha ha. Oops. The guard sent by someone else got angry telling me to not attract attention. I'm sorry. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Let's work as guards properly. My name is Goro. I'm a demon dog who is able to meet a very good master. Though I'm treated like a dog, I'm a demon beast. I also think that I'm ferocious in my own way. Even so, I haven't fallen low enough to bite those little ones who are taking care of me. But it's not like I don't bite, especially those who are going to injure my master or the little ones who are taking care of me. Phew foo foo. I'm taking my usual stroll today. Recently, Master is working in a really big house, so I'm waiting for him at our place until he comes back. When taking a walk, I don't intimidate those dogs who I passed by. Even if I don't do that, the other party will surely run away immediately. Ah, that man living in the big house is someone to watch out for. I smelled something really dangerous from him. As for the woman who's next to that man, she smells like curry. Though it is faint, I smell something irritating from her. Master brings home delicious food to eat, but it doesn't suit my taste, though I can say that the seasoning is really good. Why can't I move? My sweat gushes out too. What's happening to me? Why is my tail down? My legs are trembling. I must protect Master. It has fainted. If Hakurin-san gives off her aura, that's what will normally happen. Am I a bully? And no, that's not what I mean. It didn't run away. What a loyal dog. Right. So, what's the status inside the store? No problem. Yesterday was tougher. Is that so? I think you know. Let's leave it to Gulf. Let him work harder. Right, by the way, that man over there, don't you think he's disturbing? That's only a small fry. My intuition tells me the opposite. Be careful. I understand. Also, this dog, wake it up. Okay. I live in Big Tree Village, a member of Kuro-sama's pack. I'm a normal inferno wolf. I don't have a name yet. When Boss went to the city, the Big Tree Village is in an uproar. The party who went there with Boss is enviable. I want to go too, but it seems like inferno wolves are disliked in the city for some reason, so we can't turn up there. That's regrettable. After Boss goes out, the man called Ancestor-san immediately comes back. It seems like he'll be taking some of Boss females this time. Could it be? No, the one who planned this is surely one of those females. That's rough. HNN, a spiderling will go too. Is it really all right? Oh, he came back. He gathered people again, and take them somewhere again. Thank you for your hard work. When the night comes, the females get back after a little while Boss party. Didn't they meet on the other side? The next day, they are moving separately again. I don't know what you're doing, but... The man with the name Ancestor-san, hang in there. Today's report. Village Chief did not go out of the store that much. Gulf is always beside him, wherever he goes, so there's no problem. There were some customers who tried courting Village Chief. They have been coerced. It seems like there are guards inside the store that were dispatched by the Demon King. There are a number of them, but they have been taken care of. The sea is safe too. There are some races who lived in the sea nearby, but they are friendly. Whatever they are, it seems like they are not something we should be worried about. That's reassuring. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I see, how about him? He didn't do anything that will betray our trust, right? Right, he's really trustworthy. Despite his authority, Village Chief didn't go to a store with women. That's natural. Of course. About that, following him in secret, we should absolutely bury it to the ground. Yes. HNN, what could it be? Recently, it seems like their relationship has improved. Is that so? Our relationships are good from the start. Right. Right. I've been with them for a long time. I sensed that they were hiding something. Okay, I didn't notice. Big Tree Village is peaceful. Chapter 231. Festival preparation and guests. Ancestor-san has been really busy with his latest main profession, teleporting us to Shashato City. It will finally end. We have to stop supplying everything from seasonings to food for the store, so I pray that you won't neglect it. From here on, I'll have Michael-san to take care of everything. As for organizing the bowling competition, I'll leave it to Marin. Please do your best. Again, thank you very much, Ancestor-san. I really wanted to express my gratitude, so I think I'll improve the hot spring for Ancestor-san. The preparations for the festival in the village have started. As for the festivals this year, they are Quiz B and Mock Cavalry Battle with Physique Division. In the Physique-divided Mock Cavalry Battle, 3 people will have to form a cavalry like in an ordinary sports meet. The riders of the cavalry will also compete for headbands. At first, we intended to make it a free-for-all competition, but thinking about what kind of cavalry the Minotaurs will make, we decided to divide it via the participants' physiques. The centaurs can also participate alone given their physiques. Because of that, we decided to give them a handicap by having a child or a harpy as their rider. Given that handicap, the centaurs protested as expected. Even without mentioning the children, the harpies don't even have hands. They have feet. They are also forbidden to fly. After getting on us, how do you expect them to get headbands using their feet? I heard that the centaurs are great enough to cope with it. Don't tell me I was wrong. Oh, of course we can. And so, the civil servant girl in charge managed to persuade them. Remember everyone, this is our festival. Don't be too concerned about victory or defeat. That is the main reason for injury. Marcos and Paula will stay in Shashato City, so they won't be able to participate. When I went to the city, I already told them about it. I told them that they can either close the store for temporarily or leave it to an employee. However, the 2 of them said that they want to continue working at the store. Aside from being unable to entrust the store to their employees, it looks like they are enjoying their time here at the store. They have to change with others according to what we have discussed before, so even if they want to, they still have to leave Shashato City eventually. Ma, let's not just decide everything without consulting both parties. Let's talk properly first when the time comes. When the date of the festival approaches, a group of 4 lamias and a group of 4 titans came. In order for them to be able to join the mock cavalry battle, what kind of adjustment should we make? Let's just distribute the titans to some groups. The ghost knight also came while riding the lion. It is the father lion. The ghost knight will probably get lost in the forest if it goes alone, so it brought it here. I see. Now that they mentioned it, I remembered that it had no sense of direction. It could have just sent the ghost knight to the Titan's dungeon, but it still chose to accompany it until here. It did well. Let's give it some demon beast's meat as a reward. Though I might sound like a bully, I asked it to return. By the way, how are your cubs? I'll play with them next time. The Demon King came over with Beazle, Randon, and Yuri. Glatz and Who are too busy so they can't participate. The hottest topic now is Big Roof Shashato. The rumor about Big Roof Shashato has spread, and people from all over are already going there to check it out. Some place even tried mimicking it. However, they don't go well. First of all, they were not able to gather store owners. Next, those who were successful in the first step failed in the next one, which is it should attract customers. I have an idea why. Even if they gather a lot of food stalls and restaurants, it is still not enough to attract customers. The customers will only go there if they have something they desire. However, the dishes in this world are too primitive. I was already informed about it by Lou and Tyr, but now, I've experienced it myself when I was walking around Shashato City. They only do 2 things, roast or boil. No matter what store I visit, the dishes are similar. For me, that makes all the difference. The taste lacks everything. Shashato City is rich in seafood because it is a port city. There's a constant supply of cows, pigs, sheep, and chickens because of the villages nearby. Even with that, they only roast or boil them. And this city is not even considered as bad. Even so, there's not a single store that can gather customers like Curry Store Marla. Even if you manage to gather restaurants, they are only at that level. Even if you mimic what we have done, there's no way you'll do good. Revitalization of a village is the same. It doesn't mean that we imitated it, it will go well. We have to do something in order to truly make it work. What a stinking sermon. Reflect me. I don't want to damage other towns and cities. We will be resented unjustly if they continue to mimic us. I will naturally tell about it to Demon King's group, and I'll also inform Michael-san. He always comes here when there's a festival. It seems like he's too busy. Ma, I threw him something that I should have done myself. I'll apologize. I heard some news about the guy from the Albatross family. I heard that he's working like a horse in the church. At first, he was not serious, but when his friend visited him at the church, he had a change of heart and began taking the initiative himself. If he has such a friend, how could he let him do that in the first place? Maybe it's a bad friend, but I was wrong. It seems like they had a fight before he did that, and that friend of him fell out with the guy from the Albatross family. He even declared that he will no longer be friends with him, but when he heard that the guy from the Albatross family was entrusted to the church, he did not leave him alone. That friend goes frequently to the church to meet him. That's what Randon said. You know that much details, did you investigate it? That friend is the son of the governor of Shashato City. I see. I heard from a number of people that the governor of Shashato City is an excellent man. He did great guiding his son. He's amazing. No, if he's really amazing, he should have prevented that from happening in the first place. Still, he's remarkable. I believe my children will be great people in the future too. Let's keep constant communication with them. Yuri is enjoying her reunion with Frau and the civil servant girls with a tea party. That matter in Shashato, what's your part in it? Managing the cooking ingredients. The store is already complete, so my apologies for not being useful. Is that so? There's no need to be embarrassed. Is there anything else you want to know? Actually, there is. Do you know the details of what the village chief did in Shashato City? Yeah, he built a store. However, the village chief said that he was surprised since the store is larger than he expected. He was surprised, is that all? That's the only thing that the village chief told us. That is a piece of common information. Anyway, I want detailed information. All the news I received came from father. Can't you just ask the village chief directly? I can, but what's the point? Okay, we have some interesting clothes here. We're going to dress you up. Get ready. Interesting, eh? What are you doing? No, even if it is interesting, why are you going to dress me up suddenly? And what kind of shape is it? Though I didn't say that because it looks interesting. Pajama wolf costume. Rather than interesting, it is better to call it cute. I seem to like it unexpectedly. Won't I be mistaken as a demon beast if I walk wearing this? In any case, I look like a bipedal wolf if you can only see my back. Ah, this is so cute. No one will harm me even if I crawl because I can talk. After the Demon King's group, Dors, Raymarin, Doraim, Graffaroon, and Jurar arrived. Gyuraru, have you been well? Yeah. Jurar and Gyuraru give each other a heartwarming embrace. Dors saw them. Hakurin, have you been well? Why are you looking at me with cold eyes? What are you even trying to do? Doraim and Graffaroon are spoiling Rasudi on the side. Now, there are only a few of you this time. Yeah, given what happened to the Sun Castle, it is better to be careful. Dors answered, indeed. The Sun Castle moved to this place because there's a lot of dragons here during that time. Who knows if there is something else that they will attract? They seem to have kept it in mind. Actually, I tried stopping Raymarin from going here too. Dors glanced at Raymarin, who's embracing Hikaru. She's been looking forward to go here, what can I even say? Right. Even from my point of view, I want you to come here. The day of the festival. People from each village have gathered. This will be the first time Village 4, the Sun Castle, participates in the festival, so the devils, the dream demons, and Belle are here. Gu is house sitting. The event place is not the usual arena. This time, the meeting place is the racetrack because the main event for this year's festival is the mock cavalry battle. A tent is set up next to the racetrack where everyone can get food. The camping coach I made before played an active part. It is convenient to use in this festival. About 2 to 3 times. No, the number of times it was used is lesser than its actual age. Let's consult everyone regarding it in the future. HNN. It's about time to start the festival, so can we begin the opening speech? There's the go signal. Now it is time for the quiz bee. Got it. Let's begin this year's festival. Chapter 232. Quiz bee and mock cavalry battle. The first to be held is the quiz bee. It's a simple times quiz. If you think the statement that will be read is true, you'll have to go to. Otherwise, if you think that it is false, you go to times. We already did this last year as some sort of sideline entertainment, but now it was part of the main festival. Moreover, the questions now are divided into genres, so the content is limited. There are 5 genres: the village as a whole, the world, crops, monsters, and dragons. Since we have arranged it that way, there will be a champion for every genre. The difficulty of the questions will be increasing as time goes by. Perfect arrangement. Genre, the village as a whole, winner. Lou. I won't be defeated as long as there's no strange question like last year. I don't think that question is strange, though. Genre, the world, winner, Demon King. I'm the Demon King. There's no way I'll lose in this genre. Why are Beazle and Randon holding their knees over there? Don't mind them. Genre, crops, winner, Frau. Impossible to think that I'll lose. The question about the shipment destination decided the match. Genre, monsters, winner. Zabuton, Gulf and Yuki were down as they were the last competitors. To think that its habit is different from what I know. Belle was shocked when she was eliminated in the first question. Genre, dragon, winner, Hyakairu. Technically, it is Raymarin since she's holding Hyakairu. However, no one says anything. Given everyone's reaction, the result is a success. However, should the difficulty be adjusted, I have a feeling that the winners smoothly won. Maybe it is better to randomize the difficulty in the end. No, maybe we should increase the genre. Let's discuss that later. The main festival, mock cavalry battle. Since there's a physique division, let's start with the small physique first. Honestly speaking, the physique division is not strictly classified, though the racial differences are quite obvious. When the mount and the rider are assembled, only then they will be judged to what division they should join. For the small physique division, the most common team is a team of high elves forming a mount and rider. In other words, it is the normal size. Groups of 4 dwarves that forms a cavalry are also here. The centaurs and harpies combo will also participate in this division. The number of participating teams, 32. That's a lot. There are 4 high elf teams, 2 lizardman teams, 2 mountain elf teams, 2 oni maid teams, 2 beastkin teams, 4 dwarf teams, 2 human teams from Village 1. There are also 6 teams of mixed devils and dream demons from the Sun Castle. Centaur plus harpy equals 6 teams. There's also Frau plus civil servant girls team. The Demon King also formed a team with Beazle, Randon, and Gulf. The rider will wear a straw hat with a brim. Once it parts the head of the rider, their team will be eliminated. In addition, even if the rider is still wearing a hat, the team will be eliminated once the mount collapses and the rider falls to the ground. The only one that can attack is the rider, and the attack should be on another rider. Of course, weapon is prohibited. They can only use their bare hands. However, mount colliding with another mount is a normal strategy. The battlefield is the inner part of the racetrack. It is wide, and it is easy to see everything there. Going out of the track can also make them disqualified. As for victory or defeat, the last team with rider will be the winner, but the hat they snatched from others can also earn them corresponding reward medals. Village Chief, which team do you think will likely win? The civil servant girl, who is the current MC, demands my opinion. HNN, I think it's the Demon King's team. The head mount is Gulf with Beazle and Randon behind. The straw hat suits the Demon King while he's riding like that. Demon King Sama's team, is it? Though I think Gulf-san can make a very good mount, I think it will be hard for them to coordinate when the battle starts. After all, this is not a joyride. Is that so? Right now I feel sorry for Gulf for being teamed up with the Demon King and 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings. At first, it was Jack who was caught by the Demon King, and seeing that, he volunteered as the replacement. He's a good guy. When the whistle was blown from somewhere, each team started their strategy. All of them look like they have rehearsed what they will do so no one looks confused. However, there's very little movement. They are probably aiming to be the last team standing, so they are saving their energy. The first team to move on offensive is a dwarves team. Here we go. They attack a high elf team who is nearest to them. The high elf team runs to a place where there are other teams, so the whole situation has begun to change. They want to get involved in neither of the offensive team nor the escaping team. When the team with physical strength attacks, those teams with less physical strength can only run away. The Centaur Harpy combos are running around. There's no way for them to fight, so they're using this large field to their advantage. And there's no way for the other teams to catch up a running Centaur. How about making the field smaller as the number of teams decrease. I agree. Let's cut the field in half when the participants are also half in number. Okay. The Demon King's team was surrounded in the field. A powerful enemy can only be crushed by cooperation. What should we do? How do we break through? Gulf asks instruction from the Demon King. Beazle was the one who answered. Demon King Sama, the space between the dwarf team and high elf team in the right is wide. Let's escape from there. No, we'll be surrounded again if we escape there. Let's target the Oni teams who seem to be bad with teamwork. Randon objects, but the Demon King objects. Randon, that's a trap. Do you think that the Anis who are working in this village as maid will be bad at teamwork? And, now that you mentioned it, they might be good, but a performance of that level will not work against this Demon King. As expected of Demon King Sama. Hearing the loud laugh of the Demon King, Gulf asks again. Then, what will we do? Let's do Beazle's suggestion, now. The Demon King's team broke through the siege with skillful movement. However, it was regrettable that Frau's team already anticipated the Demon King's team's move. All according to plan, everyone the next formation. With the next siege, the Demon King's team was crushed. The Demon King's hat was taken by a dwarf's team. Though there is a good height difference, their horse jump was splendid. Though the rider fell when they landed. And the teams who cooperated because of the Demon King's team fell out. That was quite a spectacle. After a long battle, a Lizardmen's team won. They also got 5 hats. They got them from continuous plundering. The best defense is offense. The champion, the Lizardmen team, did a victory run with their mock cavalry around the audience. The next is the Big Physique. Minotaurs have 4 teams. With Tyr as their rider, Gran Maria, Kudal, and Karon joined. With Lu as their rider, Kirbit, Suraryu, and Suwaruku formed a team. The Lamias formed one team, so do the Titans. The lion stayed to participate with the Ghost Knight. But this combination, it's unfair, right? None from the small physique division complained about the centaurs participating. However, it doesn't mean that those teams are okay with it. The teams now are fine with it too. All in all, there are 9 teams. The rule is the same as the small physiques. At first, Tyr and Lu's team are cooperating with each other. They have talked about it beforehand. They want to have a one-on-one battle against each other as the finals. They probably wanted Alfred and Tysell to see their cool side. However, their plan immediately failed. The Lion and the Ghost Knight got in their way. While Lu and Tyr's team are working with each other, they can barely keep up with the Ghost Knight's offensive. On the other side, the Lamias are showing their perfect teamwork against the Titans' team. The Lamias' team is moving in a strange way. Probably because their lower half is of a snake. They managed to avoid the Titans' offensive with their slippery movement. When the Titans' team was about to get their hands to their rider, the Lamias will stretch their tails vertically to be taller. The Lamia rider then stretches her tail out to be more taller and counterattack in order to get the hat of the Titan rider. When everyone was thinking that the Lamia's counterattack will come into fruition, the Titan rider holds the body of the Lamia rider, then takes her hat. We're fighting against bloody vipers every day. It looks like they are used to snakes' movements. The Lamias can't do anything but be remorseful outside the field. The Minotaurs are fighting against other Minotaurs. The 2 to 3 meter tall Minotaur mount is packed with power. They are fun to watch. The winner of the Big Physique division is the Lion Ghost Knight combo. After beating Lu and Tyr's teams, they made an offensive against the Minotaur's team, and the Titans' team won after another. The decisive factor is the jumping ability of the lion. It was amazing. Next, performance from a special division. Riding centaurs are the angels Kirbit, Suraryu, Suwaruku, Gran Maria, Kudal, Karon, the high elf Rhea, and the Oni Maidan. In addition, the Lamia's team and the Ghost Knight Lion combo are going to participate again. The field is not the inner part of the track, but the race track itself. It is only a one-round race with the addition of mock cavalry rules, such as the hat of the rider should remain in their head throughout the race. But since it will still be a too easy race, there will be obstacles along the way that will aim to take their hats. The obstacles are the harpies, but this time, they are not riding anything. There are designated areas along the racetrack where they will dive from the sky to take the hat of the participants. It is only an experimental mock cavalry battle, so nobody knows how this will turn out. The whistle was blown. That already divided the teams. Those who are running ahead to reach the goal and those who are targeting the other team's hat. The ones running for the goal are Suwaruku, Kudal, Koron, and Ria. It is still too early to judge, but Suwaruku is already ahead of everyone by several horses' lengths. However, her hat was robbed by a nose-diving harpy. Looking at that, it means moving in a group is more advantageous than running ahead. Kudal, Koron, and Ria, who were just after Suwaruku, cooperated with each other on the spot in order to avoid the attacks of the harpies. As for the group who stayed, Kirbit and Gran Maria are still in the middle of a heated battle. However, they were sneaked attack by Anne and the Ghost Knight. Everyone thought that it would be a one-on-one match between Anne and the Ghost Knight, but they did not fight and run towards the goal. In the meantime, Kudal and Karon work together against Ria, so, in order to not lose, Ria runs back the course. I see. Right, running back is not prohibited. It is a kind of defensive maneuver. However, Anne and the Ghost Knight already reached the three of them and are now targeting their hats. Nobody knows what will happen next. Anne managed to rob Kudal's hat, and the Ghost Knight managed to rob the hat of Ria. Whether she's good or lucky, Koron managed to dodge both Anne and the Ghost Knight and reaches the goal. She's the winner. The Ghost Knight is seriously depressed. The lion is comforting it. It is a heartwarming scene. Yeah. I should cheer up Anne. Finally, it's the children's division. The participating children, including Ursa, will have to ride a pup. This is similar to playing, so the Kuros were reminded to not move so much so that the children won't fall. They don't need injuries. What worries me the most is that Alfred insisted on participating. I stopped him, but he didn't listen. He's still too small. Falling off a horse? Falling off a wolf is not something I want to see. Zabuton will watch over him. You'll stop his fall using your web if he falls down. Thank you very much. The game begins. The warm and amicable air flows. Looking at them, it looks like Ursa is unstoppable. But someone opposed her. Is it Gyuraru? No, it's a beast boy. Alfred, run away. It's not a shame to run away. This way, run away here. It can be concluded that the festival is lively. What do you think? I'm having a talk with Belle while drinking tea. It was quite interesting, especially the last part. After the children's division, a volunteer mock cavalry battle was held. It was quite serious since Dors and Jurar participated. And as expected from Dors and Jurar, they both refused to have female mounts, so a few males were gathered. Demon King, Beazle, and Randon participated too. Of course, I was involved too. Honestly speaking, I find it fun to watch, but I'm scared when I'm one of the participants. And it looks like it has become a custom, isn't it? Everyone's enjoying sumo and arm wrestling. Sumo is especially popular among the Minotaurs and Titans. I never had a hearty laugh for a long time. Please invite us again next year. Understood. Can Gu come next year? Yes, he probably can. I think the others are about to wake up. The others, they might be the companions of Belle and Gu. They slept during the fuel-saving mode. Things will be very hard for you, but hang in there. Very. Briefing them about the various changes that happened. Certainly, I'll do my best. Afterwards, I consulted Belle about my plan of growing seasoning-related crops in Sun Castle. I don't think that we should be discussing this on the day of the festival, but Belle and I became busy. Village chief, the hats used in the mock cavalry battle, is it possible to bring them home as a commemorative item? Will you be okay with it? They were rushly made, so they are kind of rough. That makes it a better commemorative item. Okay. By the way, tomorrow, we will be cleaning up and there will be an evaluation meeting. I still have to think about the stores in Shashato City. It's still the day of the festival. I'm not sleepy yet. Let's try talking to someone else. Chapter 233. Scheifel's Epicure. My name is Scheifel. I'm the heir of the League family, a family of Baron of the Demon King's kingdom. Though I just said that we're a family of Baron, it's not like we are from a lineage of nobles. We have only been a Baron family for the last 50 years. Honestly speaking, our family doesn't have the intention of becoming nobles, but we are a family of good businessmen. During a time when a certain marquis territory was suffering from a food shortage, we supplied them with lots of foods, thus, he made us nobles. We did not become noble because of a good deed. The marquis that time was not able to pay the food our family supplied them with money, so he paid us with a noble rank of baron instead. Given that, the difficulty of us doing business has significantly changed. However, behind our backs, people keep saying that we only became noble because of bribe. That's quite provocative. Though I hate it, I found my true friend who didn't care about those rumors, so I guess it's a blessing in disguise. Currently, I'm making an intensive effort to change our friend status to lovers. That might be in the distant future. By the way, I'm kind of. You can say I have this one hobby or vice if other might call it. It is delicious food. I love anything delicious. The chef I've hired at our home is someone I poached from a famous restaurant in the capital. The dishes he makes are the best, or so I thought. My belief was shaken when I came to this city called Shashado. I stayed at the best inn in the city. That time, the dish I ordered was only about to be taken out. I heard the rumors about the foods in Shashado City before coming here. They said that everything is incredibly delicious. The me back then, who have not eaten those said foods, laughed with all my heart thinking that it is only an exaggeration. Then, they brought me something. I finally learned what real food is. World, I never thought you can be this boundless. I wanted to poach the chef of this inn but stopped. It's because of a friend's reminder. It's not just about money, it's about respect. Before that, I thought that the biggest praise I can give to a chef is to either give money or employ him. To my regret, it was a big mistake. The biggest respect one can give to a chef is returning to eat again. I'll be in this city for 2 days. I heard that there's a martial arts tournament in this city, so I can use it as an excuse to stay longer. Yes, watching it is a good excuse. Father will not be angry for sure. That day, I never thought that my world hasn't been revolutionized yet. I was enjoying the most expensive dish in that inn. I did not mind spending a lot because I thought that this place's real food is the world's most delicious. A beastman on the nearby table is having the same dish. I understand what his sentiments. HNN, the meat on his main dish isn't that much bigger than mine. Oi oi, hotel chef. Aren't you informed that there should be no discrimination among customers? No, I shouldn't say anything yet. His meat is bigger than mine. Strange, isn't it? I shouldn't, I'm not a bad noble. Stay cool. Right, I should stay cool. We are both eating here, same dish, but we're not served with the same amount. In other words, the chef intends to do so, and there is a reason why. Could it be that the quality of meat is not good enough so he apologizes by increasing the quantity? That might be the case. Isn't that possible? As soon as the beastkin eats his meat, his brows knit. If my theory is correct, he probably noticed the poor quality of meat. I'm such a gourmet. HNN, what did he take out? Why are you putting it on your meat? Now his expression is saying that he is eating something delicious. What is it? What did you put? What is it? Hey. Please sell it to me. Don't please, that's not the case. Just a mouthful. Give me. I was able to get a little of his meat after negotiation. When I taste it, I was shocked. What have I been tasting till now? The thing that I thought the tastiest is only flimsy. The taste is flat. However, the seasoning makes that flat taste to solid. Those tastes overlap. Amazing, incredibly amazing. When I tasted his outstandingly delicious meat, I thought of doing something. Like clapping my hands, taking off my clothes and jump. What nonsense am I thinking? I never thought that eating something so good can make you feel crazy. There's no meat anymore. Did someone steal it? Who? Show yourself. Me, I'm the one who ate it. Phoo. Calm down, be cool. Right, be cool, the beastman he's still eating. Good. Wait, please give me a little more. That beastman is a good guy. He gave me some of his 3 seasonings, soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise. All of them are delicious. Shoot. It's not good to lick them. They'll be consumed immediately. I must value it. It has become my daily routine to talk with that beastman and join him with dinner every night. There's someone looking at us over there who looks annoyed, but I don't really care. I'm so careless. I did not even think about the other party. This beastman is an adventurer. He participated in the martial arts tournament of Shashado City and won. Amazing. When we're eating together, I didn't feel that he's like that. And his purpose of coming here is to join the martial arts tournament. Since the martial arts tournament is over, it is obvious that he'll leave. Why haven't I thought of that? Why am I so stupid? After that, I looked for him. My purpose is to buy seasonings from him. He gave me such precious seasonings for free. Though I already thanked him 100 times, I'm still not satisfied if I can't get more. So, have you found him yet? Put out a request at the Adventurers Guild. How long has it been since that time? About the seasonings, I caught circulating news that a top man of the country managed to negotiate with the supplier. The neutral faction head, Count Chrome, is the one responsible for it. I participated in all the dinner parties they organized. Yeah, I've got my father's permission too. It seems like someone from the Legg family managed to buy too. I'll go to their dinner party too. I was shocked. With Shashato City. The thing I've been looking for is here. Ah, truly, the dish served in front of me, curry, I eat this stew from its bowl using bread. Delicious, too delicious, I cried. Ah. While I was savoring it, a commotion started at the store. I didn't notice the angry crowd around. Let's get to the main point. I had a reunion with the Beastman Gulf. Carrage is delicious. Mayonnaise is the best. Ah, lemon is not bad either. Pepper, okay, I guess. I want to buy them up. There was an idiot noble intrusion. This store has magical tools. Bowling is good. Quoits, quite difficult. As for shooting, it seems like I don't have talent for bow. This store's food is supreme. Aside from curry, the trial products have perfect combinations of seasonings like croquette, katsu, tempura, nitsuk. Right, my report was delayed. I am now working in Curry Store Marla. Acting Manager Marcos, today's training has ended. Please check. Okay, not there yet. Okay, look out for the pot next time. Yes. Noble, that part of me is dead already. The man before you has been reborn. Let's send a letter to my friend to inform her. Is she not interested in me who's no longer a noble? Still, I want her to come to this store to eat. The curry I cook? I'm not good enough yet, so what I made is something we can't serve the customers. I'm now the one who cooks. I don't really mind as long as I can eat curry. Chapter 234. Each village's report and chattering, night of the festival. Village 1. A village with humans and Nunio-Daphnes. They do well in agriculture. Though the field there is small, it raises potatoes and beans. They also raise livestock like pigs and chickens. There are research done here too. In addition, because they are near the bamboo forest, they are making bamboo products too. Moreover, they are raising the best plant to make paper. As for problem in this place, probably the vacant houses. I want to increase the number of residents of this place. As for what they wish for, I heard that they want to raise a sort of mushroom. More specifically, black truffle. But isn't black truffle pigs' favorite food? Please don't spoil the pigs. Okay, I'll plow there when I'm free. Village 2, a village where minotaurs settled. They came from a farming village, so they are good with farming. They mainly raise wheat, barley, corn, cabbage, and potato. I had them raise millet before, but they requested to change it to barley and corn. There are fruit trees there too, like lemon, lime, orange, peach, apple, and pear. I've enlarged their field this year and they worked hard. I heard that they want to be self-sufficient. No. It's not like they want to be independent, but Village 2 wants to make sure that they have enough on their own that they won't starve. Once they got surplus, they plan to share it with Big Tree Village as a gift of offering, and they will take the pride of being the first independent village. In fact, they managed to achieve their target production, but it seems to be insufficient. We want to present half to Village Chief. Your intention is good, but don't overdo it. As for the livestock they raise, they are mainly chickens, pigs, sheep, goats, and a small number of cows. They are raising each moderately. I feel slightly surreal with minotaurs raising cows, but the minotaurs doesn't mind it in particular. How do I know? They are eating beef in front of me now. As for problems, nothing in particular. I heard that their population increased, so the village needs to be enlarged. Do your best. As for what they wish for, they want farming tools. The farming tools they are currently using have deteriorated. Isn't that a problem? I'll have them prepare at once. Village 3. A village where centaurs have settled. Gluworld's group settled in it first, then comes Baron Fuca's group. Because of that, I'm a little uneasy since there is a possibility of factions forming, but it looks like nothing like that has occurred. Baron Fuca is young and she seems to be obedient to Gluworld. In the future, please stay Tojath, my apologies. You are both females. They are also farming and they are mainly raising carrots, radishes, eggplants, pumpkins, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. They are doing their best to raise strawberries, watermelons, and melons too. As for fruit trees, they have peaches, persimmons, and oranges. This year, they've begun raising pomegranate too. As for livestock, they are raising chickens, pigs, goats, sheep, and some cows. I don't like the idea of making the centaurs farm first, since it is a job where waist bending is a must, but they manage to do it. Rather than the waist, we find it hard to walk since we might step on the crops. I see. Should I make the space between ridges there wider? As for problems, none now, but there might be a birth rush in the future because of the males that Baron Fuca brought. There's a possibility of several females being pregnant. That's something to celebrate. As for what they wish for, house expansion. Okay, HNN, you want a course surrounding the village? I'll make it once I'm free. Village 4, also known as Sun Castle. The place where devils, dream demons, and Mercury race like Belle and Gu live. According to Belle, the other Mercuries will only take a little more time before being active again. For farming, they seem to be getting accustomed to farming ever since I plowed a field there. I mainly plowed radish, carrot, cabbage, potato, tomato, cucumber, and eggplant. I also planted several fruit trees there like papaya, mango, banana, pineapple, mangosteen, and lychee in the South District without permission. In addition, seasonings will be raised there now. It is for the sake of the curry store Marla in Shashato City. I've already spoken with the leaders of Village 4, Kyuzudin, Belle, and Gu about it. Thank you very much. As for the problems, the villagers' ability to make a living. Up to now, they only know how to react to monsters and demon beasts since that situation has continued for several generations. How do you expect them to know how to make a living in time of peace? The dream demons can at least sweep and do the laundry, but the devils know nothing. It seems like the dream demons teach the devils how to clean and wash now. They are like that since the dungeon potato, their staple food, is either boiled, baked, or even eaten raw. Both Gu and Belle doesn't know anything about food since their energy is being supplied by the Sun Castle. In other words, even if they have food to cook because they are now growing crops, they still don't have the ability to cook. The crops they raise will be eaten as it is. I'll have the Oni maids and the high elves bring ingredients and teach them how to cook. In addition, even though the monsters have disappeared, there are several people who are still living inside the castle and refuse to go out. They are somewhat afraid of sunlight. Let them be cured with patience. I must exercise patience. Wine slime. Poyon Poyon. Are you still wine or are you beer now? It is now white even though it was red first. I understand. Don't repeatedly bug me. I'll give you some. Cat, I'm healed, just stay the way you are. When I put it on my knee and pat it, Kuro put his chin on my knee. Okay, I'll pat you too. Ah, don't form a line. Okay, got it. Gnostic Bee, as always, thank you for the honey. Is there anything you like? You want to eat fruit? Once the fruits at the South District of the Sun Castle are ripe, I'll bring you some. Now, you want watermelon, but it's watery, are you sure? You're a bee, but you eat fruits. Ah, you eat fruits from the start? Yeah, there was certainly a time when a spiderling gave you a strawberry. But is the watermelon's sweetness good enough? It is sweet enough. You want to add salt in it. Are you sure you're asking for salt and not sugar? Okay, I get it. As you wish, Queen Sama. Clay doll, how's Ursa these days? Ah, okay, nothing serious. Alfred too. Okay, do your best. Do you eat watermelon? You don't need to eat. Is that so? Then can you take these freshly cut watermelons to Ursa's group? It seems like they are still awake. Water is not good before sleeping, ahahaha. Certainly. Even so, Ursa's group. Let's go there. After looking for them, I gave Ursa's group watermelons. They ate it like locusts. Ghost Knight. Don't spill that alcohol you're drinking. The dwarves are already glaring at you, so don't treat it like water. Maybe he's like this because a lioness might give birth this year. What's wrong with me? I'm still thinking that a pride in this world composes of one male and multiple female lions. Ah, I should remind myself that lions here can fly. I should make that my common sense. Come to think of it, does a lion eat watermelon? I still have some, but I haven't cut them yet. Oh, this one's round. They are staying in a hot spring, but it is not winter, so are they all right? I have to make sure to increase the number of facilities there for Ancestor San's sake too. HNN, a place where you can stay when it's raining, is the cottage not enough? Ah, the ghost knights are the ones using it. Even so, you don't need to be so distant. Ah, you're too big. This time I'll make sure to flatten rocks so you have your own bed. Jurar, don't just get dead drunk. When a dragon gets drunk, won't bad things happen? Doors is similarly lying beside him. Take care of these two, Dorame. Where's Raymarin? Ah, she's relaxing with Hikaru and Hakurin. How sweet. However, isn't Rhapsody your grandchild too? Did you treat Rhapsody like that too? HNN, when Rhapsody was still an infant, you're a little careful about Dorame's wife. 8. Then how about Soyern's daughter, hers? Oh, you don't need to be wary of Maxbergak. It seems like Maxbergak is from the neutral dragon faction, so you nursed hers too. I see. As for us, you are not wary of me, and your daughter was the one who gave birth to Hikaru, so you can pamper him as much as you can. Aren't you worried about Hakurin not being able to take care of her own child if you took her position? It's okay. You're good at it, so I guess all is well. After all, the time you can spend in our village is not that much. When you're here, you are free to do what you want to do. Ah, only if Hakurin doesn't dislike it. I said that carefully to Raymarin. Zabuton. HNN? Keeping watch? You don't have to. On Zabuton's back lies dead drunk spiderlings. Thank you for your hard work, I'll help you. As for me, I won't tell. HNN, my arm was gripped. Looking at who it is, I saw Lu, who's already on her adult form. You've been keeping everyone company, how about us? Lu pointed the table where Tyr, Rhea, Anne and Sina are sitting. All right, I won't escape. I'll keep you company all night. No, not on the table. Yup, inside our mansion. Okay, Alfred and the others are asleep. Even though it is a festival, noisy places are annoying. The top of the table is full of different kinds of alcohol. Don't drink too much. Awawa, this will be a long night. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 235. Goron Company's meeting. There's a small wyvern that's going back and forth from the big tree village to the Goron Company every few days. To be more specific, it flies once a week. Once it arrives at the big tree village, it will rest for a day, then flies back to Goron Company. The big tree village is on the other side of the Dragon Mountain. According to the rumor, it is at the centermost part of the Forest of Death. Flying to that place is already no joke, and it is also really far. If not for the rabbit meat, it probably wouldn't dare go there. The Goron Company built a special hut just for small wyverns. They did it in order to lay down proper groundworks for the city, in addition, to prevent adventurers from subduing small wyverns. Only a fool will attack a small wyvern that has a leash, but the president of the company is cautious, so I even have an excellent scarf around my neck. There was a rumor of him retiring one time, but he looks really energetic recently. He even looks rejuvenated. If possible, I want him to teach me his secret. Oh, there it is. The small wyvern came, so I call it. I'll give you rabbit meat immediately. Ha ha ha, can't wait? Eat slowly or you'll upset your stomach. A pity I can't take you home, small wyvern. My name is Side Row. I'm working for Goron Company for the last 60 years. An oldie who's over 70? No, I'm not old. As expected, everyone was called for a meeting immediately. A meeting. The top business executives of the Goron Company are now gathered. The participants: President of the company, Michael Goron; next President, Marin Goron; Finance Director, Tito Goron; Purchasing Director, Randy Goron, aside from these four; the President's Secretary; the Domestic Logistics Manager; the Trading Manager; the Shipping Manager; the Foreign Affairs Manager for Nobles; the Foreign Affairs, aside from Nobles Manager; the Production Manager; the Security Manager; and me, the Store Manager of the head office in Shashato City. The president also performs similar to a store manager, but he leaves things to me since he became so busy. We all know what will be the content of the meeting. It will surely be related to Big Roof Shashato. Though the company has a little direct profit from it, nobody belittles the value of that place. Therefore, no matter how busy everybody is, they'll surely participate in the meeting. There are also those whose real aim is the food after the meeting. Nobody minds, though. It's delicious. The meeting chairman is young Master Marin. In spite of your busy schedule, thank you for joining. Now, let's begin at once. Ever since the management of Big Roof Shashato was entrusted to us, everyone has become more energetic. Some were uneasy upon the news of the president stepping down a while ago, but now, everything's running okay. The land south of Big Roof Shashato, the next step has been decided. Voices from the participants of the meeting break out. We heard the content of each letter exchange so far in every meeting. We heard things like large bathhouse, school, training center, and casino. There are also a lot of unknown things suggested by Village Chief. The first unknown thing he proposed is aquarium. Aquarium, when we heard about it for the first time, all of us tilt our necks. It seems to be a facility that displays uncooked seafood in water tanks. That kind of facility never existed before. Village Chief suggested it because sea creatures are easy to gather because we are a port city. We thought that such a thing is unnecessary because everyone knows about it. I mean, look how close we are to the sea. But upon investigation, we were surprised that the residents of this city don't know much about fishes. Though people generally understand what a fish or a shellfish is, no one knows what kind of fish or shellfish they are. According to Village Chief, its purpose is to educate everyone about sea creatures, especially about the creatures that can't be eaten. Indeed, I thought, there are many kinds of fishes and shellfish, and there are a lot of them who are poisonous. Because of that, we can't just classify every fish as fish and every shellfish as shellfish. There's a talk about Curry Store Marla preparing to introduce seafood products too, so this might also be a part of a major plan. So deep. Moreover, if the merchants were informed about the names of fishes and shellfish, they can restock supply and sell easier. If they want to order a kind of fish to the fishermen, they'll just have to say the name. Currently, it is hard for someone to find the fish they are looking for even to fishermen because every fish is called fish. As for the fishermen, they don't know which fish is rare or expensive, so the price is the same for everyone. The present situation is full of holes and is being exploited by those with more knowledge or experience. However, there's no complaint since they don't even know that they were being exploited. Great. However, there's a problem. Big Roof Shashado is on the north side of the city. The sea is in the south. Village Chief is worried about the location, so a small water tank was prepared. It was a serious experiment. Fish was brought from the sea along with seawater. However, it still failed. According to Village Chief, there should be a device that must be attached to the water tank to keep the sea creatures alive. It was a difficult conversation, but it seems like Marin understands it. Because of that, the aquarium plan was cancelled. However, a construction will start near the port, but that's still in the future. So, what has been decided? I'll have to say this first. What we are about to discuss is strictly confidential. You will say nothing about it even to your wife, children, parents, or siblings. The usual lines. Ma, I don't think there's that kind of fool given the participants of this meeting. However, a reminder is a must today. For what reason? Since it has already been decided. If any information leaks out or the plan was obstructed, even if the Goron Company is a large company, the Goron Company will lose face. I heard that Village Chief is a tolerant person, but we must not aggravate him and lose trust in the company. We must proceed with caution. The land at the south of Big Roof Shashado will turn it into a terminal. I tilt my neck. When it comes to Village Chief's idea, I often don't get them. Excuse me, but what kind of facility is this terminal? The first one to break the silence is the young production manager. Young Master Marin seems to have expected that question. He took out a map he prepared. It is a rough map of Shashado City. There is a marked place in the map, and it is none other than the land at the south side of Big Roof Shashado. There are several lines that stretch from there. It is easy to notice them since they are of different colors, but what are those lines? They seem to go along with the main street. These lines are the carriage routes. A terminal is a resting place for horses, maintenance place of the carriage, and where the customers will get on and off. So, a sort of luggage area. But aren't there already big ones on the east side and on the west side of the city? The trading manager asked that question. He's in charge of anything related to carriage. That's not it. The one that those carriages will carry are people. Even so, aren't there already a lot of personal carriages at the east side and west side of the city? They are used for traveling to another city or town. As for our carriages, they will be used to travel around the city. Only around the city. That's right. The carriage will move along the route at a specific time. Anyone can get on and off anywhere they want, but only along the route. The plan is to have a carriage move on a route every 30 minutes. A round trip is about an hour. I see, so that's how it is. This is in order to pull people from the facilities along the main street. Certainly. The routes are all extended to important facilities in the north, south, east, and west. There's even one of them that will pass through the Goron Company. Anyone is free to get on and off wherever they want, but how will you charge the people who will ride them? Indeed, riding a carriage is comfortable, but it's not cheap. Therefore, you can say that it is a symbol of the rich too. If one were to come to a large company to negotiate without riding a wagon, that person will probably won't even be able to enter the door. Someone who needs to use carriage regularly will buy a carriage, and those who don't have the ability to buy one will call out to the Carriage Association for services. The people who might want to use our service will be minimal. No, are there even people who will use it? They'll surely be anxious about the charges. How much will be the charge? Young Master Randy asks immediately. On the other hand, young Master Marin did not answer immediately. Free of charge. The meeting becomes quiet. Free? You're going to let everyone ride carriage for free? There will surely be people who will ride them if that's the case. However, what are you going to do with the maintenance and other costs of running a carriage service? Fodder is necessary for the horse and wage is necessary for the coachman. We are all full of doubts, but it seems to be expected too. Young Master Marin continues speaking. It will be coming from the money taken from advertisements. What does advertisements money means? Money taken from advertisements? What is that? We will install signboards inside and outside the carriage. The contents will be, I'll give you an example. Freshly baked soft bread, Marin's Bakery, located at Hokkaido Boulevard. I see, so that's advertising. Currently, signboards are only located at the actual location. Even notices are written on the wall of the facility itself. We'll put them now on the carriage. Everyone who the carriage passed by will surely see it, and the effect will be at the fullest when the carriage stopped, when a customer will get on or off. At first, the Goron Company and the curry store Marla will take all the advertisement rights. However, as soon as others notice the effect, they'll surely take out money. Right, certainly, that is something worth paying for. No one will object. And then I noticed. The free carriage will go back and forth around the city. The customers will get on. Up to now, there's no convenient thing that they can use to move from one place to another. The customers' flow will change. And there's more. The value of land will change too. The price of the land close to the route of the carriage will rise, and the price of the land far from the route will drop. That kind of hit literally made me dizzy. The city itself will change. The others seem to have noticed it too. After that, young Master Marin. I'll say it again. The content of this meeting is absolutely confidential. The draft of the route is exactly as what's drawn on the map. If there will be change after this, whether it is increase or decrease, it is already entrusted to us, the Goron Company. However, the condition is for the route to start at the south of Big Roof Shashato. In other words, we are free to do what we want on the route. The flow of the customers and even the price of the land are within our control. This is the same as Goron Company amassing a massive amount of wealth. Though we already have power in the city, with this, we will have a power that no one can defy. Frightening, truly frightening. Who in the world could think of such a scheme? I'm sure it's not young Master Marin. It's not the president either. But it is obvious since even though the Goron Company will execute this scheme, Big Roof Shashato will not be at any disadvantage. There will be more customers, which means more money. The domestic logistics manager asks a question. It is only for confirmation. Is this village chief's idea? I heard that he's only been here for a few days, but he's peerless. He is like the god of business. Certainly, let's go to the church after this and donate. No, let's think about that later. Let's get back to business. When this plan advances, the land at the south of Big Roof Shashato might not be enough. I want to make it bigger in order not to get too cramped. We need to hurry up and secure coachmen, horses, and carriage too. I want to secure lands along the routes. Don't overdo it. If you go too far, you will win antipathy. A person who will notice will surely appear too. Have you contacted the governor? I didn't tell him the details, but he already approved. However, it is the governor, so there's a possibility that they already noticed it. We might need to share profits to the governor to some degree. Right, however, he's the kind that won't take anything openly. It will be slightly troublesome. Won't it be enough to pay land tax at the future rate? Land tax is it, that might cause some trouble. How about non-monetary things? Why not give the governor artworks from the Western country? Ma, this has become a casual meeting. The real thing will start after this. The terminal system. The carriage service will be paid by advertisement money, and we will profit from the land and customer flow control. Other cities and towns will surely mimic this. However, even if they do, they won't achieve the same result. In other words, they won't be able to reach Goron Company's level. They will catch the eyes of the nobles and will be robbed. In this city, the existence of village chief protects us from any external power, but if we'll do this kind of scheme in other cities, won't we be inviting trouble? How about trying it in a city where we are in a close relationship with nobles? That might work, but let's not do this all the places that satisfy that condition. Let's choose big cities. As for other towns and cities, let's teach them. It will be a way of selling favor. Let's not get in touch with them first. Let's wait for them to see the result, and wait for them to lower their heads first before teaching them. That might work. Right. But the most important thing is, what are we going to do with the capital? Let's have the president and the next president have an audience with Demon King Sama. The president and Marin shook their heads nonstop to refuse. Wonderfully synchronized, truly father and son. After a few more important points, the meeting ended. The meeting was over. The delicious food will be here at any moment. They are also related to village chief. I'm the manager of the headquarters, so I have a lot of chances to eat with the president, but I don't get tired of it. Every food is delicious. According to village chief's vision, commoners can eat them too. A magnificent vision. However, if it's him, he might be able to do it, though I've only met him once. Manager side row, do you have a moment? Oh, the president is calling. How can I help you? It is about the breeding of the small wyvern that you proposed. You are now permitted to do so. Ew. That's the proposal I've been requesting for a long time. It is now permitted? I love the no, that's not what I want to say. Breeding small wyvern will make communication denser and will surely contribute to the administration. This time, a VIP will come over. May I entrust him to you? Leave him to me. Should I prepare anything? For the time being, everything has been taken care of. Also, since I don't want anything bad to happen, I ask you, a well-experienced person, to do it. I understand. After hearing my answer, the president's atmosphere changes. Father-in-law-san, are you really okay with it? Michael Goron, my daughter's husband. What are you worried about? Though I'm a poor grandfather now, back in the days, I managed to have a business talk with someone from the royal family. As expected of father-in-law-san. Now then, I just want to tell you that no matter what happens, don't let the gatekeeper dragon be angry. He seems to be really interested in Curry Store Marla, so he'll come here. He's also the one who will teach you about breeding. He's a shy guy, so don't take him to a place with a lot of people. If you're troubled with anything, you can ask his servant Gucci, he'll come with him too. Wawait son-in-law. It's all right, he'll be visiting in his human form. It's the same as dealing with someone from the royal family. What royal family? The royal family is nothing before him. How can I treat him like that? Thank you in advance. I'll have to go for a few days. The Goron Company is busy today as usual. Chapter 236. The village chief and the high elves who do their best in summer. After the festival ends, summer came in full scale. The villagers are now playing in the pool. This is fully utilized. They have been using it whole year round, so I left the management to the lizard men. We drain its water once a month for cleaning. That's praiseworthy, but don't overdo it. There's no need for you to overwork. Though the first thing I thought of this summer is the pool, there are a lot of things that need to be done. I have to respond to the wishes of each village and increase the facilities in the hot spring too. There is also that issue in Shashato City, so it is necessary to get in touch with Michael-san. Small wyvern messaging takes time. Though our messages are advancing, we still need to write what we have been talking about first, or else we will forget about what we've been talking about. As a result, it has become writing 2 letters. Maybe it's time for me to introduce some sort of formal writing style, but that might not work because of cultural differences. I think it's troublesome too. I want a copier. The civil servant girls are accustomed to 2-letter writing and seem to view it as the correct way to write. Though some of them don't practice it and leave drafts, but you can just write a fair-level copy of the drafts. Enviable. To fulfill the wishes of each village, I'll go around them with the high elves. For village 1, it's Mushroom Field. Yes, I know. Truffle. Truffle is not something that can grow on the tree and should be on the ground. There's a lot of suitable places nearby. That reminds me, aside from black truffle, white truffle exists too. Should I plant them too? I plowed while thinking such unnecessary thing, so there's a possibility of white truffles being mixed in this black truffle field. In any case, they are both truffles. Since they are mushrooms, it is possible to harvest in the same place multiple times. Do your best to harvest as much as you can. And my apologies, I prefer shiitake, so you can't stop me from arranging and plowing some lumbers for it. As for how to take care of mushrooms, their natural enemies are insects, birds, and beasts, but since the spiderlings are guarding the village, you don't have to worry about them. For village 2, farming tools. Hoe, hatchet, sickle. Pitchfork 2. It is a spear with 3 heads that is used to collect fodder and things similar to that. Since village 2 is populated by minotaurs, it is normal that their tools are appropriate for their big size. However, a big size pitchfork is useless. The crops are still the same size. Everything fell using the enlarged pitchfork. Ha ha ha, reflect. Let's make a new one. Let's increase the number of spearheads this time. Gut was the one who made the farming tools, so I have to reward him. As for the filed fork, how about making it a decoration? I shouldn't really mind, but I admit that it's embarrassing. For village 3, house expansion and a course around the village. For the houses, the high elves took care of it for several days. As for the course around the village, I took care of it using the aft. Compared to the time when we founded these villages, I can make a road faster now. Will the soil of the course be hard enough? Currently, it doesn't feel soft, feels okay when I step on it. Good to know. The centaurs run around the course immediately after completion. For centaurs, being faster means wielding high fighting power. I think it is good considering the defense of Village 3. A8. Did they just begin a race? It is like a ceremony when a male is asking a female for marriage. So they requested for the course to be able to do this. My apologies for being too slow. May you be happy. Village 4, also known as Sun Castle. I'll bring up the raising of seasonings, though I know I can't expect anything, let's just cook. Is it good? Nabe? Ma, seasonings is the last thing I need to worry in this place. Now then, the nabe. The ingredients we lack were delivered via balloon. Though the number of balloons has increased, the amount each can carry is limited. I want to improve it, but I don't have time. Research is required for it. After cooking, I visit the cannery of the Sun Castle. It's not a real factory, and it looks like this facility was made only to make souvenirs. The performance is also amazing. You just need to put raw material, and a can will be made. The can is very thin. Nevertheless, it looks like it is properly prepared to be rust-resistant. It is not much different from the can I know. Unfortunately, to our regret, this doesn't seem to be able to do anything aside from making cans. Though there's no manpower needed since can making is fully automatic, what should be put on the cans should be prepared manually. We tried canning an orange first as an experiment, but it stayed as it is and is not even peeled off. In addition, there's no syrup either, so when the can shakes, you can feel the orange inside stirs up. A terribly canned food. When you can a fruit, it will be pointless if the fruit inside is not soaked in syrup and not even peeled. It will be hard to use it for business too, since the daily capacity is too little. According to Belle, there is someone who knows a lot about this device, so we probably get what we want once that person wakes up. I feel like if this can be used to preserve food, it surely can be used to preserve seasonings. That's what I'm looking forward to. I am now facing the hot spring. I intend to increase the number of facilities here. Even if it is summer, it feels good to soak in hot springs, though you'll face a problem once you left. It's hot. The lion conjured a block of ice with the use of magic. So you can use magic, huh? Amazing. In any case, let's start working since that's what I came here for. First, let's improve the present facility that is being used by Ancestor-san. That said, let's rebuild the cottage. It's more dilapidated than I thought. Maybe because it is on a hot spring that it became this dilapidated. Would be a more durable material? Then, let's build a new cottage. Let's make an exclusive cottage for the ghost knights who are guarding this place. After preparing lumbers, I left it to the high elves. Now it is time to realize the wish of the lion. The lion wishes for a place that can protect them from rain. Given the season, the sun might also be a problem. Since there is a rock wall near the place where you can mine thermal insulation stones, it will be good to build their place there. Let's make a cave there so no matter how much it rains, you won't get wet. Now, this looks similar to the one I've seen in a zoo. Are the lions okay with this? The first one to check it out is the father lion. The next one is the mother lion, then the cubs. There seems to be no problem. Still, the ground is so hard. Let's soften it a bit. The hot spring now has 2 lodgings. One is for the ghost knights. The wall is now made of wood, and it can also serve as a semi-sunshade when taking a bath. I also rebuilt the water supply from the river. The other one is only a roof and floor, something made for the lions. The lions want to be near the ghost knights. The food of the lions came from the monsters and demon beasts exterminated by the ghost knights. They have enough, no, more than enough to eat. I'll prepare a place where they can throw rotten foods away. I'll make it once I've returned. What are you doing? You don't need to do that thank you dance. Wait, that's a new version. Did you practice? The lion cubs are participating too. I had no choice but to join. When I return to Big Tree Village, it is almost harvest time. We've worked hard. However, let's play a little first. This is the empty can I got from the Sun Castle. Kick the can. I gather the children and enjoy playing kick the can. I underestimated the physical strength of the children. They're amazing. With things going this way, I'll be the Oni for a long time. After capturing several children, someone will surely kick the can. It can't be helped. Let's increase the number of Oni. Looking at it, even adults are now participating. I made the rule clear to everyone. Using violence or magic is prohibited. Going outside the village is prohibited. Daphnes, stop turning into trees. Hakurin, there's no need to kick with all your might. We enjoyed playing kick the can until the sun went down. Chapter 237. Employee. Big roof Shashato. That is where I'm working at. It is larger than a noble's mansion. There are more than 400 employees employed here. First, there were only 10, then it became 200. After that, it became what it is now. They are the first batch. As for me, I'm part of the second batch. Both the first and second batch are composed of homeless orphans, but that doesn't mean that everyone's close. There are conflicts and competition, especially when it comes to bed, and when one is not good at something. Though I'm glad when I heard that I can work at Big Roof Shashato when I heard it the first time, I became uneasy because of someone from the first batch. Those from the first batch, all of them are children indebted to Goldie. Us second batch belongs to the manpower handler that was called by Goldie. We are of different faction. In addition to that, the first batch is already working for more than 2 months before we were hired. I thought back then that we will get bullied for not being able to properly do our job. But such a thing did not happen. The first batch is surprisingly kind. Of course, if you fail to do something or do something stupid, you'll be scolded. However, there's no bullying. I wondered why at first, but upon continuing doing my job, I finally understood. No one would dare do such a thing. No one would dare cause trouble. Yes, there's that feeling of not wanting to lose your job, but what matters most is to not trouble the acting managers who employed us, Marco-sama and Paula-sama. We are indebted to the two of them, so we would rather use our time improving ourselves rather than making fun of others. This is something everyone can't help but do. Because they gave us decent lives? No, they gave us the best lives. The house we are living in is specially made to accommodate employees. It is called dormitory. Only employees working in Big Roof Shashato can enter this dormitory. The dormitory is composed of 3 houses: boys' dormitory, girls' dormitory, and children's dormitory. Boys' dormitory and girls' dormitory, as their names suggest, only males or females can enter them. The children's dormitory is for those who find it difficult to live in dormitories alone. They are those who are still slightly dependent on their older brother or sister. In all dormitories, one room is shared by 4 people. It seems like it feels more crowded before, but was able to achieve the current situation after adding additional buildings. In those rooms, it is possible to sleep in a bed with a clean sheet every day. At first, I was scared to make the sheet dirty, so I slept on the floor, but it is all something good to remember now. The dormitory has a bath, a big bath. It is being heated up to make the bath water warm, and using it is free too. Bathing is by group, so we have to spend our time properly when taking a bath. It has also been decided that we must take a bath every day. Skipping is not allowed, with the exception of you being sick. Meal is served 3 times a day. I was surprised because before coming to this dormitory, it is already luxurious as I can eat a whole loaf bread in a day. Moreover, it is properly cooked. Let's say, for instance, breakfast. The tan bread here is baked on that day, unlike what I previously eat, burnt bread that is as hard as a rock, and I don't even know how many days have passed since it was baked. The soup is a real vegetable soup and not some boiled weeds. There's also another dish, but it changes every day. Sometimes there's boiled egg or grilled fish. On top of that, the second serving of soup is free. During my first breakfast, I was scared to eat anything because they might charge me. Another good thing to remember. Looking at the situation now, no one's holding back for another serving anymore. Lunch and supper are more luxurious than breakfast. Those strange dishes appear from time to time in the name of research, but they are delicious enough. At least the taste is not enough for us employees to complain. When we were hired by Big Roof Shashato, we were provided with something. Clothes. 3 clothes that should be worn when working, 2 everyday clothes, and 2 sleepwear. There are undergarments too. Honestly speaking, I never had so many clothes, so I'm troubled with what I should do. When we were given with pieces of furniture in our room, I'm slightly elated. We were also taught on how to properly wash them. It is a rule to wash your own clothes. You must not let other people to do it for you. And it's not like we're scared that they will be stolen if we let someone else touch them. It is a voluntary rule that us employees made. It is also embarrassing to let someone wash your dirty clothes when you yourself have time to spare. All of us wants to work neatly too. By the way, we are provided with shoes too. It is only a pair, but if it doesn't match the size of your feet, you can ask for a replacement. You can ask for a replacement too if it breaks. We won't be allowed to work if we're barefooted. By the way, let's get back to the main subject. That is work. I can only live as much as I can work. First of all, there are employees who are doing specialized jobs. Specialized jobs like cooking and drawing signboards, which I'm particularly not good at. It was rotational before, but taking orders from the counter has become a specialized job too. A person doing a specialized job is highly respected by other employees. Me too, I want to be in a specialized job too, but to my regret, I am not one of them. However, my time will come. If you can do a specialized job, you'll have to do it. If you don't, you'll work like everyone else. Serving food, arranging the queue, cleaning tables, and distributing water. Oh, you can also help in the gaming area like in bowling, quoits, shooting, or if something needs to be done on the stage. Though any work there is popular today, it's my turn to help with bowling. Though the work there is easy to do, it is heavy labor. The bowling lane should be manned by 3 to 4 people. First of all, the lanes are cleaned by all of us. Afterward, one of us will greet and arrange the queue of the customers. We must do it with a smile. There must be one person at the end of the lane, and that person will be responsible for arranging the pins. The last one will be coordinating and monitoring the throwing, and will also be responsible for cleaning the ball. There are customers who just throw the ball as they want. Given that, they should be reminded to not throw the ball violently. The one at the end of the lane will collect the pins that fell down and will throw back the ball that the customers threw. This job needs focus since, if the person in charge will not do her job properly, it will consume a lot of time. That person also should take care to not touch the ball the customers throw until it hits the end. When the pins fell, that person should collect them carefully and not carelessly. Who knows if she'll accidentally knock down a pin if she's careless. That person also needs to return the ball by letting it slide at the gap at the side of the lane. She should also ring the bell to let everyone know how many pins have been knocked down. If there's a performance being done on the stage, the signal won't be from a bell but from a flag. Some customers prefer using flags too so that everyone can see their greatness. But if there's another customer in line, we have no choice but to take it down immediately. If you're in contact with customers, you'll get a chance of receiving tips. A generous person will give as much as a large copper coin. There's a rule that the tip will belong to the employee who receives it. In the beginning, this has been an issue. If you receive a tip, the employees are expected to give it to the store. The reverse of the present condition. Everyone here already heard that it is a normal practice for stores to take tips given to the employees. However, acting managers Marco Sama and Paula Sama did not take anything from the employees. They said that it has nothing to do with them, so they should save it instead. Therefore, from that time, tips received by the employees belong to them. Well, that's great, and because of that, I managed to save some. By the way, the employees are planning to present gifts to acting managers Marco Sama and Paula Sama. Fufu. Though I'm doing my best in various ways, there are 3 people who I aim to be or treat as a rival. The first one is the first batch's Pot. She's doing a specialized job, which is receiving orders at the counter. Pot is like the representative of that job. She wears an exclusive waitress uniform, which I really envy. As for me, I'm only wearing the common employee apron. Another one is the signboard painter Razik. She's famous even when she's still a child because she likes to draw on the ground. At that time, she has a not-so-good reputation, but who would have thought that she'll make a killing by drawing signboards now? Moreover, she was directly ordered by the manager to do it. How envy-inducing. Though we all admit that no one can compare to Razik in terms of drawing. The picture that I drew, I tried drawing Goldie's dog, but no one guessed it right. At least they said that it is some sort of living thing. Is my drawing really that bad? The last one is Shasan. Though he's just a customer with ardent love in cooking, he started working here before anyone noticed it. He is now like an aide to Marco Sama in cooking. His weakness is talking in high tension when it comes to food, but he teaches us in reading, writing, and arithmetic. He is also very polite and approachable. However, he's treating me like a child. Though he might be right because of my age, I want to get rid of that image of me by learning how to read, write, and calculate earlier than most. But arithmetic is hard. Ado, what I really want to say is that I want to learn from the 3 of them. I'm currently explaining that in front of the 200 members of the 3rd batch. Ah, why am I explaining? It's because Big Roof Shashado's employees have increased again. Chapter 238. Village's Children. The Beast Boys look like they are playing around, but in truth, they are quite busy. They are helping with oil extraction and making sugar and salt ever since they've arrived at this village. They are also milking the goats and cows in addition to picking up eggs of the chickens. They are contributing by doing those simple tasks. Recently, Nut, the daughter of Gut, has been coming here. She's here to help Ursa and Gyuraru a little. They are not only doing work, but they are studying too. They are being taught with how to read, write, calculate, and ethics. Hakurin is the teacher. She was absent for a while since she gave birth to Hikaru, but she can teach energetically now. I tried observing them one time and found out that her teaching method is softer than I expected. When they have free time, they will voluntarily practice with sword and spear. The high elves and lizard men occasionally guide them. When I was thinking that Gulf should be teaching them too, I saw him on the side that is being taught. Okay. By the way, my son, Alfred, is the latest addition to the group. But it's still too early for him, right? I raised that concern of mine, but it seems like he's being allowed to study, but they are teaching him little by little. Since they are being lenient, I'll give my consent. Ma, though I said that he's the latest addition, he already knows everyone, and he's even living with Ursa and Gyuraru at my mansion. Though I don't believe that anyone will act rashly at him, I still spied over them. Ano, village chief, what are you doing? I was asked by a random civil servant girl passerby. Can't she tell by looking? I'm watching them. If the person you are watching over don't know that they are being watched over, doesn't that make you suspicious? No, that's not it. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm still letting the children grow on their own. In addition, isn't Ramuria's doing the same? If you say so. Ramuria's is an Oni maid. She's the caretaker of the Beastkins, so the Beast Boys have been under her watch ever since they were infants. She's still watching over the Beast Boys up to now. Ramuria's is the caretaker of the whole Beastkin race in this village. Isn't it normal for her to watch over the children? It seems like Ramuria's heard us and has turned her head towards us. She gives off a smile with an obvious meaning. Trust me. It seems like it is settled now, so can I ask you about work? Demon King Sama and Michael-san sent messages. The civil servant girl took my hand and dragged me to work. Night of that day, Alfred reported what happened during the day. Is that so? You did well. Tysel and Torin are envious, but it's still too early for them to join in. Good. I still want you to stay in my arms. Children grow too fast. Evening of that day, I have the cat on my knee while drinking alcohol. Wine slime. I shared alcohol with it so it didn't ruin my mood. When the heat of the summer calmed down a bit, it became easier to spend the days. Ursa is equipped with a spear while riding Akuro's back, and they are heading to the forest. Oh, wait, stop. What? What do you mean by what? Where do you think you're going? The forest. Ah, is that so? What are you going to do once you're in the forest? Hunt. Though Ursa is boyish, how could I let her, a child, hunt in the forest? It looks like Kuro himself will guard her, and looking at a distance, there are other Kuros too. Ah, there's Kurasen and Uno. It looks like the Kuros intend to guide her well. I can see high elves on the trees too. Should I permit her to go? What am I hesitating for? I don't know what she is before, but the present Ursa is a child in every single way. I won't let her go. However, it's pointless to say anything to her since she won't listen. She'll likely go out once I leave. Moreover, she'll do it in secret. What if the high elves didn't notice her when she sneaks out? Why do you want to go hunting? Alfred said he wants meat, so I said I'll get some for him. Alfred. Kuro looks guilty. It seems like she didn't lie, so I nodded. I see. Isn't this a good time to show how my good side as a father? Ursa-san, do you mind transferring that duty to me? No, is that so? It can't be helped. Let's do it together then. If you won't accept, I will prohibit you from going into the forest. Ha, adults play dirty. By the way, what kind of meat does Alfred wants? Is it the fanged rabbit? However, if he wants to eat that, all he needs to do is tell Lou or Anne about it. Why did he tell Ursa about it? Well, Ursa is certainly in a position where the children consider her as the mediator. If they talk, it will naturally go to a point where one would say he loves meat and Ursa will voluntarily get it for him. The Beast Boys, Nut and Gyuraru, certainly made a good judgment of not following. If they were to go together, Alfred will surely go with them. Oops, a rabbit. I took out my aft, but before I managed to do anything, Uno already killed it. I heard Ursa telling Uno to take it away. Something's wrong. Let's verify it for now. Ursa, is that meat not good enough? No, it's pointless if it is not something I personally hunt. Okay, so that's how it is. There's no point in hunting if she's going to bring back meat similar to those who are already in the storage. In other words, there's no point if Ursa isn't the one who hunts it. It can't be helped. I'll just devote myself in supporting her. For the time being, let's bleed that rabbit first. This is a little heavy to carry. I feel bad for the sacrifice, but one of our guards must take this back to the village. Now then, the next prey. A high elf on the tree sent a signal. Front. Looking at it, a big wild boar. Isn't this larger than the usual boar? As expected, this prey is not for Ursa. While I was thinking, Kuro, who's being ridden now by Ursa, dashes towards it. Ursa looks motivated too. She firmly grasps her spear. Oi, will she be okay? I panic and took out the aft in spear form. I took a stance where I can throw at any time. My worry was useless. The spear-wielding, Kuro riding Ursa struck the side of the big wild boar. Kuro ran through the side of the wild boar at the last moment, and I trust that his judgment is good. As for Ursa, she no longer has the spear. The spear is stuck on the side of the wild boar, and it is even currently swinging around. But given this situation, Ursa no longer has a weapon, so this can be counted as her lost. Though the boar was struck with a spear at its side, and it is even still stuck on it, it still can move. That moment, Uno jumped out of nowhere. I thought that he intends to help Ursa in battle, but all he did was take the spear from the boar and give it to Ursa. And it's time for the second attack. Uno, wouldn't it be better if you had pushed the spear further? Were you bothered by your failure with the rabbit? I've seen your eyes during that time, and you looked like you're really blaming yourself, but you shouldn't mind it. Kuro and Ursa attack. Along with Uno's devotion, the big wild boar was killed. This will surely be delicious. Though Kuro and Ursa are looking proud after hunting that wild boar, it seems like they did not notice the problem. How do you plan on taking that home? They finally notice it. They panic for a moment. Usually, if a prey that big was hunted, it will be divided so it will be easier to carry. However, it will be impossible for the Kuros to divide it. Because of that, they might call for me and the high elves. The high elves gestured if they can come out, and I gestured back telling them to wait. My turn finally came. When I was thinking of that, Makura, Zabuton's spiderling, pops out. You are here too? Aren't you being overprotective? No, I won't think about it since my time to shine was stolen. Makura ties the big boar with its web and pull it up. Quite powerful. However, I won't be a mere watcher, so I turn the aft into a hook and stab the boar with it. That will make the boar easier to lift up. With that, Makura's movement became faster. Great then, let's return. However, Makura-kun, I know that you're enthusiastic, but you might shake me off. It's pointless if you manage to return home, only to find out that I already fell from your back. We arrived at the village. The bleeding and dismantling can easily be done, but if we do it now, no one will be able to see what the prey hunted by Ursa looks like. Ursa, who's still riding Kuro, went out to call Alfred. Alfred did not praise Ursa that much. Ursa did not mind it either. However, I'm still uneasy. This time is okay since I'm accompanying her, but what if she goes to the forest without permission? I told the high elves, Kuro, Kurasan, Uno, and Makura that if they ever found her sneaking out, stop her immediately. Ursa might be fine, but what if the other children imitate her? HNN? Grandmaria, why are you here? Ah, my guards. If you're going to the forest, it would be great if you'll inform us first. Is that so? My apologies for worrying you. Now, why did Alfred wants meat in the first place? Lou is the one who wants it, I see. So that's how it is. She wants to use it for her experiment. If she wants to, she could have told me so. So that's the only reason you want it. You want to gift it to your mother. You want to catch one with the use of your own power. He certainly would want to go to the forest, if that is the case. So his careless remark pressured Ursa to do it in his stead. Ursa is safe, so it's all right, but you better be careful in the future. Think about it for 10,000 times first. Let's not scold Ursa, who has done her best for others this time. The big wild boar is today's supper. It was handed to Lou first before sending it to the storage. Okay, gather people now and start things up. What for? We're going to roast it outside. It is better to call it barbecue. It is now slightly cooler, so this will be good. That night's supper became a lively banquet. Night. Lou, do you even want to eat meat? Alfred said so. She seemed to have remembered something. Ahaha, it was hot a while ago. I was a little down, so I consulted Anne on what fun thing should I do. And she said meat. Yeah, like today's barbecue. I see. So you're a little down. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Ahaha, it's not like it interferes with my daily life. HNN. When I said a little down, I mean, at night. Wait a moment, there's still. Hold on. Catcha. Just now, I think I heard the lock of the door being opened. Who is it? But I understand. Nobody got pregnant this year. It's not like we're in a hurry, but there will surely be people who mind it. I remember the attendees of this night's barbecue banquet. Yeah, I know you're doing what you can. However, can you empty my load tomorrow? I'm still in my father mode. I'm currently not in my man mode. If you can't do as requested, can you limit the number of people? Alfred. It is useless to resist, so all you have to do is to get their warm-hearted sympathy. Remember that. These are words of wisdom coming from your father. Chapter 239. Farina's Bakery. Bakery, a store that bakes and sells products known as bread. This bakery is also my parents' house. I work here as a sales lady. My name is Farina. For those who are in a close relationship with me, they call me Funa. I had 2 problems a while ago. The first one is the future of this store. With the price hike of wheat, which is a major ingredient for making bread, and the price hike of firewood, which is needed for baking bread, the store's savings is steadily decreasing. Worrying, isn't it? Though bakeries are moderated by license issued by the country, there are still a lot of rival stores around. Only regular customers buy my bread. Therefore, our income is not increasing. Father, mother, and me, we are already doing our best, but the future is still dark. Who are my regular customers? Ado, they are the housewives nearby, and the inn who needs bread for their food. Though they don't buy every day, the Boroko Gyumi buys every 3 days, they are a group of carpenters. They buy every morning. Also, there's the local militia. However, they don't just buy from my store, they buy from the neighboring bakeries as well. Though they only buy every 10 days, their order is not something that can be neglected. another problem of mine is my romantic relationship. I'm not boasting, but there's a man who's courting me. I'm not really interested in love, but it's not like I hate it. But I can't neglect the other party. His name is Gilspark. Though he looks good, he looks slightly scary. He's not violent, but he looks like he's always irritated. However, I'm still uneasy, so I rejected him when he proposed. It is a waste to reject him, but I still haven't thought of marriage at that time. I'm still too young to be a wife. Though I clearly rejected him, Gilspark still regularly comes to my store without the intention of giving up. He's not buying any bread. He said that the purpose of him coming here is not bread but for me. Awkward. Ma, I don't need your advances, you know. I don't know what happened, but one of my 2 problems was solved. A surprisingly big store with the name Big Roof Shashato was built nearby. I managed so wholesale bread there. Though my store is not the only place they buy bread from, my sales is still doubled. No, more than doubled. Thank you very much. When Big Roof Shashato was still under construction, please forgive me for saying that it is nothing but useless obstruction. Your curry is super delicious dessous. As for my other problem, the romantic relationship, or whatever you want to call it, it's not like I'm easy or anything. Ma, Gilspark is not a bad person and his eyes only see me, and because of that, cough. But still, marriage talk is still too early. By the way, let's get back to the topic. Now I have 3 worries. First, though Big Roof Shashato is our main source of sales, they are baking their own bread. However, those said bread is not for sale, but for employees. Baking bread but not selling them, I think they are thinking about the bakeries around. They even give clothes to their employees, and they all have accommodation and bed to sleep on too. They are not selling bread because they don't want to monopolize profit. I'm thankful for that. Thank you very much. That's not the problem, but what comes next. Though they are baking bread for their own employees, it is overwhelmingly more delicious than our bread. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to eat it. I'll say it honestly. Gilspark managed to eat a piece of bread for the employees, and he boasted about it to me. To me, a baker's daughter. He dares praise bread from another place before me? As expected, I went berserk and let Gilspark's chin feel the power of my right smash. After that, I went straight to Big Roof Shashato, and though seems impossible, unreasonably ask for bread that is meant for employees. It was mortifyingly delicious. There's no way my bread can compete with it. It is on a whole different level. That's what I felt at that time. Gilspark bowed to me while explaining that that bread has been really popular with the nobles recently, and they are giving them to the employees. If they sell it to their customers, there's no doubt the bakeries around will go bankrupt. An employee of Big Roof Shashato told me that they won't sell them to customers because if they do, the price of their meal will rise. Complete humiliation. I almost went berserk. Well, to be exact, I really went berserk, but Gilspark managed to carry me and escape. I feel like collecting back all the bread we sold them and return their payment. However, this is father's bakery. I'm only a daughter. I can't do it without his permission. In addition, nothing will change since they can just buy more bread from other bakeries. I cannot live with pride alone. Then, there's only one solution. Make a more delicious bread. I'm currently researching. This is not the problem of my bakery alone, so I spoke with other bakers. The result? This, I can't compliment that much. No, it is certainly more delicious compared to the bread we're currently baking, but it is still inferior to the bread for employees of Big Roof Shashato. I keenly realize my inadequacy. This is my first worry. My second worry, I found out that Gilspark is the governor's son. Gilspark was silent when I hit him, social status difference. The governor of Shashato is a noble. As for me, a commoner. This is real life, and not a story, so marrying each other is nothing simple. It came to the point where we talk about breaking up. I'm prepared for it, but Gilspark cried and resisted with all his might. Gilspark said that he knows a trick where it will be fine for a commoner to marry a noble. I believe him. Now, we're in the process of finding the right timing for me to meet up with Gilspark's parents. As for my parents, they decided to wait and see what will happen. By the way, Gilspark's friend seemed to have committed mischief in Big Roof Shashato and was entrusted to the church. He is not imprisoned and is usually engaged in volunteer work. Gilspark accompanies his friend to do some volunteer work too. It seems like the main cause of everything is them having quarreled before. Gilspark joined him in order to share his burden. I'm kind of troubled right now since the location of the volunteer work of Gilspark's friend is none other than Big Roof Shashato. So this is how they manage to eat the bread for employees. Their volunteer work in that place is still ongoing. In other words, Gilspark can see how the employees bake bread. Should I have my beloved investigate it? But the main purpose of volunteer work is to reflect. How can I ask him to steal the method of bread making during that time? When I'm still worrying about what to do, Gilspark said. I'll ask acting manager Marco-san how they bake bread. Yes, that delicious bread. I'll have him teach you how to bake it. What do you think? It's painful, this is troubling. My pride, no, it is necessary to throw it away in order to make it. To be able to bake delicious bread, I'll obediently. At a later date, I met the manager of Big Roof Shashato. I find it strange since everyone's calling him village chief even though he's a manager. Though he's not usually in the store, he seems to have come to restock seafood. As for looks, Gilspark is superior. Fufufu. However, in terms of business talent, he's overwhelmingly above. I talked with the manager a little and was made to notice. It is natural to bake delicious bread. However, the most important thing is to meet the kind of bread Big Roof Shashato wants. So, what kind of bread does Big Roof Shashato want? Naturally, a bread which matches with curry. I finally see what I need to see, as expected of a manager of a big store. Several months later after meeting the manager. Though I don't think this can match the bread for employees, this taste can beat any bread in terms of compatibility with curry. However, I must not be overcome with conceit. I will surprise manager with this. Fufufu. I'll bake an even more delicious bread. Chapter 240. Trouble, no, Food Fest dessous. When people gather, there might be times where they can get along, but there are also times where they might quarrel. The same thing is applicable to Big Tree Village. I think everyone gets along well, but there are rare cases of quarrels too. However, there's no violence involved. That's what I decided. In order to quell quarrels, I thought of other methods to settle it without the use of violence. The most commonly used methods are arm wrestling, sumo wrestling, and chess. There's also race and hunting the biggest prey. One time, there was someone who suggested eating the most food or drinking the most alcohol, but as expected, that's nothing but a waste of food. I'm not criticizing food contests in general, but do that in another city or town if you really want to. I want my villagers to value food. As for drinking contest, I gave my permission, and the two dwarves who are quarreling at that time even laughed. However, I never said that it will be a drinking contest of alcohol, so I have them drink water. They are both dissatisfied. It is not right to use it as a reason to drink. Alcohol intoxication is dangerous. You should only drink alcohol for enjoyment. By the way, along with the development of a place is changes in ethics and culture. It brings various trouble too. This time, Shashato City's fishermen are troubled with seekins. What seekins? They are people who mainly live in the sea. A good example is mermaids. Since Shashato City is by the sea, having a port is a matter of course. Port workers and seamen are led by humans and demons. You can't see many of the seekins working there. Even so, the cooperation of seekin is indispensable to obtain marine products. For instance, in order to catch fish, humans and demons will depart from the port using a boat. Upon arriving at the place where there is a lot of fish, they will need the help of seekin to drive the fish towards them. In addition, the seekin will also inform them if there is an incoming monster or demon beast so they can escape. After the humans and demons capture fish, the seekin will demand payment which the former must properly compensate. Sometimes it's money or bird, pig, goat, other domestic animals like cow, or even medicinal herb that can only be found in land. They are provided with a month to do so, and there has never been any trouble until now. As for how they got into trouble, it is because the seekin requested a payment that is not easy to give. They want curry. They seem to have heard it from the conversations of the port workers. However, the curry store Marla in Big Roof Shashato won't let its product be taken out. I don't want to be troubled in case the curry they take home gets spoiled, which will make them suffer from food poisoning. It was explained to the seekin, and they said that they don't mind going to the store itself to eat it. However, they'll still need to put them in a feed bag even though they're already in the city. It's not like they can't walk towards the store, but the Seekin's body will dry up if they leave water. After that, it has become a request for the recipe and ingredients and seasonings, so they can make it themselves, but the recipe is out of the question. Seasonings and ingredients are expensive. They can't just think that it's cheap because of the price at Curry Store Marla. Since nothing works out, the fishermen express disapproval, which became the start of trouble. The story has reached me in Big Tree Village after several days when the trouble started. According to the report, the small wyvern brought, they were not able to obtain seafood ever since the trouble started. Marine products from the Goron Company also came from the cooperation of the fishermen and Seekin. The Seekin even specifically looked for seaweeds and crabs for us. Normally, this is not something that I need to go to with. But I can't overlook the current situation where our seafood supply was cut off. No, I'll say it honestly. I'm really interested in how to settle this trouble. I came over to Shashato City. I went there riding Hakurin in her dragon form. As for my companion, it's the Beastkin Gulf, along with Lu and Tyr. Gulf is the most accustomed to Shashato City, so he is a must. As for Lu and Tyr, I asked them to come with me. Last time, I'm slightly sorry for leaving them behind. Next time, I'll take Rhea and Anne. There will be a panic in the city if a dragon suddenly appears, so we land on a considerably far place. We contacted them beforehand, so the Goron Company already arranged a carriage that will take us to the city. Michael-san arranged an inn for us, and we will stay there until the day we'll meet with the parties involved. In the meantime, I'll take Lu, Tyr, and Hakurin to a date while helping out at Big Roof Shashato. HNN. Neither Lu nor Tyr has come to this city, but why is it that they know more about it compared to me? I must be imagining things, that must be it. Big Roof Shashato, the employees increased again, and the day came. The meeting place is a beach, a sandy beach. The fishermen and merchants of Shashato City are lining up on the land side while the Seekin is lining up on the seaside. From a spectator's view, they look like far apart, but they are unexpectedly near each other. It's not like they're hitting each other. The Seekin, those who have an upper body of a human and lower body of a fish, are called mermaid, and those who have an upper body of a fish and a lower body of a human are called Sahajin. There are also creatures like the Nuniodaphne. The difference is that they are corals. I thought that the one beside it is a lizardman since it really looks like a lizardman. However, it seems to be of a different race. They are some sort of sea lizard which is only similar to lizardmen in our village. Lu and Tyr explained that to me. We are on the side where the fishermen and merchants are. However, Gulf will be the only one who will participate with me. Lu, Tyr, and Hakurin won't be participating. Then, let's start. The representative of the Seekin said that. He looks like an aged merman. The table was immediately prepared. There are 10 chairs, 5 for the fishermen and 5 for merchants. Randy and 2 more people from the purchasing department of Goron Company sits on 3 chairs. The remaining 2 chairs will be for me and Gulf. We plan to resolve our conflict with the city using our old tradition. When the old merman declares so, those around made an exaggerated gesture. If you lords will manage to overcome the trial, we will follow what you want. The fishermen voiced out cheers of joy hearing that. However, if you can't overcome the trial, you city dwellers must obey us. This time, it is the Seekin's turn to shout cheers of joy. Obeying or not will depend on the result of this so-called trial. Now then, the first item, bring it here. They brought dishes for the 10 sitting people. Right, this is the trial of the Seekin. You have to eat whatever they'll show you. But why is this a trial? I'm doubtful, but I heard that it is because weird seafood comes out during trials. The information was given by the fishermen. Will poor food or something bizarre be served? However, the trial considers taste preference, so there's a rule that everyone can use seasonings. The first item, beautifully sliced red meat of tuna. There are 3 thick tuna fillet per person. Wow, delicious. It tastes great with both soy sauce and wasabi. I want another serving. No, if I became full, it will be troublesome for me to eat the next one. Ha ha ha. I'm already thinking about the next item, but when I saw the people around, I almost laugh. All 9 except for me. The 5 fishermen, Randy and the 2 merchants, and Gulf, they're trembling. Impossible, raw fish right off the bat. Last time, this came out last. The 2 merchants are staring blankly at their slice of fish, not moving. Randy boldly grips one tuna fillet, put it on his mouth, but he didn't make it. Disqualify. As for Gulf, he looks like he is about to cry. You hate raw fish that much. Gulf gave up at the first tuna fillet, disqualified. The 5 fishermen, 2 of them managed to eat their share. As for the other 3, they look at me with eyes full of expectations. Okay, you can give up. I'll take care of the rest. The 2 merchants too. Don't overdo it. It is blasphemy to not eat delicious food deliciously. It is probably difficult for them to do so because of cultural differences. I probably won't eat it with great relish if I'm not used to it too. Phew. 3 managed to stay, but it will end with the next item. The merman directed to bring out the next plates while saying a villain-like line. Second item, living shirasu, a little soy sauce, and yup, just the way I like it. The 2 fishermen also managed to do it. Third item, sea urchin, you don't need to eat the husk. The 2 fishermen give up there. I became the sole survivor. Fourth item, pufferfish. Poison is bad news. With that in mind, give me the not poisonous part. Lord, are you sure? I'm not a fool to decline a pufferfish. When I eat pufferfish, voices of admiration broke out from the Seekin. Amazing. Even us dislike that fish. On the contrary, screams can be heard from the fishermen and merchants. Why? Fifth item, crab. Yeah, crab sashimi is delicious. I don't understand why one of the fishermen fainted when he saw me. Let's see if you can continue to act that way with the next dish. It's that bad. Unfortunately, even among us, there are few who can cook and eat it. I see. I'm already prepared. Sixth item, salmon roe. You cook this? What did I even prepare for? I dip it slightly to soy sauce and eat it raw. Another food I want. Seventh item, horned turban. It can be grilled in its own shell. Are. I feel like I have seen some being grilled in a stall in Shashato City. Does the Seekin not eat horned turban? No, it looks really gross. So that's how it is. It's delicious. Eighth item, abalone. This will be more delicious if they have dried it. I grilled it then eat it. Ninth item, moray eel. I stew it. It's not bad. You're quite a courageous man. No, I'm just eating food. Though the next plate will be the last. Even a courageous Seekin wouldn't dare to try eating it. When the merman said the name of the item, loud screams spread around. Only a few of the Seekin didn't scream. 10th item, octopus. I'll sashimi one of its tentacles. As for the rest of the tentacles, they will be deep fried. As for the head, grill it after removing the internal organs. It was very delicious. Thus, the trouble between the Seekin and the fishermen of Shashato City was settled. They continued working with each other like what they've always done so. Even though we won the trial, if we abuse them, the issue will happen again next month. As for the Seekin's request, they want to eat curry once a month, so we'll open a store on the beach once a month just for them. That is Marco's and Paula's proposal. I heard that they also wanted to open branches in other places. It looks like they have already thought of the future. Are the employees thinking about the future too? As thanks for resolving the issue, the merchants, fishermen, and Seekin bowed to build the store at the beach for me. I would love that. However, are you all satisfied with the result? The fishermen only complained about eating gross food. Okay, but they're not really gross, you know. As for the Seekin, they apologize for causing trouble. They talk about the expenses in opening the branch store, but I declined and said that I'll propose a business with them. Of course, the Goron company will take care of it. I want supply for all the marine products you used during the trial. I want them regularly. Shirasu and salmon roe are hard to find, so just supply them if you have them. Don't overhunt moray eel too. I want tuna, crab, horned turban, abalone, and octopus. As for the amount, give me as much as you can. As for pufferfish, I don't know how to prepare it. If you can remove the poisonous part, Lou can do it. You know a spell that can do that? Okay. Then I want a pufferfish too. I'll be happy if there are squid and flying fish too. Squids are regularly caught by fishermen since everyone knows they can be eaten. Then why are you like that with octopus? Yeah, it's food culture. In any case, this trip has a lot of harvests. Later, the only ones who can eat everything are me, Zabutin, Ursa, and the cat. No, I didn't force them to eat. Everyone especially dislikes octopus. How can they not know the deliciousness of octopus? Phew. I won't overdo it. They'll probably try to taste it too because of curiosity sooner or later. Chapter 241. Ponder. Autumn? No, it was autumn a while ago. Thanks to the Sun Castle, I can visually know what season it is. The Sun Castle calendar is quite excellent. Though I'm a little worried about not being around the clock. Harvesting begins. The villagers are working hard together. Alfred seems to be helping too. Thank you for your concern, however, don't overdo it. Harvest has begun in each village too. The harvest seems to be quite good. However, I received a report that there's only a little growth in this year's yield. Let's hear the whole report later. Once the autumn harvest is over, it is time for the martial arts competition. All the preparations for this year's competition were entrusted to the civil servant girls. As for me, I have something that's been on my mind. Big Roof Shashato? No, not just that. I've been thinking about the development of that whole area. When I went to Shashato City at the beginning of autumn, I saw that half of the land on the south side of Big Roof Shashato became a ranch. They are already preparing to turn it into a terminal. I've already entrusted everything regarding that to Michael-san and Marin. I will not say additional unnecessary words. They started a test run. Several carriages are running around Big Roof Shashato as a kind of promotion. Big Roof Shashato is relatively big. The perimeter is around 800 meters. Though they stop from time to pick up and bring down customers, one lap of super safe driving is about 15 to 20 minutes. To my surprise, the carriage that was not actually going anywhere is surprisingly popular. Though I understand the kids wanting to ride, most customers are the housewives of this area. It seems like they never had an opportunity to ride a wagon unless they're going to a different town, so the free carriage triggered them. Even imposing a limit of 1 lap per person, a queue was formed. Looking at the result, it seems like Michael-san and Marlon are already convinced with the success of the terminal. It seems like we missed something. The advertisements drawn on the carriage are all letters. Thinking about the literacy rate of the residents, the advertisement effect will not be obtained. If the advertisement will be in picture, there's a possibility of mistaken recognition. Reflect me. I'm glad that I noticed it this early. What's my favorite thing to think now? It is what to do to the east block of Big Roof Shashato. Though I spoke with Michael-san a number of times about it already, he said that it is up to me to decide what will happen to it in the end. Is it all right? Are they really going to entrust that to a man who never spent a week in the city? He said that I'm the one who bought that land, so it is only natural for me to be the one who will decide. Right. With all of that in mind, I started thinking of building an institution that will make more people go to Big Roof Shashato. Theater suddenly hits me. However, I don't even know how to start. There seems to be no theatrical company here. No, there is. However, I heard that they have ties with nobles and will not perform a play for commoners. Professional musicians are in the same situation. They can only be hired by nobles. It seems like you can only hear them play during nobles' parties. Though there are theater performers and musicians that have no ties with nobles, they are usually those who have subpar skills or amateurs. I have this feeling that they might not even be good enough to perform at the stage of Big Roof Shashato. Even if I build a special theater, there's no point if there will be nothing to perform. It's regrettable, but I can only give up on the theater idea, so what other facilities can pull in customers? I suggested an aquarium on the south side before, but there was a problem with transportation and keeping the fish alive, so it was scrapped. I suggested school again, but it was disapproved by others since that is not something that someone on a level of a merchant could manage. Indeed, a school needs the support of the city and the country. Let's stop thinking about big things. I'm not a mayor but a village chief. Now that it has come to this, I suggested a technical skill school. Not a large one, and only something that anyone can study for a few hours a day. It seems like there is a problem with gathering teaching staff. But can't the employees of Big Roof Shashato do it? Yes, it is similar to a cram school. However, the area of the place is 200 mx 200 m, which is too big for building something like a cram school. Ma, why does it have to be only one facility? It seems like the construction cost will multiply once the number of buildings increases, but it can at least increase the number of facilities. If that is the case, then I'll add the public bathhouse that I already suggested to Michael-san a long time ago. Though the city of Shashato is not unsanitary, it is disappointing to find no baths. Even then, the bath in the employee dormitory is really popular, and it can be considered that there is a demand for it now, really. But that's because using it is for free, and since there is no custom in bathing here, it might be a problem if there will be a fee. To tell the truth, what I'm really concerned about is where to take a bath whenever I'm in the city. Though Marco's and Paula's house has a bath, me borrowing it is embarrassing. Or rather, a bother. Whenever I voice out that I'm going to use the bath, the employees on their rest day will all go to the bathroom to clean it up. Lou, Tyr, and Hakurin, who are currently with me, accepted that as the matter of fact, but it bothers me. I want to take a bath without bothering anyone. A large public bath will solve that. Now, where is our lodging? Once the terminal is in full operation, it will likely be somewhere on the route. The inns nearby are not bad. Speaking of inns, the inn Michaelson arranged for us is not bad. It is actually luxurious. It is a large room with a table and chairs near the bed. The window looks sturdy and the curtain is beautiful. There is also a restroom for each room. Though there's no bath, there is water service. You can just ask either the maid or the butler who is waiting next to the room. Yes, there is actually either a maid or a butler standing next to your room all the time. I think that's terrible. Remembering the inn at the village, it is more rustic and calm. The table, the bed, and even the curtain in the village seem to be of higher quality. I wonder if it is because of personal attachment. It might be because I'm favoring it more. According to Lou and Tyr, this seems to be a good quality inn for commoners. As for Hakurin, she has no comment. As expected, before we went to Shashato City, we stayed at Doraem's nest for one night. It is called a dragon's nest, so I imagined a rocky place, so I was surprised to see Doraem living in a normal house. Normal? Not really. Given the size of this place, it can even be considered as a mountain. It might be better to call it a palace. We were greeted in a throne room. The wall, the floor, the ceiling, the carpet, and the decorations, even with amateurs' eyes, they can only be called high quality. It is being taken care of by devil butlers and maids. I thought that this place is really amazing, but then they said that Door's place is even more incredible. I became uneasy. Was I able to satisfy them, having them live in the guest room of my mansion or the inn in my village? Even Doraem's room in his house, there is only 8 tatami mat big. Probably since he seems to be still using the kotatsu, even though it is almost fall. It also seems like he habitually uses the futon he bought from Big Tree Village. Thank you for your patronage. The guest room prepared for me is as big as an art gallery. It is around 30 tatami mats. I was not able to sleep easily, but Lou and Tyr were able to sleep soundly beside me. Let's get back to the topic. The inn in Shashato City where we stayed was luxurious. However, I felt that there were still things that need to be improved. However, according to Gulf, this level is more than enough to please commoners. When I heard the details, it seems like even if a noble stays here, there will be no problem. I thought that it was something I can't believe, so Gulf told me about cheap inns. At a cheap inn is not something I should stay at. Rooms are being partitioned with wooden boards. Don't expect doors or beds. In the worst case, everything is under one room. There will be no partition, and you can just lie wherever you want. Obviously, there's no security, so your safety is your own responsibility. Honestly, even if I'm invited, I won't stay at that kind of place. Camping in the forest will make my heart at ease compared to that. For the time being, I was brought to a middle-class inn. Like in your usual fantasy setting, the first floor is the dining room and the second floor is the private rooms. If you want to eat, it will be charged separately. Though the room is small, there's a bed. That's it, a room for sleeping. The window is also iron-barred. It seems like it is to prevent customers from running away. Now, let me recall what I've learned. The luxurious in that Michaelson arranged for us costs 2 pieces of silver coins per night, food included. The middle-class inn is around 3 pieces of large copper coins per night, depending on your food of choice. As for the cheap inn, the entrance is 2 medium copper coins. The differences are huge. Assuming that I'll build an inn, what will I choose? A place where no one will disturb you, so it will be around 1 to 10 large copper coins. Or should I boldly build an inn that costs around 10 silver coins? I'm troubled. Just because I own a place made me have to build something on it. I'll just add in and choose which price range is the most popular later. Yup, that's what I should do. The problem is manpower. Should I let Michael-san and Goldie deal with it? Ma, let's mass hire. Let's do it big this time. With this, cram school, large public bath in. As for the remainder, let's build a store. But what kind of store? Let's build a shop that deals with beauty and style. The target customers are, of course, women. Not just the women living in this city, but the tourists too. A female customer, who's moving around using the carriage from the terminal, will surely attract it to a place that manages beauty and style, in addition to an inn and a bathhouse nearby. And on the opposite direction, anything related to eating and drinking needs will be taken care of by Big Roof Shashato. Yeah, this setup is good. For the time being, let's hire. But let's take my idea at the village first before proposing it to Michael-san. The reputation of the cram school was not bad. Since commuting is easier, the timing is great. The lizard men and Gulf suggested it to be a martial arts school, so I'll have them take care of it. A problem was raised by someone regarding the bathhouse. It is about the freshwater supply of Shashato City. Since it is a port city, they might have limited supply. Securing freshwater is necessary. Let's consult Michael-san about that matter. There are pros and cons. Pros, they all agreed that an inn must be safe and no one should trouble you if you are in one. Cons, a lot have negative opinions about it, the guests' manners. Indeed, this is not Japan. This is a world where anyone can carry weapons anywhere and there are people who can use magic. Imagine the problem a luxurious inn will have once someone rampage because of something. That might be the reason for the steep price increase of accommodations. Now that it has come to this, I wonder if we should really aim for a luxurious one. Should I go for a one large copper coin one and build something like a capsule hotel? Yeah, Ma, let's make our final decision when I hear Michael-san's opinion. Though I intervene in the form and management style of the store to some extent, the actual operation was taken care of by the Garon company. If I'm over there, I'm sure I can do a little more. Yeah, but I won't. I am the village chief. The village is more important. On the other side, I didn't even take the store seriously when it started, but it has become unexpectedly big. Reflect. The reason is because I misunderstood the value of gold coin. It was 100 times more valuable than what I thought. The price of land is also lower than expected. Probably 110 to 120 compared to what I expected. Because of those, it has become so big. However, I also have complaints. I did not misunderstand the value of gold coins all by myself. My talk with Doors Group was bad. Every harvest season, the dragons receive their shares. That doesn't have any payment. The payment will come later during the martial arts festival in the form of presents. As for the presents, they are armors, jewels, magical tools, etc. in the beginning, but it has become money now. However, it was difficult to turn them into money because armors, jewels, and magical tools are of very high value. That time, I even heard the shortage of money in Shashato City. This time, they asked for a cask that we used for winemaking. That empty wine cask came back full of gold. There are 100, no more than 1,000 pieces of gold. I don't know how to react, but I heard that money is rotting in their dragon's nest. For Dorame alone, it looks like even if I send him 10,000 large casks, it will not be enough. Dorame treats 1,000 pieces of gold as nothing. As for Lou, she doesn't think that gold coins are such a big deal. As for the residents of the village, none of them is particularly surprised. Yeah, that was stupid of me. I've forgotten that Doors is the #1 dragon in the world. Reflect me. By the way, the villagers were not surprised since they think that the crops are really worth that much. The grains and fruits price is 100 to 1,000 times more expensive compared to their local equivalent. The honey and seasonings prices are also sky high. All of them are priced using gold coins. Because of those, my pricing sense has become numb. Or rather, if they are not worth that much, would Michael-san even bother to come to our village? That line convinced me. I don't know a thing in the world. Now that I finally understand the value of money, I'll have the dragons not give any present next year. That might be culturally impolite, but my words were heard by deaf ears. It is necessary to bring a present whenever I meet with my daughter Hakuren and grandson Hikaru. Similarly, Ancestor-san did the same. Even if they are not actual kin, he is somewhat Lou's grandfather. As for the Demon King, He is not that much related to Frau and the civil servant girls. Let's think of an acceptable reason for not accepting his present. Michael-san, it is unnecessary to give presents too. Our business deal regarding marine products is enough. However, if I go there, I need to bring a large quantity of presents. It is necessary to gift the merchants? Really? Is that so? I've never given anything until now. I'll study about this world a little more. Side story. When the dragon's nest was captured by adventurers, a large number of gold coins appeared on the market, making its value fall. Of course. Hundreds of years ago, there was this one human who was far superior to any dragon. He is a village chief. Chapter 242. Martial Arts Tournament of the Civil Servant Girls. The post-autumn martial arts tournament ended safely like the previous years, though it was necessary to remake the stage 3 times and there are also wounded. This has been the 4th consecutive time that we need to hold it for 2 days. Great. Everything's great. No problem has occurred. Therefore, there's no need for anyone to lower his head. This time, I left everything related to the martial arts tournament to the civil servant girls. That made everything for me easy or not. When I was called to fix the stage, I became a referee of the Kuros versus a drunk dragon, though it doesn't feel anything unusual. Or rather, Kuros, it is not good to start a fight just because you don't want me to be bothered. Be good pups like you are. And Jurar, I didn't know that you were there, but can you stop shoving your face inside that barrel? If the wine slime is here, it will be delighted seeing what you're doing, spilling it all over. No, what really happened? It is probably related to Gyuraru. HNN, were you shocked seeing Gyuraru holding Hikaru's hand? Oi oi, Hikaru, you're only turning 1 year old. 1 year old, 1 year old, time quickly flies by. Not long ago, you only know, hi hi. Before I noticed it, you are already standing without anyone trying to help you. Ma, but isn't it too early to be jealous of the partner of your daughter? Are you already feeling that you're going to give your daughter away? Ha ha ha, I will not let Tysel be a bride, so I'm all right. I got derailed. I think the civil servant girls did great. There were a lot of slightly unexpected things during this martial arts tournament. First of all, the guests. The Demon Kings group and the dragons are already expected like Ancestor-san. Michael-san has not participated this time. He seems to be very busy with his work in Shashato City. Perhaps it is connected to Big Roof Shashato. My apologies. The dragons are Doors, Raymarin, Dorame and Dorame's wife, Grafaloon. In addition are Hakurin Zamauto, Soyurn's husband, Maxbergak and their daughter Helzernark. For the Demon Kings group, it's the Demon King and his daughter Yuri and the 4 Heavenly Kings, Bezel, Randon, Glatz and Hu. Ancestor-san came with Fushu. They are the usual guests. However, each group brought new faces with them. The dragons brought a male devil. Gucci has come too, and those who acted as midwives before. So who's this? It's a guy that gives off the aura of a general. I thought that he's going to shout at me, but he was pretty calm when he greeted me. He's here to join the martial arts tournament. As for the Demon Kings group, they brought 2 men, 2 old men. Though they seem to be at a lower level compared to the Demon King, they converse with the 4 Heavenly Kings in an equal manner. Bezel told me quietly that those 2 were members of the previous generation, 4 Heavenly Kings. I see. They seem to have granddaughters among the civil servant girls. When I was wondering how I should greet them, they suddenly dojza. They are humble people. They are even more modest compared to the slime and the horse who are currently playing. Please take care of me from now on. Ancestor-san brought a girl who seems to have a strong personality. Externally, she looks like a 15-year-old Ajao-sama who won't let anyone come near her. According to Ancestor-san's introduction, she seems to be a normal Ajao-sama until she obtained divine protection from God. She's now considered as a holy maiden. Depending on the place, she can even be called as an apostle of God. Why would he bring her to see the martial arts tournament? Or did you bring her here to worship the statue of the god of creation? But that statue is something that I carved using the black rock. Isn't it better to favor another one? Why did she curl the bridge of her nose? Is there a meaning in doing that? Ma, if you don't mind it, then I won't mind it. However, she was frightened of the cat. She's even asking for help. Ursa chased her while holding the cat. The Kuros joined too. Oi, don't chase her. The new faces confused the guest management of the civil servant girls. This is not something that they can just group then put in a tent. This is completely different if we are just talking about food and drinks to serve. They are at lost on how to arrange seats for them. Where should their seat be? The seating arrangement is now a problem since there are few guests. Even so, we must satisfy them. I shouldn't think about it too hard. They are not that great as we think. But isn't seating arrangement something that might even cause a fight? That might be the case normally, but we shouldn't worry about such a thing. Ah, so they are all understanding people. Great. As for the others, the Titans of the Northern Dungeon and the Lamias of the Southern Dungeon came too, a total of 20 of them. Moreover, they are completely fired up. It seems like they trained for 1 whole year for the martial arts tournament. Are you guys war freaks? HNN? The Lamias and the Titans are dancing with each other. They seem to have built a friendly relationship. A good thing. I'm wrong. It is some sort of war cry? A dance to uplift their fighting spirit before a battle? Uplift fighting spirit. But isn't the martial arts tournament tomorrow? It might be okay since they look happy. The Minotaurs of Village 2 and Centaurs of Village 3 are here too. A preliminary skirmish started. Don't get injured before the real thing. According to the civil servant girls, we shouldn't try to stop them. Are they going to rampage in this place? It can't be helped. I'll have them move. Yes, everyone, move to the right. The dwarves who are arm wrestlinging move towards that place too. Everything is out of order now, and none of what's happening is according to schedule. In addition, martial arts tournament is basically divided into 3 sections, which are common, warrior, and knight. We have to establish new sections called Inferno Wolf, made for Inferno Wolves, Demon Spider, made for Demon Spiders, and King. Yeah, blame everything to overcapacity. Of course, the civil servant girls will not just stand idly. They already anticipated the increase of participants and even the battles starting before the festival. They thought about various measures and prepared them. They asked for the hands of the beast girls in case of manpower shortage and even asked Dorame to take charge in case of trouble. However, something happened that they never expected. It crushed everything. The one who's holding all the civil servant girls, Frau, is pregnant. Her stomach is obviously big. It looks like she'll give birth in the middle of winter. The person in question is not even conscious herself. She thought that she's just getting fat, so the news about her pregnancy was only known now. Beazle, her father, is really delighted hearing the news. It took a while before anyone was able to properly speak with him. I'm already thinking of names, though I might get in trouble with Frau because of it. In addition, the pregnancy of the representative of the Beastkins, Senna, has come to light. She was really active recently. This is to be expected. The Beastkins are overjoyed. According to the message from Howling Village, it seems like they are also merrymaking over there. By the way, Rasudi's pregnancy comes to light too. She looks like a junior high school student in our everyday lives, but she has a mature body at night. Exactly at my strike zone. Did she learn it from Lou? Because her figure form needs to be fixed during pregnancy, Rasudi's status came out immediately. To stabilize her spirit, she will be in her most mature form while pregnant. Dorame and Graphaloon are both pleased with her pregnancy, but for Rasudi herself, I'm not sure what she's feeling. Gucci, who came with Dorame, quickly made some arrangements. Is everything clear now? Frau, the representative of the civil servant girls, won't join because of pregnancy. Senna, the representative of the Beastkins, won't join because of pregnancy. And Rasudi, though feeling confused, was stopped by Dorame. The civil servant girls worked hard and were able to make proper last-minute adjustments. They did not fail, they succeed. You don't need to cry. It's all my fault for impregnating Frau and Senna. Let's give the summary. I did my best. Common section, winner many. Warrior section, winner Dwarf Donovan. Knight section, winner Angel Kirbit. Inferno Wolf section, male, winner Devil Gucci. Inferno Wolf section, female, winner Cossidus Wolf Fubuki. Demon Spider section, winner Zabutin. King section, winner Raymarin. You can tell from this list that this contest is a bit chaotic. The common and warrior sections are just regular matchups, but when it comes to the knight section, Kirbit crushed everyone. She could have had a better matchup if Uno or Makura joined, but they are already in their own sections. As for the Inferno Wolf and Demon Spider sections, The Inferno Wolves already did a preliminary match before the festival, and it seems like the Demon Spiders did it too. For the Inferno Wolf section, the Inferno Wolves strongly suggested to divide the section one more time, by sex, and so there's a male and female section. I thought everything will go smoothly as it is, but to my regret, an intruder appeared. That intruder went to challenge the Inferno Wolves. Quite brave. As for the others, they stepped forward one after another to join. Good thing Zabuton showed up. Everyone cooperated instantly. The King section is the winners of each section, in addition to the Dragons and the Demon King. Raymarin is strong. Though she was not supposed to participate since she's taking care of Hikaru, she seemed to have cooperated. The first round is Kirbit versus Raymarin Ma, let's not talk about it. In any case, the civil servant girls done well. It worked hard. Okay, let's hand over the reward medal as promised. They stubbornly rejected and demanded punishment. You don't need to put it in your heart. Ma, if you really want punishment. I'll request about something. There is a lack of manpower in Big Roof Shashato. Oh, not workers. What I need are teachers for cram school, which I have already consulted with you before, and manager of the inn. There is a limit on how much Marcos and Paula can teach their employees. The civil servant girls are nobles' daughters. You can even introduce your acquaintance if they are suitable for the position. Ah, any one of you can do it. Don't worry, if you work in Big Roof Shashato, you will be properly compensated. As for the number, about 10 of you. Ah, you will undertake it. You really want it? It is not a punishment, so think of another punishment. You're too strict on yourselves. However, there is a reason why I can't punish you severely. If you're punished, Frau and Senna will both worry. Therefore, this time you can just reflect on your own. This meeting is adjourned. Chapter 243. For winter. Once the martial arts tournament is over, the village will prepare for winter. All things are going smoothly. Everyone has thoroughly begun preparations for winter even before the martial arts tournament started. Village Chief, Village Chief. All things are going smoothly. Village Chief, it is not good to escape from reality. The civil servant girls are too strict. The preparation for winter is late. As for the cause, half of it can be blamed at the martial arts tournament, and for the other half, something. Villagers were completely taken in by the martial arts tournament that their efficiency has steeply fallen. Yeah, in addition to the broken stage, the arena was inaccessible, the pool too. Though everything will be fine once they are repaired, we have to reflect on not doing it fast enough. Thus, the preparation for winter was delayed. When are we going to start the preparation for winter? The repairs will end soon, so we can only do our best in order to catch up. The other half is caused by Ancestor-san. Ancestor-san took Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Hakurin somewhere. During spring and summer. During the time Ancestor-san was our mode of transport towards Shashato City, they seem to have promised something. It seems like Ancestor-san needs their help. Though it doesn't seem to be dangerous, it worries me a little. Worry about being NTR'd? Nope, I don't worry about that at all. On the contrary, it seems like it's the other way around, but fear not. Because I will absolutely never do something like flirting around. You don't have to worry about anything while you're away. You beg to differ, are you? But, ha. Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Hakurin are people with moderate influence in the village. They also greatly contribute to winter preparations, especially Lu and Tyr. They are like my secretaries, so I will be really troubled when they are away. That's why I'm troubled now. Even if there are more acting like them now, Lu and Tyr perfectly cooperate with Ria's group every time. In addition, Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Hakurin have given birth to my children. Ririus is my half-high elf son with Ria. Hikaru is a mixed blood because of me and Hakurin, but Raymarin takes care of him with pleasure, so there's no problem. Alfred is my son with Lu, and Tysel is my daughter with Tyr, so the Anis will take care of them. Although taking care of them is not the real reason for the delay, we are still delayed. Because of that, Lu, Tyr, Ria, and Hakurin return early. According to Ancestor-san's schedule, they will return before full-scale winter begins. As for the delay for the winter preparations, it can't be helped. Let's do our best with the people present. I'm the one who should work the hardest. Mostly an interpersonal relationship, more specifically, my relationship with the pregnant Frau, Rasudi, and Senna. A problem occurred because Rasuti is now pregnant. Her appearance form is fixed until she gives birth, so it is impossible for her to transform into a dragon. Hakurin is not here too. The transport capacity of the village has been greatly reduced. Because of that, Dorame and Grafaloon volunteered to take her place. They said they will do their best for Rasuti. There are few people who can order Dorame and Grafaloon. I think I shouldn't decline, but Lu, Tyr, and Hakurin, who can instruct the husband and wife on what to do, are not here. Even I am unwilling to instruct them. It's a good thing that I found the best substitutes here. Bulga and Stefano. They should be used to Dorame since they are working for him in the first place. They will be responsible for instructing Dorame and Grafaloon on what to do. They are probably thinking that their current job will be all for Rasuti. They want safe delivery, so they'll work for it. They even didn't join this year's martial arts tournament. It is hard for them to do that. No, please don't ask the impossible. How can we instruct Dorame-sama and Grafaloon-sama on what should they do? Is that so? I'm doomed. Though it can be said that Beazle is staying here because of Frau's pregnancy, he's commuting to the Demon King's castle via teleportation magic. He even consulted me a lot about Frau's condition. He even asked if he could send a maid that will exclusively take care of Frau. Frau and I told him that there's no need since there are still Oni maids here, but he insisted. The expert devil midwife is here too, but for Rasuti. Thinking about it, if Frau and Rasuti went to labor at the same time, she will surely prioritize Rasuti. What will happen to Frau then? It's not good to think about it. As a result of the various negotiations with Beazle, a veteran maid will come and she will live in Beazle's house. It seems like that maid has taken care of Beazle since he was a child, so he will be able to feel at ease if she's here. And of course, since she knows Frau since birth, I know that there will be no problem, but Frau voiced out something. If Holy comes here, I will be worried of what will happen to our mansion in the capital. The veteran maid's name is Holy. Beazle's house? It seems like she's the one who's single-handedly managing Count Chrome's house in the Demon King's kingdom's capital. Compared to Ajo-sama's pregnancy, the mansion is not even worthy of being mentioned. My best regards. Though Holy is an old woman, her back is not curved. Given her aura and the way she acts, I almost instinctively call her Baya. Actually, that's what Beazle calls her. Though Holy took 2 days to get used to the village, she managed to fit in immediately after. As expected of a veteran maid. Though she's here as an exclusive maid for Frau, she shares some housework in my mansion with the cooperation of the Oni maids. She's fond of Alfred and Tysel too. Also, being able to see someone scolding Ursa is quite precious. She's someone to rely on now that Hakurin's not here. I wonder if she can stay here forever. As for Senna, she's single-handedly being taken care of by Nashii, wife of Gut. The other beast girls also comes to them in turns to learn various things. Taking turns, what are they learning? Oh, preparations, huh? Also, since Senna is the daughter of the village mayor of the Howling Village, messages from Howling Village come frequently. There's even this message. He said that he wants to meet me. Thinking about it, I have not been to Howling Village, so I never met this village mayor. Though not meeting the partner of a daughter who is out to marry someone is not unusual, if possible, he wants to see face to face. I thought of going there, but I was stopped by the villagers. They said that if he really wants to meet me, he should be the one to go here. Is that the case? That seems to be the case. However, isn't it difficult to travel through the Forest of Death, especially now that winter is coming? Hakurin and Rasuti are both unavailable. I thought of asking Dorame, but I was stopped by Gulf and Gut. It seems like being picked up personally by the gatekeeper dragon is not all right. I reluctantly promised him to meet each other somewhere. Village chief, I'm sorry. My father is so selfish. No, don't mind it. I understand how he feels. Now Senna's mind will be bothered, but don't be. It's normal for a father. The messages from Howling Village are more personal than usual, so I'll message them whenever I have time. Someone remained. The holy maiden that Ancestor-san brought to the village stayed here. Though she remained, she almost always only stays indoor. She's not going to settle down here. She'll only remain until Ancestor-san's business ends. I really don't mind, but... Are you going to stay there? It's a nice day. Aren't you interested with the hot spring? How about horseback riding? The forest? No, I better not let her go there. Though she rejected all my suggestions, she seems to follow a resident of Village 1 for some reason. To tell it more clearly, it seems like she's obeying several people from Village 1. Why? She's obeying Ursa too. Ah, Ursa. Don't use the cat to forcibly ask her to obey you. Do you even understand how awful it is to make someone obey you through fear? And study properly. You are abusing your freedom just because Hakuren is not here to scold you. It is fine if you two are cooperating. Hang in there, holy maiden. Add another layer of cloth if you're going outside. Though we still haven't breathed out white, we can't let our guard down. It will be colder in no time. Ha. Let work hard with winter preparation. Chapter 244. Justice League. Finally, yes, finally, I have known the crisis since 40 years ago. I was 10 years old at that time. It was heaven's revelation. The voice of God told me to save the world. It is not my delusion. I'm sure that it is God's voice. My prayer reached him, and so I began moving in order to save the world. I have to prepare an army that will fight against evil. To be precise, I'm studying. Without knowledge, I will never obtain a certain position. Without position, it is impossible for me to hear what's happening in the world. For instance, I can be an administrative official of a certain heavily populated commoner area. If different kinds of people will say something, the one who is most likely to be trusted is the administrative official. Obtaining a position means obtaining trust. In addition, having a connection is another but more important thing. Being connected to great people is important. It is a good thing that I'm blessed since birth. I am born as a noble. Though I'm only the third son of a baron, that slightly increases my chance of meeting great people. For commoners, that is something impossible to happen. I was involved with the government in my 20s and was entrusted with a city in my 30s. I'm currently in my 50s and I'm currently the prime minister. Of course, I did not only work. I worked hard in my private life too. I married when I was 25 and eventually have 5 children. My eldest son married an influential noble's daughter, and I already have a grandchild. My second son is kind of prodigal, but he's useful in some key points. My third son is a knight, and he fights from one place to another. Though he is called a brave candidate, for me, he still has a long way to go. My eldest daughter is a bit rough, so I was worried that no one would want her, but she managed to do it somehow. In this world, there are curious people. Ah, no, thank you for taking her. I mean it. My wife is also worried, but I guess everything's fine. My second daughter is an introvert who only reads books. Though she seems to be interested in magic, she doesn't seem to have talent. Disappointing. Fortunately, my house is rich. She can study to her heart's content. Personally, I want her to give up, but as long as she doesn't give up, I will support her. By the way, others might see me as someone doing everything for my own good. However, I have never forgotten my purpose. It is to save the world. Therefore, I must prepare an army that can fight against evil. I did my best. And the result is this. In a pitch-black conference room, a candle was lit. Me included, there are 13 men and women sitting around a round table. Chairman, you forgot your mask. Ah, my apologies. We are obligated to wear a mask, since we will never know when we will be identified by evildoers. In consideration of breathability and ease of talking, a triangular mask covering the entire head has been adopted. All members are using the same kind of mask, so there's a number on them indicating identities. I am no point one. Recently, I'm not really happy. I find it strange. No matter what we do, we can't do it steadily. It will eventually disappear with time. However, we must not give up, even if we have to pace the numbers. The meeting continued with No. 2, the vice chairman, as the lead. The vice chairman's true identity is an executive officer of the Koran religion. He has a strong sense of justice and gives off the impression of all evil must cease to exist. We have to destroy this town for protecting evil. However, I think that even with the presence of evil, that is too much. The Mage Corps is ready to go. As soon as you give an order, 2,000 will immediately move. The one managing the Mage Corps is No. 4. What is the Mage Corps? It is a group of powerful mages. Their original purpose is to become escorts, but for some reason, they have reached this scale. If we're seriously going to gather them, they would be around 5,000. Presently, Person 8 is still following behind the hero. According to Person 5, his activity has decreased greatly and the cause is uncertain. That was No. 8 reporting what our spies found out. Decrease in activity. Did he fought someone? Yes, but I feel like he just doesn't want to go out. He started a business for some reason too. To be frank, I'm at loss. It is impossible for anyone to understand the hero's behavior. We don't even know how strong is he. Right, let not talk about the movement of the hero. Let's talk about our favorite, the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden. A person who can hear God's words and will be the object of faith depending on the place. If she can hear God's words, we are comrades. I thought so and planned to get in touch with her, but she was brought to the headquarters of the Koran religion. It is regrettable that we are not able to meet each other. The building where the Holy Maiden is being protected has been found. She only has a small number of guards. It is possible to make a move. Make a move, are you sure? I don't think it's a good idea to be that aggressive. My army will go. Phew. Though the Mage Corps is an armed forces, there is no one in this group who can mobilize an army. The one who confidently volunteered is No. 11 Are. No. 11 is a prince of our country. A prince doesn't have his own army. Could it be he intends to make the Royal Knights move? Given our budget, the Military Affairs Minister and the Finance Minister are worried. The main purpose of the Royal Knights is to look good, so they take a lot of money. Are, the building where the Holy Maiden is residing is being protected by another country. If our Royal Knights go there, won't there be a problem? Are you sure this is okay? Prince, no, I mean No. 11, what is the ground of your confidence? We are doing this for justice. Strange, if it was the me from before, that line will convince me, but I can't accept that guarantee. Could it be that something's wrong with me? Enemy attack. The person guarding the perimeter of the conference room raised his voice. Everyone except me holds their weapon. At such time, I looked at everyone. It only took them a moment to raise their weapons. Are you that bloodthirsty or brutal? It is okay to hold a weapon since it is the embodiment of justice. Is that so? The organization I made in 40 years was smashed. There are around 5 or 6 assailants. I don't even know who the other party is. However, the Mage Corps that we are proud of are destroyed by a single dragon breath. However, no one died. That's what the assaulter said. When I wake up, it's a mystery. The organization was smashed, but somehow I feel refreshed. Did I make some sort of mistake? Was the voice of God I heard 40 years ago a mistake? God, just once, let me hear your voice again. The situation has changed, I'm sorry. Those are the words of God, conveyed by the Holy Maiden. Chapter 245. My name is Gableslow. I'm a mage. When I was younger, I took active roles as an excellent mage in various places. I walk on the road of a magic researcher with research funded by a country. My achievements, when I was young, I have a lot of achievements. Have you heard of Margot's Dungeon? That place has become a tourist spot now. I am a member of the party who captured it. Right. Though I'm a substitute, the dungeon was captured when I joined. Don't doubt me. Look, I even have a medal that I received as commemoration for capturing the dungeon. Sculpted in the medal are the members of the group that captured it. Here, this one is a thank you letter from the country. Look, my name is written. Now, you finally believe me. I really have a lot of achievements. My number 1 achievement would be, I encountered the Wyvern of the Iron Forest and lived to tell the tale. Yup, that Wyvern of the Iron Forest. Though it seemed to have been exterminated, I managed to escape from it. Unfortunately, I don't have any evidence for that, but don't hesitate to look at me with reverence. A. Results of my magic research. That, though it might be hard to understand, but I managed to improve the power of a Tier 3 fire magic, making its power equivalent to Tier 4 magic. Oi, you're supposed to be surprised after hearing that. Yeah, it is similar to inventing a new kind of fire magic. Do you get it now? Why am I not that famous? It's because, in this field, great achievement is not that much recognized. Yeah, that's right. My research is mainly focused on improving intermediate tier magic, though I can research of producing new types of magic, but once I failed, the damage will be humongous. Right. Look at the first test site, it exploded yesterday morning. That's why I won't do something like that. Safety first. Well, I improved some magic and even wrote a book for them. Isn't this profitable? It is. Those who want to read my book will even cover a whole mountain. I'll be waiting for gold coins to pile up. Yeah, this is great. Wanna see it? I'm sorry, but that's a bit. It's not that I don't trust you, I will show it to you by casting the magic in front of you instead. Let's go to the test site. The second test site? Hey, is this the result of your research? Let me see Desune. No matter how I look at it, I can only call this shabby magic. Well, the magical power consumption decreased, so it is more efficient. The difference is minuscule. Before me are two women who are exchanging opinions about my research. One of them seems to be an angel. Hey, Dad. Are, why are they here? I came here to the second test site to boast of the result of my research. Before I knew it, these two women are already here. These two women. Both of them demanded me to show my magic. I feel they are important, so I somewhat obey. Should I get angry now? Hey, I just want to confirm something. Are you Gableslow, Atoma's disciple? Why yes, that's me. Are, do you know my master? Moreover, you call my master's first name. Are you master's acquaintance? Though my master is a super famous mage, he's not good at socializing, so he shouldn't have any acquaintances. Good, you're the real one. Though you were recommended by Atoma, it is much better to know your skill firsthand. Blood pressure soaring, SFX. I am burning, something exploded inside me. How dare this little girl treat me like this? If it is just skill, I have long surpassed my master. I think. No, I'm sure. If you think that I'm just a mild old man, I'll overturn your perception. If you're really targeting magic efficiency, you must at least able to do something like this. When one of the women said so, a wooden doll target was instantly incinerated. No chant tier 7 magic. Moreover, she only used magical power comparable to tier 1 spell. Cough. I am a mild old man. Yup. And by the way, why are you two here? They are talent scouts. It seems like they'll be starting a cram school, and they are looking for lecturers. Is it a cram school for a royal family? That's not it. A cram school where commoners will be taught of magic, and that's where I come in. But I am an eminent researcher in the world of magic. Master will also participate. Seriously, my master, did he really go outside? You pulled him out, I see. But I know my master, he won't easily agree. How did you? I'd like to see master personally. Where is he? It has been 30 years, he would want to see me. Ha ha ha. Though you said something amusing, I still have a job to do. I don't need to continue. That explosion idiot will take my place. But I want to continue my research here. I'm not fired up, I'm cool. I know that it's not a good idea to get fired up here. Oh, you're going back? Then you may take your leave. I'm all right, I'm cool. Like that's possible? How can they think that that explosion idiot is better than me? I'll leave here and prove it. Let me go with you. That aside, there's someone my master was always boasting of. That person is Lulushi Lu. Do you know her? That Lulushi. She's a vampire called Blood-Sucking Princess and also a rare mage. She's in the top 3 whether we are talking about magical tool creation and magical pharmacology. Being Master's disciple, he naturally influences me. The only way to describe Lulushi Lu is unbelievable. She has a rival, an angel called Tyr. She is also called Angel of Annihilation and a rare mage too. I heard that she's the #1 golem master in the world. She's unbelievable too. I will take my work as the lecturer of magic in the cram school seriously. It is not as bad as I thought it would be. Isn't that Flora Sakutu? She wants me to teach her healing magic. Well, the faces gathered here. Isn't this place incredible? Why does it look like they have assembled master mages? It's okay for me to continue my magic research when I'm free. Phew. I will show you my ability. By the way, the person who I came to cover has returned before I noticed it. Didn't you run away? Isn't that the reason I replaced you? You beg to differ? You're a mage who was scouted along the way. You want to work with me. Ho. In other words, you know about my achievements. We're both mages. What are you saying that those are lies? I'm hurt. Let's just be normal companions and get along peacefully. For the time being, let's gather students. There's no way we can't find anyone. Since Since you and I are here, they will gather soon. Let's do our best. Chapter 246. Rough Eater. Just before winter, we have come to the hot spring. As for who are accompanying me, there are 3 high elves, Kuro, Yuki, and Dorame. Though I want to use the hot spring, our main purpose here is to maintain the facility. If it will be used without being maintained, that would be painful. Array, this is too much. Is Ancestor-san using magic first before using it every time he comes here? Probably. Then, let's clean this place first. Though there are ghost knights here and cleaning is a simple task, their main duty is to keep this place safe. The ghost knights are patrolling the whole hot spring area in turns. And since they also have to look over the lions, their patrol coverage area has expanded. It is a good thing. Monsters and demon beasts that approach the hot spring area are basically hunted down. Though the lions seem to have made this place their territory, there are still monsters and demon beasts who are constantly invading. As a result, the pride of the lion has been damaged. Can't you just overlook it? Is that so? I don't mind you expanding your territory, but don't overwork yourself. Just don't drag the ghost knights too much. Are they still okay? How's the condition of your wooden armor and shield? There is no problem. Good. After soaking in the hot spring, I am now cooling down my body by sitting in the accommodation hall with my legs under the kotatsu. Yeah, as expected, the kotatsu is still good. There's an orange on the table. How relaxing. The high elves and Dorame have just got out of the hot spring. Kuro and Yuki are warming in the kotatsu in turns. It is not big, so they can't both get in at the same time. A ghost knight is also using kotatsu, but it took off its armors first. As for the lion, my apologies. It can't fit in. I'll make a kotatsu you can use this time. HNN. The ghost knight, who was supposed to be in patrol, jump into the room. It's panicking. There seems to be an emergency. The relaxing atmosphere has become tense at once. The ghost knight, who's relaxing under a kotatsu, immediately wears its armor by using magic. It looks like a hero transformation. Immediately after, Kuro, Yuki, and the lion went outside. The high elves, Dorame, and I followed them too. We found a lion cub who accompanied the ghost knight who went to patrol earlier. It has grown a lot. It looks like the lion cub is not injured, so we all felt relieved. The ghost knight pointed at the big bug who the lion cub has in its mouth. He's eating it. My impression upon seeing the bug? Big. It's about 1 meter long. It looks like a grasshopper. I felt a strong sense of incongruity. What is that? Is that a grasshopper? But it is almost winter. Can there be grasshoppers in winter? This world is really mysterious. When I looked at the high elves, I noticed that their faces were all pale. Village chief, this is bad Dessous. This calls for an emergency Dessous. If the high elves are saying that, this insect must really be bad news. Which means that even in this world, it is weird to see grasshoppers in winter. Yes, that might be the case. That demon bug is called Rough Eater Dessous. It will breed in winter, and flies all together in a group when the spring comes. It is a dangerous creature that will eat everything in its path. Is it some sort of locust? No, it seems to be more terrible than that. In any case, this thing even eats things that are not considered as food. This is the first time we see Rough Eater in this forest, but we can't leave something this dangerous alone Dessous. For safety purposes, we must find the Rough Eater's nest this winter and crush it Dessous. The high elves propose to return to the village and immediately assemble forces. The ghost knights are also appealing to me to take care of it immediately, and it seems like they are even going to summon their subordinates. Can you really do that? Can you really summon skeleton soldiers? Oh, there's a time limit. Ha. I want to see it. Village chief, why are you even in the mood to play around? One of the high elves is angry. It's not that I'm playing around. You high elves and even the ghost knights are panicking so. Kuro, Yuki, and Dorame are all calmed. As for the reason, Dorame explained. The bug king of the forest will not let that happen, so there won't be any problem. To back up Dorame's statement, Kuro pointed out a part of the forest. When I focused more on that place, I saw spiderlings. There are big ones and there are small ones. There are about 100 of them. Noticing my gaze, a big one raises one of its legs. Ah, Makura, they started moving all together. Thank you for working hard even though it is almost your hibernation period. There will be no more Rough Eater. That's how I feel. Maybe they have been dealing with things like this in secret. Thank you. We entered the hot spring and relaxed at the kotatsu again. The Rough Eater that the lion cub has in its mouth. Ah, you've eaten it already? Is it delicious? It's better than meat. Really? Then do you want yakiniku this evening? Ha ha ha. Though I don't mind having yakiniku, we shouldn't stay here tonight, don't you think so? I look at Dorame and nod. All right, I understand. Lu, Tyr, Rhea, and Hakurin are accompanying Ancestor-san right now. Even so, I'm still not free at night. I somehow managed it until now for some reason. In addition, the reliable Senna, Frau, and Rasuti are all pregnant. My burden has multiplied. Though there are still Anne, Flora, and Ya, Anne is already at her limit by taking care of Alfred and Tysel. Flora took one step away too. She finds it more pleasant to study magic or make fermented food. As for Ya, she's quite aggressive herself. The fact that I have come to the hot spring means that my night burden has affected even my day, so I had to escape. Lu, when are you going to come back? No, it will be embarrassing if you come back because of that. I've roasted meat in the hot spring area as slow as possible. Later, I'll go to Frau and request if Holy can manage the vicinity. My trouble has multiplied. Chapter 247. Kat's partner, Winter. Ancestor-san returned, but he only brought back Hakurin and Rhea before leaving again. What they are supposed to do seems to be over, but it seems like the other two still have things to settle. I heard from Ancestor-san that Lu and Tyr plan to meet their acquaintance. If they are lucky, they might be able to find teachers for the cram school of Big Roof Shashato. Let's look forward to it a little. However, I have already asked the civil servant girls to take the position of lecturer for Big Roof Shashato. Aren't we getting too much manpower? I feel like we're making a wrong move. Is it really okay for us to gather people on our own without telling each other? Maybe. Let's not think about it. I'm a little worried about the salary. Though we are prepared to pay enough wage, remuneration will be paid according to the number of students they will teach. It won't be good if they fight over students. I can't help but worry. Let's just worry about it when the time comes. Alfred is practicing magic. He's originally being taught by Lu, but since she's not here, Rhea will substitute for her. I can't do it well. Don't say that. The configuration is well done. The rest is magical power manipulation. You need to practice properly in order to sense the right amount. I'll work hard. I watch and listen to Rhea's lecture, in secret, in order to see my hard-working son. What's Alfred's current level? He's still in his basics. He needs to train in order to improve his magical power. Is that so? Yeah, he's still a child, so he shouldn't be taught with offensive magic, or else if anything goes wrong, he might hurt himself. Ah, certainly. Alfred is quiet. He's still a child after all. It will be troublesome if he uses magic while throwing a tantrum. That's the main reason why I'm waiting for Hikaru to grow up a little more before learning magic. I stopped Raymarin when she was trying to teach magic to Hikaru. Yes, it is still too early. The cat is lying its back on the kotatsu. It might still feel hot because it was inside the kotatsu until a while ago. I don't really care. That's its usual habit. What I'm worried about now is the cat's partner, breeding partner to be exact. Up to now, there are no other cats in the Forest of Death. I thought that sooner or later it will move out to look for a partner like the Kuros, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Is it already satisfied with its current situation? I wonder if I'm thinking too much of unnecessary things. No, I'm only reminding the cat of its mission as a male. But it is not good to force it. It should voluntarily do it. This is impossible. It is already an absolute impossibility to make it leave. It's sure like to idle around like the wine slime. I'm feeling like an Obasan who's trying to be a matchmaker. I don't think you're useless if you don't get married, but it would be better if you could. I want to see kittens. As I thought, I should get a female cat from somewhere. Michael-san is the right man for this job. However, I'm already asking him of a lot of things. I'm also hesitant to only ask for one cat. Since I don't know if this kind of favor is something I should I ask for 10? This time, there will be a lot of female cats. Then male cats must. No, this situation will continue endlessly. I need to calm down first. Why don't I request 9 males and 10 females? They will surely pair up. But won't my house turn into a cat village? Ah. Must calm down. I must obtain one female cat from somewhere. That's it. Since I'm hesitant to order from Michael-san, who else can I ask? How about Beazle? Nobles must have cats, according to my imagination. Let's ask the civil servant girls. A noble wouldn't keep a cat unless he's a cat lover. Cats can damage a mansion, so a special building is necessary. Nobles prefer dogs. In port towns, you can see them everywhere, so there are a few who are willing to keep them. In other words, I can't ask Beazle too. No, I must obtain one way or another. Even if I need to use force. No, I shouldn't. It's not like I really want it. I thought that since I have noble acquaintances, I would be able to get a female kitten. Right. Since it has come to this, why don't I catch a wild cat by myself? I saw wandering cats when I was on the seaside part of Shashato City. Right. I returned to the kotatsu while planning. The cat returned inside the kotatsu from over the kotatsu. It is in a good position so I can't stretch my legs. Move a little to the side. Don't resist. You should be gentler to me, since I'm the one who'll catch you a partner. Later. When Lu and Tyr returned, there was a white cat on her arms. A normal cat or not. There's a glittering jewel embedded in its forehead. However, it is not installed by someone, and it was born that way. It seems to be a demon beast called Jewel Cat. Though it is a demon beast, it is really valuable and is even worshipped as a holy cat. Heth. And it's female. It seems like I don't have to capture one. I want you to get along with Cat. During winter, Cat fleeing away from Jewel Cat can be seen from time to time. Is Jewel Cat more aggressive? Hang in there, that ere. Did the Jewel Cat just casted magic? Sometimes it can perform unbelievable moves. Because it is a Jewel Cat, it is good with physical reinforcement magic. It can also use healing magic. Heavy. It seems like the Jewel Cat can't beat any of the Kuros or the Spiderlings. Cat usually escapes into a place where there are pups or spiderlings. Ah, it seems to have been caught this time. Cat's neck was bitten and it is now being dragged away. Cat has the eyes of submission. Here is the time where I should intervene. Jewel Cat glared at me. It is not good to intervene with the love talk of a couple. Yeah. Chapter 248. Pleasures of a Happy Home. Even if Jewel Cat is slightly different, it is still a cat. It is often in the kotatsu of my room. Once it feels hot, it will cool itself down over the kotatsu. Though it is not lying on its back yet, it's starting to get familiar. Sometimes, it sleeps on my knees too. Aren't you precious? However, that place is too precious for a newcomer, so Kuro barks at it to move away from my knees. Afterwards, Kuro will put his chin on my knees. Okay. We've been acquainted for a long time, I understand. I'll pat you too, Yuki, so you don't have to push Kuro aside. Yes. Lu, I'll also pat you, but you don't need to line up. Oh, Alfred is here too? Ha. Alfred, what are you going to do today? Swordsmanship class of Daga and Gulf? Is that so? If you improve fast, you'll be stronger than your father in no time. Do your best. And it should be Daga-san and Gulf-san. It is not good for you to call them without honorifics. Ursa taught you so? I see, I'll scold her. Ah no, I'm not angry at all. I'll tell you if I'm angry. I managed to sweet-talk him this time. Let's be careful next time. HNN, Tyr and Tysel have come. You may join us, don't worry, no one will mind. Anne brought Taurine too. As I've been saying for a long time, Taurine is also my son. He is Alfred's younger brother. If the person in question doesn't want to, I will respect his decision and will not force him to be Alfred's subordinate. I've been saying that to Ria too, but it is hard to get results. I don't want to treat my children differently. However, the culture of this world, each race has their own culture too. I know that when in Rome, you should do what the Romans do, but I want you to understand how I want to treat my children. Let's continue the negotiation next time. Since we have a number of people here, why don't we play cards? It's winter. Then, how about calling other members too? Hikaru is taking his nap. My apologies for the disturbance. Where's Ursa? She ran outside with Gyuraru. They didn't go to the forest, did they? Ah, they are with Hakurin. I can now clearly imagine how they go into the forest. Ma, even if they do, I'm sure they'll be fine. It seems like they are accompanied by a pack of Kuros too. As for Ria's group, I won't ask what they are doing or where they are. Yes, no need to ask about anything, just bring them here. Good. HNN, did Alfred and Tysel have good cards? But it looks like Taurine and Ririus get good cards too. I don't really mind, but Lu and Tyr are not the types who give others leeway. And two, got it? We are playing cards. It has come to, we didn't separate adults and children, we're playing in pairs. A pair is composed of mother and child. Lu and Alfred, Tyr and Tysel. As for me, Cat. Come on. Come to me and don't just stay there in the corner. My partner is, Jewel Cat. Yeah, don't look so sad. It'll be fine. I know how you feel. Let's do our best. Then, Kuro and Yuki. Have you asked the spiderlings equipped with thermal insulation stone to move on the spiderwalk? Hey, don't raise your legs altogether. After that, I was able to read all the cards in their hands. I'm a shameless winner, but I enjoyed my peaceful time with my family. During winter, we refrain from hunting, so we welcome fresh meat. Though I said that, Hakurin, what on earth are you thinking by bringing Ursa and Gyuraru to hunt at the forest? Not in the forest, but in a dungeon. That's even worse. Is it? It is. Is it the southern dungeon? Or the northern dungeon? This demon beast doesn't look familiar, but I'll go there and apologize. Ah, don't worry, we were at the eastern dungeon. East? Yeah, the Inferno Wolves found it. I never heard about it. We're the first one to hear it. We only checked the surrounding and exterminated the monsters within the perimeter. You did not enter. Is a little. Just a little. Then, how do you explain the number of these preys? Ahahaha, when we arrived, we thought that place is dangerous, so we inadvertently. I have a feeling that the dragon Hakurin is the one who's dangerous. Ha. Fine, I'll let you go since both Ursa and Gyuraru are safe, but don't do this again in the future. Okay. Ursa and Gyuraru are tired, so they are now sleeping. I'll scold you once you wake up. Now then, Dorame. Hey, Annie-sama threatened me so it can't be helped. I'll reflect on it. Dragons Hakurin, Dorame and Gyuraru Ma, just stay safe. Daga Gulf. It seems to be interesting, so I inadvertently. Same for me. While talking to me, I can see that they are badly wounded. Though there will be no problem since Flora learned how to use higher tier magic, they seem to have suffered bone fractures too. Do not act rashly. The Kuros are gathered together. When they discovered the eastern dungeon, they ran several days to return and report it to the village. They seem to have been caught by Hakurin the moment they arrived. Afterwards, they returned to the dungeon while being accompanied by Hakurin. Don't worry, you didn't do anything bad. I'll pat you. Yeah, you entered the dungeon together to protect them. You are the victim this time. When I was patting the Kuros, several Kuros did not move forward to be pat. I get it. These guys deserve to be patted since they are fully focused on protecting Ursa and Gyuraru while the others went to the dungeon to fully enjoy it. What an honest bunch. They didn't even come forward to be praised for something they didn't do. Okay, as punishment, I really won't pat you today. Don't be too depressed. Even their tail is so down. Ah no, don't be like that. You should go in the eastern dungeon this time in a dignified manner. If you are reflecting, you are forgiven. It is already midnight. The dinner in the mansion ended long ago. Because of the fresh meat you brought, we will have delicious food for the next several days. I'll make something for you now. HNN? Wine slime? What is it? I haven't started cooking yet. Ah, does the holy maiden want a midnight snack? You've been close these days. Got it, I'll make something for her. Alcohol too. I think you already know, but you can't let the holy maiden drink alcohol. Don't even give her a drop. Drink everything yourself, okay? You're swearing with all your heart, but I don't even know where your chest is. Let's make fruit juice for the Holy Maiden. Chapter 249. Eastern Dungeon Survey Corps, and those who stay behind. It looks like Ancestor-san is busy. The Holy Maiden is still staying in the village. There seem to be a lot of places where he can leave the Holy Maiden, but in terms of safety, our village is number 1. Also, the Holy Maiden is not worshipped much here. I don't even know how she became amazing. Is it better for me to worship her? I'm not sure. Once I receive a complaint, I'll worship her. No, it might be better to ask the person in question. Should I worship you? Worship, do you know the meaning of that word? I know what she means. When she first came to this village, I am the Holy Maiden. Though this is a poor-looking village, I will allow you to worship me in particular. Fushu suddenly reacted exaggeratedly when she said that. She might be happy with her growth. I have some work to do in winter. I'm currently at the workshop of my mansion. Before me is the squeezing machine. The squeezing machine is simple and durable, but it is necessary for it to be finely adjusted. What shall we do? The mountain elves say so, but they are already loaded of things to do, especially the carriage equipped with springs. I want you to entrust me with this at least. Don't oppose. You want to do something other than making a carriage body, right? Yeah, there are always orders for it. I understand. This squeezing machine, I'll calibrate it. You can make a new squeezing machine, but make sure you won't be late for the carriage orders. Leave it to us. Strangely, the speed of production of a carriage did not suffer even though they received another task. They might be using this new task as a sort of recreation. Can we place an order of a spring with this shape? Please tell Howling Village. We need a special metal fitting here, so I want gut sand too. Village Chief, 10 more woods of this size. Thank you very much. The new type of squeezing machine was completed a month later. The Beast Girls who will be the ones who will use it were pleased. I wonder if it will take over the role of my recalibrated squeezer. Don't worry. We'll surely use it. We need time to adjust to the new one. You? Okay, don't overdo it. I covered the corner of my eyes since there seems to be some dust in it. Hey, don't touch my eyes. Because a dungeon in the east was discovered, it has to be investigated, so I'll send a survey corps. The eastern dungeon, there might be people there who would want to trade with the village like the Lamias and the Titans. In Hakuren's personal opinion, that doesn't seem to be the case. The problem is, when will I send them to investigate? Will it be fine to send them this winter, or should we wait till spring? We will all be busy when the spring comes, so they must go now. Hold on, wait a minute. Village Chief, are you delaying us because you want to come too? It is almost time for Frau to give birth, so you can't go outside the village. How about spring? The High Elves, who are already equipped for offense, are all against me. We will secure the area first, afterwards, Village Chief can go. Daga, who looks very eager to get revenge, wants to leave me out too. We're not casting you aside, we just don't want to let Village Chief go to a place where there is a security risk. Though the arguments continue, it doesn't seem that I will be able to do anything. The Eastern Dungeon Survey Corps members. 10 High Elves including Rhea, 5 Lizardmen including Daga, Beast King Gulf, 20 Inferno Wolves. As a liaison officer of the Survey Corps, 5 Harpies. Hakuren for transport assistance. Captain of the Survey Corps, Angel Kirbit. Why me? You're the best choice since you know when to go back. Please. If I choose Hakuren, who knows when she'll stop? Kirbit is the best choice. And now, I'm doing my best to hold back Ursa, Gyuraru, Alfred, and the Beast Boys from going. Doraim, holy help. Surveying a dungeon comes with danger. If you're inexperienced, you'll immediately be injured. Worst case scenario, you'll die immediately. However, I think everyone has their first time. What would a person like that should do? He should go with veterans in order to learn from them. Indeed. Then, it was my chance to learn, wasn't it? Are. Everyone, why are you looking away? Fufufu. If I can't join the Dungeon Survey Corps, why don't I just make my own dungeon? You'll definitely be safe in a dungeon you create yourself. If you practice there, it will be possible to join the Dungeon Survey Corps. I thought of a good idea. As for my advisor, who's the one who knows a lot about dungeons? Lu and Tyr raise their hands. Doraim too. Thank you, but aren't you here to take care and make sure that Rhapsody gives birth safely? It is probably okay since he's taking turns with his wife, Graphaloon. Are you? But why do I feel like the two of you are always here? Ma, it is probably okay since the person in question is fine with it. I've never seen Gucci, so he's probably the one taking care of their nest. Let's make a cake for him. Let's get back to the topic. If you really want to create a dungeon, I'd recommend you to make an entrance at the south side of the village and let it spread southward. If I make one below the village, there's a possibility of collapsing. How deep should I make it? Lu started designing a dungeon using a nari. Not so deep. If water comes out, it's all over. Wouldn't that mean that as long as I don't hit a water vein, it will be fine? Might be. Didn't you try digging, and there's water in all of them? Right, not only in Big Tree Village, but Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 have. I didn't know. I did not check for any water vein. It seems like I've been really lucky. No, there's a possibility that the aft has some sort of effect like that. Thanks. Dungeons have 3 levels. Level 1 is a practice zone with simple obstacles and traps. Level 2 is an orthodox zone. Level 3 is a zone modeled to a dragon's nest. As for the scale, isn't that humongous? Is my power as a human being capable of digging that much? I'll do my best. My first move, digging up a hole for the entrance. It is a diagonal hole, and it will be classified as a level 1 depth. I dig while Tyr's golem carries the soil outside. Lu is ventilating and lighting the dungeon using magic. On the side, the mountain elves are laughing while making some devices. It won't be good if I'll find out the tricks behind them. Gulf's son laid stone cobblestones in the vicinity of the entrance of the dungeon. Thank you. However, why do I feel like the design is too wicked? It's not like the dungeon will be a big one, but it might be so. I am now feeling slightly fearful of the surrounding walls. Village Chief, think about the design later. Make the shape of the dungeon first. Okay, I'll do my best. Thus, dungeon creation has started. It is something that can't be easily completed. Let's work hard this winter. But can we build it with intervals? Dorame, what is that suspicious magic tool? Harpies, don't just build your nest there. Mountain elves, remove that trap. That will kill someone in an instant. Also, Ursa and Giraru, this is not yet complete. This place is dangerous. While we're making a dungeon, Frau's labor begins. Chapter 250. Frau's delivery. There will be different opinions between individuals, but in case of your wife who began laboring, everyone's opinion will be unanimous. It is to pray for the safety of both mother and child. Men might even think of being in the same room and holding his wife's hand at least, but men are prohibited. I can't even approach the room where Frau is. However, I've already experienced some childbirths, so I'm not panicking. The devil midwives, Holy, and the high elves who are in the delivery room are doing their best. I just need to stay still and wait. I can only wait. www. What is? Is everything all right? Is everything all right? Tell me everything's all right. When I see someone panicking in front of me, I wonder if I should panic too. The one panicking in front of me is Beazle. Did you sense that Frau will be giving birth? You're already here even before we call for you. I'm just wondering. A father looking worried about his daughter is normal. As for me, have I been too accustomed? Even in this world, giving birth also comes with the risk of death. However, there is no record of stillbirth in this village. It is not limited to my children. The Minotaurs of Village 2 safely gave birth too. All the lizard men's eggs also hatched. Therefore, I might be a little numb to its danger. If you think about it, no. I shouldn't think of something bad. For Frau's safety, for the child too, please be born safe. Please. For the time being, maybe I should disturb Beazle. However, he has been looking forward to Frau's delivery for a long time. It might not be a good idea to ask him about the child's future. If I really talk about it with Beazle, who knows if my child's marriage partner will be decided even before being born. But will he really ignore me and Frau, the parents, and decide the marriage partner on his own? There's a possibility. It is said that talking about a child's future is something similar to a gentle consultation. What does that mean? If the child grows up straight, that child won't be against anything. In short, making a child think like a noble in order to follow any order. We've been looking for an excellent teacher already. Can you try finding one too? I thought that it was a teacher and fiancé are too far off topics, but the civil servant girls don't think so. It seems like nobles will never say something directly. Beazle doesn't talk to me that way, so I'm doubtful, but ever since we found out about Frau's pregnancy, they might be right. Given his behavior, he's asking me, have you found a good fiancé already? He's not directly asking me that, but his actions are telling me otherwise. This might be a future problem. And so, talking about the child's future is prohibited. Honestly speaking, this is tough. How about talking about religion? Well, we both wish for safe delivery, so I can carve a statue of a god now. Fun fact about this world. There are actually a lot of gods that you can pray for easy childbirth. The cause of it is Koran religion. Originally, it was the earth god that was in charge of safe delivery, but as the number of factions increases, the other factions told people that the god in their faction is the one that is truly in charge of safe delivery. I think they said that in order to increase the number of believers. The god we're in favor of here is the god of agriculture, safe delivery. Of course, his divine power also encompasses safe delivery. Look, childbirth is directly related to crops. Therefore, he's also in charge of safe delivery. There are a lot more things he's in charge of too. It is said that most gods have divine favors such as easy delivery, victory, passing, health, and longevity. In this world where gods truly exist, I guess it is safe to say that. But for the revered gods to be asked by their worshippers about a wide variety of things, are they fine with it? In any case, because of those circumstances, the god who needs to be prayed at will change depending on the person praying. I'm also praying to the god of creation for safe delivery. Frau said she's the same as me, but what about Beazle? Let's ask. The evil god. I was surprised for an instant, to think that he's praying to the evil god. Right, I asked Beazle about the appearance of the evil god. The evil god has no specific appearance, it changes from person to person. The race of the believer influences it greatly. For instance, the elves imagine the evil god having long ears, while the dwarves imagine the evil god as being short in stature. The evil god that the centaurs worship might look like a centaur as well. I carved the god of the Minotaurs before, and it seems like its appearance was also affected by their race. It seems like faith is what's important and not the appearance. However, if it is a famous god, he will have definitive characteristics. For example, she is a woman, has 10 arms, and her hair is long enough to touch the ground. The definitive characteristic of the evil god is having a wand. I used the aft and got a 30 cm long log to carve the evil god according to Beazle's imagination. I strengthen my imagination before carving it. The image is the only thing that's in my mind while using the aft. This is the trick in order to carve a statue of a god. Before I noticed it, the statue of the evil god had been completed. And why did I carve Cat's statue? Did some worldly thought distract me? Let's put this aside and try making one again. Ugh. Great, I have this good feeling. What are you doing, Beazle? This is amazing. This is a splendid embodiment of the evil god. Let's pray for Frau's delivery with this. Okay, but this is... What? This cat statue, don't you feel divineness? Must be your imagination. Beazle and I prayed for Frau's safe delivery at the statue. Cat statue, let's make one now. After making one and while thinking of what to do with it, the wine slime took it. Is it going to play with it? Oh, I guess not. Then, what are you taking it to the Holy Maiden? However, isn't the Holy Maiden afraid of Cat? Is it planning to use it to get her accustomed? Are you sure that's going to work? The Holy Maiden brought it to the altar. Is she going to worship that cat statue? Is she going to put it beside the Big Tree Village's God of Creation statue? Is she really going to do that? I see. There's a mini altar. I met with the mountain elves before. They designed a compact altar that can be carried anywhere. It looks like a box, but it can transform into an altar when needed. I wonder how it is. Ah, someone already built it already? Disappointing. Let's make our own version then. I'm supposed to be waiting for Frau's delivery. What am I doing? A considerable time has passed by. Is everything all right? Did she begin laboring? I became uneasy for a moment. No, I must stay positive. She'll give birth safely. The only thing I could do is to believe. When I was thinking so, I heard a loud first cry. Beazle, who is praying in front of the evil god statue, hastily moves before the door of Frau's room. Beazle knocks on the door to check if it is okay to open. The door opens. Girl dessous. One devil midwife came out of the door and reported that to me and Beazle. Is that so? It was her first childbirth, so she had a hard time, but Frau is safe. First childbirth. Well, that is certainly true. But when Lou and Tyr gave birth, there was no trouble at all, even though it's their first child too. In any case, she has given birth safely. That's what counts. The altar making is postponed. We started a banquet that day. Beazle drank more than usual and fainted. That must be built-up fatigue from Frau's delivery. Thinking about it, Beazle has become my father-in-law. Doraim, Doors, Beazle. When I first met them, I never would have imagined that our relationship would end up like this. That reminds me, I haven't met Beazle's wife yet. She's alive and well, but it seems like she is really busy managing their territory. It seems like she'll go here next time to meet Frau. Ancestor San participated in the banquet. Together with the Holy Maiden, they grandly gave blessings. Frau's daughter, Fratiabel to be exact, shall surely grow to be a beauty. Oh, of course, Tysel will surely be a beauty too. This girl is your younger sister. Get along well. What is it, Alfred? You want to play music in this banquet. You want to play music in order to celebrate the birth of your younger sister. I have a good son, then do it and we'll listen. Wait, Fratia is taking a rest in a quiet room. Holy, can you bring Fratia? Leave it to me, my lord. By the way, I'm also taking care of the sleeping young Master Beazle there. I see. Will it be all right to leave him alone? Of course. In case of emergency, I'll give all priority to Fratia-sama. Reliable. She's reliable, but in case of emergency, give the poor Beazle even a little bit of support. End of Volume 5.